bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai Biznet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukro Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukro Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukro Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sukro Oven seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai Biznet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukro Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sukro Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai Bisnet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality. Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai Bisnet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Super Oven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai Biznet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukro Oven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Heck yeah, beautiful Dota fans out there. We're going on out to live Bali Major action. Trent, it's happening. Day 3. How you feeling?
I'm ready. You know, it's been very enjoyable. Past couple days, games have been good. We've had fast games. We've had some longer games. Not the longest games. I guess the stream has. I mean, obviously, we've been pretty blessed over here on EN2. So likely you need to stick around here. And we're just planning on having more great Dota action as we try and figure out the final little steps on the path to TI here.
That's right, the final steps and the steps through this tournament itself. We can talk a little bit about the format and what we've got going for you today, as well as we get through it. But again, we're still in that group stage. That spot right over there, 18 teams facing off. The 12 teams are going to be put forward into the bracket. And then, of course, the 8 last teams are going to go to that final stage, grand finals, and try and play it out for this big prize pool that we got. Woo. Not just in terms of dollar winnings, but DPC points as well.
Yeah, they don't trail off quite as fast as the cash. The points, you know,
that's true.
They got a lot of value right there to help you out on that road to TI, and that road is very complicated at the moment. And so, looking at the group stage standings, where everybody is, and how they're going to wind up, that's the real question. Not only do they have to worry about where they wind up, they got to worry about these teams that are ahead of them in the overall DVC rankings. They're going to be calculating as we get into these final days of just how likely is it that we might qualify to TI because of this. And some of these teams are putting in the work. Some of these teams that need those points. Look at Quest. Look at 5-1. You know, a couple months ago, you think these guys had any chance at TI? No. But now, you know, they're on the grind.
A legitimate shot. No, totally. I mean, it's not outside of the realm of possibilities that can happen, because even a top 8 finish here gets you so many points, 300, which can really tilt the tides of this sort of playoff thing. Because again, you look at some of these teams, Liquid, Tundra, Spirit, Gaming Gladiators, all of these teams are already guaranteed a spot at TI, and now you're kind of in this position where it's like, okay, well, you know, what's left over? If they're all taking some of those points away, there's not many left over. All you need to do potentially is you don't have to win. For some of these teams, you could just get top 6, top 8. Suddenly, you're packing your bags and you're coming to Seattle. It'd be pretty freaking cool.
It is a tough one here, and in terms of the teams that you'll be seeing from this group here, we're starting with Group A. That's where we begin our day. And then we'll get Group B, and then Group A, and then Group B. That's just how it works over here. So your first matchup here, Execration versus Shopify. That's where we're starting. We're going to have Azure versus Bleed. Bleed, of course, one of these teams we're talking about where they didn't do much all year. You know, didn't do so hot, but then 500 DPC points in the third season. Yeah. They won. Big deal. But, you know, they're not in the best spot, as you probably saw on that chart right there. So they really need to pick it up here today if they want to stay in this tournament and have a chance at grabbing enough points to make it a TI. 500 gets you close, but they got to secure some points at this event. Who do we got after that?
Aster, Shopify, and then the Quest Evil Geniuses squads that are coming out at the end. EG already in a really good position, obviously, but would love to be able to sort of put together some solid performances here towards the end. And I'm talking about in terms of DPC points. In terms of this tournament, they're in a really bad spot. As a matter of fact, quite a rough one.
Experimenting,
maybe, you know,
right?
Taking their foot off the gas possibly as they get towards the end. Who knows?
Don't peak now. You want to peak later at TI. Okay, that's got to be the goals here from EG, but
the maximum code.
yeah. Well, I mean, hey, the region though terrifying right now for SA. Beast Coast, they are still in that top 12, and so if they manage to keep the points, right, then we might have 4 teams.
That would be crazy.
From SA.
I mean, that would be nuts. The other team that might be able to knock them out that I'm still just keeping my eyes on is the Nouns. The Nouns, they're making their rounds. It's kind of crazy. Like, if they can maintain the spot that they're in right now, they're getting top 8, and odds are they're going to TI, which is so crazy. But would also be awesome. But
does that mean that Gunnar won't be casting with us? Or will
oh, no.
How does that work?
No, what are we going to do?
Well, that's okay. He can make it to the TI. He's getting knocked out early.
Fair enough. I think
that way we get him there. This is a good idea, Gunnar. He's
absolutely
solid.
Perfect. What a winner. No, I think it's going to be interesting to watch. We should come back to the teams that we're actually going to be watching or starting off the day today. the old Execration squad facing off against the one and only Shopify Rebellion. You can take a look here. Execration, again, one of those teams on the outside looking in, wanting to make their rounds. A very classic squad here that have put together some good results in the past, but it's been a little bit rough for them. So far, 1-5.
Yeah, no points at the majors, but points in the leagues. They did a great job. Unfortunately, you only get 300 points when you win that first season, because unexpectedly, they won the first DBC season. I did not have Execration. When I was looking at the rosters coming into the first season started this year, Execration was like, maybe they'll qualify to the major, but I did not see them sweeping and like taking over. They absolutely owned the insanely chaotic C region. Meanwhile, of course, then you have our opponents here, Shopify, kind of expected to maybe win those leagues. They didn't win a league until Tour 3.
Yeah.
Kept getting that nice silver medal. Battling it out versus TSM, who keep getting that first place.
Well, and the interesting thing that I think we've got coming up here as well is for Shopify, in terms of this specific tournament, they've gone through a lot of 1-1s, and then they went 0-2 against Tundra. So they're currently sitting towards the bottom. But the next couple of matchups that they have, one against Execration, if they're coming into this one the favorites, but they still have to play Spirit. They still have to play against IG. They still have to play against Aster. I could see them with this series starting like a really good run and ending top 4, maybe even like getting towards the point where they're challenging for a higher placement.
True.
Or it could just completely bomb out. Who knows?
That is the threat of Execration, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
you could kind of see it going either way, where
Right.
maybe Execration, maybe they just take one game. Even one game is not great for Shopify with some of those opponents they still have left, right? We've had a couple tournaments lately where the old 1-1 group stage happens, and it gets really ugly with the tiebreakers. And then it just comes down to one day of Dota. You don't want to be there. Take these nice, long group stage, get the W. Avoid the tiebreakers.
Absolutely. Just win, baby. You know who sent that, Trent, don't you?
Saberlight.
No.
Al Davis.
There it is. That's the one.
It only took like 6 times of you doing this.
No, I say it every time. You know what's interesting, though? I will say, and I don't want to flame here, I think Saberlight has had a little bit of a rough tournament so far from what I've seen. There's been a couple of times there where he hasn't fully felt like on the same page, and I don't know if that's just something that they're feeling like within like the team. He needed to sort of take a step back in terms of farm priority, or if they're having trouble to enable him, or what's going on. But he has been one of the heroes. I watched a couple of the games yesterday that it didn't work out to. I think it was his Beastmaster game the other day. I'm trying to remember if that was the match that I saw or not. But maybe he has a chance to turn it up here.
Yeah, part of it being that everyone has very high expectations for him, really.
Yeah.
When I think about Saberlight, he's had these incredible performances that everyone is just wondering, like, what can he do? Can this guy truly carry teams in stand-in mode? Made a big name for himself, landed himself on the Shopify Rebellion roster. That everything lined up so nicely for him. So, and of course, he's the best on the social media. He's always throwing it out there, dishing it, and taking it in good stride. So, I have lots of faith that he will bounce back for sure. But it is tough to stand amongst this team and be going from someone who was really like seen as this like up and coming player and he's looking really solid to then when you're put into this lineup you're kind of the new guy. You're like the you're the little fish again.
I know, it's crazy. Well, and also he was playing against them so many times the previous year as well.
Yeah.
That I feel like they sort of got to know him all. And again, I'm not trying to sort of harp on too much or say that he's been playing really bad, but it's again just the quality of competition is so high nowadays. But I want to see if they have what it takes to take down Execration in the way that I think a lot of people expect them to, or if Carlo, Tino, and the boys are going to be able to sort of knock them all down and win one for SEA. Because again, for Southeast Asia, the stakes, they've never been higher for them. They're on the verge of only having 2 slots at TI for all of these teams that have put together really solid results. So could be tough. We'll see.
I was looking through some of the stats today.
Okay.
Because we're coming into today, see how things are going. There's only one player in the entire tournament who has picked a different hero every game, which is kind of surprising to me because we're only 7 to 6 matches, or 7, 8, or maybe 6 matches for some teams that into the tournament right now. It is a North American player, but they're not playing in this game. Would you care to guess who has picked 8 different heroes in their 8 games?
Ooh.
I'll give you a hint. He's a good friend of the show.
Oh, is it Quinau?
Oh, no, sorry. It's the other glorious North American mid player.
Wait,
It's
hold on.
Gunner.
Oh, is it really?
It's Gun Daddy. Gunner himself.
no
Gunzilla. He is 8 for 8 on the different hero picks so far in this tournament. So the
Big.
only person who has not doubled up yet on the picks. I don't know if he can keep it going so far.
He's gonna
keep
pull
going
the
here today.
Yabro.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one to
Shave his
ask.
head.
He's already done the lone druid. You know, he's
Yeah.
hitting to those. He's already in the deep cuts. So.
Right. Oh, it's true.
But, yeah.
I will also throw in there that we were taking a look the other day at total amount of heroes played across the entire tournament. We're at 34. So only 34 heroes have not been picked. And there's a lot of them that I think still have some possibility of getting taken here in this one. So a decent chance that we end up getting it. But we do have enough stalling, enough waiting, the game ready to get underway. Execration facing off against Shopify Rebellion. We're hopping right on into it. And wouldn't you know it, the Morphling Medusa band.
Thank goodness. All right, I'm going to make a bold pick. In terms of the heroes that have not been picked so far, I think one of them will come out in this series, and I'm going to say the Fly. Oh, I was going to say the Fly Dazzle or the Fly Shadow Shaman. Can I pick 2? I'm picking 2.
Okay.
I think he's going to get funky. He's going to pick one of those. How is Jakiro not picked? I feel like that hero's great.
I think so too. Now here's the question.
Surprising to me. What's
the birthday boy gonna pick?
Birthday boy? Who's the birthday boy today?
The Arteezy. It's his birthday.
Oh, it's his birthday, and we have both of his games on our stream. Wow,
I know.
That's
pretty
pretty
cool.
exciting.
This is the birthday broadcast. What's happening?
Okay, I just went to Dota 2 Pro Tracker to
Yeah.
check on Jakiro to see how he's doing. There's only been 4 notable Jakiro matches in the last 8 days. Spartan 1-1 versus Pichu and Monet. Nice. Well done, Spartan. And then the only other person who's played it lost 3 straight games, and it was T-Gov.
Oh, T, no. Not like this.
That is very funny.
Poor T. Always trying new things.
Yeah, he's trying to help out. He's trying to give Jakiro a chance. But no Jakiro's here. But there's a friendly and familiar face, guys. It's Abed Storm Spirit with the help of a Pugna. Would you believe it?
Yeah, I definitely would believe it. And we've got most likely the Shanks techies, I'm assuming, with Tino taking on the Beastmaster now. So we've got some really solid lockdown.
Yeah, solid. Gives ourselves a little bit of a little lockdown, like you said, for the Storm Spirit, plus the attack speed versus the Netherward's always kind of cool. Some early pressure at the start of the game. I feel like Pugna really starts to pop off in that like mid to later part where like you got a couple support items on the Pugna, and that's where you get these really annoying highlights and replays where you're seeing Pugna dance around and cast a bunch of spells. So I think that tempo of the Beastmaster is pretty helpful versus the hero.
Okay. I like that. Get that great vision. Maybe take some other sort of jumping backlines type support as well, or core towards the later stages.
I just opened up the stream and I see shout out to NINZXC who said, I bet my kidney Shopify Rebellion picks Storm.
Wow. Get to
5
save a
5
kidney.
minutes ago. So yeah, despite your delayed stream, well done. I mean, claps in the chat for our viewer here who was correct
Very well
with a
done.
Storm Spirit for Shopify. I mean, why are we here? Get him on the panel.
I know, honestly. That's what I'm saying. We could just oh my god, I was thinking that would be an interesting segment to have Twitch check it on the panel, but now that I'm thinking about it, it would probably end horrifically. There's no way that goes well. Like Discord call in or something.
Yeah, and then we'll have Chat GPT host. And they give me the panelists. So it'll ask the questions that they have to answer.
Yeah, I like that.
This is a good idea. This is a good way to downsize the panel.
What will Shopify pick? Storm Spirit. All right, we got Puck, Ember Band out, Terrorblade, and the Monkey King. So Monkey King trying to help secure Beastmaster's lane a little bit. Bloodseeker taken out of the pool. Interesting.
He's got a nice growl, you know. When he gets banned, everybody knows.
So is he going to play Jug?
Well, I mean, we've seen quite a bit of Lich. Currently, it's just versus Beastmaster, right? But it just makes, I mean, Beastmaster doesn't rely on the board that much anyway anymore, but it's still just ruined its capabilities. And then he can't do the lane pull. This happens a lot versus Beastmasters. They have to play against Lich like all the time. So they try and pull the wave with the board. The board gets killed, so then the Beastmaster has to do it, and then he just gets like slowed. It's such a nuisance.
That's fair enough. I also feel like we have seen, I think, 2 or 3 of these games where people are picking just Lich Jug together. Obviously don't have to do that, but they already see what the matchup is going to be. And Techie's Beastmaster is one of those relatively strong combinations that make it a little bit difficult to deal with.
And they played their last 2 games. This was actually the meme posted, I believe, on the subreddit of like the meta right now, and it was Shopify versus Blacklist, and they played the same lineups versus each other with just 1 hero swapped for both teams. So, the Jug was back, and it still looks solid. I see Sky, I see Techies. I mean, obviously Silence is pretty good versus Jug, but not if you're not stacking it, because he's still going to have at least 1 Dispel with the Manta.
Okay. Fair. Well, I want to see now. Go for it.
Oh, I was going to say, it's kind of an ugly support duo, though, isn't it?
That's what I was thinking. I feel like they need more lockdown, but it's weird to say because they already have like Beastmaster, Skywrath. Like independently, all of these feel like they're nice little pieces when you are complementary to a lockdown kill lineup, but together it just looks weird to me.
And you need a really strong 1 because either way, your 5 is going to be relatively soft. And they're going to even wait for that pick. They'll just, I mean, they know the matchup, obviously, so you might as well throw in whatever's going mid. They'll take the Void Spirit.
I do like this for finding and killing the Pugna with like a Beastmaster Hawk. Ooh, okay. Saberlight or Arteezy?
Probably Saberlight. Yeah.
Dude, I like Jug here for them.
I think that's getting banned for sure. It's just way too synergistic. I think Faceless Void is also in the mix here a bit. I don't really see much from Execration that would annoy me as Faceless Void. Could be kind of cool. They banned the PA. That's a bit of a wild ban.
Yeah. I also would not hate Execration taking Faceless.
Are they? Oh, they're picking Anti-Mage.
You think so?
Yeah. Except I don't think you get away with Anti-Mage in the lane with these 5s. That seems like a disaster. I feel like Shopify are happy with that. But I mean, when I see a PA ban, I mean, what's the other? Like a ban Meepo? Like, what else does Anti-Mage hate playing against?
To be fair, Execration I think was the team that picked Meepo, if I'm not mistaken. They did lose with it.
They did. I also saw Ace pick Meepo, but I was going to sleep because my schedule was all messed up. I didn't see if they won. But yeah, he played it off lane.
That's pretty hype.
And it was into an Anti-Mage as well.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Well, they have tremendous push right now for Shopify. They decide to take the Slark out of the pool.
Dude, he's picking Anti-Mage. It's coming.
Do you just let him? I feel like if they pick Anti-Mage, you take just any pushing hero right now for Shopify, and game ends at like 25 minutes.
Troll. Arteezy Troll comes out.
Yeah.
Arteezy Meepo. Arteezy Lone Druid.
Let's go. All right. They take the TA out of the pool. Do they dare? I don't know if there's anything else that I'm seeing that feels really great. I would rather them pick like some team fight here. I like a Faceless Void here for them, maybe.
They have pretty good damage to go to it for sure. Between the Techies and the Skywrath Mage, it's pretty stable as well. There is Decrep, which can be annoying, and the shield is pretty good too. So,
right,
there are some downsides to it, but it is a classic for Palos.
Down towards the end, trying to figure out what it is they want to run, and okay.
Ooh. Interesting. The TB's already banned, like the immediate go-to for a lot of teams when they play versus the Alk, so that's pretty solid. Can Arteezy play Lifestealer, Infest Bombs? I mean, there is And there's still Jug. Jug's like
Yeah.
not as good. I feel like Lifestealer is more of a classic counter. Get bash, just fight him.
Right.
Munch, munch, munch.
I mean, it is a little annoying into Beastmaster, definitely, with the BKB piercing, but I'm even thinking like later stage game, like in Ags and stuff, and I think that lineup just scales better.
Dude, give me an RTZ Lifestealer. I mean, who else gets rampages on Lifestealer? You know? Come on. Just this guy.
Yeah, make it happen. Make the birthday boy happy.
Yeah, that's right. He gets whatever he wants. All right?
It's true.
I think Rant Jugger Lifestealer. I hope
Okay.
it's not Troll. But I could see the logic for the Troll. Because that could also be pretty solid. As much as I hate Troll.
Okay.
Did he win the Troll game that we watched? He did. Yeah, because Yadoro owned.
did.
He
Yeah.
really owned, actually.
Yador had a really good game.
Yeah, that was pretty nasty.
The Alk does present some interesting problems. We'll see if it ends up working. And
What?
it is going to be the swap up. So they want to go
What?
ultra fast, and it is going to be Arteezy Lycan. Oh, man. All right. Meteor Hammer Saberlight, Lycan pushing down waves.
He gets what he wants.
Interesting.
Okay. Man, I wonder when was the last time he played Lycan. I mean, it used to be a classic, you know, when Lycan
Right.
was more that style. But it's been a
Look it
while.
up.
He has 79 games of Lycan. It's actually in his top 10. It is his 10th most played hero all time.
Interesting.
When was
the last time?
The last time he played it was 2020. Versus 4 Zoomers.
10 seconds remaining.
That is crazy.
Oh, my God. Who's on that 4 Zoomers roster?
Gunner, Husky, Monkeys, Ocean, and Sammy Boy.
Did he win?
They did win. They were victorious.
That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know. Shopify bringing it back 3 years ago. The last time they played.
Dude, he bought a Necro 3. All right. He's actually
so sick.
never played Lycan without a Necro.
That's so sick. I love this.
He-
All right,
he
well,
has-
you know what that means. They need to get to the 60-minute mark so you can get Book of the Dead. That's the only way that they can win.
Dude, he has
That's
Lycan
great.
games going back to 2014. There's like 5 or 6 where he didn't buy Necronomicon. That's it. Oh my god, that is so funny.
I love this. It's going to be good, man. We got ourselves a good game online. Execration, I don't know if there's a sort of better type of lineup that they could run into this. I think if they just get to late game, it should be free, right? Like, I think if they don't get rolled over and like Alchemist comes online, I think they're in a pretty good position.
I could see it, yeah. I do think the rollovers, you know, it's a spooky snowball. You know?
Okay. Agreed.
Right.
True.
Tide is looking better and better with every game that we see the hero. My main gripe with him is if Tide is expected to do stuff, I'm not a big fan. This is in the middle ground. I do think he needs to be a little bit active, but as long as he can camp and not die, then hero's busted, right? And I feel like he can set up a nice little campfire down there. The Tide, that is.
All right. I like the idea of it. Saberlight building some camps. Already has the Meteor Hammer queued up, knowing what he wants, and we'll see if Shopify can pull this together here. I think that there's some definite possibility that it happens. That the snowball just goes on in this game, like we talked about earlier, could be over in 25 minutes, if not sooner even. But the flip side to that is Execration. If they hold out long enough and out gets big, he's going to be scary. I mean, they don't have that much damage,
30 seconds
like,
to battle.
in a way.
Yeah, and the Radiance is really fun.
Yeah.
Right, Core Lycan, Storm Spirit hates missing. Very solid.
Have to wait and see what ends up happening. Is trying to scout early on with these wolves. They are wrapping around Tino, getting prepared to come on over and try and snag this rune away from the Lycan Lich combination. Shanks is nearby too, and Wolves get resummoned, get the bounty rune, and get on out of there. Looks like it's going to be 2 apiece.
It is indeed. Let me stop and fly. And no lane mix-up here. Everyone's going expected. The one thing that's a little bit weird is the 5 Sky. That, again, you know, that's not a great combo for lane support duos. Sky on one lane. Teggy is very strong, of course, in the position 4. Great shot.
Right.
5 Sky, though? I don't know. I guess if the lane pushes in, it's kind of okay, but they don't really have to do that as Shopify this game. They're going to try and get instantly aggressive. I like this idea.
That makes sense. Try and do what you can with it. And likewise, though, Saberlight is a big hulking hunk of man. They got a lot of survivability with all these Ironwood branches on him and crit. And the other thing to kind of keep our eyes on here is going to be, what does this build look like differently as Palos is going to connect now onto Saberlight, get some more damage out there. What does the Arteezy build look like? Because, again, Universal Hero already has queued up the Echo Saber. We might start seeing some new tech here. It'd be cool.
Yeah, this has been on the rise in the top tier pubs is the carry Lycan. It's as you would expect. It's great universal items, right? Harpoon, tons of damage, and it fits what Lycan likes to do. Lycan likes.
Big.
You know, no Necronomicon anymore. You got to play some more honest Dota. Just gotta run at him a little bit there.
Mid lane, Bob taking a beating from Abed. He's getting fairly low. Does get caught there by the Remnant, but we'll have a bottle there for the refill too. And so far, 10-1 versus the 9-2. Yeah, Abed knows these matchups pretty well in the old Storm Spirit. If we're gonna
I
be
would hope
honest
so.
about it.
Yeah. He's had enough time. Wow, I actually did not think that was gonna reach. That's annoying. Well placed by Bob there. I thought he was getting away with it.
But interesting so far. Really good laning, it feels like, for the safe laners. Off laners struggling a bit, although Saberlight is starting to catch up bit by bit in this one.
As long as Palos is hitting creeps, you're pretty happy as Execration, because you are not going to be bullying Shopify, right? Like, it's way too scary to try and go in there.
Tino,
So far, so good.
up top, getting slowed. Body blocked by the Wolves. They turn to try and fight. Tino goes back the other way, but it's going to be first blood. Fly draws that, and now the body blocks onto Shanks, too. Able to connect onto him, but didn't get the full contain.
Yeah, those Wolves, not quite as scary as they used to be. No cripple. Gotta get those levels up first.
But did still manage to find the kill on the Tino, and showing the strength of Lycan Lich and how devastating that can be if left to their own devices. But like you said, Paulo's still getting pretty good farm. Doing what he needs to do.
We've had quite a few Storm Spirit games throughout this group stage. I'm sure you guys have seen lots on all the streams. And the main factor to the good or the bad Storm Spirit games has been the runes. And Shopify have pretty speedy heroes, right? They have the old Pugna, so you can be in, you can be out, and with the tank ability of Saberlight, he can take a lot of time to come and help control these runes, even these water runes, as Crit is making his way over to right now, trying to ensure that Abed has a nice time. And you're just going to be looking for those power runes, aid those rotations, because, again, Tide, not the best hero at making moves around the map. Very good at staying in the same spot, pushing with the Meteor Hammer build, but he's not going to show up to the mid or the top lane and do a whole lot very often. So you really want to get this early moves out of the Storm Spirit, and that always just comes from runes. That's just how the hero works.
Right. Has to play around him whenever he can. And the other nice part, of course, like you talked about, is that Crit able to make the moves around because Tidehunter very self-sufficient here.
Carlo, up
Again,
top, he did the wrap.
I don't know if this is going to end up going apart pretty quickly, it looks like. This Fly in more trouble, tries to turn on to Tino, see if he can get that kill with Crit making the rotation. Shanks down low, the blood grenade, it's enough. They take down that Techies, but it's Tino that gets away.
Yeah, Carlo can just stick TP if he wants to. Like, there's nothing to stop him. Like, he thinks he didn't want to go home.
Right.
Right.
Roche, oh my
following
god,
you.
imagine.
If it just bottomly went through there, yeah.
Crystal is a 10 charge one there too. But all right, so this is one thing that you can do when you have these bad 5s. If they have those long ranges of initiation going through the gate, you're right behind the enemies. That was extremely well synced here from Execration. I think there's some heroes that aren't being abused enough for this, like the 5 Lich, for example, just like coming through the gate, frost shielding someone when they dive the tower. It's really cool how aggressive you can get. Speaking of aggressive, he just wraps around on Tino, and he is in big trouble.
Yeah, they make that move easy peasy. And they are going to need to get back out to lane because, well, Carlo actually is going to be forced back away from the runes for the moment, but they're getting set up to try and get Bob the rune instead.
Yeah.
And it
just gonna be a
looks like
coin
it's going to
flip.
be a trade. Yeah. Who gets it? It's up top. And Abed, he's happy about it.
It is only a shield rune though, so it's not like a guaranteed kill. You kind of got to get greedy or be like really out of position relying on your tower. That is the main benefit of shield rune. But look at this, they immediately go from rune protection to ganking Tino again. Hello.
I mean, it feels like he had to have known that they were coming this direction. They catch him there, a good blast off to try and get some separation, but Tino's still slowed and still going to die. And Carlo killing himself on the Pugna ward. So he TP'd into that one.
And one thing that was kind of tough there was that Shanks was waiting to see if Fly would instantly go for the Sinister Gaze, but he didn't. Fly knew the Techies was lurking around, so he didn't go for a straight-up attempt to like make some space. And because of that delay and then waiting too long to go for the blast-off, there was really no chance for Tino. Carlo, gonna get ganked here by crit. Oh, he's got no chance. He knows. He's got to give it up.
Oh, my God. And that's double.
And then he tried to click it anyway, and he just dies.
Yeah, that's really frustrating. Look at Abed cutting this wave here too. Saberlight gets the other rune. This is really Danger Town. Making use of this shield rune to just cut the waves and keep this pressure on so that way they can take the top tower, or at least do some pretty critical damage to it. Bob makes the move, tries to keep the kill happening onto Crypt, but the save is there for a moment. Not long enough. They turn their sights now onto the Pugna ward, but then decide they have to run away. Bob is in trouble, pulled back in. The jump from Shanks, but that's still going to be a dead Bob. Shanks in trouble, going to die to the shapeshift coming from Lycan. And Shopify, they're off to the races here early.
RTC Lycan. He's back. The
That's
Wolfman
happening.
cometh. I don't think they can continue the pressure on this tower, though. Creep wave is still pretty far away here. Just tries to make sure they don't get a stack off, because that is what they were attempting to do, so nicely done. Going to slow down that farm here for Tino. The recovery farm at this point, really. Yeah. And how is Saberlight doing? Because we have not checked in bottom in ages. He's doing all right, but Palos is farming. He's got the last hits. Yeah. He's not as high up there as Arteezy, of course, because he just managed to get himself 3 kills and 3 assists so far in this game. But he's doing all right.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what they need. If they lose Bob here again, it's pretty rough. Silence is there to stop Artur, and it looks like they had enough help nearby to make sure that that Void Spirit didn't go down.
But the Wisdom runes, those level 6s are so important for these two supports.
That's something I was going to say, is that right now, both Skywrath and Techies are sitting at 4, and you're getting close to 6 on Lich. It's about to be there. Same with Pugna. I mean, they're ahead of the Beastmaster now in terms of levels. It's not going well for old Tino.
No, it's really not. He is getting some help on the stacks though, so that is one thing. But there's also an observer ward here from Shopify, so they're gonna know when they're doing this, and the shapeshift will be back up. Lycan, a great hero at coming into contest these in the earlier parts. You can just kind of poke him prod a little bit. Speaking of Lycan though, he's being wrapped on. They're not exactly sure where he is though. Where is he? Guys,
they don't
he was
get
right
him.
There.
Oh, they don't get him. He gets out, and instead the counter ganks come in. They find Shanks here. They're trying to gank the stacks. Oh, big jump in from Bob. Ravage, not what they wanted out of that one.
Got
but
those
they
creeps,
hit onto
though.
The stacks. I mean, it kind of works for Shopify. You don't like using your Ravage like that, but I mean, whatever. If you get all these stacks, you can Meteor Ham down the Ancients. This is terrible for Execration.
This is such a sick move with Tide after taking the tier 1 tower. to come up here and do this.
Good
It's too
steal
greedy,
there
though.
from some. Saberlight tries to finish it off. He's sticking around a really long time. They pop the shapeshift now. Trying to get out of there. They bring in the Alchemist. Will have the stun, but no. Doesn't get there in time. Now the roar, follow-up onto Saberlight. He Kraken shells it all up. Arteezy decides, all right, I'm going to go kill Carlo. Meteor hamming right on top of him, and now the Chain Frost bouncing back and forth. Oh my god, they stuck around a bit too long. Execration did not have enough gas in the tank. Bob is going to die, and nobody from Shopify goes down.
This was the greatest Tidehunter play of all time. Can you believe this started with a miss Ravage that just hit creeps?
Yeah.
When he got silenced while he's just like channeling Meteor Hammer and he still manages to hit the Void Spirit and the Alchemist, that was crazy.
I was pretty devastating for Execration. I'm not gonna lie. And
Dude, Tino's game is over.
well, not only that, but like your Skywrath is still level 4. Like what are they gonna do?
Oh, this is such a nice combo, man. The Tide and the Lycan, now they swap spots, right? Because now Tide is going to stay up top here, and they have all this space for Lycan environment. Lycan's great at abusing the space, but not only is he good at abusing the space, he stays safe. He's
Right.
wolves.
Yeah, he can do it in a sort of very controlled manner. They're gonna try and gank down
right.
bottom now, and this should be able to connect.
The scan.
Yeah.
He RTC got him though. The defensive scan, he knew.
Oh my god, is he actually gonna get out of here right now? Running away, backing out, and the gank
How
will not
greedy is
connect.
he?
I
Dude,
mean,
he doesn't even take the Lotus.
they turn back,
Doesn't
they run
even
away.
take it.
They knew. Maybe they recognize on Shopify that this gank could be coming back the other direction. The rune spawns top. Dude, how unlucky can you get for Execration? Oh, man.
That is truly painful. So this was what I was looking through the builds when Arteezy picked up the Lycan, and this is what I saw Tomato do in the game. Was he went for this Echo Saber, then the Manta, and then back for the Harpoon, which is pretty cool because it lets you stay very active. And obviously, as a universal hero, you know, Manta is a lot of damage still.
Paulos going to get brought down. Yeah, the build of just like Harpoon, Manta, Lincoln, some combination of those items feels like it's almost every game, and people swapping up which order they get them in almost. But regardless,
Yeah, and the Nullifier too, of course.
yeah. I mean, also you can see Big Watermelon Man here just shrugging it all off, does not care. Saberlight's having a good game. Abed with the regen rune is now going to steal the ancient stack.
These aren't yours. These aren't your ancients, guys. They seem confused.
Man, frustrating, I am sure, for Execration, as he is back up towards full freaking HP and mana. Damn. Tough stuff for Execration, but they do have Radiance online for Paulos. Nothing else.
That's true. It was a little bit late, but it's here now.
Thanks. Caught. In trouble. Going down. Managed to get that kill, and of course, crit at the ready if need be to fill him back up again. Up in the shapeshift.
Orchid here.
Arlo. Wait, he cancel the CP?
Cuddle?
What? Okay.
Misclick, I guess.
That's a hefty
surely he had-
misclick.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate for him.
That's an Orchid reveal as well here.
Ooh, Bob. They let him go. Didn't have mana on Abed. Man. 14 minutes,
Unfortunately,
Trent.
Yeah, their ancients are being farmed again here by Arteezy.
Crit got the other wisdom rune.
Good.
Pyrath still does not have level 6.
Yeah,
it is a
checking in.
problem. Dude, look at that graph, or just the bars across. The poor supports of Execration.
Okay,
3
but
levels
this time,
behind.
They're getting Arteezy. Here it is.
You think so?
Yeah, this is the one. Come on.
Oh.
There it is.
Got him. Tip him. Tip the birthday boy.
Yeah.
They're not
Yeah,
doing
that'll
it.
show up.
Tino?
Tino!
They got him. Able to bring down the Beastmaster. Well, we saw a distinct lack of tips there, Trent, which I'm a little bit upset about.
Yeah, no tips this whole game, actually, I don't think. Too intense, I guess, you know?
We were just blessed yesterday with the emo games, so we're a little spoiled at this point.
That's true. Can we get some more emo games?
Yeah, exactly.
Bring them back over here.
Now, in the meantime, 15 minutes in, a 6,000 gold lead. Roche capable of being taken at just about any point, and it might be pretty soon here. As Arteezy is nearby the pit, they head on up and decide to go in.
So they don't have ages, but you know what? Tino, he's almost ready to beat the drums of war. The drums of Slom. You know? Slomming it up. Slomming all over their faces.
It's the good drums. The best drums.
Now, am I correct that Beastmaster was, he was like the handler, like the beast handler for the King of Slom, and then he like turned on him, right? Like when the kingdom fell, isn't that what happened?
Sure. That
yeah,
sounds good.
That sounds right. So, I'm not sure how that's relevant.
Okay.
I feel like, oh yes, he was born a child of the Stalks. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and his father, a farrier for the last king of Slom, was trampled to death when he was 5. Wow,
Oh my
that's crazy.
God.
And then he was indentured to the king's menagerie, where he grew up amongst all the beasts of the royal court.
So what you're telling me is that he's Rolf. He's the son of a shepherd. That's what's
Yes.
going on? Okay,
Exactly.
that's Beastmaster.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, so, on the night that,
Well, while you're looking that up,
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think with this whole drums of Slong, I think he might have stolen the drums is what I'm getting. You know?
unbelievable. That's
I
very
see. It's easy to
disrespectful.
stir the echoes of ire that rejoiced in the downfall of Slom. So it's the drums of Slom, but he's really beating the drums of when they destroyed the kingdom of Slom, because he was not a fan of his master, the king.
I see. And yeah, that's
Yes.
the flavor text under the drums of Slom ability that Beastmaster now has, is what you're telling us.
Yes.
Okay. That'll make sense to me. I like this.
Okay, good. It's just good to understand.
Dude.
I feel like if you guys read the
Yeah.
lore, you'd probably be better Dota players.
Yeah, that's true.
It'll make you connect with the hero a little bit better.
It certainly can't make you a worse Dota player.
No. What makes you worse is when you go with the copy passes instead, right? You know, something like trying to play Dark Will after just reading a couple copy passes you see in chat, not going to be the same experience as reading the lore. The appropriate, approved lore, people. All right.
Pasta. Is that like is that like
that's the
if you're-
Canadian redneck way of
fasta?
saying pasta.
Okay, got it.
The pasta. Eat the
I think
pasta,
you
run a
just mean
fiesta.
spaghetti. Spaghetti. I think is what you're trying to say.
Well, there's
Oh,
spaghetti spilling out of all the
same,
pants here
actually.
of Execration.
Look at this. They had the same issue. He just
Wow.
like me.
For real.
Arteezy, I like the line that he had, which was "Go ahead and try and kill me." After they all dove him earlier, so he was trying to sort of do the mind games of getting in their head and making them think it was a bait. Very good.
Right. More lore. Yep.
They have vision on him. The wolf is there. It's spotted. Palos Bob trying to run away, but Shopify not willing to make the full move for a gank kill here. If they can just farm up the whole map, they're much happier doing that.
You know, making moves means you have to use Ravage and stuff. That can be hard.
True.
All right, well, now they see Skywrath Mage under a ward, and look how just free he is.
Dun, dun,
He's
dun,
just-
dun,
he's
dun,
just
dun,
so
dun. Oh
dead.
god, he's hurting. Oh, the Echo Saber got 4 shot. Oh man, and now Shanks. Well, it took
mech.
5 for him. That was the saddest
Oh,
mech.
thanks. Another ancient stack, guys. That's so sweet of you. Thank you, techies.
That's good of them. Ooh, tried to snipe some.
He got a couple.
You know what was so sad about that mech is it was one of those things. It was like maybe he'll live, and there's just no way. There's no way he lives.
0
At all.
But yet, the king of Slom himself, Palos, the richest on this map, still getting richer. All right, trying to find an AC would help a lot versus this damage of the Lycan.
Yeah.
Not gonna increase his own offensive capabilities all too much, but if it keeps his allies alive and it lets them cast their spells,
That's
maybe it
true.
could be the difference maker.
I mean, it has to be, because otherwise, you know, the other thing happens. They lose.
What's that? Oh,
Yeah.
that's not good. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Problem. Some scans going out there as Paulos farms up what he can, and the rest of the team relegated back inside of the base. While Shopify, I mean, if there's any inclination as to what's going on, Arteezy's on the other side of the map jungling. And usually this only happens if the game's going really good or really bad. And right now
Okay.
it's going really good.
All right, thank you for the update.
No problem. Happy to help.
Yeah. Let's say they're content just farming out the rest of this Aegis here. Under a minute left, so not really worth going high ground. Meanwhile, Execration, they're going to hope and catch them at the end of this Aegis, thinking this might be our chance. Radiance is turned off for Palos. He's very sneaky.
To be fair, they don't have Abed nearby, and they also don't have
But
Arteezy
they
nearby.
know.
But
Like, they're just putting Saberlight in front. Like, go ahead. Roar them.
that's true. The Wisdom Rune just got taken too, so that's... All 6 Wisdom Runes have gone the way of Shopify this game. That's
not a great recipe for success.
well, for Shopify it is.
That's true.
Yeah. Big plays right now. And Execration, trying to reclaim some hold of this game, are going to head on in and take out this Tormentor. So the Aghanim Shard going to be given over to the Techies. Has that reactive taser to add on to somebody. Is a pretty good item this game.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's better than it going to Sky. That's for
Yeah.
sure.
True enough.
Okay, well, with the Aegis down, a smoke here.
Okay.
From Shopify.
And the
Are they,
TP.
is this the ultimate? Oh, they saw Bob on the ward. I see. They're just killing Bob, I guess.
Bob, 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 Bob. They got him. Well, he's going to have to come back to life in a little bit here as a easy gank came on out. They take him down. So, 22 minutes. We are 2 minutes away from Aegis capable of respawning. And Saberlight walking up and getting ready to maybe drop another Meteor Hammer on their tier 3 towers.
I don't see why not.
Pause comes out.
Probably another headset issue.
True. Wow. What a game. Shopify coming in hot. And like I said, I think this has the potential for them to really turn their fortune around in this tournament. I could easily see off of those like next 3 teams that they have to play, coming out of this one really hot, taking the next 2 games today. Like it could be pretty quick for them, depending on how it goes. Might see some switch ups in the old rankings there on the group stages. Depending upon how
the
it
birthday
goes.
boy gets his lichen. Pretty wild.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, where the heck are we going to see more Lycan now? Position 1?
It has been popping off a little bit. I see Tortellini retweet his tweet about it like every 7 hours. I did a guide
cool.
for it. Yeah, it just keeps popping back on my feed. I think my Twitter's like bugged or something. He just keeps retweeting it. He's just like, man, you guys play Lycan. I guess not enough people are playing it to his liking. He's really
Does he have
trying
Twitter
to
Blue?
force it. I don't know. Maybe.
Okay. I'm going to have to look.
All the cool
Here,
kids
that's
do,
how you
though,
get it.
So,
Apparently. 6K gold lead and ready to push in these other side lanes here. A Hex online for Storm would be pretty devastating. Shanks increasing his net worth drastically by picking up those healing lotuses. Is Abed denied?
I don't think that's how it works.
I mean, okay. Think about how many mangoes they're worth. How about that?
The mango to lotus ratio.
Yeah.
What if we could get a little bit of like Stardew Valley, Harvest Moon style?
Arteezy
No, it's
found
okay.
him.
He can just die. It's fine. But you can always escape. This is a fake fight. Yeah, Arteezy just stops moving. He's just like, so like, are you gonna TP or what?
I mean, I think it might be a real fight. Is Paulos
He
dead?
is BKB TP. No, he just leave.
Dude, what is happening?
This is a fake fight.
All right. That was interesting.
That's cute. But yeah, what if we could like plant mangoes and lotuses back in the fountain? Like we could make some little farm plots, and then you could have to invest some income,
Right.
but then later,
I like this.
we should be able to water and grow a mango tree. I feel like position 5s, we don't have enough to do, so
Yeah.
we should be able to just do a little bit of farming on the side.
Look at that. Exactly. It's like, yeah, those other games that do that. And then, like, you have to, look at that. They're growing. It's beautiful. But then they go
Yeah.
away, obviously.
Well, then we could
After
get
enough time.
animals too. We could like get a cow, get some milk.
Right?
Yeah.
Take it to the shop. Take it to the
Filter it
secret
later.
shop. Oh,
Hey,
he
you
didn't
gotta
have
lead
his
it to the secret
BKB.
shop.
He didn't have his BKB, Trent. They
We
find
don't care about this
Paulos.
game anymore. We're talking about farming. If you can lead the cow all the way to the secret shop, you get a bonus. And if you go to the enemy secret shop, you get an even bigger bonus.
That's right.
And that's
There
the
would be an
comeback
exchange
potential.
rate. I like
Yeah.
this.
It's called the cow smoke,
Yeah. I like this. This is all good. These are great ideas you got here, Trent.
I'm just trying to innovate. I'm trying to keep, Dota, they put out the blog from the Valve team. They said they want to put out some
They wanna
new stuff,
work
less
on-
battle pass. They want more
Yeah.
gameplay updates, and I'm just trying to facilitate that.
Taking cows to market update.
Yeah.
It's a mootacular time.
That's their style. You sound like you're writing the updates
True.
right now.
I love this. I mean, it's not that much different than what we're seeing in this game, if we're going to be honest about it.
Look, techies can plant mines. I'm just trying to do something a little bit more positive here, guys. Okay, I'm trying to plant some life in this game. New hero, farmer.
I mean, realistically, that is what's happening right now, except this is like ritualistic slaughter of like beans as they emerge in the world, right? What is a camp if not like a factory farm?
I thought you said beans at first.
No, not beans.
And I thought that was even better. Seller would be like, yeah, vegan. We need more beans. Where's my soy farm?
They got him.
Oh, not the meteor hammer.
Almost. Oh, they got him. They got him. The pullback is there. They have the Ravage, and poor old Paulos.
Oh,
well,
heal?
he stays alive. The greater healing.
Bro,
the
the bait.
turn. The chance. They've gone too far. The farmers are rising up. Oh, my goodness gracious. Chain Frost. It's enough to get the kill on the Lich.
Torches and pitchforks.
That's right. Rise up. You have nothing to lose but your chains.
Wasn't that a Shopify Rebellion slogan before? Hashtag rise up?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Oh, no, arm the rebels. That's what it is. Hashtag
no.
arm the rebels.
Well, they did just that, and now the Rebels are coming for another pass. Put attack spoils in position. I think that's the words.
That sounds
Fred?
good.
Fred, he's in some trouble. Jump in. Bob, they catch him, but Abed trying to turn it. They don't have Ravage, but they have Meteor Hammer. It's a new Ravage. It didn't work. Saberlight might be dead here. Suddenly, Execration back on the map.
Oh, Bob
Easy
lived.
trying to get onto one. Bob, he needs a little bit more time, but it won't come out there in time. But they turn and kill Abed. 3
All
dead.
right.
All of a sudden, Execration, they got access to the Roche.
Actually insane. The itemization to get the nullifier feels so greedy, but it lets them get rid of this Pugna right away. Because I saw the Aeon disc pop, and he was just dead. He's just gone from this fight. And this is the point in the game where Pugna gets super annoying, right? Because he's just running around, he's healing his allies, and you don't win this fight. But that massive bait from Pals, I could not believe he wasn't BKBing. It's like,
Yeah.
he's going to hit it. He's not going to hit. They Ravage. He lives, survives, heals back up. They fight. They're going to get
Dude.
Roche.
The other thing that we talked about here was that Shopify have this lineup that snowballs. It's great. It's good. You love to see it. But what happens if Elk gets big? What happens if suddenly these heroes have farm? Happens if Carlo passes level 10? It's finally happened. They made it work.
They are reaping what they have sowed.
That's
And
right.
I mean
the
it in a
farming
positive light. They've been farming on Execration.
finally made it work. Wait a minute. Weird fight going on. Hold on. What is happening? Paulos, this is the man with the Aegis. They pop everything to try and stay alive. He won't have anything left, so he has to TP out. Paulos getting out of the fight. And now the TP away from Tino manages to escape too. No extra way to break that TP.
But no, there was. Storm had grab. He just didn't get it in time.
Oh.
Yeah, he just missed.
Damn.
It was just a second too late. He got the vision just a little bit too late for him.
I mean, Shopify, you can see it feels like they're feeling pressure. They're pushing out these lanes hard, trying to get position out. But Arteezy going to go get the Wisdom Rune instead. But I guess that they're just going to reset and wait out this Aegis now.
Yeah, I think unfortunately this is just taking a game from almost no chance to a slight chance, as long as they make another mistake like that. But that was a pretty huge mistake by Shopify to commit so hard onto the Alk. Yeah, it is a big swing, but I fear that they're just gonna chill out now and extend this game for an extra 25 minutes, and it's still very hard to change the status quo. But maybe they can do it. I mean, Tide is still sort of a one-trick pony at this point in the game with the Ravage. He doesn't have that big extended damage. Like, you can keep throwing out the gushes and stuff, but is that enough to really carry you through the fights? It's kind of tough versus a BKB Alchemist and a very mobile Spirit hero.
No, it's true. I kind of wonder about that as well. I mean, Storm does become this like crazy hero in these late game scenarios, and he almost has that Hex, which I do think it kind of changes the dynamic too. There's that second form of like hard lockdown that maybe lets them finish off a target. So it's going to be something to watch for. Interesting. The game got a lot more interesting. That's for damn sure.
And all it took was, sidetracking to farming with cows. That's a
right.
sure way to get back into a game, is to declare it over.
Yeah.
Still tough, though.
Perfect.
still very tough. Starting fights is very difficult for Execration, right? Like, look where Saberlight is right now and how many heroes are here, and they can't really do anything. There's a tier 1 tower still here. There's no blinks on the side of the Radiant. There is Void Spirit Nullifier, though. That part is kind of scary. He just, hops in and nullifies someone. That's a good way to begin an engagement.
That tower had, no HP right there, and there's another tier 1 tower down bottom with 17 HP if they want to go take that at some point. But Shopify are doing a good job of keeping all their lanes really shoved out. Wait a minute. Saberlight broke. Stun. Extra control. They need it, and they get it, and they get the kill. Dude. Paulos hitting hard with the Silver Edge.
He's solo carrying. I can't believe he got away with that. You know what it is? This is one of those situations where you're winning the game so hard that you don't have the defensive vision, because you're not expecting the Alk to do this kind of thing, right? Typically, you would have sentries everywhere. There's no freebies like this. No free lunch. This is America. But, these Americans, they weren't ready with the sentries.
True enough. They're in Southeast Asia now, baby. They're playing on Execration's court and ready to take some freaking kills all over the place. Where are they going to go next? Execration, try and push out each of these side lanes. I mean, I can feel this momentum building. They are taking back control, and for the first time in a long time, they have the net worth lead.
Buddy, the rebels are armed. The rebellion is here. They're tired of their oppressors.
Make it happen. Bob gets himself a shard now. At the Aether Remnant. Big hits. Oh my goodness. I mean, again, it's still scary, but the window is opening. They're walking through it on Execration.
I mean, it has to be multiple mistakes, and that is another one, right? Saberlight just getting caught like that. He does have the Blink Dagger now. That's a pretty big upgrade, as they're going to smoke out with it. Do they have a gem? They are trying to buy one on Fly, but he didn't get it yet. This is a bit ambitious to go without it. Palos has has Aegis for 120. Oh, nice sight.
Finds him. Bob in trouble. Hexed. Silenced. Gone. Stun goes out. Paulos afterwards turns his sights now onto crit. Aeon disproc. This is a weird fight. Things have gotten strange. Holding on to his BKB. He is just going to let himself die now. But the Ravage. Wait a minute. Jump onto Tino. Tino in trouble. Oh, just like that. They find him. Nullified and dead. Paulos still under control. Pops his BKB finally, but doesn't have Chemical Rage and all the physical damage. The Nullifier comes out. Jump in from Abed. Catches him there. Kills him off. Now he does have buyback, but look at the big jump in for Vecchies. They don't use the buyback on the Elk, but they did buyback on the Beast. Oh, man. Shopify have completely pulled it back together here.
Yeah, I mean, everything synced up so nicely in the fight that Execration won. The Nullifier played such a huge part, so the fact that they're able to just sight the Void Spirit and end him right away, like, it was a really cool idea to go right for the Nullifier, but he didn't accelerate enough to get more defensive items.
Roar, stun in. Meteor hammer down, connects onto a couple. Bob in trouble, dropping lower. The Chain Frost bouncing back and forth between them. Bob starts to die. That Chain Frost did so much, but Saberlight is going to go down. That is a triple kill for Palos. Hits mighty hard. Got so much gold from that Arteezy kill.
That might have paid for his buy. Yes, it did. He actually ended up 1,000 plus, despite buying back there on the Alchemist. That is crazy. Void dies again once more without buyback, but still worth it. It was a net worth gain for Shopify, an XP gain for Shopify, but the main thing is that it wasn't that much of a gain. They only got like 1,000 extra. They're going to be dead for a long time while these heroes in Execration are farming, so that's going to level out. And Execration didn't lose a Rax. They even still have their next glyph.
That's crazy. Well, interesting things going on here too. They're going to farm up the entire side of the map for Execration. They're putting themselves in a position by taking all these outer towers, getting the Lave shoved out, where if they win another fight, they're going to be able to run down lanes. The problem, of course, is that in the next fight, they will not have buyback on either the Beastmaster or the Alchemist.
Yeah, and what do you think Palos does with this 4,200 gold? I think this is a very tough decision. I don't think he can go for Blink.
Really?
Because he already has the Silver Edge. I feel like he has to do so much in these fights.
Yeah.
He's going for the bash.
Goes for the bash.
Yeah,
I like it.
I think that feels better. You just have to do count on the fact that you're gonna get in there. And to be fair, it should not happen again, right? He should not be able to Silver Edge into one of these fights once more.
Right. No, it's true. And I honestly feel like they need more things from these other heroes, which, granted, they're kind of getting, right? Techies has the Solar Crest. You have Beastmaster that's there for the extra, saves with, Pipe and Crimson, but also just having his inner Beast aura. These types of things to amp up the Alk's damage, it's all there. Palos, putting the team on his back, but they're helping to lift him.
Yeah, with these supports so starved this game, there is no gem opportunity for Execration. They'll have to count on stealing the one from Tidehunter right now.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, smoke up. Both teams going as 5. Who finds what? Good vision, obviously, from the Beastmaster, but it's nighttime right now. Drops down the acid spray. Palos, stepping forward, has the full Abyssal Blade done. Hasn't revealed himself yet. They see the Arteezy illusion scouting out.
Yeah. Bob cannot die first. They need him so bad. He has to blow up these two supports. Because Fly and Crit are going to do so much in these engagements with the current items they have and just the general sustain and frustrating abilities that they provide. And Bob's the only one that can kill him. He has to get the Nullifier in there. He does have a DD, so that's going to help. But then we have this dynamic of when the BKB goes down for Palos and the Scotty that Arteezy picked up. It's a crazy amount of damage on these universal heroes. And, of course, it's a Scotty versus Alk. So it is bad news bears for Palos when that happens. Well,
also bad news bears for Execration. That Roshan, 18 seconds, and they're going to leave it. Does the Remnant stick around long enough? It just expires. Crit goes back in. Does he stay around long enough?
Oh, nice. Nice play.
He drops the Pugna Ward. Okay. So now they see that Roche is up. But will Execration be able to get there quickly enough? Oh, man, they're not going to get there in time. It's not going to happen. This is Roche number 3.
They are aware. He just Frost Blasted a Hawk. So, but how do you actually get in as Execration, right?
Yeah, it's not going to happen. They're going to have to give it up. Huge. Shopify are going to claim the Aegis. If this was a minute long or something like that, maybe it's in a better position. But as it stands, Execration giving up that Roche.
And these items are actually so good on each of the heroes, right? We have the cheese for the Lycan, so you can hard commit in. And then you don't want the Aegis because transformation hero, so you get the cheese instead. We have a refresher shard for a Tidehunter. Don't need to expand on that. And you have a Storm with an Aegis. I mean, they kind of have the 3 perfect cores for a Dire Roche at this point in the game.
That is really interesting. I mean, I wonder if that even plays into thinking about Tidehunter on Dire with Aegis, the 3rd Aegis. I don't know.
It's
whatever the
serendipitous.
case is. Yeah. or intentional, one or the other. Ascetics cap, gain for Beastmaster, and a Mind Breaker for Alp. No tier 4s yet for Shopify, but they are going to take the Tormentor. Ooh, that's a good one for Fly. I like the decision from Shopify to go farm up the tier 4 items, but I'm worried if they just sit back for another round of Aegis and like don't make a move. I mean, obviously going high ground is just so scary to do, but I wonder if you're just giving more and more room for Execration to build up and, you know, waiting on them to make mistakes. You know, it's a safe play, but could end up getting them in some issues.
It's too hard for Alchemist to just solo carry this game, though. You know?
Yeah. Okay.
That's the main issue. I don't think you ever solo carry, unless you're like way ahead. It's just not far enough ahead as an Alchemist.
Right.
So keeping him penned in, it is still going to be a slow death for Execration. I think at a certain point they have to come out. Probably at the end of this Aegis they might go for a smoke play, but I love good.
Currently Lycan 3K in the bank. Got a decent amount on the rest of these heroes. Buyback status, not a whole heck of a lot of them. Transform, jump in, finds him, Palos, Ravage, connection, any save, no nothing. Tendrils come out at the end, and a dead Alk with no buyback. Tino pops the roar, trying to survive through this, but the chain cross bouncing back and forth, and Bob under control. He does live through it. Both of these heroes survive, 4-step away. Carlo living, but there's the refresher. Ravage comes out, buyback on the Skywrath Mage. Abed completely out of mana. They miss on the Remnant though, so they're not able to chase him down anymore. Saberlight dropping low, but able to get out, and finally they set their sights onto these racks, which are going to drop. But Tino's still surviving. Missed completely on the blast off. Shanks is gonna fall. The silence out from Bob, trying to tickle away, but the damage just is not there. Alk still 60 seconds away from a buyback, but they do find Abed. Maybe enough here. He's still hanging on to that Aegis. Low on mana. He even wants to die at this point. But the zip in is there for the connection onto Tino. He pops cheese, turns, tries to survive. Some more damage out. The Hex comes immediately onto Bob. The Remnant was there for the connection, but he's able to jump away. Assimilate, living. Tino trying to survive. Tino doing a lot. Tino punching, drums in of Slamin, trying to survive through it. Can he do it? He's still alive, but the TP away, it's not going to happen. Has to buy back in. 30 seconds for Alk now. They connect onto Abed. They map the Meteor Hammer there. Slowly, steadily whittling him down to death, and finally, it's not enough. 4-step keeps Abed alive. Somehow, some way, that Storm Spirit, he's living. They keep the Aegis through all of that.
That's actually so absurd to it. And there is still a minute left, so with a Pugna on your team, you could get a little crazy here. Crit's going to fill him right back up. I don't know. Shout out to my Canadians who get hit by the carbon tax today. I'll tell you what, it's an expensive day at the pump right now for Crit. You can get an extra 14 cents per liter coming out here tonight. Whoo! It's going to be tough. Yeah, I know. It's. I just wanted to relate to my fellow Canadians in chat. It's a tough time.
Right, they're all up. True enough. As Fly is going to fall, they managed to connect onto him, but I mean, they are so far ahead right now on Shopify Rebellion. Gained 2 sets of racks as Paulus comes back into the game.
He's back for now, but he's gonna find Arteezy. All right.
Uh-oh.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Invincibility.
Yeah.
Oh wait, shout out to Corrosive Weapon,
wait,
which
hold,
he only has
hold,
2
hold.
points in. Hex. Still hanging on to that BKB. Second Hex. Chase. Tino wanting it. The roar. It comes out in time, but the pull and the Ravage connects onto both. Crit steal and Tendrils up the deep onto 3, but able to survive. Okay. Maybe that initiation wasn't enough. Saberlight tries to TP out. They get the bash, find the kill. As Saberlight is down, can they find any more? Arteezy got back home.
Dude, how?
But 3 go down.
It's the only way they win fights is if they just overcommit on Palos and they just ravage for that alone, you know? Oh, their gem is down. But it looks like it wasn't noticed by Execration. So the courier's coming. Secret Agent Saberlight. With the help of something. I don't even... It's some sort of a dire tide thing. Bring it home.
Goodness. Well, they're trying to get them serious damage in now. They have a creep wave. Back at home, Skywrath is trying to pull waves around.
Tino bought drums. He got 7 charges.
Yeah. They're trying to push, trying to do what they can. Creeps alive. Now Arteezy is cutting the wave though. So they actually don't have any more creeps. These wolves.
Oh no.
Doing a good job of it. Although it looks like they might be able to take these before backdoor comes back up again.
Pop the drums.
No. Do it. The drums.
Do it. Pop the drums. Go. Come on. Hit them, guys. Look, Tino's telling them. He's like, we can do it. Oh, they have to switch targets because of the stupid lich.
Yeah. And the Poland, Abed says, no, you won't take our buildings, but they break the back door. They get the creeps back in again. Where are they going? Out, trying to escape, but they're surrounded. Have to be careful. Bob, Arteezy, they're right onto him. They don't have their Skywrath Mage for this fight. Hex, the follow-up, the concoction, it stuns himself. Palos trying to get out of there. Tendrils of the Deep. Does the rest run away? Wait a minute, Arteezy?
Arteezy? He's at a BKB?
He isn't a BKB, Arteezy, what? Oh my god, they got him! What?
Your base. He kind of got in a weird situation. And then there was like a bash and a roar possibility, so he just got stuck.
Oh, man. I mean, after that really long fight in the base, I was like sweating. I thought the game was over, but they might actually be able to pull this back a bit.
All right, if Roche spawns in 6 seconds, then they can do this. All right, that's it. That is the key. All right, guys. So everyone, start praying. Put your guesses in chat. You got 3 seconds. Will Palos run in and see a Roche? 34 seconds.
Ooh. That's tempting. That's right on the edge.
Dude, someone go check. Someone go check. Arteezy will still be down. Shanks is calling for it. He said, we got to control this space. I have gem. Let's get the D wards. It's going to be right when they get to the Roche pit. Oh, okay.
I mean, there might actually be a chance here.
Bro,
this
Palos
is crazy.
He is 7,700 gold.
Yeah, he is farmed.
Dude,
all right, go back
get
to
the
Roche.
wards around Roche. They're going to get it. They're going to pop the drums. Tino has a helm now, too, for scouting.
Yeah. Interesting.
Oh, Alpha Wolf, don't kill it.
I killed it.
Oh, Bob.
Oh, no, Bob. But Shanks is going to see that Roche is up, and they got to go. They have to go right away, but already Shopify, they're coming out. They're trying to take this down, but I think that they get there in time. Shopify, they don't have Arteezy yet. The scan comes out, and they're going to back out.
They're scared.
Oh.
They have an OBS planned from Shopify as well.
Saberlight, if they could find a pick-off here, there might be an opportunity.
Does Palos
waiting
YOLO
for a
Silver
good
Edge?
fight?
Does he just run in?
They don't have vision down. No sentries in the
Saberlight
area
has
at
gem.
all.
Saberlight has gem, though.
He has a Hex also. The problem is that there's creeps that are coming in towards mid.
Palos just got eggs delivered.
They are in trouble.
He just put eggs on the Void Spirit. There's a new silence.
Okay. All right, new silence, not known yet what it is going to be. Saberlight jumped upon, silence is there, connection. Second round, creeps are in the base for both teams. There are creeps hitting tier 4 towers for both teams. Can they do anything here? I am unsure how this is going to work. Execration trying to hang on. But again, creeps in Dire base hitting the tier 4 towers. Creeps in Radiant base hitting tier 4 towers. They'll glyph one time to deal with the creep wave. They don't want to give up this position on Execration.
There's actually no glyph on Shopify either. Theoretically.
I mean, the buildings are falling. Like, they're about to lose a tier 4 tower on Shopify. Jump in. Abed said he wants to make it happen. Bob finds the backline, immediately taunted. Got him for the second. Do they have enough damage to kill him off? Yes! Ogden goes down. Shanks for the jump with the Ravage to try and turn it. They got BKB off on Bob. Palos runs in, has the BKB. There's the Abyssal Blade.
Oh, the birthday boy.
And kill him off. Do they have have enough damage, though. He's able to run away, the fast little piggy. They do have Bob back in the base dealing with the creeps. Nobody dealing with the creeps in Shopify's base. Shanks tries to back away. Paulos runs back in, Silver Edge out. The gem is still there. They're
abandoning.
But they're just in the base. And yeah, Shopify have to run away. They already
they
lost
held?
the tier 4 tower.
So
Oh
did
my
only Bob
God.
die? Only Bob died on the side of Execration, and I think only crit, right?
Unbelievable. Saberlight's still nearby. They have to be careful. He doesn't
He's
have
dropping
Ravage, he has
items.
tendrils. He's getting ready to go in there. They have to break this. They need to be
we get
careful. Shanks has a Hex at the ready, stepping forward, breaking his Blink Dagger, and they're going to give it away. So Paulos will be able to take this down in time, takes the Aegis for himself with the pressure, but the roar is out. Control. They try and go onto one. Saberlight taking damage. Arteezy right onto him. Mantas immediately. Nice to get out. The pull in. Abed finds it onto 2. Can they bring him down in time? Saberlight's so low on HP. He starts to fall, but barely surviving. And the Hex is there onto Baba. He doesn't have the DD. He doesn't have buyback. But he gets away. And he kills him off. All right, mass buybacks from everybody. Paulos trying to take down Artur. He doesn't have that much left in the tank, though. This is going to be life number 1. BKB is back up again. To switch that cheese into his inventory. Pops BKB, tries to get out. Will it be in time? Yes, he barely survives. What are we watching? And look, the tier 4 is on Dire. They're still getting hit. They have to deal with this.
That's a lot of damage. Their glyph is now back, though, so there's no YOLO play here, which is something Execration might be considering pretty soon. Considering the damage they have. Like, they, as we just saw, they still have no stun through BKB, so there is a chance, theoretically, where they could do a crazy push on Execration.
On who? Okay.
Like, Execration could do some crazy push, right? Because, like, they don't have any way to stop with your BKBs. If that tower goes down or if that glyph gets used.
It's true. It's
But
something
there's
to watch.
also a Lich you have to be concerned about, and he's approaching level 25, so that building, you know.
That's a good point. Absolutely. Dude, I don't know. So they don't have Bob is one problem. No Void Spirit for 60 seconds. Shopify, it feels like they need to make a play here.
Bob has played so well with this nullifier. Like, he has done everything they need to try and remove crit and fly from these engagements and try and mitigate everything they can do. He just keeps managing to do it. That last fight, though, crit and fly kind of popped off because there were no BKBs.
Stun,
Oh.
stun, control, in trouble. Paulos tries to bring him down in time. They don't have detection. They don't have it. But can they get down Arteezy? Trying to kill him next. They jump forward onto Shanks. Fire is there. They're hitting the buildings. They're going for the Megas, but they get the control, and he find him, but he gets the Manta. The Manta dodge that we didn't expect. It's not enough, though. Saberlight thought about the Ravage. Finally throws it out after the BKB comes out. Saberlight tries to back away. He doesn't have buyback. Has to get out of there. Chain Frost bounty, but Shanks runs in. The disarm onto almost everybody. Have the follow-up Hex there, disarming. Saberlight blinks in. The chase in from Abed goes for the backline, tries to find the kill and gets it. No techies, 2 minutes. Abed TP's out, but the jump is there, the control into crit. And Bob trying to find more. Saberlight does manage to complete his TP. So a trade of 2 for 1. But the big thing is they take that bottom tier 3 tower.
Oh my god, absolutely ridiculous. It is a timed buyback on the techies as well. He's not coming back for a while. Oh my goodness. This is getting a little bit wild here, folks.
I've been on the edge of my seat for forever. What the hell? What is going on?
I don't know. Do you see these BKBs? Like, the second the BKBs go away, the fights are just complete and utter chaos. Because everyone is so dependent on them right now. Arteezy, especially, as well as Paulos. Like, when they're not up, they just feel like everyone is just moving like slugs. I feel like Tino might need to consider a BKB at this point, because every time I look at him in these fights, he's just crawling.
Look at the graph real quickly. The graph that we have had through this game is just up and down craziness. That's all that's been going on. Unbelievable.
Well, at least it's a healthy heartbeat. That's good. Oh, 3
True.
bounty runes found here by Carlo.
Easy. Oh, and he gets an Aeon disc on Void Spirit. Okay. Interesting. Just trying to stay alive.
I mean, he cannot be caught by Abed, or he just loses, right?
Yeah.
So this is his solution. A little bit cheaper than the Lincolns. He's going to have it.
Ooh.
Doesn't have a whole lot of gold to work with.
They're also going mass halberd. So Skywrath has one. The Beastmaster has one too.
Yeah, that's been helping a lot. And Invis this game, my God.
Yeah. I mean, think about if Saberlight dies there. If they just have like a sentry or anything down. Or if the tower hadn't died. Like Saberlight dies at the start of that fight.
I feel like this game, it has been so mobile. Like the game hasn't been occurring in these like more traditional spots, so we're not seeing these sentry problems that all the Invis heroes still run into these days, despite having like such a bigger map. Feels like sentries are not that relevant.
Are scanning.
And there's an obs here, so might trick them. Will they deward? No, they're gonna leave it. Tactically moving through.
Right now, Execration
now
probably feels safe. Bob, he's going to reveal himself, but they immediately dissimulate to get away. The Hex is there. Immediately caught. Nullifier. Ravage out onto 4. Holy moly, but the turnaround, the save won't be there. Bob went down. Paulo's trying to do what he can. Nullifier onto Fly, trying to take him down at the start. Do they have enough to get him? They will. He has buyback, though. Shanks, the other one to go down. Kino throws out. Couple more stuns from Paulos, but Execration there in a bad spot. The Hex is there. That's going to be Alchemist hitting the dirt. He is gone. 100 seconds, has to buy back immediately.
Tino trying to TP out here. Barely outside of their vision. No one's going to find him there. Oh, what a rough one there for Bob. Like, he goes for the instant dissimulate. He recognizes, oh, they're here. But unfortunately, not only did he get psyched, he got caught by the nullifier. Arteezy was too quick with that one. And that was what he was counting on, was that, like, hey, I might get psyched. I might get caught by this pull, the electric vortex. There's no item I can get that can really save me outside this BKB. I have to try and nail this. But Arteezy had the answer ready.
Now, 55 minutes in, another high ground siege. And Shopify just focusing on buildings. This is going to be mega creeps. No way to stop it. Still 25 seconds until the Void Spirit's back up. They're going to use one glyph here to try and buy some more time. Still not completely over, but it's feeling really hard to hold on to this one.
I think you were right, Miracle.
Yeah.
We need 5 more minutes. I think we need the Book of the Dead. Arteezy hasn't played since 2020. They're struggling to finish the game. He's looking back on those games. He's like, how did I play this hero? What am I missing? I like it. I need my Necronomicon. I need the Dead.
Need it. Gotta have it. Maybe they'll end up getting towards it. I mean, to be honest now, with this type of a lead, granted, there's no buyback on Fly or Tide. Tide has his pretty soon. But it could be a sort of bit of a scary thing if you suddenly lose one hero. They could play it the safer route if they want.
Palos?
Find him.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Trying to find him.
Guys, come on.
Bash, Abyssal. Got him with the stun. It won't be enough. He gets out. That's BKB down.
Imagine.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, if they could force that buyback, that would have been so good. But everyone can't quite keep up with Palos.
A little bit too fast. Yeah, I mean, they had a Hex on Techies. They had other things they could have done there. Would have been huge. Well, 56.5 minutes. And, ooh, that is an interesting pickup. Boots of Bearing. That actually should be pretty helpful.
Yeah, he's trying to get these big eyes. You know what's funny? I was just thinking that no one in this game had Boots of Travel, but there is one person in this game. It's just Crit.
Really?
Yeah, a 56-minute game in the year 2023, and the only person with Boots of Travel is a position 4.
That's awesome. And it's a long Roche respawn time here, too. So we are going to be getting very close to these items. Aghanim Scepter, another one purchased. Who gets this guy? It looks like it's Techies, so we got the minefield sign. It's online.
Man, I don't know. I feel like I would have went Sky. I guess the Lincolns is kind of annoying from the Storm, but like the BKBs are so low for Arteezy. I mean, isn't he like the only one too? Like there's only one BKB. But I mean, you can make the same argument for the minefield, I guess, because like the way to counter minefield sign is to stop moving, and if you stop moving versus these heroes, you're gonna have a bad time.
It's true. It creates a weird dynamic, I think. It's such a big area, too, which can really mess with you a bit. Another thing that's sort of changed since the last time that we checked in was Tidehunter has the Refresher Shard fully done on his own and has the Ravage stun duration too. So he's hitting pretty freaking well when we get into these fights.
Oh yeah,
along
who
with
else is
that Hex.
20? Lycan went for the HAL reduces total attack damage. So what is that at now? Oh, total attack damage, right. It takes away the plus too with 60%. That is kind of insane.
Yeah. Void Spirit's getting close. The next one for him. I don't know if you take Astral Step credit to simulate roots, but regardless,
is
it'll
close
be good.
too.
Oh, he got it. He took the Astral Step crit.
Yeah, I feel like that's what he's missing, right? I don't think you're
Yeah.
hitting simulates right now.
Right. Well, we'll have to see.
Palos.
Gotta be careful. They jump in, they hex. Ravage. Oh, he is in trouble.
Why was he here?
I do not know, Trent. I don't have an answer for you. That one hurts.
I mean, he
Dead
had the
for
ward,
2
and I
minutes.
guess he's just thinking they're controlling other parts of the map, but that seems like a crazy way for this game to end.
Yeah, I mean, and it does look like it might just be ending right now. Again, no AUK for 100 seconds. Palos out on the map, thought they were going for Roche. They snuck on over and instead took away some vision. Tino trying to hold on for all he's worth. Minefield sign down. Doing what they can, but these towers are falling. Need to hold out for 80 more seconds. And I just don't know if it's going to happen. Ascetics cap tries to stay alive. Jump in from Bob. The roar is there too. A good amount onto all of them. And Shanks with the follow-up. Good damage. Ravage for the turn. Saberlight tries to turn it. They connect onto all. A second round. Tendrils of the deep. Hits onto 3 of them. They still live through all of this. Carlo is going to go down. He doesn't have buyback. Tino trying to just beat away into them. But they can set their sights on the throne now if they want. Although, another jump in from Shakes. Maybe enough. The Hex is there. With a save coming from Crit. They finally kill off Crit. And now the jump in from Abed, from the rest of them. They buy back on 3. Trying to make another round of it happen. Everything dropped on top of Arteezy to keep him alive. Tino trying to make it happen. Bob jumped on again. They start to fall. They get the kill eventually. Tino still drumming, still bumping, still trying to kill him off. Crit is back alive. The heals are there. The minefield sign down, but they can stand still, hit the buildings. GG is going to be called. Shopify able to hang out over this 60-minute game. Holy moly.
I just... Bob. He tried so hard. He played so well. So did Palos, to be fair. I'm so awful for Palos right now.
Yeah.
Because this is just one of those late game scenarios that happens and you die and you just think like, what was I doing? Why was I there? What was the benefit of being at that part of the map right now? You know? And then it just ends. That's just it. You had all these chances, these little opportunities. You're slowly getting the chance back, and he denied us a Lycan Book of the Dead, which I will not forgive him for, because that excellent memes.
Man, look at Abed though. 12-1 and 24. I mean, if there's any doubt, this guy can play some Storm Spirit. I feel like we knew about that for a while now. But Execration, I mean, holding out to that late game scenario, I think there is something to be said too for Shopify making the play of going to the Roche pit, making it look like they were Roshing, and then taking the gate through and then catching Palos when he was alone down there. Like just recognizing, hey, more so than going to secure this Roche for ourselves, let's go kill the most important hero that's going to be out farming on the map. So, you know, every rough play there also deserves some praise for the people taking advantage of it. So nicely done.
I mean, that's the thing. It looks terrible from our point of view watching Palos, but like I have to go back and see like what was their vision? What did they recognize?
Right.
Like, why was he there? Because Palos, you know, he's been clutching up this whole game. Clearly, he thought it was going to be a safe play, and Shopify got the better of him. So they were able this time to put down that rebellion and keep their iron fist control of this game in their hands.
God, I forgot that was all the same game. Man, I mean, it's a really beautiful thing to see, though. You know, this Dota being played at such a high level. And honestly, also just played in such a beautiful place. You know, Ayana Estate with its beautiful ocean view, the secluded beach, the lush jungle, and Trent, your favorite part.
The rock bar. That's my favorite
The
part.
rock bar.
I still haven't
That's
seen
right.
it.
We
Send
gotta
me
find
pictures.
out more.
Tag
Find
me.
out about
Let
the
me
rock
know.
bar.
I mean, go there, find out. You know, do a little
That's right.
mission there, guys.
I am going to try and stop myself from just sweating profusely after that last game.
Okay.
So we're going to go to a break, and when we get back, we're going to have game number 2, Execration, try and see if they can even it up against Shopify. See y'all then.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Welcome back, Dota fans. We got a little bit of a break there. Short break as we're getting ready for game number 2. Shopify facing off against Execration. Trent, illuminate the people about what all the craziness was, how it all went nuts.
Do we have to bring it back again? I'm still mourning. So I feel like that game deserves
I thought it was
a better
nighttime.
ending, but it was too good. It got me there. You did
Dang.
too much, my friend. It's currently 12:30 p.m. for me. I mean,
Oh my God. Can I tell you about something that happened
Tell me
today?
about
Actually, I need to close my window real quickly because you might hear. 1 second.
it. Because he might hear. But now I'm just really concerned who he's talking about.
All right, I had a neighbor like lives right over there.
All right,
And-
guys,
and-
shh, don't tell. No leaks.
Don't tell
all right?
him. All right, and what happened was I was out there in my car and we went out, got groceries, and I came back in and I saw him over there. And I was like, "How's it going, man?" He's like, "Hey, how's it going, Gabe?" He talks like that, American.
I got
guy.
neighbors like that. Yep.
We talked for a while, and I was like, "All right, I gotta get going because I got groceries in there. I got some milk. I don't want the milk to go bad in the car on the hot day." And he's like, "Why don't you stop milking it then?"
That's not good.
Isn't that great? Why don't you stop milking it then?
Yeah, stop milking your car. He's got a good point.
No, the conversation.
Oh, I thought he was milking the car.
Now, how do you milk a car?
Well, I thought that was the joke. I didn't
That
get it.
doesn't make
obviously.
sense.
Clearly, I don't say. Well, neither. You weren't milking
doing?
the conversation, though. Were you the one milking the conversation?
No, that's true. I wasn't.
See.
Maybe he
So
was
I
projecting a little bit on me.
Yeah, maybe your neighbor needs to work on his comedic timing. Bring him in. Bring him in. Let's
No.
get a third picture-in-picture up.
No.
We'll get him in here for the panel. The teams are still getting ready here. What's your neighbor's name here?
I don't think I should say it on broadcast.
Okay, just
let's
his
say
address then.
Yeah. Okay. Social. No. We'll call him L.
All right, so Lloyd. Cool. Thank you.
Lloyd. Good old Lloyd.
Lloyd. It's either Lloyd or Larry or Louie. There's
Lloyd
not a lot of L
Christmas.
names.
Lloyd Christmas. Do you know who that is?
I do, but I forget. It's from a movie, right? And his last name is Christmas,
right.
and he hates Christmas.
Somebody know? Anybody know? No.
Just
No,
love
he doesn't.
Christmas.
Yeah. I'll give you a hint.
Okay.
If
Oh.
his love interest worked out, that the love interest, that she would be called Merry Christmas then.
Is this something about Mary?
No.
Oh.
No.
I'm really confused. What was it? Did Santa Claus try and hit on Mary? The
No.
you know,
It's
like
Dumb and Dumber.
oh, Lloyd Christmas. Of course.
Lloyd Christmas.
Dude, that movie's
His
actually
body.
so good. It holds up. You guys should watch it.
It's
if you haven't
really
seen it.
good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty good.
It is what it
pretty
is.
cool.
It's like saying a Fast and the Furious movie's really good. You know, it's the same.
Hey,
you get what you
first
paid for.
one's
What you
very
expected.
good. The Fast and the Furious movies are great. We got a while, by the way. That we're still waiting for the players to join in, so don't worry, we're chilling.
Yeah, we're not actually holding up the draft, believe it or not.
I think Fast and the Furious, the original, holds up. I think that's a really good movie. I think the rest of them are a bit questionable.
I remember the only one I saw as a kid was Tokyo Drift, and I remember thinking it was cool as a kid, and then getting older and realizing it was probably the absolute worst one by a mile. But
Wait,
you know
have
what?
you not seen
Car
the
spinning,
original
it looks
Fast and the
cool.
Furious?
I think I've seen the original, and I don't think I've ever seen another one. I've
Okay,
kind of
you
been
said you
saving
watched
them for my next sea flight. I was thinking that I would just watch every Fast and the Furious in a row and then tweet
Yeah.
about it. I thought
Okay.
it would be really, kind of a good way for everyone to get an objective view on the series.
I think that Fast and the Furious 1 is very good, and I think that there's probably some middle ground because that movie took itself seriously, right?
Right.
And then
right.
it-
It's like the original Die Hard.
Right. And then at a certain
Yeah.
point, they stopped taking themselves seriously. And there was some window in there between when it was super crazy, all over the place, dumb, and when it was taking itself seriously. And there's some sweet middle ground. Maybe 4 or 5 is the best movie ever. Or maybe it's
I
not.
read a thing the other day that Vin Diesel actually turned down a $25 million offer for Fast and Furious 2 because he thought the movie had done it was done. He thought, we ran out of thing with the series.
Oh.
That was great. So he just didn't do the second one. And then he obviously came back for the next 7 after that or whatever. So there you go.
Fair enough. All right. Well,
8,
on
I
that
guess.
note, let's Fast and the Furious get into this draft, Trent. There were
Look
some
here.
people moving around Fast and the Furious last game. The Lycan for Arteezy. And I was talking about this yesterday. If Morphling and Medusa get banned, I think the carry pool becomes a little interesting.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, more interesting than those two, that's for sure.
5
Fair
seconds
enough.
remaining.
The very
Oh, my
least.
goodness.
Dire
I
team
mean,
back.
hey, we already got there. We got ourselves the Lycan. We had an Alchemist. That's our second Alchemist, a hero who I still don't think is showing up too often right now. Let's see. So far, he's at 6 picks now with that one.
Red team
There you go.
Okay. Not bad.
He is
What's
2
the
and
win rate?
4.
Oh,
Yeah,
not great. Not great.
not too great.
Well,
Maybe a different one this time. Maybe some more Arteezy Lycan. Who knows? They do have second pick Dire Side again here, which
10
I believe is the
seconds
same
remaining.
setup as the previous
Dire
game.
team
So there you go.
yep. Everything the same. This time, though, it's Execration that are going to take away the Pugna. So do we see Coddle Storm? Do they give up Pugna Storm to Execration? I mean, I'm asking if Shopify are going to pick Storm Spirit, basically. And
It's a bold question.
10
I
seconds.
think I
Dire
know the
team
answer.
pick.
I think I know the answer.
This guy's good.
Unbelievable.
Team pick.
Bro, you should be a caster.
I should try. Man. Okay. So that is the switch up. Last game, Execration got the techies. This game, it's Shopify.
Choo choo. Who did the choo choo? Abed. He's doing the choo choo voice line after getting Storm picked for him.
Dude,
That's
hold
so
on.
funny.
Seconds remaining.
How many games of Storm Spirit has Abed played? 144 so far.
Radiant team back.
That's a
So
lot
funny,
of Storm
dude.
Spirit.
You just can't stop. It's just forever. Doesn't
is
matter
one of
what
the-
happens.
It's one of those things, though, where it's like, at some point, you kind of got to wonder, like, is there something
10
more? And it's
seconds
just, it
remaining.
never happens. It's just always there.
I'm actually fully on board with the
5
Storm, and I
seconds
always have been.
remaining.
I actually think
Dire
this hero,
team
the fact that
back.
they play around this hero to me is brilliant
Radiant
because this
team
hero
back.
has no limits. Right?
Yeah.
He's the hero that as long as you keep giving him the mana, he just keeps doing the thing. And he has free mobility, right? He is as the crow flies, guys. He doesn't care about barriers or cliffs, right? It doesn't matter. He just zips. Zips all over the place. Zips across the whole map if he wants to.
10 seconds remaining.
So I think if there was one hero that you wanted to really focus on and try and make work
5
all the time,
seconds remaining.
it's a great one to pick. I'm in there.
That's fair. Okay. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Execration, though, they go for one of the better answers right away, right? The 3 bans last game from Shopify were all Storm focused. Ember, Spirit, Puck, and Silencer. So he's going to grab himself the Ember right away. And we also know there's lots of cool combos you can do with the Ember. We like the Coddle Ember, the Marana Ember, the Darkseer Ember.
Ooh, now you're speaking my language.
Yeah. Also, where's Brood? She wasn't banned last game, right?
No,
Dire
left completely
team
alone.
Red team
Decided to
back.
switch up and do that Tide Hunter, obviously. And Execration are going to ban the Tide this
I
time, and
found
there
it.
goes the Brood.
Okay. That was easy.
Yeah.
Well, Tide moving up in the priority list. Some teams have been taking Tide in the first phase. That is the point we're at with this hero. Tundra,
10
most notably.
seconds remaining.
They 2-0'd Shopify by grabbing it in the first phase in both of those games.
5
Felt pretty
seconds
happy about it. Had a little bit of a double or even triple bubble strategies going on actually in both games. They look like a little escape gaming. Shoutouts to Sind, right? Just getting
God.
3 giant ultimates every game. They had Ravage, Chrono, and Wukong's Command, and then they had Ravage, Phoenix Eggs, and Chrono. So
That
Big
sounds
spells.
pretty neat to me. I would be down to see that, definitely. The bans are very, very different this time around, obviously, since we know who each of the mids are. And
Dire team back.
there's the offlaners that are getting taken out of the pool now into Shopify taking the silencer themselves. So this was the last ban out of the last phase for them in the
Yeah.
last game, wanting to take it this time.
it's pretty clever, right? Downside, you have no supports that traditionally support Storm Spirit. You don't have the
10
Crystal Maiden and the
seconds
Coddle,
remaining.
the Pugna. But Techies is very good at room control, as we've
5
already talked about.
seconds
That's extremely
remaining.
important when it comes to Storm, as you can rotate in. You have the Blast Off. It's very spooky. And Silencer is a supportive hero in the sense that hopefully you can use less mana because you're not going to have to dodge as much stuff as long as you're playing around inside of that ultimate. So they still synergize pretty well with the hero despite not being directly mana related. Execration, they're going back to the sky. They're probably going to be 5 again. It went better than I expected. I really liked his gate play as well. I thought that was cool.
I think it's good for like what Execration want to do. It seems very clear that they like putting,
10
Carlo
seconds
on this, making moves around the map. The thing that I sort of worry about to a certain extent is I've seen this support combo lose so many games, it feels like, over the course of this tournament, it feels like. Pugna in the early stages had a really bad win rate. It has picked up over the last couple of days, particularly as it's been paired with Storm Spirit. But I feel like Sky and Pugna together, it creates a weird dynamic. They have no stuns right now.
Get the Palace Void. Oh, they're taking the Darkseer. All right, the combo's there.
Okay.
They see both supports. That's the main issue for those Darkseer players, right? Some support that completely messes up the lane. They don't really have a way to switch that around right now. So instead, they can go for those carries. Mr. Darkseer expert, what are you thinking when you see this?
10 seconds remaining.
There is one good thing about Darkseer in this game, and that's that you're playing it with Ember. I guess hypothetically you can vacuum Storm out of his zip, but now they pick Bloodseeker. This is going to be a tough game for him. I really hate playing against Silencer. Bloodseeker is one of the worst matchups that you can go into. The only way that you can play this basically is if you try and go for like an all-in type play at 2 or 3.
5 seconds remaining.
This lane it's going to be really important to watch the Darkseer's lane through the first 2 waves. If it goes well, he's going to be set up for success. If it goes poorly, the game is going to completely fall apart.
Team Radiant team ban.
Yeah, Bloodseeker, probably the best hero in the game, I guess, at playing around Iron Shell lane because he's just like the creeps are getting lower. He can, he's got the pretty good damage. He's just hitting everything. He's regenerating the whole time. He doesn't care at all. And then you also have the whole game counter of just Rupture. So
yeah,
I guess he is the worst carry to play against this Darkseer now. I feel like he wasn't in the past, but now the Bloodseeker is actually so good, then now it's just so much worse to have to deal with him.
There are a couple of others that I sort of like playing against a little bit worse individually, depending upon what they have as their partner. Because
that makes sense.
But I think that he is consistently one of the worst. There's others that you can like punish, but always Bloodseeker is annoying.
Well, no surprise, they are going to ban out that Faceless Void. You didn't grab it. I mean, you're not getting it now because it's a classic for Palace. It would work really well with the Skywrath Mage. I think that was probably one of the best things. I could see them going a little crazy and picking like a Mag. I think that would be kind of hype. Do like safe lane Mag. I don't think Palace plays that though. You don't really want to pick Alchemist versus the Bloodseeker either, right?
Yeah. No, it's a weird one. Maybe Ursa. I think that's the other type of hero that you love pairing together with Darkseer, but I don't know if it's a good Ursa game outside of that.
They could TA. That's not bad.
Dire team pick.
Oh.
Oh my goodness. Is that a safe lane Palos Ava?
Interesting. Yeah, I think so. Okay. I kind of like it.
Remaining.
It's like a hero that kind of doesn't care about
5
Rupture.
seconds remaining.
Like,
I mean, definitely not, yeah.
It's weird, but it's kind of neat. Huh.
I mean, some carry players really took to this hero, right? And they were just like, oh, yeah, it's really cool. Let's play it. Palos has not been one of them. We talked about Arteezy hadn't played since 2020. Palos only has 4 career pro matches on ABBA. The last one was, it was actually July 10th in 2021. So 2 years ago since he played it. And, hasn't busted it out since. So we're seeing some scrim tactics here, I would say.
Yeah, very interesting.
Or hopefully they scrimmed it at least.
Damn. I think it's another great hero to pair with Darkseer. You surge him around, give him the Iron Shell, let him go to town. There's parts about that are pretty nifty.
Yeah, a bit of a hard hero to draft against in terms of like being the offlaner, because it's not a matchup that you've seen a whole lot.
Right.
So we'll see. They'll just play it safe and just pick Underlord. Can't say I hate that. That's pretty good. It's an extremely good pipe game for Saberlight. The magic damage is off the charts from Execration right now, especially if Palos goes for a Radiance build.
Yeah.
Don't have to these days on ABBA, but we still see people get it occasionally.
I wouldn't mind the Echo Saber just going this game, but I could see him going a lot of different ways with it.
Yeah.
Like Echo Manta, and suddenly, he's silencing everybody and doing all that cool stuff too.
Yeah, that's basically the two paths. You can do like Harpoon builds, or you can do Radiance builds, or you can do both. I mean, it's nice to see Radiance into Harpoon, obviously, because it's still really strong. Once you finish out your Radiance Manta. Let's think here, but it is a crit techies. It's a Bloodseeker. Downsides for Shopify, they are worse at pushing structures this game compared to last game. Then again, Execration are terrible at hitting buildings. I feel like Pugna just isn't the same force when it's support compared to the core. The core Pugna, you knock down that mid tower, I think it looks great. Abba's okay as a siege engine, but whenever I see Ember, I feel like you need a lot of heavy lifting when it comes to taking down towers.
Right.
It's kind of even on both sides, I guess, though, because like we have Storm and Blood on the other side.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I am tentatively optimistic about Execration. It really comes down to me, like, how comfortable is Tino in this matchup? Because I think that he is one of the heroes that, or one of the players that I remember playing this a lot, and it's like very specific matchup based stuff that I feel like you need to know to beat the Bloodseeker in lane. So we'll see how he does. But it could work.
I am very concerned about this Bloodseeker getting out of control this game. Like, if he has a good lane, that is one of the most frustrating things about Bloodseeker right now, is he just gets in the Maelstrom and he just farms so fast. Like, it's absurd how fast this hero farms right now. He's like Alchemist level some games when he just has this free lane, he gets in the jungle and he's just zapping all over the place with his Blood Rage. It can be very tough to deal with, so see if they can keep him knocked down. I'm definitely looking for Execration to make these plays together with Ion Shell and Ember in that, 12 to 16 minute window. I want to see movement. I want to see damage.
Right. Get in there. Battle it out.
You know what? I just thought of a great adjustment they can make compared to last game.
What's that?
Getting a Wisdom Rune in the first 6 Wisdom Runes.
You're not wrong. That was super depressing. They might even get a kill here, actually. Crit's passing by. They saw him on this ward. This would be huge. Can they get him? Crit. Low. Ooh. Whoa.
The Darkseer player and you just had a heart attack.
All right, he got the first blood. It could be okay if all they're gonna do is pull lanes, which I think is the right play here anyways. But the first wave is probably just gone.
It should be okay. I actually don't know. Yeah, now I just want to watch Darkseer with level 1 vacuum.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? The build that you want to go to play against Bloodseeker is mass stats. He needs to be getting into all sorts of crazy stat stuff. And he's already bringing out a Bracer, so he's going to have really high base damage. So his goal is just going to be to out-level him. He'll probably tell Shanks to stay the hell away from lane. And I think that he should be able to do okay and get to level 2 quickly. It's one of the rare times where Vacuum is actually okay, the fact that he got the first blood from it.
Yeah, and he was worried, I think, about a potential blast-off. But, Crit obviously didn't want to skill it because he'd much rather have the Sticky Bomb. But it kind of looked like that's what he was anticipating when he went for that vacuum.
Yeah. All right. I think this is actually okay. Yeah, look at how much damage he has with all of these stats that he's bought into. As long as he doesn't get zoned off the wave quickly, if he can get to a quick 2, then it's okay.
Yeah, they didn't get the deny, but I don't think Arteezy got that last hit either, unless I missed it on the range creeps. That's good. Slowing him down. Fly is going to block out that pull, though. And Shanks is currently out of sentries and does not have one coming on this first courier. So, meanwhile, we got ourselves another Spirit versus Spirit matchup. Bob shifting out here, swapping the palette color, and going to be the red Spirit instead of the purple.
Ooh.
Added some
Up
blue,
top?
you know.
Up top? The biggest play ever? Oh! They get him. He used another vacuum and a blood grenade from Shanks to get the kill on to fly. Dude.
God. 2 kills with level 1 vacuum. New meta.
That's crazy. I can't believe he managed to do that.
It is not something that you're used to playing against, that is for sure. And there's the level 2. Now just take Surge. Be a real maniac, huh? Like,
exactly. Just get stats. Why not?
All right, here's the thing. Think about it, though. Like, he still hasn't skilled it because he's thinking, like, hey, the matchup's really bad because every Darkseer does the same thing.
Oh, right. Yeah,
What if I just don't Ion Shell?
No, there's no way that's good. I don't know what he's doing.
He still hasn't taken it.
I mean, the reality
have a
is
melee support game.
The reality is that he might need Surge to get away from some of these things. And yeah, he takes it.
He's insane.
I'm going to tell you guys something. This is the first time in competitive Dota this has ever happened. I don't need to look at stats to know that this is true. Darkseer about to has level 2, no points in Ion Shell.
Get on stats, folks. It's a glorious day here. The new age has finally come for Darkseer. Oh,
the
I
thing
thought
that's so dumb about this though is he's not even dodging the blood rights with it. Oh my god. Jeez.
Well, it's a 21-second cooldown. He can't get vulnerable here.
Oh, if only he had a spell that was on a 9-second cooldown. If only.
I don't see the point you're getting at here.
I don't either. Yeah, who knows? All right, it's fine though. He's killing it. They got a couple kills. I'll look away now. How about these other links, Trent? What's been going on? Because I've only been looking top.
No, you're gonna have to do that one. I'm looking it up.
Okay. Fair enough.
Know.
Is there a way to look it up?
Yeah, I have the technology. I have the power. Thanks to Dad Dota.
Big plays. Well, in the meantime, we, as you said, have had a pretty even matchup mid, 17-4 versus 17-4. Tino kind of getting zoned back a little bit there. You can see he has a lot of regen going, but they don't really have good control over these waves at all. We're able to get a pretty nice little pull off there. Vacuums again for the last hit. And is finally going to get into it as down bottom, Saberlight taking some damage. Carlo connects for the kill. Crit just going to have to walk off sheepishly. God, it's so bad. It's so bad. This Ring of Health, I think, was pretty greedy. He needed to go another Bracer. Oh, man. Game is tough. I mean, no matter what, it's going to be hard. Arteezy is having a heyday. He is having... The birthday boy is happy.
Buddy,
Abed goes down mid.
I have news for you.
What's that?
In the history of competitive Dota, one other time, Darkseer went vacuum and then Surge.
Who was it?
And that is across 5,387 games and sampled back to 6.74. There was one other game who went Surge and then Vacuum as well. The Vacuum and Surge was Ace.
Oh my god.
Actually, when he was playing Darkseer.
How long ago?
And I'm working on that. It's a little bit slow. Here we go. It was actually pretty recently. It was versus 9 Pandas. It was
oh my
it was
god.
on the 29th. It was 2 days ago. it was in this tournament.
Dude, the new meta is evolving. What can you
It's
say?
time, guys.
Jeez.
It was
Did
not
it win?
versus the
Did he
Bloodseeker,
win?
though, in case you guys were wondering. It was actually
Did he
versus
win?
Ramsey's Juggernaut.
Listen, Tino just knew. He just followed Ace's instructions, you know?
He just went to the most recent Darkseer games and was supposed to be the build.
Surge to try and run away. The slowdown is there, and Tino, going to die. Find him for the kill. Crit. Good rotation.
That's the Dad Dota. Thank you.
Oh, man. Jeez.
I can't believe it was this hard. That's so funny. I can't believe he got beaten by like 2 days. Oh, that is
Almost
tough.
there. Invis?
All
Fly?
right, I'm back in the game now. Fly's dead.
The chains come out and they take him down.
Dire's middle tower is
Oh,
All right, I'm
very
slowly recovering here. I'm looking at what's happening. Look, here we go. Carlo pushing towers as Pugna support. I love this. Getting in there. Oh, look at this damage. Giving space to Bob. Ooh, freebie.
Oh, a chance. Crit. Going to go down. So Bob on a killing spree. He's definitely going to need it because this game is looking pretty rough amongst that top lane. Tino is level 3 and Arteezy is halfway to 6.
All right, now Mr.
Paulos,
Darkseer player. Relax. Okay.
Paulos.
There's other heroes in the game.
Paulos is starting to come online a little bit, though. Getting some pressure there onto Saberlight.
It is funny how he's hitting there, and he's like, do I win this? Like, usually when you get the buff, you think you won this. Oh, crit versus Carlo.
Ooh, crit gets it, but Tino takes the other one. Much needed. And he's going to be able to catch up with those stacks there, too. Carlo, the TP out. Nicely played.
Stop him there, and he's still wailing away on this mid tower.
Yeah.
As Abed is on the long walk home. I assume he did not get the rune. Yeah, the invis went to Bob. So there you go. And that's a 7.5 minute tower taken.
Yeah. Pretty big.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Execration making it happen for themselves.
Tino gets ruptured, but the counter's there.
I actually think that they're doing a really good job of dealing with this. Because to be honest, like, Shanks helps them take the mid tower, and Tino's going to be able to catch back up with these stacks. If they can get them done, it'll be really huge. As down bottom, Saberlight getting chased. Have a lot of damage onto him. Bob is nearby. Execration, they're killing it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And holding a lot of stacks here too. Yeah, like that's a lot of gold. But Fly, he's trying to find something here. There's Shanks. This crit comes over to join him. They want to see what's going on. They want to leech a little bit of this little XP here. You don't want to give this away to Tino for free.
He's trying to pull it to the other side, and will be able to still clear out all these camps, but yeah, Fly is soaking a lot of this. He is loving life right now.
Yeah, he just got 5 off of that as well.
Yeah.
He got so much of that camp. And meanwhile, Arteezy's getting the entire wave to himself too, so doubly benefiting here. That Rupture's going to be back in 8 seconds here too, so hard to step up. Carlo, though, hiding in the tree line. So he's at least still getting something from this.
Ember trying to chase out crit. Doesn't quite have enough to take him down. This is all trying to buy space for Tino to catch back up. Carlo is in trouble. Will decrep himself for a moment. But with the Rupture still lasting long enough, they'll come in and take the finish. 57 and 20 on this Bloodseeker. He is a monster. Crit goes down. Meanwhile, Abed right-clicking onto Shanks. Gets him for the finish.
Yeah, once Arteezy's rotating over there, it's like, yeah, I'm good. No, thank you. Bob will move right back to mid, catch this wave, and he is still top of the board right now on this Ember Spirit, so they need him to make these plays across the map. We were hoping to be joined by Tino with that level 3 Iron Shell. I want to boost up a lot of that damage. It's just like double Flame Guard. Feels incredible. But you know, Tino needs some time.
Bob couldn't quite get that bottle refill, it looks like.
Oh, Bob, come get Iron Shell. Tino's
Gonna run into Fly. Finds him right away. Gets him for the kill, and now looking for Artur. But he's already out of there. Understands the move was coming and will be able to escape.
And they already knocked down that mid tower. It's giving them the space to make these rotations, so they're going to go right for the top tower too. They want to take away the space for Arteezy to farm. Of course, he is about to have his Maelstrom, though, which is really just the main goal of a Bloodseeker getting out of the lanes. He wants to get this Maelstrom so that he farms the jungle like a madman. Carlo does have an Obs and a Sentry combo, and there's nothing here. Shopify not expecting such early vision, so Carlo going to get a great ward down right now. Yeah. This is going to enable these Iron Shell dives coming out from Bob. But they're going to lose bottom.
Yeah, well, they're coming through.
Yeah, I don't think you're stopping this. I also think that he is Iron Shelled. Okay, so he's got big damage.
Onto him. Trying to kill Saberlight. TP's out. Not going to happen in time. Bob looking strong.
Yeah, I was a little worried when we went for the instant bolas, but as Saberlight still tried to TP out, that's what I was concerned about. It did not matter, honestly. And looks like Arteezy bought himself a Sentry, just thinking like they definitely warded this, and he gets that knocked down. So that's going to give him quite a bit of gold as he'll now presumably send out the Maelstrom. Must have been just shy of it when he brought the sentry out. He is being hunted right now, though.
All running towards him. Needs to be careful. Doesn't have the silence for himself, and instead, the chase down, it's going to be there. Gets the rupture off onto Bob, who immediately TPs away. So that's a huge kill. Yeah.
That's the lawnmower combo, ladies and gentlemen. Like, that Ember's just running on you. That was 408 extra damage from Shell. It is crazy, because it's also being amped that whole time there from the Ancient Seal, too. And it doesn't hurt, you know?
Yeah.
Have an extra 25% magic damage when you're trying to make these plays onto a Bloodseeker and slow down the pace of that farm.
Really impressive start to all of this here. And in the meantime, it's also all this free space for Paulos to get into that Echo Saber, try and have it completed. Shopify having to just sort of sit back and watch this happen. There hasn't really been a concerted effort by them to make a move around the map.
And my favorite part of going for this Echo Saber build on Palos instead of going for the Radiance is just being involved. Like, it encourages you to come to the tower pushes. You don't have to go for like maximum farm speed and everything. You actually want to make good use of this Curse of Avernus early and be a bit of a body here for this Ember. They're very clumpy the way they fight. That is one thing, right? Like the Ember, the Abba, and the Darkseer are both going to be like, they're all going to be like forced into Millie's engagements. So there is some concern about fighting an Underlord with that.
Yeah. No, totally. I mean, and that's kind of the thing that they're banking on, I would imagine, on Shopify here, is, you know, Saberlight to be able to be that kind of stalwart force, keeping things alive. We'll have the gate back up in 10 seconds as the smoke rotation move in. So they might be able to time this really well, but instead they're going down bottom. Oh, Radiant trying to catch him as they go through the gate. And
they try to bait
gets
Tino.
out.
Yeah, Tino comes to the tower, starts iron shelling the wave. It looks like, oh, it's just Darkseer pushing out. But Saberlight, TV'd immediately to the mid. They're going to see that and know that he wasn't falling for it. Do they have another smoke? They don't.
Palos in trouble, pulled back in. Saberlight there, gets him with the root. Silence, follow-up, and dead. The mass rotation's coming in from Execration. They will try and find and kill off the silencer here. As Fly going to get ran down and finished. Crit is really low too. Rest of them trying to TP out. Saberlight, he is going to fall. So Execration, bring more numbers and get 3.
That was not worth it there for Shopify. Excellent rotations here. Everyone just ready on Execration because they're making these moves across the map with the gate, right? All their TPs are up. So even though it's not quite as efficient, obviously, and you have to be a little bit more coordinated, using those gates like that means that you're going to be ready for these big responses. And obviously, having the core Abba, you still want to pressure him. You want to slow him down so he doesn't get into this Harpoon for free. But it's a tough hero to bring down. And you're not going to have the best options to deal with that early on in the game. Obviously, there's no like break silence combos that you can just pull out with this lineup.
No, true. It's not something that they have at the moment. Maelstrom done for Bob. 1,000 gold lead, 14-5. The fact that it's only 1,000 gold lead is a little bit surprising, but same token, Shopify feeling pretty, or rather Execration feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, I think that's a symptom of the Bloodseeker. Like, he just farms so well, even from a bad spot of the lane.
Yeah.
And the main problem for Shopify is something we've talked about a lot with Storm Spirit today, the runes. He's not able to control them. Can't get them for him. They've mostly been going to Bob, and he does not have an enabling hero this game on this Storm Spirit. They weren't able to secure the runes with techies, and there's no way to juice up his mana in this mid-game.
God. Blows him up with the silence, the turnaround, onto 2, back wall, back onto 3. The follow-up isn't really there, and in fact, Bob's probably going to die as they get the pullback from Abed. So they trade 2 for 2 so far. Carlo, start running back in here, but won't be able to do anything else.
Yeah, it's hard to keep this pressure up without Bob. He is everything for them right now. And closing out Arteezy was great, but that's a lot of gold going to Abed.
Yeah.
Did he get both of those kills? No, he only got one of them. Man, he got so much gold.
Still just a lot for him, staying alive through all those kills. Playing right this Orchid.
78 because of Bob's streak. Holy moly! Oh my! Wow. Yeah, that's a lot of gold.
Palos ruptured, stunned, Saberlight there, and going to try and bring this guy down. Abed finds the back line on Bob, trying to kill him off. The silence going to wear off, but the huge root onto 5. isn't really any follow-up and getting the heal back in onto Bob, and now Abed, he went too far, gets killed. So Execration absorbing this damage and then turning it back on to
Look at him
Shopify.
go.
They make the move. Another one. Why not? Good connection there, and the save coming from Carlo.
The Surge
Execration.
Palos Ava, dude. He's just chasing after them there. And that was the Orchid reveal for Abed. He was trying to snowball off of that last fight and get himself built up even further. But now, falling into the dirt, seeing Palos run everybody down that mid lane.
This is really big. This Abaddon pick, like, I don't know if there's a single other carry that they could pick that could just stand their ground like that against a Rupture from Bloodseeker. Because they're like trying to save the pull on Storm for when he would like TP out, but they need it to do the damage to like get him to pop ulti.
And then, of course, we are closing in on the Atos for Shanks, which will be the next big thing, because they're not going to have any way to deal with that early on. The Bloodseeker is still not that close to BKB. Abed's really far away. So, I guess they do have a Force Staff. Actually, it's pretty far, too. Yeah, they don't have a good solution for this. This Atos is going to be really nice.
Yeah, it's going to be good for him. And maybe
don't get Atos.
Okay, I like that.
That's my solution, yeah. Op Sentry combo here from Shopify. They see this giant movement, everyone lurking around nearby, Carlo hiding in the trees. Likewise, though, there is still a lingering ward here from Execration, so everyone's in the know about this one, so they're just going to push mid instead.
Try and get something on the map if possible. Bob's hanging out over there. They will smoke up now and go together as 3.
This was Palos' call. He said, you guys, he drew a line. He said, go down this way. Like, go connect with Bob. I'm going to push this tower myself.
Tino runs into Saberlight. Got him caught. Ion Shell at the ready. Vacuums him back into the Mystic Flare. Bob there. Can they kill him? Yes, they will. Easy pickoff on the big old slug.
Abed cuts the wave, but it was still a tower defended by Bob.
Yeah.
Execration really outmaneuvering them on the map right now. It has given the time for the BKB to be picked up here from Arteezy. Again, that farm speed is so ridiculous, but Tino is second on the net worth. What a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, those stacks that he was able to come back and take, it was such a good call from them. Just be like, all right, I'm going to get whatever I can in lane, and then I'll play catch up later with Skyrath stacking them. They did a perfect job of it.
And there it is. Atos with, again, oh, you know what? He's got a bottle with an illusion rune at the very least, so Abed, he's not a juicy target quite yet.
Right.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
No, I will say they need other things like this Atos to like keep people in place, because we saw that last vac wall that they had on 3. Everybody just walked out of on Shopify. There's nothing that they really have on Execration that keeps people in place.
The wall is sick on the Underlord, though, of course, right? With the HP aura, or attribute aura, rather. That's a really nice one to grab.
Well, pressure being mounted, but the 20-minute mark, Execration looking like they could think about stealing away this Tormentor if they want. At least for now, just going to put the pressure on, take this building.
Yeah, they're very grouped up, though, so they're not spreading out very much in terms of the farm. They're not growing their lead that much, but obviously getting these buildings is a big thing. And if you get the Tormentor like this before 21 minutes, you can still get back for your own Loosen Rune. And that is just gone immediately. Oh, that is unfortunate, though. It goes to Skyrath Mage.
What do you mean? The Shield of the Scion. It's so good.
Shield of the Scion.
It's amazing. Wait,
Possibly
they still have their old Wisdom Rune there. It's been fermenting.
Oh, wow. They were actually just so close to this as well from Shopify.
Holy moly. That's gonna be huge. Don't take it, don't take it, don't take it, don't take it. No, Shanks, why? He could have waited 30 seconds and he would have had double.
Yeah, I gotta say, that's a wait situation. I'm usually not down for it, but like, come on. You're coming back in the middle a moment anyway. Oh, zip! Oh, just getting the vision.
God. We are electric.
Oh, they did not stick around to try and steal the Shopify Wisdom Rune, though. Just back to farming stacks. So, Execration have been controlling the map very nicely. Good rotations. They have not grown a massive lead, though.
Right.
The biggest gaps are coming in the supports. Obviously, Fly pretty poor in this one, whereas we got 6K net worth on Shanks, 5K net worth on Carlo, both ahead of those Shopify supports. The cores, though, relatively close outside of Saberlight. He is far behind. Hasn't had a whole lot of time on the waves. They've mostly been going to Abed when he gets the chance. Or Saberlight has to do this where he like throws with the Firestorm, doesn't get the ball. Is he just dead though with Greaves?
Yeah, I think so. They chase this guy down. Tries to get out of there. Mystic Flare. Dunzo. Happens very quickly.
Yeah. I mean, if Fly burns global, you can save him probably when that starts, but you know,
Radiant's bottom tower is
not
under attack.
not exactly worth it.
Shopify well on their way towards another 1-1 finish. That has been their consistent play for Execration. I think they'd be pretty happy getting this 1-1 result if, you know, you come into it asking about that. Obviously,
That's
teams
mental
at the
fortitude, dude.
True.
After that last game, I'm impressed.
Definitely.
Palos. Do you think someone said Palos? You're playing Ava. No reason.
Dire's middle
It's
tower
about not dying at the right moment. Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
We're gonna keep him alive this game.
To be fair, I think that this is a sick ABBA pick. This is like one of the better games for like core ABBA. I'm even thinking about things later, like the Storm zip pull with Ags. You know, if that happens, just same way you deal with like a Mag RP or something, right? Pop ulti on yourself, shield another, easy.
Yeah. He is peaking right now for sure, though. I think that's probably the strongest he gets in the game, right? Like Manta Harpoon at this point. 2 points in ulti.
He's going to see a courier heading by. Ooh, good dodge of it. Arteezy sends his courier the other way so they don't see the smoke ain't coming, and they find Tino immediately chased down. Silence is there. Dude, they layered those silences together perfectly. Didn't get it off even after the Greaves, and now the Harpoon. They're keeping this fight going. The TP in, Tino's going to be back and ready to go. Arteezy, his BKB wearing low. They got a big vacuum wall queued up, ready to go if they can get there in time, but they managed to get out. Oh, and now Abed caught down to the south. He still has a TP ready. Chains back off cooldown 1 second. Oh, it was right there. But they couldn't get him.
And now he's BKB too.
Oh, man, that does hurt, though. That was a buyback on Darkseer, and they only got the Bloodseeker. I guess the Bloodseeker kill is good if they get Roche. Now it's worth it.
Yeah, exactly. You have Abba, right? So free Roche. Just get in there. You can clean this up. Curse of Avernus, absolutely ridiculous. No missed coils here. We got stats and punches on Palos.
Love to see that. So, Ace going to be claimed. The one downside is, again, hurting item progression. They won't have that Blink Dagger for a while. Might not matter because it feels like Execration are in firm control of this game. They've gotten everything that they've wanted so far. And for Shopify, what are they looking to do?
Split. Just split the map. Same thing they've been doing for a lot of this game. Try and catch these waves as much as they can. Delay the push. Abba is looking to go high ground right now, right? He's got the plus 55 damage talent. He has Manta Harpoon. He just wants to hit buildings.
My goodness.
I wonder what he builds next.
Radiant's middle tower is under
The Lincolns, I guess, is pretty good some games, but seems kind of unnecessary versus Rupture. AC would be kind of cool, but that item doesn't feel that great on Universal Heroes that are trying to right-click anymore. It feels like kind of a waste.
I sometimes like the core ABBA building a Blink Dagger, getting like a overwhelming Blink or something.
Oh, that's a great choice. Scotty, of course. Versus the Bloodseeker.
Fair enough.
Universal Hero. Yeah, that is definitely a great option right now.
Abed cutting every wave, Saberlight catching the wave mid. And this is what Execration are going to need to contend with. And I think, like, it's pretty clear their like early to mid game has looked really good for Execration. I am wondering if they're going to be able to deal with this constant split push that Shopify are going to be throwing at them, because they don't.
I'm very worried.
They have one catapult that's coming. They have another wave mid that's showing up now. Execration going to try and force the issue.
I mean, Palace is showing that he is fearless right now. He doesn't have the Aegis, but he doesn't particularly care. He pops the ulti, though.
Ooh.
Well,
Okay.
make sure he backed away, I guess.
Doing what they can.
Bob? Surely he's fine, right? He's getting a little spicy.
Shanks,
Yeah, I mean, he's 3
Shanks
minutes
finds
of
Abed.
Aegis.
Hold on to that BKB and forms the camp in his face. He's still not leaving. Abed sees both of them turns. He has the BKB. The turn onto Bob. I can't believe that just happened.
That's illegal.
Dude, this is why
Check-
they
check
give the
him,
man
PC.
Storm Spirit. This is why they give him Storm. Listen, Abed's home, okay? He's back in Southeast Asia. It's like a power-up.
God, Bubba's so smug right now.
Palos finds and kills off Coral Fly. That happened very rapidly.
Oh my god, that was so quick.
Yeah. It's a lot of damage, man.
It is kind of unreal, honestly. Oh, and he gets a Titan Sliver. Let's go.
He has so much damage. All right, now they do need to be pretty wary of this. No more Aegis. Silencer back up in 7 seconds with Global, but they're going to try and take Elena Brack. Shopify needing to come up with answers here.
Arteezy's thinking about it. He's calculating the blood mist.
Well, I mean, as per what we've seen from this team on occasion, out on the map farming at the moment on the Bloodseeker. Well, likewise farming for Abed, and it's just Saberlight at home trying to defend against this. They lose a melee Rax, but it won't stop the other cores from Shopify from farming.
I guess Basher will be next, right, for ABBA? Because, like, currently, they just have no way of dealing with this. Although, is Basher even an answer without Blink? Doesn't really feel like it.
Saberlight. It's going to go down here. A good chase down and a good kill. Execration, keep it moving. They find another. Arteezy holds on to his BKB and still feeling strong.
I like this from Palos, too. These little mini pushes. They're not full commitments, but he's trying to say that, like, you need to bring back Bloodseeker and Storm. Like, we can't let them keep doing this. And when the Underlord's down and he's not here to clear these waves, I want these structures.
And he's getting them.
He is not stopping.
I think they're giving him up. I think Shopify, Arteezy is farming. Abed finally might TP back himself. He just about has Mystic Sap Gold. But they have lost 2 sets of racks. And Palos just kills off Fly. If they try and go for more, I don't know. I mean, are they actually going to be able to do anything?
Arteezy's trying. He's blood misting. He's spewing it everywhere.
Palos has walked from tower to tower, just consistently hitting them, and nobody has put up a fight.
It's a point-and-click adventure for him. This is just a visual novel. He doesn't have to press any other buttons, really. Just doing his thing.
Ow. Yeah, 30 minutes, 12K gold lead for Execration.
Okay, so how can Blood Mist change this? Just unlock a core memory here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, next time there's a pause delay. I got you guys.
I don't know if it can change it, to be honest with you. It's feeling pretty rough for Shopify right now. And Execration, they're doing what they need. They got Aghanims on Bloodseeker, but Storm Spirit hasn't been able to build that Mystic Staff into anything yet. He needs more time. Jump in, find Arteezy. Blood misting him. He's blood misting him. The blood mist.
Oh, couldn't even force
and
the ulti.
the runaway. Ooh. Man. That is not what you want to see if you're a Shopify fan.
No, they are stuck in a rut of pushing and counter pushing and just like trying to keep these creeps dead. But there's a big wave coming in mid. And Execration are going to go eye it up and they're just going to smoke with it. They're going to hang out with these creeps. Let them know that we're here to support you guys.
Oh. Yeah, they got him. Saberlight, the global, he's just dead. And the TPs are all going to come too late. Every single one of them comes too late. Shopify, I mean, they might lose more. My goodness, they don't have buyback.
Bob?
Look at Bob. He's going into the dang near found. Abed jumps onto one. The save is there. They drop down the wall, but do they have any extra damage? Tino, he's in trouble. Rupture, vacuum back onto both. Trying to save Timo. There's nowhere left to go. Oh my God. Arteezy, he's so strong. You left him alive for too long. The blood is... Never let it be said it's not good, but can they kill him off? The silence, the turn, the rotation, the damage. He's almost gone. He's so freaking low. 1 HP. He goes down to the hit from Bob. No buybacks on any of them. Get over here. A triple kill for Paulos. GG is called. Execration tie up the series with not a peep from Shopify.
What an insanely sick game from the 1 and the 2. I mean, Tino's comeback was great, but honestly, Palos and Bob just ran this game. You know, you have 2 supports in the traditional sense of just like, we're going to sit back, we're going to let you guys do the thing, and we're here to try and keep you alive, throw a little damage here and there, maybe some control, but really getting in their face. Bob, huge comeback in this game in terms of the vengeance. Like, I thought he played so well last game, and they lose. Like, excellent itemization, did great on the Void Spirit. This game, this Ember Spirit, whew. I mean, that was kind of insane. 14-1 and 13.
Yeah. An impressive showing. And again, thinking about what they kind of went for here, right? It was this moment in the draft where they're like, all right, what do we need to do? First of all, take away that root or the sort of gas station from Abed. Obviously, they're still going to pick Storm Spirit, but make it worse when they do pick it. And then on top of that, we're going to take our mid early. So that way all of the good mids don't get banned out. It was a perfect reaction from Execration in terms of the draft. And, you know, if Shopify are going to do the same thing again, just make the game a little easier on yourself by making the Storm not as good.
Yeah, it sounds simple to just say, well, remove the supports that really enable this guy, and he's going to have a rougher game on Storm. But, I mean, you saw it. It is a flaw that has been exposed here by Execration.
Oh, yeah.
On top of that, again, controlling the runes. You got no runes. Not able to play the game. You got, like, 1 haste. And that was pretty much it. And that combination of the Darkseer and the Ember, the classic lawnmower, that was one of the best cases of it being enabled that I've seen. Like, it's one thing to just, like, oh, maybe we'll get a couple ganks of the Iron Shell or whatever. It was consistent. Like, he just kept enabling, and they kept bullying Arteezy. They knew that he was going to be able to recover in the jungle, but they kept chasing him. They had good vision. They were consistently placing those down. Very impressed right now.
I mean, it was really good. And, you know, we talked about it, the weird, funky build. It's only ever been done one other time. Ace did it. Vacuum into the Surge. You know, a very impressive stuff. I'm sure that Tino did some research to figure out how to do it. And I'm sure that he did it to shout out to our BizNet, our official internet partner of the Bali Major 2023, taking care of the research. And they ended up letting him win the game. A good lesson for everybody. You know, research.
2-0 now. Undefeated build. Ace won his
Undefeated
game
build.
too.
Who
Can't
needs
be
Iron
stopped.
Shell? Honestly, you know? You can't even spend mana fast enough to cast Vacuum and get your mana down low, but whatever. They do it anyways. We're going to get to a break. When we get back, we got our second series of the night. See y'all then.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BizNet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
di oven nih. Hai, ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini, Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini, seru. Mau gitu, seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here for another fabulous match of Dota 2. Oh, goodness gracious. Azure versus Bleed. Trent, what more could you want?
It's good. Yeah, lovely to have them back here once more on the stream. Second time for both of these teams. For us, we're going to see a series here from them. So,
Yeah.
As we've got another round done. It's time to bring up the standings once more and see
Right.
what the heck's going on here. Because I heard some teams have been moving.
All over the place, it seems. Obviously, Group B has not moved anywhere because they have not got to play yet. But we did see in that last one, Shopify continuing to struggle a bit. IG are the ones that are right below them. But the Beast Coast move up has been at the expense of Team Aster. So Aster still on the outside of TI invite direct list, wanting to make their way there. And if the tournament were to end right now, they would not be going. Which is kind of crazy for a team that we had such high expectations for, but you got to come out of the group stages. It's got to happen as we get ready to take a look at these two teams that we got here playing in this Group B action.
That's right. First up here, Azure. You guys, I mean, you see the big faces. You know what we're talking about here. We got FI, we got Psalms, we got Lou, we got Chalice, they look pretty solid in our last matchup there. Likewise, so did Bleed. And the one thing that really stuck out in that last game was something that you're probably all familiar with, and that's Ice playing Brood. We had Brood back-to-back. That was GG versus Bleed. Ace one game, Ice the other, and we had a real spider off. So I don't know if the pest control will be out in this one.
Yeah, I had imagined that Azure probably ban that out. And I want to see if we just get sort of a more straight up type of game. I kind of have a feeling that we might end up with like a Morphling versus Medusa dynamic again at some point. But I'm not sure. Like those heroes legitimately might get through.
Yeah, and I can let you guys know that the admins are already thanking the players for being so quick because they're all so prompt right now from Bleed and Azure. So shout outs to our teams. I love seeing that. So we'll be ready to go here on time thanks to that. And yeah, I don't know. Where does Brood slot in? I feel like we're not getting Medusa Morphling.
No.
As you're saying. So I guess that means that we're
I was
probably
saying I
getting
think we might.
Undying Eng techies.
I think we might get Medusa Morphling. But I'm crazy.
Okay.
Because didn't we see the Brood in response to the Morph coming out? Was that, or no, that wasn't that. It was something else. There was something like that, I felt like, where we got Brood and Morph maybe on the same team or something. But I don't know if that ends up happening again. It might not. Even if it's not, I think that you're right that they should ban it. Even if they don't end up doing it, and then we can laugh at them.
Yeah, let's just not, guys. Let's just not have Brood. But there's only one way to find out, and that's to go into the draft because it is ready. The team's so prompt, so lovely.
Love
I want to
that.
show you guys some Dota.
Team ban.
Amazing. Well, Bat Rider banned out, so some of the broken heroes are getting through. Interesting. Pugna taken out of the pool, so no chance to buff up the Storm. Do they take away the Morphling as well, or do they leave it for Bleed to take themselves? I mean,
Already
if they take
spicy.
So if they take Morphling, that leaves open Anti-Mage for Azure, right?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, as well as just the Brood too. I mean, it's everything's out at that point. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going to happen now. I was not expecting this.
You're not expecting what?
That either Morph or Brood would get in. I wasn't expecting the early bat ban. I don't think it's really... I mean, what do I see? Or what do I think of when I think of a bat ban? I tend to think of like Timbersaw as pretty strong. Obviously, it is just a good hero for a lot of off-lane players, as well as the ability to flex it to support. So everything's in. It's just a mess here, and they're going to start with that Morphling. There you go.
And then I think this is Anti-Mage +1, and then Bleed, maybe even take Brood first phase after Morph.
I'm trying to see if Azure have ever... They have actually first phase banned Morphling every game except one, and that was a game where they lost to 9 Pandas. And they didn't even take it when they had first. They took the Undying instead, so they're going to do the GG strat of try taking the Ench and the Undying. This did not work out well. Yesterday for Game Gladiators, they lost to Bleed attempting this. So this is an interesting way for Tianming to take the draft.
So do they take Brood now, or do they want to? I mean, they could Timber Saw at this point.
They pangoed yesterday, Corden's Pango, and then they covered it with the Bloodseeker ban, right?
Right.
And then they kind of subtly did some Brood bans because they got rid of the Storm Spirit as well, which I think was a nice touch. But there's no way. I mean, Azure will have looked at that. They're going to be like, okay, well, we're not going to make sure the Brood doesn't happen. So that's why Bleed are probably thinking to themselves, is it worth brooding right now? Like, should we just do it?
I kind of like it as an option. I think, I mean, this is what I was saying, right? It's even better if they can afford to then just get the anti-mage band out later. Yeah, take it.
This is crazy.
I mean, that's nuts, right? This team end up being able to get Morphling and Brood out of the first phase.
I will trade Ench and Undying for this, personally. But Azure, they're a little lost right now. They're on a 4-game loss streak. They've been dropping some matches here. After starting out okay, 2-0ing Evil Geniuses. That was our first match from them, and I was really excited because I thought it was going to be like my favorite match of the day, and EG got kind of rolled game 1. And then game 2 was slightly closer, but in the end, Azure just took it again. So I don't know, I expected more. Then they 1-1 Bet Boom. Like, what a great first day, you know? And then yesterday was a disaster.
Yeah, it goes like that sometimes. No, it's true. And again, the type of team that Azure is in a very unique situation, because for them, there's no way they can make it to TI. Bleed very much still in the hunt, but Azure still want to get this, like, you know, some money is nice, some sort of, like, you know, getting further in the tournament, getting more experience going into those China qualifiers, all important things.
I mean, to be fair, Bleed, they have to like win the major, don't they? They have to come like top 3 or top 4 or something crazy, and other things have to fall into place for them to make it. I think.
I thought they had more points than that.
Well, they only have 500 because all they've done is win the last season, right?
I think depending upon the results, then they can get in with the 300 from being in 8th place. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Is it 300 for 8th? Oh, man, yeah. Then I'm all right. Well, then I mean the cutoff right now is 760, but then it goes to Beast Coast and stuff. Blah blah blah. It all depends on how the other teams do. They got to go pretty far. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah,
I guess.
Fair enough. Further than they are at right now. That's for dang sure.
Yeah, 300 top 8 is correct, and then it's no points. So
yeah.
Really, 5th, 6th, 400, good. That might feel safe with 900 points, but yeah, they got to go far. They steal Corden's Pango. The classic hero versus the Broodmother feels pretty solid at most stages of the game. I like that decision.
Now, I think it's a weird situation in a way because while these heroes are really good, I think Bleed need to sort out their lanes a little bit.
Ember Spirit.
Oh, they're going for the Ember. Okay.
They'll take that matchup first. We'll have not last overall pick, which is a little bit concerning.
I mean, they're just getting the safe heroes, right? Because they're just saying, like, Ember's relatively free at laning. Like, they're probably not going to swap this Pango to Chalice. So I'm not too concerned about getting counterpicked. This looks pretty solid for Bleed right now.
Wait, am I
not
crazy?
Get Bloodseeker. That would have been kind of funny. What?
Why is so the last pick out of the last phase is then also gets the last pick in the last phase overall? Right. Okay. My brain is broken
good
for a
about
second.
Being second. Yeah.
Well, so the reason that I have it weird is because I'm used to the things being switched because Radiant, I feel like, usually has last pick. Or Radiant usually has second. First pick overall.
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
So why did that happen?
That's just where we went. I mean, in the choices, obviously, it was a little bit unexpected, this one.
10 seconds remaining.
To see the breakdown here. But they go for a classic combo. It's just Ember and Mirana. DJ Mirana, possibly. Could also just be for Dubu here, as they'll have some choices going near the end there. And I would like to see the Dubu Clockwork, though, right now. That looks pretty hype. But Mirana is sick this game. Synergizes very well with the Ember Spirit. It's really good versus Enchantress, because obviously you can just arrow the creeps. It's a little bit of an overrated counter, I'll say. But it's still there. And then you can jump and hit the Tombstone, too. So just a super solid Mirana game. Other choice would have been Crystal Maiden for similar reasons, but she got banned out. Azure are going to pick up the Alchemist here. Okay.
You know what? I think I figured out why it's all funky and weird like this. I think Bleed are the ones that made this draft strange by either securing that they were going to take first pick. In choice, they took first pick over second pick because they had this idea of being able to get the Morph and the Brood together, or Brood better on Dire, maybe.
I think that I think it's just your first one, yeah.
Okay.
Because they know they're going to get Dire if they take first pick, because most teams are taking Radiant right now.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
Chalice heroes, there's still Spirit Breaker. I think that could be kind of cool, like do a core Spirit Breaker versus the Brood, but that has its own risks, obviously, because then you're very one-dimensional, and you don't really have the pacing with some of your allies, like move around the map. You don't have the best synergies and stuff. The Beastmaster is still in. Also, an okay hero. Is Timber still in? That's kind of surprising.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that, I guess, do they want to play that against Bleed, though? With what they have? I feel like
it's pretty good.
Okay.
I mean, it's into Brood, it's gives you something at least.
That's fair. They all look very mobile heroes to me is the one thing, and I always hate playing Timber into mobile heroes. It's like hard to lock them down.
Guess I'm kind of thinking about like buying time and stuff and like slowing down the Brood pacing so my Alchemist can play Dota.
Okay,
like
that's
with
fair.
With the Tide ban, same idea.
Right.
Axe, Chalice Axe, that's a classic. That'd be kind of hype. Versus the Morphling too. Ooh, spicy.
That's crazy.
Old school. You go Brewmaster and you just dispel the spiders.
Right.
Ults and farm them. Dispel the Flame Guard. Yes, it's a brew game.
All good things. I just want some more lockdown control, so I like the Axe maybe. I don't know. Maybe actually Darkseer is not terrible here. We did just have a Darkseer game. I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, similar reasoning. Yeah, it's not too bad actually. There goes the Beast. Definitely the easiest of the heroes left to play, I would say.
The
and then
Beastmaster?
then we're probably getting. I don't know. I'm having a hard time deciding between a DJ hero. I think all DJs is going to play the Mirana, and they'll just pick some like decent 5 for the game. We saw the Dubu Phoenix yesterday in their win. That was pretty nice.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Last ban. They have a lot of reserve time left on Azure.
I feel like the clock doesn't work that well versus a lot of these heroes. But that would be a classic like melee 5 to play with the Morphling that Dubu likes.
I wouldn't hate a Spirit Breaker either.
It's not too bad, actually.
Yeah, any of those melee brawlers. Get in there. Start punching people.
Or you just play it safe with a 5, which is also kind of fine. Like they get like Lich or something,
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I mean, I think that the ones I was talking about, I think you could play at 5 too.
Yeah.
Spirit
No, I
Breaker.
know, but I mean like a real 5.
Okay.
Not like a Clockwork Spirit Breaker. Like I mean, Clock's
Yeah.
okay as long as the matchup's good, but you don't know what the matchup's gonna be. They can counterpick around it.
Yeah.
Whereas Lich is just like always gonna have a good time. Pretty safe. And limits some of the picks that you can go for. Like over the snaps, and then they actually keep their options open, so they have flexible choices here between the Mirana and the snap. One either can be 5 or 4, depending on what they like. And
Give me my
Chalice has a lot
Darkseer.
of time to decide here, though. You want it?
I want it. I think this is a good Darkseer game. Give Iron Shell the Pango and Alk. Surge Alk around. Let him punch people hard. You get illusions of Morphling and Broodmother.
Do my eyes deceive me? Chalice played Nature's Prophet yesterday. No wonder they lost.
Oh my god, that's terrible.
That's crazy. He tried to go Spirit Vessel Nature's Prophet versus a Morphling. That is bold. I will give you that. Very bold. That's a hero we do not see. He went Spirit Vessel, Blade Mill, Ags.
And he definitely lost. Wow.
Yeah. That's a little wild. But yeah, he's going for the Legion. So there's that lockdown, some control with the other bands coming out. A classic versus the Broodmother as well. So not bad, considering how early the Brood was there. Legion making it all the way through and not getting banned out, despite being one of the more classic ones people imagine. At least they got that going for them here. But I got to say, I am liking what Bleed have put together here.
It's really good. Well, after our ABBA game that we saw just a second ago, there have now been 33 heroes that are left that are unpicked. No new ones in this draft, all things that we've seen before. The heroes that are still left to be picked, by the way, we've got AA, Arc Warden, Bane, Bounty Hunter, Centaur, Chaos Knight, Dawnbreaker, Dazzle, Death Prophet, Earth Spirit, Earthshaker, Grimstroke, Gyro, Jakiro, Lifestealer, Mag, Night Stalker, Nyx, Ogre, Oracle, Outworld Destroyer, Phantom Assassin, Sand King, Shadow Shaman, Slardar, Sniper, Spectre, Sven, Train Protector, Vengeful Spirit, Warlock, Weaver, and Wraith King. And I memorized all of those, actually. I didn't even just read them off of the thing right in front.
So talented, guys.
Thank
Is that
you.
with a helpful mnemonic device?
Yes. That's what the device is.
Perfect. Yeah, okay, that's an acronym, I think. So. Yeah. Whiz with it. This game.
Yes.
Will they be able to kill the spider? That will be the question. The last game, he went deathless. And then immediately after, Ace went deathless. That was our last experience with Broodmother on this stream. In both games, the hero did not die, took over the tower early, and completely dominated the other parts of the map. But those, if I'm not mistaken, were both Radiant side Broodmothers.
Right.
So instead, this will be the Dire side. But all the same things can happen. Why does the Dire side look so much nicer to control, though? I guess because of the camps, and you move in, and it feels a little bit nicer to farm. So I do think that the Radiant side Brood's a little bit nicer. So a fresh experience for us here with the Dire Brood.
Let's enjoy it together, Trent. Let's head right on in and enjoy this wonderful time seeing Broodmother. That's what everybody wants, right?
Yay!
Okay.
Wahoo!
Wahoo!
Thanks.
There it is, right there. Is that candle wax?
Yeah, it is.
It's a
On top of
pumpkin.
Yeah.
What
The
is
stem
that
dragging
set?
behind like a ninth leg.
I have not seen that before.
He used it yesterday.
What?
2 days ago.
To battle.
Yeah. He's wearing the
I
same
wasn't
one.
watching. My bad.
Clearly.
All right. Well, we'll see how it goes for him today on the old Ice Broodmother show. DJ gonna try and get off to a hot start playing on the Snapfire, giving some supporting fire as all of Azure Ray up on the cliff. Do they manage to take some away? Ooh, Chalice.
The battle
Sneaky,
begins.
sneaky Chalice. Yeah, he's gonna get zoned out there. So it will be Bleed. Taken 3. Lul only got the 1 on the poor old Alchemist. DJ. Oh, DJ! Wait, he missed! I can't believe he missed.
Easy.
I can't
Easy
believe
live.
he missed.
Oh,
I mean-
love an uphill miss.
Does DJ even want to be alive right now? Okay, he's going to salve and head back out to lane. Yeah, he's fine with this then. Okay. Huge.
I mean, they use Blood Grenade too, so that's more space for Jackie up top.
Yeah, fair. Damn. This one will be interesting to
Dubu
watch.
already securing the range creep with the arrow, the classic.
Yep.
But you can see how fast Jackie has to morph back down here and just work things out with the old regen. It is a bit
Down bottom.
hazardous.
DJ. Oh my god, DJ planted a tree and then Lul ate it. I think he was trying to drop a tree so that way he couldn't hit him with the stun, but that obviously did not work. Still secures a range creep there.
Oh, he got the Tango, eat 2, not even the Quelling Blade?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. That's excellent. That's a lot of regen.
Lul is very happy right now.
God. Undying is just such an annoying hero. I feel like nobody's happy about this. Up top, a little bit of space between the two. The camp is currently unblocked.
Yeah.
So Dubu might need to get a body block in there. Has Awe, Sentries, Tango, Salves. It's going to be a very pricey courier coming his way as he throws another arrow to secure the range creep. Just wants to keep FY away from these creeps in that jungle camp. And with 3 leap charges, I could see him just like leaping in and going for this. He's going for the pull. Will he leap down and block? No, he's going to let it spawn.
Okay, so that one will be open. There is a big wave coming in, though, so maybe he's trying to pull for his own wave off of it. There's a chance at least. Taking a look at mid, I was a little bit further ahead for Corden, who's going to try and go for a snipe there. No. I thought he maybe would try for a sleight of fist, like bottle steal. But
I think it was just too short.
Yeah.
Look, he was close.
Still, a good start for Corden. 14-0 versus the 10-1. He's looking pretty up right now on this Ember. FY chased away. Dubu connects it over.
Yeah, it can be a career takedown here from DJ, though. It was empty as the concoction is balanced. Ice gets the juke into the tree line. But DJ's not moving over in time to help out. It was close to maybe turning into something, but now they're just going to salve up on Lou.
More definitely having a better time at this point than the Alchemist on the opposing side. It's been pretty free with Dubu's solid supporting going on and not really any big pulls getting off from Chalice.
Yeah, at least with the Undying, of course, he can sort of sacrifice all of his net worth into consumables. Just keep the Alch going so that Lou doesn't have to buy any.
Yeah.
But, yeah, still not having the easiest time farming. And unfortunately for Azure, not able to pressure too much onto Jackie. Despite, like, having this camp available, they're not really getting the damage. Chalice is farming just as well, though, at the very least.
Yeah. No, that is definitely something that's going good for them. This Legion commander is having a good time of it. As Somnus taking a beating from Corden in the mid lane, they're going to even glyph the wave mid, so that way Corden can't get to the water rune in time. So instead, he's going to have to head off to get the bounty.
Yeah, and there's no punish here onto Lou. In fact, TMing TPs because he knows that they're going to try something on him, and instead, they're going to get aggressive. This will just be a harassment play onto Ice. They're not going to get this kill.
Good damage. The blood grenade even forcing him back. So at the very least, he's not comfortable farming these creeps. It does not feel great for Ice right now.
It's a bit of an ambitious blood grenade, I feel.
Nice. Yeah, but still, some good pressure and another round of it too. DJ is who they're going to go on instead. Throw out the stun, not able to do that much. And they're making these last hits a lot harder for Ice, who now has turned and decided to fight. And, well, they immediately take down that tombstone. DJ getting very low, dropping the spin web, but Ice can't get close enough in time. And it is just going to be Ice dropped. Yan Ming with the first blood.
That's huge. I mean, DJ even sacrificing the cookie, right? In this classic matchup versus the Undying. He goes in the lane, he keeps the point for the little shredder just so he can handle this tombstone, and they still get killed, and you don't have the offensive potential of Fire Snap Cookie early on. That's one tough thing about this matchup. Sometimes you'll see Snap get picked versus Undying, and they still don't get little shredder to like level 7 or like 8, you know?
Right.
Because you just really don't want to give up the burst damage that you have, and it feels like Tombstone, maybe doesn't have the most impact in the laning stage. But that hurts to drop. Meanwhile, in the top lane, though, if things are going well for Azure at the bottom, top has been pretty nice. I've been watching Chalice just run around here. He has the early chainmail, a couple of gauntlets, and he is just in this small camp. He's farming it up. He's interacting with Dubu a lot. Unfortunately, he just lost his courier. That wasn't great.
No.
But he is staying in their face and getting that gold to try and get this early blade mail up.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to be able to really put that much pressure onto Jackie in terms of denying out the Morphling farm, but at the very least, he's getting his, which is what you want to see if you're a Legion. Dubu forces back FY. Should be able to secure that bounty rune. As FY gets it, and damage. Seiss turns to fight. Wants to do what he can. Getting the lifesteal off of that insatiable hunger. It's going to wear out pretty soon, but he gets a little bit of separation. Another stun connects and dodging. 25 HP. Seiss finds his way out of there.
I actually can't believe he survived that, considering the movement speed to health ratio thing, you know?
Yeah.
It was wild.
Oh my god. They find him! John Ming caught sight of him. God, that was such a big wave coming in too. Although DJ gets it now at least, but I mean,
or
might
does he?
get bullied?
Because it's 7 minutes. They want the wisdom.
Tries to go
Tianming's
for it.
going for it. He
DJ.
Tomb this.
Oh, Corden right there too. And Cookie got him. Now
So many units.
that does mean that the Wisdom Rune is going to be given over to the mid and not the supports, but it's still probably fine.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? You know?
Yeah, I mean,
There's
for
something to be
Enchantress,
said about that.
Or not Enchantress, the Mirana not feeling great about it. Well,
At least he didn't drop Tombstone and give up that bounty too, because there were way too many heroes for that to be intimidating whatsoever.
right.
He's gonna play Courier now and bring some boots down to Lu. And Lu, I imagine, is gonna be like, could you go do something else maybe? Oh, sorry, those weren't Lu's boots. He was going mid for Somnus. He is filling a bottle. Because, yeah, he actually does not want him bottom at this point. He still has a level advantage over Ice's Ice, so it's not too scary. Ice won't hit 6 first. That's definitely something that could go awry, is if he gets the nuke, but... Oh, mid! Look at that damage!
God. And he gets a shield rune. So the regen will be there. It's Corden switching it over and coming back to lane. DJ tries to get away up on that high ground and manages to TP out. So nicely played by DJ to stay alive.
Top.
Can they get him?
Oh,
yes, they will.
hand it
Not.
over.
Wow.
Wait.
Blood grenade? Dubu following through. Corden. It's slowed by the clap, but Dubu gets the double kill. Dude, Dubu is cooking. He's got arcanes.
I can't believe he didn't get the duel.
That happens.
I thought for sure that he was gonna at least win that. Trying to find the end of it here in the yeah, well, there you go. Tough stuff. Lucky for the lead at the very least. So Chalice's first pressure doesn't go too hot. Still second in the net worth, but of course now Morphling is down bottom. Lu and Ice's Ice continue to battle out. Ice very close to 6.
Look
Not
at
quite there.
Corden. Oh my
And
god.
Somnus too. He's lurking.
This is a big stack of creeps being taken in the meantime. If they can connect on Ice, this is good, but the fact that they're all just sitting there and they farmed up like it was almost a 5 stack, I think, from Bleed. It's pretty nice for the Ember.
Yeah, Somnus was really hoping that Ice was going to get aggressive there. Like, he was waiting for him to hit 6, start bullying the Alchemist. He was going to go in for the roll, but doesn't find it, so he's just jungling his way back to mid. It doesn't mean that FY is catching the waves mid, but they also are seeing this ENG do this and think like, okay, Pango is looking for a play. You know, he's not going to jungle the same way as an Ember. And now the rune.
Oh my god, he takes it. The haste stolen away, and now wanting to make some play happen. Gordon out there almost got enough, but not quite. Wow. Nothing has gone Somnus's way over the last couple of minutes. He has really just been stuck.
Yeah, they have a ward that is spotting where the Ember is moving, but they cancel their plans and they start rotating back towards the mid lane instead. Again, another ward will see this.
Yeah.
So Somnus hopefully won't get caught. He might get cookied though. Oh.
Nice try. Root. Arrow. Oh, he walked back into it. Do they have the damage, though? It's hard to get the kill. And in the end, he will go down. DJ brings down Somnus. I mean, all this time is pretty huge for the Alk to sort of be free farming, but you can't afford for it to be only the Alk with farm in this game.
Another cooking out of Chalice here, mid. Oh, the ulti. Oh, all right. Relax, DJ. Relax. I mean, I know you're the guy, but like, come on.
A little bold.
Little bold. A little crazy right there.
Well, still a ways away from the Radiance, but you can imagine Alk would love to feast on those spiders if he gets a chance.
We'll have to see if FY can get it under control again here, too, on this Enchantress, though. The last match we had with him, he was getting farmed, getting some space, chucking out some big empty shots.
Yep. Well, he's not going to get
properly
farmed like
cursed
that.
him.
Yeah. Jackie immediately kills him. And Ice able to run away. No concoction stun. Jackie keeping this catapult alive as the next creep wave comes in. Bleed is putting pressure everywhere. And more stacks.
Corden definitely
looks
looks like the big problem too. Like, I'm like scared to be fighting this Ember right now.
Yeah.
He's almost level 10.
Tower is under
He's just looking like he wants to run this game. He's feeling very confident in his moves.
tower has fallen.
This is looking like a good game for Bleed. This is exactly what they needed to do. And there really has not been a response from Azure. Everybody's just kind of AFK farming, no moves around the map. They seem kind of stuck.
That's okay as long as they don't lose bottom. Like, as long as Lou can just sit here and do this, this feels pretty good. Unfortunately, that time is coming soon, right? I just imagine a rotation is going to come down from Bleed. They're going to sweep through. They want to get this tower. Lou kind of senses it as well. And you know what? He doesn't even need friends. Ooh. Ice tries to do it on his own, but then he loses all his spiders. So maybe he should have brought some friends.
Yeah, maybe. Let's set one of those out. Mid lane starting to get pressured a bit. They're still smoked up on Ember and mid. Tianming, a tasty target if they want to go on him. A 13-minute Lincoln Sphere as they immediately find Tianming. Gonna take down that zombie house. Not quite, actually. Somnus makes the move over. They bring in Lul, too. So Dubu dies, but they bring everybody. And they gonna take this tower?
Yeah, they lose bot the spiders because of this.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get some good damage in, but the Sleight of Fist, Lou is dropping lower and lower. They have to back out.
He only has 5 armor, dude. That is scary. Versus the Orb of Corrosion.
I mean, they're going in Orb of Corrosion. It was a medallion on Snapfire, and then also he has a Maelstrom at 13 minutes. Like, I think Azure, they're coming on too quickly for Bleed. Holy shizzle whizzle. That's another 4 stack of Ancients.
Chalice's blink is going to be when they have their next moment here to try and get aggressive. Try and go in, smoke up, jump somebody, drop a tombstone, and take that mid tower. That would be the best possible situation, I would think, for them right now. Of course, lose Radiance is also the next big one, but I think you can go make some plays without him right now. Just use Somnus instead with the Diffusal Blade.
Man,
Jackie is a looming threat, though. He's really looking hot this game. He's got himself this Lincoln Sphere, so he's going to be really hard to handle, right? Because they have duel, and that's kind of it. That is their big control. Unless you're going to hit these bounces over and over, he's not going to die during a concoction. His armor is ridiculous anyway, so the damage from Lou is not really threatening.
No, I mean, this is a game where Lincoln's is done for Morphling and almost Aghanims before Lou gets Radiance. Maelstrom done on Ember into Lincoln's. Like, they're so farmed on Bleed. They're behind 4K with an Alchemist. That can't be good.
Possibly the most annoying. Oh, here's the big smoke, though. This is the blink. This is what we're waiting for. The blink into duel, into tombstone, take mid tower. But they know what's coming. If I know what's coming, they do. Oh, the leap.
Dubu. He does die to the duel. So they managed to get that. What can Azure get with this? Can they take down this mid tower?
Tianming raised the dead.
It doesn't look like it. They don't feel confident with it. No more duel.
It's too scary versus Snap. It's too free of a take. Meanwhile, down bottom, Chalice jumps on him, but he has no duel. He's just bluffing. Ice knows it.
Ice just turns to fight, says, fine. Take me. Corden backs away. They are still incredibly farmed, like you're talking about, for, the Pango, the Legion, and the Alk. Need that Blink Dagger, though, for Lul.
I feel like they missed a bit of a window on Bleed, where Corden was really strong, had a big level advantage. Dubu was kind of rolling. I thought I was going to see some more like smoke throughs and plays and syncing up with the Broodmother, but they've really left Ice on an island, which can be good, but I feel like they could have just like flexed their power a little bit more. I feel like they could have actually bullied Lou
Right.
To try and weaken him even further. But because the way they're playing instead, it has made it easier for Jackie to get this lead, I would say. There's less risky moves across the whole map. Things are more stable. The little bits of pressure that they're applying in its places are causing smaller movements, so that it's less likely that Azure are going to do some big thing. And they're going to run right into Tianming, grabbing an Observer. Observe this. Watcher. Damn it. Watch this. Oh, that would have been so much better anyway. Right.
Watch
Next
this.
time. Yeah, that's it. That's like a Disney movie or something.
They do manage to kill Ice down bottom with the duel. Does not get the victory fully there, but they bring in more numbers, and so one objective taken and the spider being squashed, but another being taken and Bleed getting another tower. No towers taken yet for Azure.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
You just had to say it, huh?
What's that?
He just denied mid.
Oh, yeah.
So there's one.
Yay.
There's the Battle Alk coming online. So we got Blinking Alk, we got Blinking Legion, and we have Mantapango. He's not going for the Blink. He's going to leave it to those two. He'll just follow up instead. Well, we'll see. You know, maybe he just goes back for the Blink. Maybe they get a little bit crazy right now. As the Pavis is picked up here from Dubu. As he fires an arrow into Roche. As he said, he can hit with his eyes closed. He's that good at Mirana.
An early Solar Crest into a Roche take, and it's not that quick, though. Now with Ice getting here, it'll go a little bit faster. But Azure wanting to instead pressure down bottom with Skelly Army, which is coming in fast and furious. Another great movie that we talked about earlier. As they will glyph it. But Aegis on Jackie. And he is 267 gold away from that Aghanim Scepter.
It's coming up fast. What are the main benefits of the Alchemist or the Aghanim Scepter this game, guys? Well, he's gonna ruin their one big hero. That is definitely true for the Alchemist. But even just like Chalice, right? I feel like Chalice is kind of the hero who you're also a little bit concerned about, and he's gonna be more in your face. You can ruin his life. Pango is of course a universal hero. And they're not really going to have any way to deal with this because they're not getting Lincolns early. And even Lincolns isn't a safety net from the Ags.
Oh. No, it's not. Trying to play around their vision here, though, Azure, and they are going to head into a good spot. Arrow comes in from downtown. Doesn't manage to connect. They obviously had Chalice for the press the attack after. And now start to head forward. Moonlight Shadow drops it down. Ooh! With the jump away. They will not see him stun himself. Actually, they do have a ward down. No, they have a ward down. They see this, but it's nighttime. He doesn't see that there was a ward there. They jump forward, want to get onto Lul. They got him. Arrow, everything dropped. He is gone. Just like that.
I will say that press the attack was insanely well timed by Chalice. You see that? It was like, it's like the arrow didn't even stun him.
Yeah, it was good.
That was kind of crazy.
Well, Bleed in a pretty good position right now with Aegis in hand. What can they do with it?
Oh, well, lose somebody.
Dump in, get the duel win.
Bit greedy there.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with like
Jackie. Huh. He's playing it pretty safe here, huh?
Yeah.
Like right for the BKB after. He's just being a nuisance this game. I like to see him copy into the Pango too, right? You get the Ags effect.
All right.
Pretty sweet. Not a lot of other great ones to grab here, unfortunately. I mean, I guess the Undying. That's kind of hilarious.
Oh, it's true.
The Ags that early. He has max decay already too, so you'd be stealing 8 every time. But we all know the main benefit is weakening the opponent, so you hit the cores.
True. They are thinking about a fight up here, though, which is interesting, or at least keeping this tower alive. Swashbuckle, but the waveform away.
Can they do anything to him? Like, there's 4 of them here, and they just run.
Yeah,
I mean, I know, like, TPs will come in and stuff, and he's an Aegis, but without that even, I feel like this is a very daunting task.
I think Jackie is going to be the strongest hero in this game for a very long time.
And you know what's crazy? There's a spider in this game.
Yeah.
I didn't, I know you guys might have forgot, but Brew does exist right now.
Oh, Lul. They have what it takes to catch him here. He goes down to the low ground to farm. Hello, sir. Nice to see ya. Does manage to get the ulti off, but it won't matter. He drops too quickly. And
Tamek finishes the TP.
if only he could be there for the grab ally. It's not going to happen. Oh, grabs himself. And immediately turns onto it, blows it up. Okay. Might be in more trouble as the arrow goes out. It connects. Jackie on a killing spree. They just don't have an answer for this more for any of these heroes. When he shows up, they just have to run away.
Well, especially when the fight starts off pretty much as poorly as it possibly can.
Yeah.
FY next on their list. Gordon being slowed down by the creep wave, but there's a cookie. Oh, nice. 4 stack, keeping him up here. Even gets the hurricane back. He's actually trying to set up a little bit here. FY is getting spicy. A little feisty even.
It's trying to get them away from their racks down bottom. Because they were taking some of that earlier. Ice now back to farming. Bleed very much, it feels like in control with this Aegis. I want to see if Azure feel confident going out and making any moves once the Aegis is down. It still feels like Jackie probably doesn't die, barring some big mess up.
Yeah, that's part of the benefit of this Aegis. Like, even though they're not playing super aggressive, he's going to have a BKB thanks to it.
Yeah.
Town Ming just going to feed one away here. Wrong place, wrong time as he tries to get some vision down for his team. And Gordon going to pick up the boots of travel right now. Really choke out this map. At least that's what he's considering. Doesn't feel like he needs a whole lot else. And you know what? When you have spiders everywhere, you got a lot of options to TP to.
Yeah, it's true. Makes it nice. And speaking of which, they're spreading out all over the map. Smoke up with 3. They went through the gate, going to try and find Ice on the backside. Legion heading together with Pango and Enchantress. Can they find anybody, though?
I will say, I think Bleed have used like all their smokes. They're going to rely on Moonlight Shadow for a while because they smoked 3 times just like back to back to back to get this map control.
Yeah.
But that's the benefit of Mirana, obviously, is that you can still get these moves throughout the map. And Azure, they need the smokes to try and handle getting through the vision of these spiders.
Well, another tier 2 tower taken down as Bleed control this game. There are less and less places for them to farm. And Azure, being behind on an Elk does not feel good.
He also bought Blink and then instantly got ganked and died in the hot tub, which was a really bad timing, you know. He was hoping to try and get something back for his team with that.
Connection. Good
Okay,
force
nice
staff. Jackie turns into the other side of it. Now immediately trying to take down Lul. Ice turns onto Tianming, goes inside his own tombstone, but DJ is there, blows up the tombstone. Jackie still chasing for more and finding more, as a matter of fact. He is way too strong. And Lul gonna just try and TP out of there. The arrow was right on target, but creeps were dodging, getting in the way.
Gets himself some farm instead, so it's okay.
Yeah.
That is tough.
Wow.
I mean, you're picking this strength hero, so it's not as nasty when you get copied, obviously, compared to the universals. But I mean, you're still losing like 400 max HP, and then still a lot of your damage there too.
The status resistance.
Yep. Yeah. With 40%. Yeah. It seems kind of nuts.
Yeah. Somnus? Going kind of into no man's land. Ice kills Tianming, finds Somnus, and he will manage to get out of there, killing some spiders on his way out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just duel them, lol. You know?
True.
Come on, Chalice. Just save this whole game for your team somehow.
FY. Cookie in. Got FY found. Turns to fight. FY says, fine. Let's battle. Lul is running down Corden. This actually turning into a decent engagement, although Chalice walks right into one of those arrows, and Somnus able to find the kill on Snap, but bottom, there's always something being given up. They take the tier 3 tower with Ice.
The Roche timer does pop for us here. It's 120 left to go.
Okay.
And they are in a position where they might be able to get this on Azure, right? It's possible. They have the items. They got this mobility. They really need to find a smoke duel, though. I feel like it's the only chance. They have to get a duel into somebody. And then, unfortunately, it's probably going to be taken during dire time, assuming that they're well on this as bleed. They're not going to have the TP back here.
God, Bull. Takes a lot of damage there. Jackie pops his BKB, walks away. That is about the best you could hope for if you're Azure.
Yeah, because he just used the morph as well. And, you know, we are at least not going to have to fight the BKB if you're Azure. They could try some sort of a play back there. Unfortunately, Isolation just keeps this pressure coming bottom. He's massing these spiders down here.
Yeah.
And so Chalice is stuck, and they need him to fight.
Right. He has to be there. It's tough. All right. Well, Roche back up in 15. And, I mean, Corden can get all over the map whenever he needs to. They're going to see that that creep is there, probably take it out quickly. And now maybe check out Roshan. Although DD, Manta out, hits Illusion with arrow, backs away. Kisses. Dude, they keep on using these big spells.
FI is very annoying this game. He has done a great job on this edge. He's been kind of playing his own game a lot of the time, though. Looks like he hasn't had a lot of good teamfight opportunities here. He's going to catch that next wave. He's trying to play it off here.
Chalice looking, hoping, wanting something. Arrow out. Will connect.
Need to soul rip this Lincolns.
Looking for it. Soul rips the Lincolns. Jump forward. Duel. They got him. But he's already shifted over form. Will it matter? Can they take him down? No, they will not. Ice shows up at the perfect time. FY trying to dole out a lot of this damage. Lul finally shows up. It's a stun onto 2. The disarm is there. Chalice tries to make this fight happen, but will they have enough to get away for Corbin there? And Lul, everybody retreat. Bleed is very low, but not dead yet.
They need FY to carry. Get him in there.
Ice turns. Lifesteal is strong. Lul turned upon 2. A couple more hits. Starts to fall. They take off the stun. Tries to go on in for the Moonlight Shadow. Insomnus, he overstepped slightly. Gets punished in a big way. Lul now in trouble. The buyback coming from the Pango. FY.
Duel's back in 5.
They'll get caught. As it looks like Bleed maybe can take this. They're very low on resources. Yeah, and they're TPing back. Yeah.
The problem is, you know, they have to fight this as Azure. You just cannot give this up.
Right.
But everything's coming back. There's no Alk BKB for 30 seconds. That's probably the worst parts of it. Spiders will be scouting to say, like, hey, they're not in there yet. They're going to begin with the acid spray. They send in Lou.
I think they need to get in there. I mean, the problem is they don't know that the rest of the team is not here for Bleed. Corden, the only one that's nearby, Sleight of Fist backs out. But they're not taking Roche. So this gets enough time for the rest of Bleed to have their resources refilled and can come back for the fight.
But look at this. It's now going to be Radiant side. So that's good news.
True.
All right, we made it 30 minutes. They're going to have the TPs. Uh-oh.
Ice. Couldn't get there.
Lou.
Lou's not with them.
Lou.
Oh.
That hurts.
All right. TP's down bottom. Wait, what, Jackie?
This is such clown shoes, dude.
Dude, Jackie just went through. They're crazy. Oh, my God.
I mean, he's BKB Lincolns. They can't kill him.
I guess. I mean, the DJ TP'd, so I thought the rest would too, but they just went through the portal.
Oh, look at that. Oh, my God. He's at full Lotus pool here. DJ, the pool boy, cleaning it up right now.
That's what you want to see. Gordon gets bashed.
Oh, don't catch the arrow.
Thinking about it. God, you have to be so careful as Chalice trying to play around this with the freaking Heaven's Halberd and then trying to find a duel after.
And DJ almost has Lincolns as well, as they're already dealing with one on Ember and Morphling.
Oh. The plus side is that having Ember around, Bleed kind of have Azure in a chokehold. Because they can still farm while everybody has to be committed from Azure.
Look at the angle they're taking. They're smoking up. They're trying to wrap all the way around here.
And it's Jackie. That's the first point of contact. Maybe not. No, it's DJ. No, they get him.
Nice.
Duel out. Is it enough, though? Arrow connected, and they kill him. So
That's
much
done.
gold and no buyback. Oh, that is what you need if you are Azure. They find DJ, kill him off, too. Dubu does manage to get away, but that's Aegis.
And they are getting an Aegis and a cheese. All right, Azure, a little bit of life in this game. It took a long time. They gave up a lot of map control, a lot of gold, but they're getting a little bit of a rebate here in the form of this. Finally, I mean, think about them like stuck in their base for the longest time, hard to get out anywhere, trying to find these plays, and they eventually get something for it. Will it be enough?
And that's the question. I don't know. You just have this like weird dynamic where it's mainly Alk that's farmed, and then this like tricore of bleed, which is terrifying, and then also a Snapfire with the Lincolns. Like, I don't know. They being down 7k on an Alchemist, if they can manage to win this game for Azure, that would be crazy.
The angle was perfect. I mean, everything lined up for them. It was daytime. They smoked around. They found exactly where the Morphling was hiding, and then very well executed from Chalice with the Blink, Halberd, duel.
Double Wisdom
Can't
Rune.
can't get much better than that. Did you say double Wisdom Rune?
For Lou, yeah.
Oh,
He's level
my
20
goodness.
now.
That's kind of huge, actually.
Jeez. Well, that is quite the thing that happened. I mean, maybe they just group around Lou now with this Aegis. He might just start going to town. Yeah, I think they want to get 2 racks here. Or maybe just find some kills.
And this is where the Lincoln's build on the Ember and the Boots of Travel does come back to bite you just like a little bit, right? Because
Yeah.
the damage was already kind of low because Morphling went for Lincoln's BKB. It was defensive items all around. I still think they're in control of this game. I still think everything looks pretty fine. I'm not really concerned. I still think the itemization was good. It was just really well executed by Azure. I think like winning that fight, like first off, delaying the top Roche and then actually getting the bottom Roche were both incredibly difficult. Like they have outplayed the nice itemization of Bleed.
Yeah. No, they have. In Azure wanting to try and retake these areas, they've taken 2 tier 2 towers. They can definitely just go through top again. I almost wonder, like, if Lul walks high ground with it Undying behind him with Tombstone, how do they kill him? I don't know if they can. The flip side to that, obviously, is, like, Snapfire is scary, but I don't know.
I think the problem is that no matter what he does, he just gets replicated.
Yeah.
Because like, it's just free, you know?
Right.
That part's a little bit difficult. What I do like is the Blink Dagger for Somnus. He quit. Okay, never mind. He had Blink queued up, and I was thinking, you know what? That way they can actually kill the Morphling. Because if he just gets the Blink roll, then there's a decent chance that Chalice can find that that opportunity to get the cancel again. He doesn't get off the BKB and stuff, but I guess they're saying, like, hey, if I can Blink roll him, why don't we just Blink Halberd duel him? So, fair enough. Lou gonna get stunned here as Corden gets broken by the creeps.
Well, Chalice comes in, but obviously going to be too late. Oh. 7k gold lead still being held by Bleed. And Aghanim's done for the Pango.
Yeah,
Trying
out for it.
Scale more into that, you know, becoming another core so it's not just all Alk doing the damage.
And very annoying for a hero like Snapfire, too. Like that chances of getting bashed up because you're kind of like a middle of the fight hero.
Right.
You like to be on the outskirts with your ulti, but you also want to be in the mix there for the cookies as well as like chucking glimmers and this Lincoln Sphere on your allies. So those random stuns can be difficult to deal with here as, well, they're going to do your setup here. Alk go high ground. We stand back here as glyph
ready
number
for
1
it.
is used. But a reset, of course, is there if they were to take the tower, but they just run.
Okay. Force a reaction, Bleed back in base, playing it safe on Azure.
They need to get a wall of wards up here and let Chalice have his chance. So this is their high ground ward. Chalice, like, he's just lurking. He's just hoping someone will become vulnerable to this.
Right.
It's
It is a
gonna be
really
crazy.
interesting, I think, play by Azure, and it speaks to the experience that they have of just like, it feels like they're trying to wait out bleed, wait for them to make a mistake, and only play on those punishes.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams would have smoked right there.
Yeah.
And gotten kind of greedy because they were standing there in an aggressive spot holding smoke, but instead they decided to back. They're not entirely sure where bleed is because they all rotated around the map right now. They know that bottom is pushed in, so they're just going to hold up. They don't have a whole lot of smokes to work with, so they don't want to burn one. Just going for a slightly risky play right near the base.
Buying more and more time. And Lua actually going for the Aghanim Shard next. Don't know if he's going to end up buying that or not.
Also actually leveling the corrosive weaponry this game.
Yeah. Yeah, that part was interesting. Freaking FY is going for a sheep stick next if you can get it. So is Undying. Dude, they're gearing up for the late game.
Interesting. That's a bold attempt on an Undying. I feel like you might just want to like buy drums. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Maybe he'll get there. It is crazy if he gets there, obviously, but it's also into 3 Lincolns, so that kind of feels bad.
No, it's a very. I mean, I think Azure play this game with all the experience that they have on this roster in a very different way than a lot of other teams do.
See if it's a way that gets them a win.
Right.
Tormentor's up here. Chalice does have the best item for this game with the ninja gear.
Becky thought about going. Stun is out. Speaking of like different play styles and doing weird things, the difference between LoL and POG is very small. It changes
Palos
on
found
the
out
daily.
earlier, It's just,
Yeah, exactly.
it could just be one creep wave.
It's all the difference. But Moonlight Shadow and ready to head out again. Enchantress very close to the sheep stick. If wanting to just buy out for that one fully. And Undying uncues the sheep and goes into wards instead. It's a sad state of Undying.
Someone saw.
Yeah.
I was like, bro,
What are you doing?
Maybe a halberd. Do they still have a gem? They do. Okay, so FY still holding it. Dire. I know they had one earlier. Yeah, it's still on Dubu. Okay, so we got gems on both sides. Clearing out these wards across the map. Chalice constantly lurking. With this ninja gear.
Hex also done on Brood. So they have another way to go for those jump-ins if they want.
Since I started this game 0-3-0.
Yeah.
Now moved. This game's gotten better since then.
All right. Ango's still sitting with the cheese as Jackie ready to walk high ground. As the data list completed, starts punching it. Get over here. FY lives and says nice. That's the BKB use. Chalice there with the press the attack. Jump in. Duel. Finds him. Okay. This is not gone the way that they wanted it to. They keep him in place. BKB out. Now the run and roll and trying to get away. And Lul gets 4-staff, keeping him alive. They have the tombstone down, so if people need to get saved, they can. Jackie bouncing back and forth. Cookie to get away. And, well, Corden runs in. Huge damage out onto Chalice. Lul dropping somewhat low. So is FY. The minus armor is insane. They find him, chase him, gonna kill him off, but the save comes out from Undying in the back. And forth we go again. Chalice buying back into this and getting the press the attack off. They managed to get out after the 2 buybacks.
Oh, and the no vision allows DG to just TP out invis there. They can't catch him in time. Yeah, that damage is absurd. Morphling, becoming the Alchemist, and then just non-stop slides. 5 slides thrown out there in that fight. 6,200 damage there from the Ember. Double buybacks, and no victories here. They immediately run up top. They're going to pass through towards the Roche.
Okay.
Maybe they get something here.
I mean, if they could get it, this is all worth it now. Azure make the big move.
Because Pango bought Ags. Do we Sproink?
I think we're Sproinking. Although
the chalice duels are very important, but he's getting halberded.
Oh, Ice is moving in. They see now the spiders they see. Azure, can you take this in time? Corden ready to zoom on through. Has a
big
Shield
arrow.
Guard ready to go. Arrow goes out. The Hex comes as well. Tries to make it play. They're taking it down. The kisses. It's all there. Trying to grab an ally. Somnus. Roche is not down low enough yet. They're going to be able to move in and take it. Bleed gets it, and that's Aghanims for them instead. Sad days for Azure as they kept on the route, and Chalice. Well, you know, these things happen, Trent.
I thought he might win that one.
You thought so too.
Yeah. And then Brood started hitting him.
Brood, who got the Aegis and is currently top net worth in the game. Holy moly. Or got the Aghanim, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, stole that away there. So we got Spinner Snare to contend with. And the last gasp of Azure is snuffed out here by Bleed.
Yeah.
What a game from them. I mean, what a draft, honestly. We came into this. There were two heroes three heroes, Morphling, Medusa, and Brood. I didn't think we'd see, and somehow we wound up with two of them on the same team.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. And it ended up happening. And now Bleed looking to close this one out. Now, there is some FY split push. Look at him go. FY's like, guys, I'm going to do it on my own. Just hitting away.
Get that tower. No, don't look here. Just, he stopped.
He got the tower. The buybacks come. Alchemist back to be back up. Ice inside of the Ancient, and GG is going to be called. Bleed managed to take game number 1, a game that they needed to win desperately.
And this is now 2 Alchemist games in a row with such a similar story that we've gotten to see here. The last one was Execration, and now it's Azure, where this Alchemist, like they fall behind early, and then they manage to find these fights. Despite being so far down, they bait out the Alch, and then he survives, and he keeps fighting. And unfortunately, you know, it's just a little bit too much of a hole that ends up being dug. Not necessarily the fault of Alchemist itself, but it is 2 very similar stories here. And once more, you know, Ice, he basically owned a third of this map the entire game. Was just his.
Right.
And it's hard to play Dota when that's occurring.
No, it's true. And I think that to me was one of the big wins. Just the way that they played this game and played this map. They were in the driver's seat the whole time, and that's the same world-class comfort that you can enjoy as the best Dota 2 players in the world. They're on it. DX Racer, the official chair sponsor of the Bali Major. Be sure to check it out and visit dxracer.com. Just big in driver's seat indeed. That's what it is.
It's always the chairs. You guys always wonder where the MMR comes from the players. That's what it is. Right. And in fact, you can get your very own right now with code Bali Major for 5% off at checkout for U.S. customers. Boom.
Go check it out. Again, at DX Racer, Bali Major. Use the code. And Trent, we are going to go to a break. And when we come back, we're going to see if Azure can pull their stuff together or if Bleed are going to take the 2-0. See y'all in a few.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BizNet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu? Seru woy! Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Welcome back, you beautiful Dota fans out there. Trent, we're ready for the next game. It's coming up in just a second, but tell me, what do you think? Are we going to see Morphling Brood again? Is that thing just going to be banned? I feel like it's got to be banned. Just ban it.
Yeah, I think at least one of them, right?
Yeah.
Maybe one of them somebody's there. I'd like to see both banned.
Mhm.
But that's going to come down to the choices here. And this time, Azure, they have priority. They have taken first pick, and that is a little unusual. I feel like most of the time we've been seeing that second pick. Maybe it's something switching across the other games, but for the most part in our lobbies, it has been second pick chosen and then rating for the other team.
Right. Yeah, that's what's going to be interesting to see. And do Azure feel comfortable taking the Brood themselves? in the first overall pick, because now the dynamic is, okay, either Medusa, Morphling, or Brood, right? Those are kind of the three that we're playing around, and you'll get at least one of them. And then it's a question of like, okay, well, maybe they ban out a couple, and then you're left with one. I don't know. It feels very strange to me.
Yeah, I'm taking a look now in terms of the ratio here. For the most part, Radiant has been first pick, but it's only been 56% of the time, so it's nothing too crazy. So it's actually been pretty split in terms of across the factions here. So maybe everyone's not quite sure what is the best right now. Like first pick win rate has 50%. First pick Radiant has 56, or sorry, is 56% of the time, and then so it's all pretty even.
The thing that I'll also say in that last game is that I feel like I've seen a lot more use of the twin gates over the past couple of days. And I think that that's just one of those things that people are going to need to like adjust in their game. And I think we saw Bleed do a really good job of it. So cool stuff.
Yeah, it's funny when I was watching that game and like seeing them fight over the rush and stuff, it really brought me back to the start of this patch. That looked like a first or second week game on this patch where we were all just like hyper focused on these Roches and playing through these twin gates and worried about who's TPing. Whereas it's felt like people have found a way to move the fights away from there now by perhaps doing a better job of like pushing the lanes and putting more focus back on the creep waves themselves, even if they're not worth a whole lot. This was a little bit more vintage 7.33.
Yeah. Bleed decide to take Radiant for themselves. So Azure first pick, Bleed Radiant. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. It's gonna be a funky time, and I think this first couple of picks is going to be the big thing to watch for there. Going into game number 2, Azure, I think if you can just like reset completely and just make sure that at the very least, like I would even be cool with Azure giving up Medusa, honestly, because then at least it's not one of the other heroes that they were just beaten with.
I think they will ban Morphling and Brood, and then they will try and pick Medusa.
Okay.
That would be my guess. Then again, first overalling Medusa is kind of rough, so I guess what they'll actually do is they'll pick ENG, and then they'll see what their opponents do. And if they do so, they'll AM or whatever. So if I'm Bleed, I'm trying to set up for a good Medusa pick in the 2-3, because I just assume I won't get Morphling, and I assume I won't get Broodmother. I think those will be the two bans.
I like the idea of Azure banning banning Anti-Mage, and then banning Morphling, and then they get to pick Medusa for themselves.
Yeah, but then you still get Spider.
Whatever, doesn't matter.
Spider. I care.
Take a Dark
I don't want to play against Ice Ice's Spider. Okay, they have won what 3 games? No, they've won 2 games now, and they were both been Ice Ice Spider.
It's true.
They have not yet lost a game with Ice Ice on the Spider, and they have lost to all other games. So, logic dictates, pick the Spider.
Fair enough. Well, we'll find out.
They also had Morphling both those games, so
yeah, maybe getting both of those together is crazy. But now that we've gone through all of that, let's get into the game. The draft has started. It is underway. Bleed up 1 game in this series. And Azure, ban the Morph. Get it out of here.
Dire team ban.
ban the Brood. Ban it. Ban the Brood.
Gone.
All right. I'm pretty smart, guys. I know. Crazy.
Big win. You got it.
Will they ban the Bat again? That's the question. They banned the Dusa. So they don't even... Because, like, that's the thing. You ban the Dusa, that way they can't 8th pick the Dusa, and you don't have to preemptively counter it, because that's just dumb.
Right.
So they pick ENG, probably.
Or build, like, some... Do they take the Spider themselves? Chalice can play it.
No, it's banned, sir. They banned it.
Oh, you're right. What am I talking about then?
They either pick Techies or ENG, and then they end the phase with Bat if it looks good. That's my prediction.
They might Undying, too. I think ENG is the safest play, but... Because then they get Undying Techies on Bleed, right? I guess, what do you want to give up at this point? I mean, this is the thing that's dumb about this, I think, in a way, is that, like, taking first pick you're now left with like of the supporting combo. If all these bans happen, only one of the 3 broken heroes, and then Bleed get both of them. Bleed are inside their brains. Bleed convinced Azure Ray that first pick was good, and it wasn't. That you just needed to ban more Brood. You could have gotten second pick.
I think Bleed are also really wanting to force Timbersaw. And with that bat ban earlier, that's my assumption. But I don't think they want to do it now with the bat being gone. I guess bat's just solid versus both the Spider and Timber, so it's like a double win for their drafting. We'll see if they take the techies here too, as we've already gotten that Undying. I mean, it's a pretty solid support too, honestly. It covers a lot of stuff. Whoa! Okay, all right, now. Tales have been told of a legendary Enigma game. The greatest, possibly the greatest Enigma game of all time, except for that time where Z-Freak sold his items and bought Refresher in the well and jumped back out. That was super hype.
You only remember that because you were playing with Complexity at that point, or doing stats for them or something.
Yes, no playing. Let's see what's playing. Actually, do I want to be playing for that team? I don't know. But Manila Major, C region, DJ, crowd goes insane. One of the most iconic Enigma games of all time. Will it be his? Will it be Isis Aces? Stick around to find out.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
And they're going to take the Ember Spear. Corden having an incredible game on it last time. Going to be handed over to Somnus this time. Do you think this is the most Somnus of the mid-heroes?
No.
Like, when you think Somnus, what do you think?
Kunkka.
Really? That is not... I definitely think Ember.
I actually... You know what? I think Invoker. But I think about it when it's maybe. I think of maybe Invoker.
True. Yeah. It's weird to even think that I kind of go right to calling him Somnus now instead of maybe.
Yeah.
But looks like... I mean, his most played is Shadow Fiend at 203, and then Storm at 198, and then Ember at 183. So that trio, certainly... by a mile, his most played. The next drop-off is another 60 games until you get to Queen of Pain. So he has the heroes that he likes. He's going to stick with them.
True.
Unfortunately, they lost their last 2 games so far in this group stage with the Ember Spirit.
10 seconds remaining.
But you can't win them all. That's what they say, at least. In fact, you can't win them all in this group stage. No one has yet, right? Everyone has lost a game. No undefeated teams anymore. Dota, of course, in an incredibly competitive state right now.
It's true. They're way too strong. Everybody is. And I think that it also speaks to, I don't know, how volatile a game can be in a way. And, like, I think in all of the games that we have watched, I haven't seen a high ground siege. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like a starving out the base kind of deal.
Or like just somebody walking up high ground and starting to hit towers, like unless it's, you know, a 20 to 30k gold lead. Honestly, everybody just sits outside the base and farm. Nobody wants to walk high ground. They're all afraid.
I mean, there's no point going high ground anymore, right? You might as well just wait until it's an insane lead, hope they leave, and just get an easier fight. Buybacks are scary.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Taking some long times on these bans here, though.
Yeah, they are. My goodness.
Oh, wow. The Rubik coverage.
All right.
The Corden Pango, for me, is sticking out here. I think Bleed could just take Pango right out of this. They see the Ember. I think that's the safest ban. I would like to force Corden onto something else. Do not give him Pango. I think he's very comfortable on the hero. And I don't think his other match... Because, like, maybe you force him into a Puck, and I don't think Puck looks that great with Enigma and Undying at this point.
See, I thought they might go for the Silencer. Oh, wait, you're talking about for Azure Ray banning, right? All right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Because, like, if you don't ban Pango, they probably ban Bloodseeker and pick Pango.
Okay.
Okay, they go a little more hardcore. Fair. That is fair.
Yeah. I think they just don't want to get cheesed. That's fair. Because the other thing about the Enigma that's scary is, like, you can go super late game, play it at 4, or Ice can play this, and you can, like, go early push strat with Undying and Enigma and take something like a Huskar and just play super fast tempo, and they never get online.
you be kind of next level though? Is if they ban the Bloodseeker and they take the Pango, but then you get Slark.
Does that
You don't
even
last
matter
pick
though?
anyway. Oh well, then again, I guess you probably don't pick it in these two, and then they just get Slark without a Bloodseeker being available, and Slark looks pretty good versus the ENG and the Ember. Unfortunate.
Also, does Enchantress, how good is that against Enigma? I feel like taking over an Eidolon is kind of annoying.
I don't think it really matters. I mean, it is kind of annoying, sure, but I think in the support role it doesn't matter. Oh, look, guys. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, they banned Bloodseeker mixed Pango.
I think that they're kind of okay with this on Azure, though. Because, like you said, it's very clear that was the trade-off.
Yeah, but like he's got like 2 insane mids he's shown so far. His Ember and his Pango, and Pango's a good matchup to the Ember. And obviously they're ready for it, and they pick this hero, but like force him onto something else. Was he really gonna Huskar you? Like really? Was he gonna Huskar you guys? Am I crazy?
I think that what that says is that they have seen what he can do, and they are not afraid of it. You get what I'm saying?
5 seconds remaining.
Which I mean, and I think that's their mentality on Azure. Like you see it in their play too, right? Like they don't try and force things. They're like, we're gonna let you make mistakes because we think you're gonna make mistakes at some point. And last game, Bleed didn't really do that, and they got punished. It's sort of hubris from Azure in a way, but I mean, if they can win with it, and I think that there's a decent chance that they do.
I don't know. It kind of just looks like an okay Pango game still though. Like
No, I
don't know.
agree. I'm 100% with you. I just think that Azure are confident and they don't care. They're like doing their own thing, and they're like, we're just gonna let him do it, and we're just gonna try and play a straight up game because they're more worried about getting cheesed for a win. But I agree with you.
Yeah, all right. I mean, even then, we still also have the flex too for the ultimate
Right.
nuisance. This could be an Ice Pango. Speaking of the classics,
Okay,
but
well,
not anymore. They do have a good 3 and 4 flex still available because this could be 4 Doom or 4 Enigma. That's kind of a cool idea. I guess with it being a Coronaga, it's probably 4 Enigma,
10
right?
seconds remaining.
I mean, we're just kind of assuming that anyway because it's DJ, but
5
Yeah.
seconds
I think of the
remaining.
matchup
no,
looks good.
definitely, I agree. Interesting. I mean, we also knew that they were going to be taking Silencer most likely on Azure, so that fits. And Bleed are ready for late game, if nothing else. They are set and prepared for that.
T1's turn to ban.
It's hard to find an offlaner that deals well with BKBs, though. It's like Legion is the big one that sticks out, but it's not very good versus Enigma and Pango because it's hard to duel both of those targets typically when you want to duel them.
Right.
Either rolling or
10
obviously
seconds
BKB black
remaining.
holing. But as a support, you're not super concerned about that. Plus, obviously, we have the
5
silencer to try and
seconds
cover those
remaining.
situations.
Yeah.
What are they missing right now on Azure? Initiation is tough. They only have Ember right now.
Dire team ban.
I mean,
That's
they
the
could.
gaping hole I see at least.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we get the play and they take a Dark Seer.
I mean, honestly, it looked good last time.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Just having this
remaining.
lawnmower, Ember, Darkseer, Iron Shell all over the map.
5 seconds remaining.
Had a grand
I don't
old time.
think-
The Bat Rider's still in.
Yeah.
They
like
banned the
that one.
Jug. That might be what they're thinking. Bat is
think-
really solid, actually.
I think the Chalice situation too is like I don't think he wants to play that type of hero.
The Darkseer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's more about the like annoying little pokey fellas. But maybe he plays it. Could be down.
T1's turn to ban.
And the Luna ban. Okay. They banned this in the other series, too, and I remember thinking, like, oh, that's kind of a funny Luna ban.
Right.
At least I think it was them. Because it really caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting it. Maybe it wasn't them. Someone else did. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I'm down for the
10
bat.
seconds remaining.
I feel like that's going to be the ban here.
5 seconds remaining.
Tide, I guess, is still in. But all of those carries are available. That could be the other thing. The other issue is we still have a Naga Siren. We haven't talked about her at all. She's kind of started existing in this draft. Do they have good stuff versus Naga? Because this hero is very powerful right now, and she doesn't really lose a lot of carry-to-carry matchups.
Right.
She's, people tend to get like the offlaner matchups that make her sad. That's an example of Legion. I mean, obviously that would be on her own team, but Legion. Timber is banned. Never mind. Okay, for a second I thought he slipped through after all that. Bat, yeah, I think we just bat. Okay, It's actually a crazy Necrophos game, guys.
A Necro game. That'd be nuts.
Ice. Goes Pango. Wait, no. They Pango, safe lane Doom, mid Necrophos to match up versus the Ember. Really get crazy.
Oh, Darkseer is very feast or famine. That's still where my mind goes. So I like the bat.
Yeah, just bat. It's chill. The only downside is, are we going to get owned on lane by something? And I don't think you are.
No, there's a couple that are a bit scary.
Like, you have ENG.
Yeah. Getting down to the wire.
Ooh.
They go for the Mars. Dude, I mean, I know it's a comfort hero for Chalice, but I don't like it.
Their initiation was pretty bad. I mean, obviously, Bat would have been nice for that too, but Mars is pretty simple. It's a very direct thing.
You know what? It's the answer to Pango now, too, because you can't... I think the bug still exists where you can't roll through the arena.
What? Yes, you can. What are you talking about?
No. There's a bug where you can't roll through the arena.
Oh, ever since they did that whole thing with the change and the...
Yeah, debuff immunity.
Oh, so I guess it's not a bug at this point. It's been there for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they fixed it or not, but if they didn't, that's the only thing that I can think of.
He did fall off a cliff, Mars, so we haven't seen him a whole lot since that change.
Yeah. And I don't think that it works like that for Lifestealer. It might, though. I don't know. There's some weird stuff with the arena now. We'll have to keep an eye on that if like people are able to get out of it. But I know for sure there was a period of time where you would Mars Arena and Pango would just like stop at the edge and wouldn't do anything. It was really, really dumb. So
we'll keep an eye out on that right now.
Yeah.
See if it's all working properly at the moment. So we have ourselves the Lifestealer, though. A little bit outside of that matchup. Not a hero we're going to see a whole lot of right now.
Right?
The main benefits, it is into a Mars in the lane. That looks annoying. Mars does not do much to this hero in lane.
No. And even in the game, to be honest, like you can oftentimes get your rage off before a spear comes out. And that's the other thing is that like all of these heroes love building BKB and Mars hates playing against BKB. So, yeah, I don't know, man. That could be a little bit rough. I don't like the Mars pick at all. Not a fan.
I think Bleed have gotten pretty much everything they wanted in this draft. But it is a Naga Siren game. And this is a hero that can just take over. Very similar to last game with the Alchemist, but if they were in the same situation last game with a Naga Siren, maybe they pull that out, right? Much better controlling around the rope pit. They had to play insanely well to win and control some of those fights around the pit. But with a Naga Siren, it's a lot easier. Don't play so well, you know? Maybe things go a bit better for him.
Right, pushing out those side lanes, even like if, let's say that they're trying to defend the Roche down on the Radiant side of the map, they can shove out mid with the Naga Siren illusions very easily. And of course, scouting out with them. I think taking objectives, obviously, still very difficult into Song. A lot of cool things. I think this game's going to go late because I think both teams kind of want it to. There might be this like timing thing where Azure Ray are trying to play really fast before BKBs come out with like Ember and Mars. And then Naga's just AFK farming, but we'll see how it goes.
I like it. Let's go late game.
Late game.
Let's see some wild stuff here. All right, now, you know what I love about Tian Ming is that I have faith that our boy here is always going to have buyback in the mid game, all right? I'm calling the now. This guy, he gets picked off. Doesn't matter. He's going to buy back. He's going to global. He's still going to ruin these spells, okay? Because his global is insanely strong in this game. It's not just the Enigma. There's a Lifestealer who does not want to buy Dispel. There's a Pango who you can mess with during his roll or pre-roll, and there's a Doom. You know, Global's very valuable.
Yeah. I mean, it is definitely really good, this game, to the extent that, I mean, if it goes late enough, we might even end up seeing like a refresher or what have you. And of course, since it's Azure already playing on Dire side, they would love to be able to get a refresher on the third Roche.
Boom.
Something else to think about there. Could be pretty cool. And, oh, I forgot about this. Look up top. The double eating strat. You eat one of theirs, eat one of yours. Although he doesn't have demonic conversion yet, so sad. And they don't have devour. This is very sad.
Yeah, but next time.
The double eating strat.
Then it'll come out here.
Yeah. Love to see it.
Look at this nuisance of harass right now. Just sending out all these illusions, throwing out the arcane curse. But yeah, level 1 Malefice. It is a crazy amount of damage if you're just stuck in the right clicks. That's where it really adds up, obviously.
No, it's very good. You know, you can even make Enigma work really well with some of the strangest heroes in the world, like an Arc Warden support, which, you know, I have some experience with on my YouTube channel. Yeah, great.
I've seen a video.
Amazing
on
plug
Lyrical
right there.
Dota's YouTube when he's sitting in his lovely DX Racer chair.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah, that's a free one for you there, fans.
I'll love to see that one. Gordon in the mid, trying to deal with Somnus, and has to use a couple of extra spells there to ensure that he gets the range creep. But 9-1 versus the 8-2 so far, with a wave coming on in.
Oh my god, that courier is blinding for Naga Siren. Do you see that?
It's really weird looking. I don't know what that is. Dude, that thing costs more than my house. I'm sure.
Yeah, for sure. My goodness, think about how many knives you can get with that in CS2.
Amazing.
The Skrilla. 0-0. It's pretty chill lanes happening right now. Everyone just wants to hit the creeps. There's just blood in the lanes, but it is merely the blood of the underlings, not of the nobles. As the gold clinks away in their purses. The creeps still not rebelling.
A little bit less so for the old Chalice man down bottom. This has not been the best start so far for the old Mars, as he's facing off against Undyne and just taking a beating.
I mean, pick two heroes you don't want lane against this Mars.
Yeah.
Undying Lifestealer, right? Like this is pretty painful.
Well, and
I
you
feel
know
like Undying first started showing up again like way long time ago, back when Mars was like really broken, and there'd be like Mars snap every lane. People were just like, man, we just need decay, guys.
Too much. Tombstone down there. I should also note real quickly that there was a tweet from 4 hours ago from China Dota in the Nutshell, which was basically Somnus talking about the current state of Dota. And he was saying that he thinks that Western Europe teams are focusing on laning stage really hard, and that's the main difference between them. So they got to learn from them and be better in lanes. And like you said, the idea of just going all in on lanes would be good, but they're getting completely smacked down bottom.
He's
Although
recovering
they
a
started
little
to catch
bit.
back up. Yeah, he's recovering now.
Yeah, it's not, it's getting the levels. It's okay.
Undying left. They're helping.
Yeah, he is doing the classic 5 play of getting Bounty Rune a little bit late, then securing the Water Rune as Tianming is on the run here from Ice 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 and DJ.
Couple more
Dropping
punches.
the hottest new album.
Not able to do it. Well, that does help out here, and Somnus will be denied a rune, so somebody might need to die soon for a bottle refill. Oh my god, and Cordon's also stealing his bounty. Feels bad.
Just absolutely no respect for his opponent right now. Look what Somnus does, though. He grabs the wave, and he pulls it away. He's like, yeah, you better TP there, bud.
Nice.
Forces that out of him. A bit of a classic mid laner maneuver.
Yeah. Love to see that. And Ice 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 spamming the Chain Lightning. Does not have the Arcanes, though, and not really that much mana left in the tank.
Yeah, this matchup is so annoying for Enigma, though. Like, the constant Riptides coming out. It doesn't matter as much as 4, obviously, but Lou's just, like, sending them in, bullying back, and then that also means he's separating the illusions a little bit, so Ice Ice can't just zap them all down.
Mid lane, Corden trying to get some pressure there on the Somnus, and even gets the range creep deny right in his face.
Yeah, and with no deaths this game, that means nobody's TPing into the mid lane to help out Somnus.
Yeah.
Still 45 seconds until the next rune spawn. He's going to need some help here from FY.
He definitely is. I mean, this is not where you want to be as Ember at this point. Level 6 on Pango. Starting to put more of that pressure on, but there is a wraparound coming. So Dubu makes the move through the gate and trying to find Lul here. They should be able to get him. Drops down that tombstone immediately onto him. Blood grenade and the chase. And Lul in some trouble, gonna die. First blood for Ice Ice Ice.
Oh, giving it to the Doom too. He already has the Vanguard with the wand, some branches. He is a little untouchable right now on this hero. As Gordon's going to wave goodbye to Somnus, who was able to get 6. Oh, but FY in behind has 2 points in the enchant. Oh, he backstepped. That might give him the opportunity. That's all it took. He's out of mana. Does have the illusion rune, though.
And Dubu making the move. That was a nice play. We'll get stomped here, but they don't want to chase forward anymore. It does do a lot of damage. That Centaur Conqueror immediately takes it away.
Yeah, it took over a hill troll instead. Just about able to get that bounty. Would have been nice. So Lu is forced out of the lane by this combo. Very well done. But it's a Naga Siren. She's level 4. Not the worst thing in the world. 2 points in the Riptide. And with the mirror images, she's going to farm up pretty well. DJ, what's he up to? Getting some stacks going.
Yeah. To make those work, and then, of course, 7-minute rune. Wisdom there. Azure are the team that gets the Wisdom rune the least. I swear. They if you're playing against... Oh, God. They're instead going for a kill here. Trying to take down Corden. Dubu drops the tombstone, and they will set their sights on it to kill it off. Tianming. God, get out of there. Oh, just comes in for the old swiperino.
Yikes. He waited mid for so long behind those trees, trying to use that ward to help out for a kill. Meanwhile, Ice Ice is chasing Lu out of that top jungle. He's saying, go back towards the wall. You don't get the middle section too. And of course, DJ is just very happy with this. Dubu in the mid. Oh, he gets caught. Nicely done by FY.
Yeah, well done.
Chases him down.
It's big. And Corden was also messing around, constantly thinking about going for the little roll back and forth, kills off the wave, and then gets out of harm's way. FY looking again. If he headed off that direction, might have been a kill, but doesn't go for it. That's a haste bottom.
Dubu is just drawing circles. He's just like, Angela's still here. She's just living here and farming. Yeah. But obviously, DJ's doing the same thing, so he has no desire to come handle that. He's just like, yeah, but I'm also getting rich, guys, so this is fine.
Well, in the meantime, Ice 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 has taken the top tower. Naga Siren doesn't care too much about that as Dubu. My man, you circled it. You knew she was there.
That's such a classic. Somebody would be like, guys, they're right here. They're in here this whole time. We got to do something about it. And everyone's like, oh, we're kind of farming. So then the support just goes anyway. I'm dead. I died in there again, guys.
Corden
a little
getting
too common here. Yeah, he's got Swash TP in a second.
Oh, courier?
It does not have a courier, though.
It's dropped pretty quickly there.
So what's happening is that the Naga Siren is still farming. She's keeping up with the Lifestealer, but look at the difference between the Doom and the Mars. You know? That's a pretty big gap. Chalice has been completely alone. FY has just been jungling this whole time. Undying has not been here. This is a 1v1 situation, but they put themselves in a place where the Chalice is just not going to get quite enough, and he's not going to slow down this Lifestealer either.
Right. I mean, he's still getting those levels, which is important, but... All right, Dubu brings company this time.
See?
And now Dubu is left.
There goes
take
the sentry, and now he drops Tombstone. Yeah, this is a tilted 5 I've ever seen one. Jeez. Yeah, I'm just farming the game. Yeah, see, DJ, I can do it too. All right, if you don't want to rotate, then I'll just jungle.
Oh my God, poor Dubu. Well, a rotation coming down bottom. They want to play together with Chalice's ulti. Can they find anybody here, though? Not easy to get this kill, and actually coming through. Jackie spots them. Arcane Curse immediately backs away.
Invisible Somnus.
Yeah.
No longer invisible. Doesn't care anymore.
So, Corden.
Ice is going to be big.
Yeah.
He almost has Midas.
He's getting up there, that's for sure.
Dire's middle tower.
They will Remnant to get out of the way, but with DJ moving in towards mid, it's some good pressure onto the tower with the catapult there. And as soon as the rotation comes from Tianming, they have to back out. But still, the status quo remains of very farmed on bleed offlaner.
Yeah, they did spot that move, though, the way the DJ was heading in there. So instant D-ward from Tianming. Trying to get this vision pressure onto the Naga Siren. Probably going to be a lot of D-wards coming right here because they've had some great vision in this area for a long time, but finally Tianming's making a rotation up. I say that, he's out again. He's too scared, so never mind.
Jackie walks in, infests the Enchantress creep, and is just chilling. Back to farming.
Dire's structures are
And this is a Midas Doom coming out right now at 11 minutes on top of Arcane's Vanguard. He is huge.
Yeah.
Dubu?
Yeah, he is.
Ooh, Dubu. They drop down the arena. Will manage to, I think, deny out the tombstone. And a canceled TP. Chalice still hanging out in this area. Looking for the deny on the tower. Turns, tries to take down FY. FY in some trouble. Jackie there can go for it if he wants. A couple more hits and FY is going to die. Traded out for Dubu here. Easy peasy.
Yeah, they get the tower as well as the kill, so can be happy about that. FY finally punished for his hubris of not getting untouchable early. But, you know, every Ench does this. I'm a little concerned about using the arena, though, because they now can't make any sort of plays up top to try and, like, defend Lu. I guess it doesn't matter because they're not encroaching enough to really impact him. His farm is below the Doom, but that's kind of to be expected considering the minimal resources they are dedicating towards him. My question is, how do we just get Somnus rolling here? Because he's off to a great start. He's very rich. He had a good lane. He slowed down his opponent some, and now we're getting it. We're getting the smoke out, but he has no Maelstrom, and I don't know. They don't have the most damage. It feels like they got to burn global to get this, and that's a tanky Doom that they're after.
It's true. And the other thing is, like, they really wanted to be playing with Chalice's Blink Dagger, but he is just behind. Not by a huge margin right now. You know, Pango and him are about at the same level of farm, but that Blink Dagger is very close to done. And in the meantime, Bleed are just farming everything. Honestly.
Yeah. Dubu is trying to get some efficient Undying plays happening here. They tried to bait out the Naga Siren here and run in with the smoke, but now Somnus is coming. The Song is coming here too. This is going to be a big fight if they commit, because the TBs are coming from Bleed, and they do not want to do that.
Looking for it. Tianming in trouble. Gets away just barely. Yeah, they can't do anything. They need Chalice to be there with Blink Dagger. He does have Blink Dagger coming out now on Mars, but I don't know. I'm just not sure.
And that's Diffusal as well for Corden too, so that's going to be something to keep an eye on for Chalice. Hero definitely has some mana issues, but he has the Soul Ring, so hopefully that'll make sure it's all right. But it's not unusual to see a Mars versus Diffusal to have the Mars just kind of blow it.
Corden. Swash backs out. TP away, and no way to break it. 6 kills in 14 minutes. They have Blink now. You would think that they want to get aggro with Azure Ray around this. And they will smoke up, but only as 3. Everything feels awkward. Everything feels awkward.
I mean, Dubu's just farming. He's, you know, he might die for this. He's only got 400 HP, but if Ice lives, that's fine. They can do
oh my god.
He's gonna drop it.
Oh my god.
I don't know if that matters.
I don't know. They don't get Dubu. And instead it's Somnus that has to back away. Wow. I'm
kind of okay with that if I'm Azure Ray. I think you come back in, keep pushing. Maybe go for another smoke after to find something in this no doom window. Make sure Chalice is juiced back up, right? I want to see like my Blink Arena being ready in this time frame. This looks pretty good. Smoke at night, no doom. Just hope you don't get like crazy black hold or something, because you also burn global.
You know, that thing right there. I'm sure it's fine.
And again, they have like no stuns for this Enigma, because like the arena and the spear will be used right away. That's probably not going to be up. DJ moves in with the global. Or sorry, if DJ moves in with the black hole and there's no global, what's going to stop him?
Song. I mean, it feels bad. Arena down.
Yeah.
Gordon in trouble and going to die. So the first usage here of that Blink Spear for the kill. Chalice making good use of it.
Oh, and look, they're just going to not run it. How did that just happen?
I don't
Oh,
know.
wait, they saw them go by. They saw Dubu move.
See him on the illusion. Jackie
Radiant's top tower is under
nearby. They want to go in. It looks like Dubu gets out of trouble.
All right. Well, that was huge, though. They get the Blink Arena play. This is what you need to happen on Mars. It's not a like, oh, that was nice. It's a, this is a requirement. This hero pretty much only rushes Blink at this point in the builds and then has to win fights. Unfortunately, he's not here for this one, as they might commit on this.
Got him with the defusal, but he just walks away.
Yeah, no roll to come out yet. And, I mean, likewise, both teams kind of lacking in the stun department until there's a blinking war stomp on Ice, and he is in no way looking to commit to that early.
Right. No, he is still getting farm and going into that Octarine. Has it done now on Ice, but Bleed, sensing this opportunity, are going to go on in and take down Roche. Dubu is there with the Flesh Golem, and they start to beat this one down.
Yeah, nothing they can really do about this. They're not going to have the song ready. I mean, they are running. Arena's back in 1.
They scan.
They're
They
going to be
know.
just a little too late.
Wanting it badly. DJ is ready with the black hole if they decide to go in. Obviously, Global at the ready too, but Aegis claimed. And Azure right, just have to look on as the rest of Bleed walk out of the pit.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wow, Tianming goes for the Veil.
Alice, jump, spear, got him connected. That's a tree. Wait, but he jumps inside. Jackie? Oh, the silence. That's Aegis. That's it down. Can they find more?
The arena.
Waiting for their moment. The arena. No, it's not busted anymore. It works. Pango rolls through. And Lul right there, stunned up on a couple. Corden wearing out. They did end up dropping that Doom onto FY of all heroes. But Tianming gonna get caught. Another good spear from Chalice connects. While Somnus playing around with Lul and Corden. But they're chasing these heroes one by one, and Chalice, he's gone. Even gonna just drop the black hole on him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Man, nice play on the Infest right away after, too, there. Ensure that he's going to be surviving there on Jackie, but it almost worked for Azure, considering, you know, they come in after they just gotten the Aegis. They weren't really that low. They all went low on mana really fast, and FY got doomed. That could have been worse. Obviously, in the end, it just means Bleed is continuing to further their lead, and things look good for them. But this Naga Siren is still going pretty unchecked this game, and that is becoming a problem, because the scaling of these heroes and how you're going to deal with illusions doesn't look that great. Jackie will get the Radiance, which is one thing, but I don't think that really bothers you much as a Naga Siren once the heart's here, and it is coming.
Yeah, I mean, it will lower damage, obviously. The evasion mischance stuff is nice. I think the big question for me is, like, can Ice eventually, like, get that Doom onto Naga, sort of control her in the fight? And I mean, that's something that's going to be tough to do. And I don't think it's going to come out in time. Lul feels like he might just be able to walk off the sort of damage that comes in from it. We'll see. Going to be interesting to watch.
Aggressive here.
A little bit. I think Corden didn't think that was a real Naga Siren.
There's no song to worry about, so even if, you know, maybe he just didn't care. Figures he'll be out of the way on this one, as Tianming is sitting under a Radiant Ward. Bit dangerous, but his friends are close.
All right.
Where are you going, Tianming? Are you committing for this tower? It looks that way. Everyone's wrapping around, but it's a smoke. Speaking of a wraparound, Bleed Going all the way around here. What is the jump play? It's just send in Jackie with Radiance. That's the jump. It's not fancy, but it'll do.
Get in there.
Burn him.
FY in trouble. Ice chasing. Finds him right away. Rooted in trouble. Doom. He get it on the illusion. Oh, Ice. Not what you want to see, but they still run away on the side of Azure.
There's actually no song on the Nagasaki because she's out of mana. So they couldn't song at that point to bail out, but he should be. No, he's dead.
Yeah. Well, Ice took a shot. It didn't quite work.
That was pretty YOLO, I gotta say.
Yeah.
But would have been a sweet kill to get, obviously. And I mean, honestly, anyone else doesn't matter. Yeah, there you go, Octarine Core, right? He doesn't care. It's fine.
Yeah.
That thing's coming back. That's definitely the nerf Doom still kind of needs. This thing needs longer cooldown on levels.
You think so?
Yeah. It's a little ridiculous that these Doom players just keep it at level 1. It doesn't seem right.
It's kind of true. Doom, it's just sort of nuts that you can get everything there. And actually going to steal the Wisdom Rune, but likewise, Somnus takes the other. So Azure pushing out these side lanes continuously. And Bleed gonna try and take a Tormentor for themselves. Want to get that grab ally. Will they get it, though?
Is that what's coming?
DJ picks it up instead.
It's pretty sick for support Enigma, honestly.
Yeah.
You know, the creating of the Eidolon is very funny because it acts as like a vision in the fog here. Ice getting a bit low.
Getting very, very low. Ice dead. Oh, Black Hole immediately there, and Global still on cooldown for 28 seconds. So, Lul going to TP out. Nothing there to break it, obviously. But Ice traded for the Ember. To be fair, I don't think Somnus had to die there.
No, he was not expecting the walk-up Black Hole.
Yeah.
It's a true combo here. As Bleed will get a second Tormentor, and swing and a miss there for old Tubu.
Unfortunate.
That is better, though. I would rather have it on Corden for sure.
I mean, grab ally.
Grab allies hype. I mean, it's the hot new thing. We all love seeing it. Maybe next time we'll get the open wounds.
Okay. I can dig it. Yeah, I don't know. Bleed looking pretty good right now. Nagasire not completely pulling away with this game on equal footing with the Lifestealer. And Tianming again found.
Wait, the silence. Hold.
He's TP's out. He's good. Ice. Gonna get caught. Immediately there. Did get the Crimson Guard off, though, so a lot of survivability. The Global comes out, but now Lifestealer showing up there for a little bit of help. They find the real one, and there's the Doom. Ice didn't miss that time as they connect and catch and bring her down. Meanwhile, the chase continuing. Doom TPing on to the zombies. Corden finds another. FI tries to TP away, but Chalice, will he be so lucky to be able to escape? The answer to that one is yes. Nicely played.
God, this Diffusal's doing so much work. Like, every fight, they're all so low on mana because he just keeps hitting 2, 3, sometimes 4 heroes with these swashbuckles. Chalice tried to spear to save the Nagasire, and he ran out of mana, and he had to get juiced up by somebody else, I think. I don't even know what that was. I guess it must have been his wand, because they don't have arcanes, but he was just able to get it after, but by that point it was too late. Honestly, she was probably dead either way. But the win condition for Bleed, Doom the Nagasire. Checkmark.
Right? Yeah, if you can get it good. Get it, got it good, as a matter of fact, as they say.
That's right.
FY.
And the next big item, Satanic maybe for Jackie here, as he does chase towards this tower. They have great vision here. If Azure decide to come in, this could be a problem. Again, being watched right now. They see Chalice, they see Somnus. They know they want to blink play right now. Everyone's lurking back. DJ has the Greaves, and there's still Pango Roll and Tombstone. Do not fight this. Alert.
Yeah. They also have Black Hole in 10 and no Global for 40.
Yeah. I mean, it's tempting because there's no Doom, and they're kind of close to your base, but It's
Not
all
worth
dependent on Chalice finding some crazy good play, and when they have that vision on you, it's going to be way too hard. Instead, they should probably wait for the Roche. Try and abuse the Naga Siren. See if they can catch the next one, because it's going to be a dire side spawn.
Yep.
And you're going to have those TPs, so this is probably the best case situation. It's going to be coming up in 26 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. That'll be the timer here. Here we go.
It's definitely 2 minutes.
And
Yeah, 2 minutes, 50 seconds. It's a long one.
yeah, I always guess early. That's my problem.
It is. They want this game to go late. That's what's going on.
I feel like I must have guessed 180 times by now. So, like, probability-wise, I am losing.
I don't think that's the way it works.
Well, isn't it? After 180 attempts, shouldn't I statistically have hit it once?
That's, no. No.
Yeah, didn't you do stats and math and economy?
No.
No, I'm pretty sure.
Chalice!
Chalice?
Just lie about all those things.
That's all made up anyway. Oh, Tianming. Sorry, bud.
Got him. Got him good. Man, he has had I mean, again, 5 deaths doesn't sound like a lot, but when there's only been 11 kills, that's when it starts to feel a little bit more impactful.
Yeah. You gotta do him like that, do you?
Satanic done. Oh, yeah, you got it.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Ice almost has the Shivas, too. He's trying to ruin this Naga Siren's career.
Yeah. No, they are really going all in on all the things that make her sad. MKB up for Jackie soon.
And Ice is on it. He's got that big brain. He's calling them to push out the mid and the top lane because that Roche is coming up soon. So he's trying to push out bottom. Then he's going to TP top. And they want to get that. Dire are scanning the Roche pit. They know they're not in there yet. Everyone's just thinking about Roche. Thinking about that big old Aegis. How they can get it for themselves. Take control of this game.
In the meantime, it's just sort of AFK Farmville for Lul, and I don't know. I'm seeing this Mars and this Ember fall further and further behind. They're really going to need to get something going, because right now, Enigma's coming close to passing them. Oh, they walk on in here. Got to be careful. Vision down. And Azure spotting a lot of the heroes that bleed. In the meantime, Ice continues to farm, and he's got those bots so he can come in at a moment's notice.
Oh, oops.
It's the real one. Doom some.
I like how he's pinging team. He's there. Everyone's like, bro, like. All right, go Roche. I doomed her. Go Roche. Oh my god, that was such a pub experience. The pings.
Yeah. Well, they don't have Doom now.
They're just running a Roche.
I don't think this is. I think this
Daryl?
is quite bad. This is quite bad for Bleed.
No, he's invis. He's scouting. He's making up for it.
Guys, don't worry. We gotcha. In the way, jump on in, and off to the side is Somnus and FY. Roche dropping lower and lower. Corden gets healed back up
nice
by that
heal.
life stealer. They have the global down, and now the turn. Chalice wants one, able to find one, but the black hole coming out in a second from DJ. No! Oh, they got it. The last word. The last word stopped DJ from getting it off in time.
Wait. He's living?
Song of the Siren. Needs to walk into it. Needs to walk into the song. Black Hole's one immediately dies. What a play from Tianming. But the buyback comes from Pango. And now FY getting brought lower and lower. I mean, Roche is still up. Luo turns onto one. He's got to be careful.
He's out of mana. He can't fight.
Chase and Tianming. He saved them once, but they are outlasting in this fight. The Pango Diffusal. Hard to deal with. Manta, Chase, Swashbuckle, got him good. Tried to go through the gate, ain't gonna happen. Bleed. Claim everything here.
Good news, Doom is back online. Ice, get her.
Yeah, go for it. I think DJ laughing is Ice probably saying, oh, I have Doom again.
Yeah,
Something like
Doom's
that
up, guys.
is
Yeah.
What a bait by Ice, honestly.
He is truly next level. He just keeps drawing the same lines over and over again on the map. And now Jackie's drawing them too. They just keep drawing push top, push mid. Push top, push mid.
Yeah. They didn't break. They didn't fix it. Perfect.
I doomed her. I doomed her. Alrighty. So what do they got? They got Cheese on Corden, an Aegis on the Life Stealer, a Blink now on Ice. And what is the next step for Lou? He's got his Butterfly and 2,340 gold. And it's sitting still in the well.
Ember's
Thinking.
almost got a Radiance, which is pretty cool.
All right. Okay, so I'm just trying to get back into this one a little bit here.
Oh, God. Poor Tianming. This poor guy.
Space.
Well, Trent, you asked about the buyback. He doesn't have buyback available.
What?
Yeah.
That is unacceptable. I mean, to be fair, it has been a lot of deaths.
Yeah, I know.
I should be more understanding. The guy has a Philosopher's Stone. He still can't afford it.
Well, right now, Bleed take the top tower and trying to keep this pressure on. Naga Siren Illusions are spamming out mid. The ping comes to go for high ground.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Okay, Jackie
Radiant's bottom tower.
starts going for Chalice.
All right. Okay. DJ does not have Black Hole. You, sir?
I'm pretty sure he's dead.
Am I missing something? Do they have Bash? They don't.
I
right?
think he thought that the black hole was still up.
Yeah, that's fair, I guess. Nice stomp
right.
with a creep.
Not looking great for Azure. He doesn't have buyback. 70 seconds gone.
Here's the thing: if I was staying in the beautiful Ayana Resort,
Yeah,
I would
okay.
want to finish my games fast.
Yeah, okay.
That's
I
what
see
I would
you
say.
mean.
I would want to get out of here. Like, I want to go outside to the secluded beach. I want to go see the rock bar.
Yeah, the rock bar, man.
Yeah, or maybe even hit up H&M if I had to, think of something else to do. Because I want to look good
super
while I'm
fly.
doing all these things. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
This guy's thinking.
And if I get a little hungry, you know what
Yeah.
I'm after.
Oh, tell me.
Oh, it's sucrose peanuts.
Dire's middle tower.
Oh, they're very good. Yeah. Jackie gets out of the infest and Gordon grabbing the wave coming on mid. 15k gold lead. Put it all very nicely.
Dire's middle tower.
My goodness.
They don't have
Oh.
that combination for the glorious Naga Siren fight,
Radiant's
No.
bottom tower is under attack.
Like a
Although
dark seer.
Like a Darkseer. Ice did try and TP here, and now he can't get back, so
Yeah.
this is kind of funny. And now, oh, look what FY's doing. He's like in between for the smoke. He doesn't have buyback, though,
Oh.
so if he's planning on tanking the gank for his Naga Siren like he's about to. Alright,
Yeah.
saved. It's fine.
Yeah, I think FY is going to go down. Luke keeps this pressure on, though. So while FY dies, the Naga Siren Illusions are continuing to hit this tower. Can Ice find Lil? No, not going to happen.
Oh, I think he's going to get it.
Yeah. Big. Very big.
Oh, Tianming
Listen, that's
now?
what you-
Not again.
Oh, Tianming. Oh, yeah. That one hurts.
Oh, jeez. He was just inside that sentry. That was so
Yeah.
close.
Are under attack.
Yeah. Somnus turns off his Radiance, doesn't want to take this Tormentor alone, waiting for his team to come join him, and realizes that's not going to happen. So,
Why are you guys dead?
yeah.
Gotta kill a Tormentor here, guys. Alright, well, we are eventually gonna make it to BKB Blinking Enigma, I think.
Yeah, seems like it. He has BKB already. That last fight got salvaged by a Tianming last word on DJ, which was pretty sick, but was not enough. Man, tough game, Trent. Tough game.
It really is. It really is. And now Lou, I'm surprised Oh, Ice went the other way. He was trying to like cut off the wave or something. I thought Ice was about to jump all over this Naga Siren. He actually didn't have TP. He just got it back.
Yeah, Lula's just trying to walk away. They see that there's still illusions over there. Looking for him with the Shivas, but not going to get him. Yeah, they're just playing this one very safe, pushing out the lanes, trying to find pickoffs where they can.
Okay.
Well, Azure, they feel fairly defeated.
They do. But
it's the feeling I'm getting.
First off, it was just 69% win rate, so nice. But they do have Scythe on Chalice.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, this is a big play for them. This is nice.
Yeah, Dubu.
Got him.
How about Scything Jackie, though? That would have been insane.
Yeah, that would have been nuts.
Chalice, unfortunately, a little bit further behind, though. Oh, he just swapped the Scythe with the wand in his inventory. He's putting it on the big button, you know?
True.
What's your big button? Like, your panic
Space
item
bar.
button. Mine, too. A lot of people
Yeah,
don't
I
use
love
space.
that one.
I think
Yeah,
that's
it's
crazy.
weird.
A lot of people leave it on the last last thing or whatever that it takes you to
Right.
on the map.
I don't like that.
My second is C. C is also pretty clutch.
Yeah, I got CVGHY.
Oh, what? That's
Yeah.
ugly. I don't like the
Whatever.
GHY.
Why not?
Why don't you use ZX?
Well, because those are for other things.
Oof. Not sure how I feel about that. What do you use ZX for?
I don't know. Some.
I don't think you use them. I think you're lying. They're good
you're right.
keys. Yeah. You should be using those, bud. That's a nullifier. It's pretty solid. All right, so the perfect fight. They have the fight now because they have the Scythe. They have Song and a Scythe.
Will it
Pretty
be
good.
good enough?
Not versus Blink BKB. Oh my god, DJ's so close. He's like, guys, do we have to fight right now? Please. Swap
wants
in that
it.
Philosopher's Stone. DJ, come on. Put away the headband. You're so close.
He wants the range. Chalice. Drew getting away. Chalice
Bro, Ice has the bots too. He is so
Yeah.
scary.
I mean, this is like a farming build now out the wazoo, right?
Oh,
Ooh, wait a
FYI,
minute.
not again.
Midas
didn't
his
see him.
creep. Oh, didn't get him. That's the thing. It's hard to find people. Ninja
Yeah.
gear, ice.
Whoa, hold up though. The Sproink. The Sproink is up.
Yeah. He's got it.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Oh yeah, farm those creeps with Sproink. The
That
high ground
guy's gonna
defense of
do
the
some
Sproink.
serious damage. Sprink is freaking insanely good.
It is true. I mean, Jackie's scared. He's got the aesthetics cap, you know.
Yeah.
It's actually a really nice call versus the scythe. Not a lot of life stealers would take the side, but I don't think. Oh, Tianming, number 9.
Oh, Tianming was supposed
Oh,
to
no.
break the smoke, and the doom comes out. Tianming, why? Why? They get him too. They're all gonna go down. Oh. He just walked away for a second. He was about to break that smoke. And
I mean,
Roche,
they're really risking it all.
minute 40 away on Roche. That helps out Azure a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a big deal. It will be Radiant side, so that's not as great, but right now, like, Chalice is down here. I would love to see them try and get some vision down here. FY is a little bit too busy farming, unfortunately.
Oh,
But I think if the they saved a gem, it looks like. Oh, yeah, what's up?
Ice is killing it. Look at this guy. Chasing Chalice. Chalice blink. Ice. Blink. No. Blink the other way. Creeps to farm.
Worth more than Chalice, you know.
True. I mean, Somnus is definitely, like, catching up. Has this Kaya Sanj Radiance going in towards the frickin' Aghanim Scepter next? If he gets this farm levels up, I mean, the problem is that I think Enigma is greater than Enchantress, but only if he hits on those black holes. If
Right.
Silencer can get the global off, Enchantress is going to do work.
Yeah,
She's
it
going
is
for
kind of
MKB.
Got to cut through this here, and it's kind of crazy that Somnus is keeping up this much. I gotta say, considering the game that Jackie's had, I am really shocked that he's even within 3K of him.
Yeah. And then, you know, There's just Doom. Doing Doom things.
All right, here we go. 13 seconds. Everyone's up here from Azure. They're smoked. The
Could
global.
this be their moment? They find Jackie. Looking for him. Jump forward. Hexes out. Control. Spear. Damage. Look at the hits. The impetus shots. Oh, but no. He gets out and away. He's going to be
Aesthetics
fine.
cap, baby. It's the
He's
aesthetics.
going to be fine. Oh, my God. And instead it's Doom on a Nagasaren. She is singing, but the slowdown is there. They got her caught in the end, and Azure just look on in dismay. Now, they do have buyback on the Nagasaren, but Black Hole is still up.
They only win fights if they scythe kill Jackie, and so he just holds aesthetics cap. That's it.
Yeah.
Because he has the turnaround item of the Satanic plus his natural ghoul frenzying and feasting. So
Right.
he's very content that as long as he can survive through one stun, he's going to be fine.
True. It's big.
Who gets it?
Big, big.
DJ?
Oh, wait a minute. They found one. Ice?
Oh, boo.
Ice? Is he dead? Well, Gordon kills off Tianming, but they do take down Ice for a
And Dougal.
lot of gold. Oh my God. Chalice as Hex. Jackie, a long, long rage. Chalice finally trying to back out of there. Tombstone down. Chalice has the blink to get away.
All right. Jackie coming and bailing out his Undying there. Give him the save.
Who got the eggs?
Dire's bottom
Pengo.
tower is under
Oh,
attack.
okay.
Definitely the right call. I mean,
Right.
the defusal has just done so much work this entire game, and he is the Mindbreaker too, if it wasn't annoying enough.
Right. Although we did see in that last fight that like Enchantress started to deal out a lot of damage. If she can get to some more of these, like if she can get to MKB, I feel like there's maybe a chance they take down Lifestealer.
We'll
Gotta
see.
hope
I don't
and
know.
dream.
It's hard to get him though, because like they don't have any control for him, and then he can
Right.
always disjoin a lot with the infests and the
Right.
grab ally. Like these impetus are gonna be flying, and he's gonna be like juking and jiving. I guess at least you're stuck in with the Tombstone, right?
Right.
With the
Well,
grab
I
ally.
was-
Oh, he doesn't. Oh, sorry. He still doesn't have grab ally actually.
No.
Oh, that's kind of crazy. All right, go get it, guys. He must be the only one, right?
I think so.
Yeah, yeah. Go kill the Tormentor for Dubu.
Poor
Come on,
Dubu.
go hop on a Tombstone. It's
I mean,
right there.
I will say that I think the Hex on Chalice can like, and then follow up with a Hex from Luo too. That's like got to be the way they do it. And it is the only way they lose this game if Grab Ally isn't there. Oh no, Tianming. TP out. This, Ooh!
Hey, woo! Living.
You can't believe it.
Bottom barracks are under attack.
Can't believe
What a
he's alive.
hilarious game for him, dude.
Yeah.
bro. He hasn't stolen any int.
No, he has no hint. Poor
Radiant's
Tianming.
bottom barracks are under attack.
0 int. At least you can't give away like the Bad Legion games, you know?
Right, that's true.
You got that going for you.
Jackie. Lotus on him. Somnus trying to do what he can.
Radiant's bottom barracks
But
are under
Bleed not wanting to go for the full out high ground pressure. Meanwhile, Ice is just catching these waves that were pushed out.
Just pinging creeps over and over. He's like, I have bots too. I'm allowed to do this.
Dude, Naga is the third lowest level in the game. She's below the Undying in levels.
Isn't that weird how this happens to this hero? It is very strange. Because you don't get XP. The only way he
Yeah.
can farm is with his illusions.
Very strange.
He's so close to 20 as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's in the danger zone right now. This is why he has no XP, because when you stick around near the creeps, you get in trouble. They just went all around him.
Lo just gets out.
Oh
just
my
able to
gosh.
survive.
This is so scary. Oh, Courier? Oh, he's
He
dead.
realizes. Well,
Other things are
Tianming,
happening. Okay, yeah.
gone
he's down.
again.
That's normal.
well, all according to plan.
Ice. He's hunting.
He's not going to get
Dude,
him.
this is so scary for Lou.
He got level 20, though. Extra
Yeah,
illusion.
more illusions.
Radiant's
Continuing to cut waves. They don't have a creep wave top.
He just danced through them all because of this ninja gear. This is crazy.
Yeah, it's really good. And now he can play on the other side too. So they only have to deal with the waves down mid.
Look at DJ.
Yeah.
No, don't come down. Because they have bots too. He can just lurk.
He's farming it.
Imagine he black holes her and then they get a bot's TP. Dude, Lou. Oh my god, this is so annoying.
Yeah. He's playing around with this twin gate perfectly. I think he needs to
Aegis.
Yeah, they can't do anything. They just keep hunting, and they're not finding them. Now they go through the twin gate, and Ice is like, well,
Where
there's nobody
she?
there. She's out and away.
Okay, they need some ob sentries along the edges. Because even though he's like ninja gearing and stuff, you can still see catching
here
the
it
slits.
is.
Oh, no.
There it is. Yeah. Doom comes out, and, well,
So
finally,
farming.
Lou's happy time is gone. But that day just expired. And she definitely has buyback.
Oh, this is so funny. What an annoying hero. Listen, all right. Bleed, I got 3 kids who are going to wake up in like 3 hours and 15 minutes. And it's a Saturday. There's no daycare tomorrow. I would really appreciate it.
The Jason Chalice tries to throw out the spear. They go on in, and, well, Refresher goes for another salvo. Hex, Arena available. Blink, no. Won't happen. Ice says no.
Let's go.
They might have heard you.
But how can I sleep after this insane game? You might be
know.
thinking. I mean, you're right. I can't.
Big move.
Oh, no.
Somnus.
No, DJ's courier.
Oh, Somnus is catching and killing the wave. Somnus.
It was his refresher.
Oh, big plays. Somnus killing that wave off. They don't have anything.
How can you rob us of another DJ Enigma play?
Somnus on them. Remnants out. They jump in. Corden wants to find him. DJ right there. Remnants away before the black hole comes out. And now Refresher done on the Doom. He's back in base, though, while the rest of his team is fighting.
Ice is looking for a bots 3 in the shop. He's like, can I make this like shorter cooldown? How do I keep farming more?
Naga didn't need to buy back, and now she's back cutting waves again.
She also bought a Bloodthorn because she was able to. It did spend out for the buyback, though.
Right.
So it needs to farm up quickly. Oh. The Clash of the Titans.
Dun, 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 dun.
He has the
Got
none
her
of the buyback.
caught again. Bang, 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 bang. DJ likes what he sees. And I say,
He needed to run to the secret shop and sell. But he
TP?
wouldn't be able to make it anyway.
Oh, John, man. Doom him. Doom him. Doom him. Nah, he's not gonna. That's sad.
All right, where are the creeps at, though? Oh, one creep. One range creep mid.
They're going for it.
One lone warrior.
Somnus is catching this wave. Naga Siren actually doesn't have buyback. She's 90
Yeah, she
gold
bought the
away.
Bloodthorn. She bought out.
Oh, no. Oh, wait, no, we go. Here we go. Somnus is going to get the bounty. He's got it.
All right.
Buys back
She's not buying
immediately.
back?
Global down. Black hole trying to kill Chalice. Will it be enough? But look at the Enchantress. Trying to get away. Jumps out. Jumps back. Gordon tries to do what he can. Somnus still throwing out those remnants. The Manta in the back away. Already they have taken the racks. Ice looking for the chase down. Wants FY desperately and will get that kill. So they managed to find a couple more. Buyback on Silencer already being used, and Naga Siren does have buyback available, but is going to run out first.
He didn't want to use it because it's still a tier 2 bottom. So he knew they wouldn't be able to end the game, but losing Chalice does hurt.
Yeah.
He
Hard.
does not have buyback.
Jumps. Jackie feeling confident. Moves on in. They do have the last word on to Jackie. Silenced for a bit. Illusion's just not doing that much damage at the moment. Lifestealer is very strong.
Corden TPs to the bottom wave to get this tier 2 to steal a Wisdom Rune if he wants to. But more importantly, to probably end this game. They march high ground once more.
Silence. Stomping. Will can only look on in abject horror as his base is being taken from him. And Enigma is getting close to surpassing him in net worth.
The refresher's coming. It's on the courier.
From Corden. Finds him. Connection. Jump forward. Caught him. Ice. Doom down on 1. Dead. Somnus has buyback. Now the big arena down on the bunch. But do they have enough? I don't know if it's going to end up happening, although Lifestealer dropping lower and lower, healed up by the Undyne, and Jackie able to survive through it. Turns with the Satanic back up to full HP on this Lifestealer. FY still just throwing out the little rainbows of death, which is connecting onto Ice and starting to take him down, but they just don't have the damage.
DJ's
It's
looking.
not enough from the heroes that matter. He's waiting, lurking, jumping forward, ready for it in a moment. 10 seconds away for 1 black hole and 2 again. And Jackie on top of him. They have the BKB black hole if he wants it. But the Song of the Siren to reset, and well, DJ waits for his moment. Dun 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 dun! Finds it 1. Second round. As Refresher hasn't used it yet. And it's just going to be Mega Creeps. This game is going to be over. Azure Ray do not have enough to hold out against Bleed as they jump forward aggressively. DJ
FY
sees his
jumps
moment.
backwards.
Try and stop this one if they can. But in the end, the Gleipnir out. The Tombstone down. They eventually take it out. Jackie's there. Corden battling off against Somnus. They keep him away. DJ dropping lower and lower, but the black hole in the heel from Jackie. They catch on to the Naga Siren. He will die. Does have buyback. Somnus making them work for it. They want to set their eyes on this Ancient eventually, but they're not quite taking him down yet. Falling lower and lower. The buyback comes from Pango. Chalice is going to get burned to death. And with only FY
Corden?
and Lowell left alive, it's not enough. Corden sets his sight on the throne. GG is called. Bleed get the 2-0.
What a nice draft here from Bleed. I mean, I'm just saying, Corden looks really good on Ember and Pango.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I think they have Ember pretty solved. Either they're going to pick it, they're going to pick the Pango into it, and you're not going to have a great time. But really, this was the Jackie show. He did fantastic on Lifestealer. How many saves did he have in these fights? I feel like all his infests were really good.
Yeah. No, absolutely. A bunch of saves out through that. I think Jackie knew what he needed to do the entire time. Was very impressed with his performance. And I mean, 14-0-10. He did it in style. It's noticeable because the action it's heating up over at the Bali Major. We're going through the group stage. Make sure you got to check out the H&M new summer collection to be as stylish as Jackie for the clothes to suit that action. Make sure that you check them out. H&M.
Yeah, the only way to get that stylish is H&M. To be like
That's
Jackie, right. It's surely the only chance you have. And I mean, you could really see a good matchup here for the Doom versus the Naga Siren and how he absolutely ruined their game. Like,
yeah,
this idea of trying to cut waves and delay and use one of the biggest strengths that you have. Lou, there's not many heroes that could have made his life so miserable as this Doom. Just running along the edges of the map. We all know this new map, it's very big. It's hard to track people, especially these illusion heroes like Terrorblade and Naga Siren as they move across and keep sending out these illusions and catching these waves. But when Doom finds you, it is done. He itemized for it. He had a good lane. And was prepped for this sort of a situation to occur later on. So, despite their best efforts here, Bleed were pretty confidently taking, sort of the lead throughout most of this game, I would say.
Bleed taking the lead. I see what you did there, Trent. Amazing stuff, as always. Love to see it. Man, still a lot more great Dota 2 to get played. We got a couple other fine casters that are going to come on in and take over for us now as we get ready to take on the second half of the day. Bali Major. More to come in just a bit. See you all on the other side of the break.
Bye-bye.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Bisnet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
What do you think? What do you think? It kind of looks like Sai.
And the hair,
I don't know if anyone has hair like this.
it's something like, so, okay, let's, what happens if we're wrong? Nothing, right? I feel like this is Mind Panda's
Yeah, I think so too. It's solo plus someone.
Solo and Perez or something?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, do that.
Solo and Terrace.
There's no way. There's no way that's us at all. But if it is, I think he's very handsome. I think.
Or alternatively, if you like combine our names, it's like Shartizi. I will name him Shartizi.
Okay, then that's the name, Shartizi. Support us at Bali Major.
Oh my god.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy. Make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The B shift is here for the C stream. My name is DK Truman. I'm joined by Kazu, and we got ourselves a beautiful, especially mid matchup coming up next.
Yeah, we have a classic Aster versus Shopify, and honestly, I looked at the standings earlier, and well, we were both kind of surprised how close it still is in this group. Like, even if you're in the middle of the group or in the bottom, it's kind of like, okay, you get like one more win, as you can see here, and suddenly, boom, you just shoot all the way back to the middle or even closer to the top. So not only is it like, it's a good match, it's also a really, really important match for both of these teams.
Yeah, this is the winner of this pretty much knocks themselves up towards the upper bracket position. It's a lot easier to do in Group A than Group B because you've got Liquid and Tundra all the way at the top, but then Beast Coast is doing nicely, Shopify is doing, like, the middle is doing pretty even. They're all tying against each other. And even Blacklist and Execration aren't out of it. Looking at EG, they're screwed. They're done. Like, there's no chance on their side. But in Group A, there's still plenty of chances for at least the Southeast Asian teams to come back up. Same with Team Aster. Like, they're tied with IG, which is between relegation and lower bracket. It's all very close.
Yeah, I guess so. For EG, they're 1-9. Ooh, yeah, that's a rough one. What's the best potential score that they can even finish off on anymore? 9-7? The 7-9, I mean? Oof. Yeah, I would not want to be in EG spot right now. Honestly, that's very surprising. But what is incredible, yeah, we've been talking about Quest the last days. They're 7-1. No, I'm kind of down for this. I feel like Europe kind of shit the bed at Dream League. You know, maybe some people were chilling or Liquid. They're like fully turning it around. They're 9-1.
I mean, to a degree, there's still someone that won it, you know. Just
That is true. That is true. We did have the one sole survivor, Gaming Gladiators, making sure that there aren't like removed slots from EU by them still being able to win it. So that's good.
But of course, we do have two teams up against each other. Team Aster's the team that we're first going to be checking out. The King, of course, in that mid lane. That's what everyone's looking forward to. But I love Baboka and XXS together. It's a duo that they've played together for 8 years.
That's insane. 8 years?
Yeah,
that's longer than I've played this game. It's honestly crazy. I think they're also, like, they're great. They're really good together, but I must say one of the few things, I mean, it's always hard when I feel like you integrate a new player, and especially when it's a situation like this. We haven't seen it like too many times. You bring in a player from a different region who doesn't really speak like your language, so both for him and the team, I feel like it's probably not the easiest adjustment, and they're probably trying to work out these problems right now. And in terms of XXS Baboka, I'm a huge fan of their duo, but I feel that lately, I mean, it might just be like the team atmosphere, the team dynamic that's a little bit off, because I feel that generally they perform a little better. So I'm just hoping that they can work it out and, you know, start showing and giving us the performance that we all kind of expect from this team.
Yeah, I definitely think that they're a very scary prospect. Monet is also one of the more renowned safe laners in the Chinese region. And in general, I think Baboka XXS is probably the strongest offlane duo. I mean, with all the experience they have. But on the opposing side, of course, Shopify Rebellion needs no further introduction. Everyone knows every player for a very long time.
Arteezy, my favorite player.
When's he gonna stream? That's the big question. Saberlight, when we casted them, had one game really bad, but the other game on that Lycan, oof, he absolutely went nuts.
Yeah, he kind of destroyed on the Lycan. I feel like they've been a bit hit and miss, but from a couple of the games I've watched, like when they are winning or when they have a good start, they're honestly kind of rolling. So for them, it's maybe a bit more about finding out, okay, what picks do we need? Is there anything else we need to change in like this early game or whatever? Because their team fighting overall, when they did get there in the games that I've watched, it just honestly looked very solid. And maybe, you know, maybe it's Abed's lucky day. I mean, I guess it can't be his lucky day. He already played Storm twice, but maybe he'll get to play a different hero.
That's the big question, of course. Who's going to be playing Storm? For that, we're going to jump into the draft, which is live right now. There has been some sneaky shenanigans. Team Aster had first pick, and they chose the Pugna, which, of course, makes sure there's no Pugna Storm combo. And then Shopify, they expect the Storm to come out, so they immediately go for the Ember pick.
I kind of like, in a way, what both teams are doing, but I do think... so Shopify played against this opening earlier, right? Like, you know, when you play against Shopify, if you let them have Pugna Storm, they're going to take both of those. So Execration does something similar, where they picked Pugna first pick, and then Shopify still went for the Storm. So I like that they're switching it up this time around. As you said, there's a high chance that a Storm would come out, as it does. So Ember's good against that. You pair it with the techies. Ember techies together is great. Ember doesn't really care about Pugna, right? You have long range spam. Later you have a lot of magic damage you can get through that. So yeah, I'm happy to see an adjustment from Shopify, because let's be real, I don't think they're the most like known team that you would throw out there when it comes to adapting and being open.
5 seconds remaining.
To a degree, I mean, they don't do it, even though Abed has such a stupidly big hero pool. We've seen,
He's sick. Yeah.
like Meepos come out yesterday for Ace, if I'm not mistaken, in the off lane.
Yep.
Like, Meepos hero he plays Tinker, he plays Huskar, he has such a gigantic hero pool, and he gets to play Storm 90% of the time.
Yeah, like for him, it's definitely not about the like hero pool, right? Because as you're saying, we all know. I mean, most of these players at these tournaments, there's I don't think you can name more than maybe like 1 or 2 players that can't play more than 3-4 heroes. It's more, I think they really like to stick to a kind of script, like from what I understand, where they have like very designated roles, and they feel that Storm fills that one very nicely. Like from what I understand, they want like Abed plus the 2 supports. They're like the, you know, the ganking squad, the kill squad in the game, whereas then your side laners, they just get to farm. So they'll always try to just fit in heroes that fill like this kind of criteria.
Yeah, they definitely, like, they probably scrim, and they just scrim the exact same every single time, and it doesn't make it the most diverse. We did also check out the stats on Shopify site. They've played techies 8 times in the last month. They've won once with techies, so not a very great statistic for an insanely strong hero.
Yeah, it's time to step up that win rate crit. But yeah, I wonder like how that is for some of these teams. Like, of course, you know, maybe sometimes hero just doesn't fit well, or also a lot of the times it isn't necessarily the hero's fault. Maybe you're throwing some games. But I mean, if they're still picking it, they must feel good about it. I mean, I think most teams feel good about techies, right? It's just universal hero, long range, good laner, good team fight, damage, plays well with many other heroes. I would say techies doesn't have too many weaknesses. And for Team Aster, like when we see this Pugna Storm, I think I mentioned something similar in another cast. I think Silencer is a hero that for Shopify, if they can get it into their draft, is very annoying to play into if you play Pugna Storm.
Yeah, you're definitely going to need to address the Pugna. In this case, they have a techies, which is nice to jump on the Pugna, but we saw as well when Abed played Storm, like the mid-air drag of the techies, which was
That was
nuts.
sick. Yeah, that was so cool, actually. I had never seen that before.
I didn't even know that was possible.
Yeah. I mean, it's also not that easy to find out, right? Because most people, like, your instinct is just like, oh, I'm going to dodge it with zip, or like zip in and do something. And he's like, nope, I need to find out the least mana usage possible in every single scenario, because otherwise Bulba is just going to whip the hell out of me in the future. So, I mean, Abed knows his stuff. I do like Shopify's bans, so let's see. They go for the Undying. A little bit different, but of course also one of the, I mean, probably like what, top 2 most contested support heroes, or like he's like within the most contested support pool for sure.
Yeah, most teams definitely try to first phase pick or ban it. It's not normally getting let through all the way to the end. Does mean, of course, that it's going to be crit on the techies and no fly swap arounds in that regard. They will need a little bit more control for the Pugna, because otherwise Pugna's just going to stand there and do the old suck, and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah. No, this is, I like how Aster are for now at least continuing. Most of the time when we play, when teams play against Undying, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. You want like some high move speed heroes that can play on range and maybe have some burst. And when you're Storm in this game, like Sumail, you need to... Because Pugna, he doesn't give you the most damage. Like, Pugna helps you go in and like give you your mana, and sure, he has some follow-up damage, but when you play into some Ember and tank your heroes like Undying, it's very important you have this follow-up damage. So I think the Skyrev is probably one of the best 4 picks that you can go for here. So I definitely like that coming out from Aster.
Legion Commander is an interesting one. I mean, I also like the Sky because the instant silence on Ember. If Ember and Puck are 2 heroes that if you silence them, it pretty much counts as a stun because they don't have anything without their spells.
10 seconds remaining.
Legion Commander is an interesting one. It's really bad against Undying, laning wise, but also later when Undying gets his shard, because he can save people from the duel, which is a scary
a good
prospect.
point actually. Yeah, like both against some Storm Sky combo or like LC Sky. Yeah, this shard we're definitely gonna see at this game. We had talked about it a little bit earlier, so I think the lane can... I mean, it's going to depend a little bit on what Shopify go for here. Okay, I do think this makes a lot of sense. A lot of these like range carries, we're going to make it like very awkward, I would say, for Aster to play this lane, like whether it's some TA or Shadow Fiend, something along these lines. So Shopify safety is very solid, and for Aster, I mean, I can kind of see the idea. Skyrev gives you a good lane for the LC. You have to Dispel later against Ember, because they didn't have too many stuns, but yeah, XXS's mid game, it may not be too easy. Like right now, if I'm him, I would kind of want Monet to be a hero where I can play off of the Purge, so I don't just always have to go in and like blink duel, because yeah, you might grief your game later in this game if you have to do that every single time.
Yeah, TA is not the easiest with the refraction charges. Normally you want to like make them kill themselves with Blade Mill in 3 seconds. TA is one of the better heroes against that play, because of course the refraction charges keep him alive a little bit longer. Then you have the Undying coming in with the Tombstone. They might need to get an offlaner that is also an extra way to keep him alive. I do think with the TA you probably have enough damage to go, and you might want to get just a saving offlaner, even though I kinda can't think of one out the top of my head.
Looks like I think we got to a similar scenario yesterday where let's see. So some of the team fighters, of course, are already banned out. Like there's no Darkseer, Tidehunter, Enigma, Visage, Doom. But another hero that could build auras and like help you a little bit and speed up the game again for Shopify could be a Beastmaster. I think that is maybe a hero it's a hero right now if you're Aster that you need to either ban, or you have like, okay, we want to pick this type of carry, so we don't really care about Beast, let's ban something else. But TA is a hero that really benefits a lot from auras and like the Zoo offlane heroes, and Beast is one of the few that's left. I can't really find a better like team fight hero that will kind of turn the game around.
I mean, if they're going to go for something like a Naga on Aster, they definitely need to ban Beast, because the drums are insane. And it's honestly not a bad Naga. It's actually a really good Naga game.
I think it's a very good Naga game. Yeah, I would really like a Naga here. Yeah, it's great against the Shopify heroes. You're always good against Tomb. It also makes it a lot like it would help your Legion, Sky, and Storm to play the game in the way that they want to, right? Like they want the map to be split. People need to show and defend lanes. Now suddenly they can get pickoffs. So I would be a big fan of a Naga pick.
Okay, Underlord ban is another counter to Naga. I think Beast is a little bit scarier these days with the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, I honestly think so too. I mean, this Beast Ags in specific games is insane.
It's just impossible to kill him. With the extra damage you deal to illusions, and it's all healing him at the same time, it's just, he just walks around the team fight and never dies.
I mean, especially if he's paired up with heroes that can also like help him a little bit, right? Like you're gonna have a Soul Rip, a Techies who can help you out with some Blast Off, maybe some TA traps that slow, maybe Silenced, and the Tombstone save that we talked about as well with the Grab Allies. So, I mean, let's see what Shopify think Aster won, but I mean, how many Illusion heroes are left? I think TB Band was good. It's kind of similar to the Naga, has a good matchup against TA and helps you with the lanes. It's
PL.
not a good PL game. Yeah, like if they pick PL, you just do Beast, and you're even happier as if they Naga, I feel. So you probably don't care about that.
I haven't seen as much BL as I would have expected.
Yeah,
especially
same.
the Ags, it feels so strong right now.
I know they gave it a small nerf in the patch just now, right? But even then, I think it's still very strong, the PL Ags.
Oh,
Go for the Slark,
okay.
interesting.
I mean, it is good against the Ember with the catch. The save is very nice. That is
Quick
such
axe.
a good
I
pick
like
up
that.
against the Slark.
That's yeah, I think this is very good for their game. Like especially, so Slark in a way it also helps you like play with some vision. You can get the shard later to like save people. But Axe in this game, I think he's got a pretty good setup. It's really hard to save from this hero. I mean, of course, LC can't. Maybe Slark can later in the game if he does get the shard. But if you ever get called, yeah. I mean, Axe is generally like a pretty spicy hero in a way that he's either gonna own really hard or suck it up. I think this time around Saberlight, he's in for a good game.
Yeah, Axe has honestly been a hero that I've seen kind of forgotten by a lot of teams, but when it gets picked, it does so much work. The control, of course, the BKB piercing roar shenanigans that you have. There's no save, like Legion Commander can't save against that, because if you pick Beastmaster, you would be able to save anyone who got roared very quickly. Against the call, it's going to be problematic, definitely. He's also stupidly tanky, and if you have a techies in your lane, you can at least constantly bully out the Pugna. The Slark is a little bit tougher because, of course, he can just get rid of the dot that you throw in him. But honestly, I think they have a really good pickup there. He also holds them down for a couple of seconds so that TA can blink in and just two-shot anyone. The fact that you can catch him while he's hurried in his ulti or in his little cloud for his teammates is probably one of the biggest aspects of the Axe this game that's going to be super influential.
Yeah, like I think the Battle Hunger will help crit a lot in the lane. Like I would say Pugna techies, they can probably trade kind of evenly, but as soon as you like put a Battle Hunger in the mix, suddenly Pichu is going to have to like kind of back off from the lane, and I think he will always lose the trades against crit. As Bird having a bit of a popping his own smoke, but looks like not too much is going to happen. And you love to play with heroes that can burst when you're Axe. When you're Axe Legion, you need these type of carries or post 4s that have burst damage. He has techies from his post 4 and a TA from the carry roll. Honestly, if he Axe calls and they want to kill someone, that target is very likely just going to die.
Yeah, it does also pretty well against Slark because in the laning stage with the counter helix, Slark just doesn't like. He wants to hit enemy offlaners, but he really doesn't want to hit Axe.
Yeah.
Top side.
Arteezy, hello.
Arteezy is gonna get jumped, and that should be first blood to be secured with the heavy slows. Goes to Samil, and that's gonna be a quick bottle to be delivered, which might make it problematic for Abed.
Yeah, it definitely can make a big difference. I mean, we saw it yesterday, right? In these matchups, he played specifically like this matchup, I think, back-to-back, Storm Ember. Once he owned, one time he like lost slightly, but just having like a small XP lead or small gold lead, like getting this Blade of Attack faster from Falcon Blade, getting the bottle, it can like literally that alone in 5 minutes time can just be the difference maker whether you're 6 before the enemy or not.
I'm getting to see this matchup a little bit too many times lately.
Yeah, I agree with you.
We've had it 3 times, 4 times maybe even so far. So it's
at least 3, yeah. This is the 3rd or 4th time at this point.
It's kind of to be expected, honestly. Obviously, Ember is being picked up as a counter. I'm surprised we don't get to see more Void Spirit, considering his late game potential is ridiculous. With
I guess, like, from what I've heard, people feel that he got murdered a little too hard in the most recent patch. I think he's still playable, but maybe it just feels nicer to have these other Spurs right now. I do think that Void Spirit, as you said, he has the most busted late game out of all of them, but perhaps the stage of getting there is a little awkward, as Arteezy with this Melt and Blightstone is, yeah, I mean, laning into Undying plus this type of TA is pretty annoying. You have to just grab some creeps and pull them back all the time.
taking a lot of damage. Success is just, oh yeah, at least has a magic 6, so he's going to be happy in that regard. But once Refraction also joins in, Side Blades come to play. It's all pure damage, of course, when the Side Blades hit, so you don't have any use of any armor items or whatnot that you want to build.
Yeah, it's I mean, I wonder what you do here if you're Arteezy. I guess you go Side Blades now level 2 and then Refraction level 3. But you can see the pressure on bottom already. Both of them low HP. We touched on the Axe a few times, and I mean, this is definitely the type of hero where you want to have a good lane, you want to snowball, maybe like get 1 or 2 kills, or free up your +4 to stack some of the Ancients. With Saberlight just being a little bit annoying to Manet under the lane, and he's gonna have great lane control here after this wave.
Samil is smacking Abed in mid though. I mean, obviously he got that bottle, so he can be a lot more aggressive. But this is dangerous smacking.
Yeah, this is like the thing. Like when you play the Storm Ember matchup, the Storm gets to hit you a lot when you Flame Guard and push the waves. But now that Sumail has a bottle earlier, he can man up more. He has the Blade of Attack earlier, which means every little hit, it just matters like a little more. Like 9 damage per hit when he hits you like 3, 4, 5 times every wave. That really starts to add up pretty quickly.
Yeah, luckily enough, Arteezy is also having a pretty free lane, bottom lane, Monet. It is also when Axe gets that Berserker's Call, you just Berserker's Call someone, throw in the entire Techies Blast army, and you can very easily get quick kills. Honestly, the moment that Saberlight gets his Blink Dagger, everyone needs to run.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be very careful. And something else when you're doing well in your side lanes early on, which Shopify are, you're gonna get the Lotuses. I think that Fly picked up the one up top, may have already used it. Down bottom, Crit was able to get that. So it just helps you so much in these following trades. And they're already kind of winning, and this just will make it even harder for Aster to try and get any kind of nice trades and fights off in the side lanes. This is XXS. Nice Blade. Not quite enough for the kill.
A lot of damage. Undying still has 2 mangoes to work with, even sending out another Blood Grenade for the extra harass. I do have to say Arteezy is playing a dangerous game so far forward, but he does feel that he's invincible right now.
Okay, Crit.
And towards mid, Water Rune spawning, so Crit having to rotate to make sure that the Pugna gets forced off, who actually made a double stack happen at the same time. Blast off connects, Pugna is gonna get controlled up. Will he be able to suicide by the neutrals? And
nice play by Crit.
With the right click will finish him off.
Very nicely done. That's XXS dangerously low. Damn. Yeah, TA is... I mean, XXX is doing well in terms of the CS, but TA is a very annoying hero to play against as Blood Grenade, fantastic shot. Right, well played, Baboka. Just making it look easy.
He's gonna try and clean it up. Gets denied by Fly. Nice quick fingers coming out from the Undying. This is starting to get rough for Shopify with how strong Samil is doing and XXS recovery.
I think this mid matchup is going to be very important. He has a little bit of an axe call in future. Looks like he's going to be okay. Because with Sumail owning this hard, we saw it yesterday. When you hit 6 before, maybe he can call Baboka, yo bro, come mid. Let's make a quick move. He's going to get 6 next wave. And like maybe they can get a kill on Abed. Or even if they don't kill him, maybe they can force him back, delay his game more. Because he's more than half a level ahead. And honestly, this right now is big. And Baboka, he's here.
Well,
they scan him out
denies XXS though. Dropping low, does get a point and press the attack, so we'll be able to use that to disengage. Press the attack feels so much more underwhelming compared to last, before the big change on Legion Commander. But the movement speed is always a nice addition, instead of that it comes from overwhelming odds.
Like when you're losing the lane, I feel like Legion does better in lanes that she's winning, but she does worse in lanes where she's losing. Because now you don't get the HP back from the W, as you mentioned. I do like that Aster did rotate Baboka to mid. Abed did read it out properly as they scanned, and they forced out XXS from the top lane a little bit, got a lot of harass off. As the rune does go to the Undying, I would say this definitely favors Shopify. Like if they don't trade runes, just Baboka.
Abed in mid is going to get jumped as well. Mill together. with Siamese Cat. Stun comes flying out.
blast
Crit
off.
gets the stun going, but it's still going to be the right click secured. No mana left on the Storm. He's actually going to go for the crit kill attempt here. A double damage Undying chasing after him, and he doesn't have mana to zip out of there. Crit's still
Clap him, Fly.
disengaging with the sticky bomb available. Lands it, is just juking his way through the trees. Will eventually die, but so does Sumil.
Hell yeah, Fly. Fucking smack these noobs. Just
Double
I'm
damage Undying.
just running around with a DD. It's hilarious.
I mean, to be fair, with Decay, it does make sure that the double damage does more work.
Yeah, he hurts. This hero's no joke with a DD this early on. There's a Wisdom rune.
Oh,
and if
man
he...
fight.
Oh, Fly.
Gets
Got
the
him.
kill. Oh, thank you very much. A kill and a Wisdom rune. You shouldn't have. Fly's level 6.
Yeah, this guy is fat as crit onto Baboka. They got both the Wisdom runes and 2 bonus kills. That's the dunk. I'll just pretend I didn't see it.
Could have waited
It was honestly
a second longer.
It was,
But okay.
yeah, it was very close as Abed. I mean, look at this mid matchup. Like, just a simple first blood, it can change so much. I mean, Sumail would have probably won the lane anyway, but not this hard. And Abed had to deny his tower, and now they're smoking bottom. This can be such a game-winning move to ruin Saberlight's game here.
Yeah, Sumil's at 4k net worth, top of the board. Abed is 2.6. His mid lane has been disastrous. No Storm, no fun, no glory.
That's really big deal. As Saberlight does a good read. He did back off from the bottom lane. Did dodge the smoke gank coming out from Sumail and Pichu, as now there's a... Well, they don't succeed with the smoke, but they do get themselves an Arcane Rune. And this on the... Probably one of the best Arcane Rune heroes, if not the best, with a good early game. Is a very big deal.
Fly wants to go in and possibly take the tier 1 tower towards top. Baboka makes a bit of a mistake, walks out, is level 3 only, and this the Flesh Golem movement slow is insane. 40% movement slow for 6 seconds. You get hit once, you'll never be able to escape. And they're even going to go
now
for
the
a quick
stats.
steal.
Yeah, I mean, this
It's
is
almost level 6
you're
well.
like, you're playing into some core Undying at this point when this guy's level 6 at 8 minutes. Like, you just run in with Sky, you get clapped once by the ult, and it's like, well, I guess I'm dead.
The only plus that they really do have is the fact that he is very poor, considering he had to buy 50 mangoes and like blood grenades and stuff.
Yeah. Good try. Has Sumail TPs.
Can they get a catch? They have a duel available. Would be nice to get a victory here, but they're too far. Oh, actually, Arteezy. That's going to be the target instead, or is it? In comes the Ember from Abed on the losing side. Does not have, actually does have Seeing Change. Just didn't want to go for the catch there, and they'll back off.
Yeah. Probably felt like they were backing off a little bit too early there already, as... Well, Shopify had a very good move there where they get to go in the enemy triangle, steal the stacks, and now... I mean, Sumail's game is still very good, but the last, 2 minutes have been a little quiet, as now he's just gonna take out a little stack with his Arcane Rune. I mean, Monet is happily and quietly farming away in the bottom lane, right? He's like, what, 200 gold away from his Midas, so he's happy, Sumail's happy. Saberlight doesn't feel too good about staying bottom and creep skipping. I guess it's just all about the Sumail Storm threat.
Yeah, it does bode well them that Sumail is trying to constantly get, but they're dodging every single engagement. Like, Sumail's wasting too much time and falling behind. Because Arteezy is now tying for that top net worth spot. You have the Saber Chad coming into play. Once he's got the Blink Dagger after his Vanguard, he can get a quick catch on anyone. And if they're next to creeps, they're dead. No matter who it is on the map. They're so squishy at this stage.
I think they will have it now after the next whichever camp he's going to clear. Maybe by the time the siege creep is still alive mid, so they could get a smoke, maybe rotate there. And find themselves... I mean, ideally they would want to kill a core, but if they can kill a support next to a tier 1 tower, as they're pressuring 2 lanes at the same time, like this is a very nice move if they do get to smoke. I think Saberlight is pinging it. As top lane pushed a lot, mid lane is getting pressured, so Shopify is setting themselves up for success here.
Yeah, they're looking to take 2 avenues at the same time. They're smoked up, Crit and Saberlight. Blink, Axe Call into the blast off. Plus proximity mines combination is that's a recipe for disaster for anyone. They also have a nice observer ward inside the Radiant Triangle that is not being cleared out yet. They do scan that someone is in the area, but that could, of course, still be Fly. Saberlight's looking for catch. Daytime vision.
Very nice
Success
move.
in the
Perhaps
trees. They
can
know
try to
he's
go
there.
Mid. Oh, down mid.
But they're not going to go.
Boca just getting to realize the pain of playing against an Ember Spirit as a support who can't really defend himself too well. Has to find Pichu. Hello.
Both supports dead. Not
No
really
dunk.
much to stop them from taking the tier 1 mid.
This is where, I mean, I guess with techies it's a bit hard. You can't tell them, yo, make it easier for me to get the dunks. But I know when I play Axe, people never care if I get the dunk off, and honestly, it matters a lot. So maybe it's going to be like, yo, guys, when it's a free kill, you know, let me dunk on these kids, make it easier for me. Because I've seen some Axes really pop off when they get some of these stacks. Like, that shit really matters later on in the game.
Yeah, it's also because I think Battle Hunger scales now with armor.
Yeah, it does. It's so great.
You can get some good value in the later portions of the game because of it.
Is Abed. Very interesting. So that he's going Maelstrom. I mean, he's having a good game. So he's just going to rely on, he feels that he's going to be tanky enough to perhaps live through the Storm Sky. Or, well, maybe he doesn't think he's going to be tanky enough. Maybe he feels like he's just not going to be caught by it. So Maelstrom is going to allow him to scale pretty nicely. And he'll deal a lot more damage in these early fights. I would assume that Arteezy is working on the Dragonlance Deso. And once they have that, I mean, they're honestly always ready to go.
Yeah, Baboka needs to get his level 6 because they have a kill combo of their own. There's no Tombstone for a while, so dual plus Mystic Flare should always result in a kill to be picked up.
Yeah, like that double Wisdom Rune steal from earlier in the game, it's still hurting Aster now. Like at 13 minutes in the game, they would have loved to be able to smoke up Sumail with Baboka, maybe look for a quick play around the map, right, with some zip pull, Mystic Flare, get a kill. But yeah, even until now, Baboka's still level 5. It's not... This does not happen to him very often. He did just pick it up now, so likely that they're going to look for a smoke-ish play in the near future.
Abed's also pretty nicely caught up. He has the Maelstrom now, so he finally has a farming tool. Hasn't built up the boots of speed into phase boots yet, so always has that option of making it into bots, which... Personally, big fan of bots Ember over phase boots Ember.
Yeah, if you get away
Storm.
with like not upgrading it early on, which he's not, right? He's skipping it as you're saying, and yeah, I'm honestly a fan of it. So there's a high chance you'll get to see it later. Shopify making another good move. They go mid with the Stesso on TA. Just have to make sure he doesn't get bursted because Aster are kind of looking to come around. But of course, Shopify are ready.
XXS doesn't have a blink yet. I'm surprised there's... I mean, he needs to get those traps in the trees to spot out where XXS might be. There's a good place to have a trap placed. They're going to go in. Axe Call onto
Nice
Samil.
call.
That's a bit of a mistake. Is the deal going to be enough? No, it is not. Two-man stun comes out, but Boka's going to be a second one down. XXS does get a double before he falls, though. That is some Blade Mill action coming, and then some. Axe and Arteezy both completely smacked themselves.
Man, that overwhelming odds with the Blade Mail, it dealt a lot of damage. Like, first of all, Arteezy was just hitting himself, then the odds hit like probably 3 heroes and a couple of creeps, and that this early on. I mean, that was just a very nice setup from Shopify. Like, Arteezy's kind of baiting it in a way. Saberlight instantly gets off the blink call before Sumail can like even try to zip out. So the whole fight just starts well, and Monet, he doesn't really want to join that fight, so he's still happily farming. Still doing very well in terms of net worth, at least on the Slark.
And they did manage to get 2 kills. Granted, it was still a worthwhile fight for Shopify.
Yeah.
But the recovery there from XXS was huge. Even having the Blade Mill popped against counter Helix from Axe, he just gets random spins and slowly but surely is murdering himself.
Yeah. He's getting close to the blink on the Legion, so that is definitely going to help them, as Shopify just playing a very clean game at the moment, you know, running down the towers, running at the right ones at the right time with the proper amount of heroes, as now looks like they might want to go up top, as you have Undying TA, Deso, very easy to either kill Roche or get some pickups around here, defend your tier 1 tower, which they will do. Saberlight looking for a jump.
Yeah.
Will love the mark.
The Watchers are still bugged for me every once in a while. Like, the top Watcher was red, but it was a Radiant Watch. Nonetheless, Crit's going to get dueled. And they do manage to get that quick kill. However, Sableye is ready for a blink axe call onto XXS. Drag him back. Tombstone is down. They need to quickly get rid of it. Zipping from Smil knows he needs to get rid of the supports first. But there's so many zombies chasing after everyone. They need to disengage. XXS just loses half his HP in one meld strike. Blade Mill even popped just to make sure Baboka will not be able to disengage. And Samil on the high ground. Sableye's really tanky with the Vanguard. Everyone needs to dip because he's got his blink available. Misses it thanks to the interruption with the Nether Blast. In comes Monet, but the TA meld. No vision, no detection. He's just going to be chilling on RTZ, playing to the edge and falling back. With a triple kill secured for Shopify, nothing lost in the process.
Very, very good fight for them once again. As we talked about the shard earlier on Fly, he has it queued up right now. We'll see if he wants to buy it instantly. Honestly, I would not mind if he does. Like, I could see it like, oh, let's wait like a couple minutes. We can just take the Tormentor. Maybe you get it for free, but hold on for a moment as Aster are smoking. They want to come to contest this. A couple of heroes are on low HP here for Shopify.
Success has the blink duel. Crit is trying to block any smoke shenanigans. Roche is dropping very low. Can they get the jump in? XXS in the pit. Gets the duel off onto the TA. Mystic Flare comes out and they will find the kill quickly. But that's the Aegis pop. On the side, Monet's trying to man fight. He needs to disengage. Good save from XXS. But the zombies! There's so many chasing after Monet. He even gets latched on by the bomb chase from Abed. Does he manage to get the kill? Pops the BKB. The heal comes out from Siamese Cat. And that will keep Monet alive. But the rest, the supports will be left behind. The Aegis got instantly popped. But they do at least get themselves out of there after a very painful tombstone.
Yeah. Well, I guess they did get the Aegis out of it, some dual damage for Elsie. Honestly, not too bad. I do like that they went for the contest there in that fight, so XXS is gonna continue to scale. With my bro Saberlight, he cannot catch a break. He's not been able to really get a dunk yet in this game. I mean, I guess you're playing with TA, he's just killing heroes, and Techies is kill stealing all the time, and these teamfights are very annoying for Aster, right? You talk about the zombies, like that shit is on top of you. Then there's TA traps, you're randomly getting slided by the Ember and getting slowed by Orb of Corrosion. It's just a lot of like random garbage that's being thrown your way.
And then there's Techies.
Yeah, but can never forget.
Fly
good
is
old annoying
queued
hero.
up. Armlet queued up a Blink Dagger a second ago. I mean, okay, he did go for the medallion and he's going full Solar Crest. I do think that it's better to wait until you get a free shard, because it's better for them to get a free shard than for either of the two supports to get a free shard. You don't want to give one to Axe, even though we should buy it later because it's insanely good. But the support shards are at the moment more value. Mystic Flare comes out onto Saberlight. A lot of damage. Can they manage to take him down? He is dropping low. Finally gets finished off on the side. Abed needs to be careful because the duel was still available. There's a duel onto Abed. They lose Monet though. And now the rest of the team needs to disengage. Again, the zombies. Look at how many! They cannot catch a break. They're being chased into oblivion. XXS walks into the mine. Boom goes the dynamite. And 5 seconds for the TP on Samil. They lose pretty much everyone. The zombies are just tickling away at him, but they know they're not going to go for the chase. That was, again, just the tombstone is doing everything for the side of Shopify. They cannot run away.
Like the Fly is like the third highest, most damage dealing hero in the fight, like while tanking and making it super annoying for people to be in the fight. Because yeah, the Tombstone is just doing too much in these fights. Like Monet, you don't really want to hit a 2-mass Slark. Your attack speed is still really low in this game. As Fly, he got himself the free shard. Now he has a Solar Crest plus the Grab ally at minute 20. He's gonna pump up Arteezy, and I just want to see the next fight, because I feel like if you're Aster, I don't know what you need to do to win this next fight, but you need to do something very creative, like jump 2 people at the same time or bait out the Tombstone, because Fly is just gonna save them.
It does have a pretty lengthy cast animation, or you duel him. Oh, XXS tried it, but Fly does manage to get jiggled through the trees just in time. But yeah, it does take a while for the Tombstone to set up, so if you get a quick duel plus Blade Mill plus Mystic Flare on top, you can definitely burst someone before anything happens. You also have the silence, of course, on the Skywrath, so I think making sure Fly can't get his Tombstone off is going to be the crucial aspect here, speaking of Fly,
They
he's
do see
staying
Abed
hidden
here.
behind. There
Oh,
does
here comes
get,
the
drop the
tombstone.
tombstone, and the save comes out. Saberlight with the return call comes in. The two-man stun. No, it's only a singular catch. Execration tries to disengage, but again, the tombstone is here, and all the supports are being hunted by the zombies. Get out of
Oh,
this
he's gonna
area.
die
Samil's
too.
being chased by Abed, controlled. Will get
Oh,
dunked
there it
on
is, baby.
by Saberlight. First dunk of the game. He's looking for more. He's got it ready for that Pugna as well. And
Give
even
him
the
another one,
zombies are
bros.
still chasing forever.
Let's go, Crit. Don't take the kill.
Ah, Crit.
Oh!
Disappointing. Disappointing.
God damn it. He
They don't want
he
to
got
give
one
the
down.
Chad his chance.
Yeah, I'm down. Maybe they're like, the game's too easy. Like, don't give me too many stacks, you know? Maybe Saberlight told them, hold on, guys. The game's just too easy. As there we see grab ally. There is just no counterplay. What Radiant need to do, as you said, they need to find a way where, honestly, they need to kill Fly first in the fight. Yeah, I feel like it's legit just like that. Even with the Skyref silence, like, you have a very high cast range on the tomb, and even then the range save is quite high. Like, unless Boboka has a blink or a lens, it's not realistic to expect him to get the silence off every time. So they're gonna have to think about something, because the next fights are not easy.
Yeah, Shopify knew exactly what they were doing as well. Fly was hiding
Yeah,
behind the trees,
absolutely.
lying in wait, knowing they're going to go for the blink duel. No matter what's going to happen, we're ready. And exactly that. He just saves it. They use 2 ultis, both wasted. In comes Saber Chat with the call, and the rest is history.
Well, we have the TA shard once again. As you mentioned before, it's kind of like the most normal build. It's just so strong. Silence in this game, again, is amazing. If Sumail zips in, silence against all these heroes can be very crucial. Against both the supports, Storm, Slark gives you more vision on the map as well to help Abed and maybe Saberlight find some jumps. Crit is working on the Greaves. I mean, he's also got some scary items. Glimmer Cape against the Sky Storm, about to have Greaves as well to help his team even more. Yeah, Shopify draft is really coming together right now.
He was actually considering going for Yule Scepter first, which I wouldn't have minded either. But yeah, the Guardian Greaves is probably a better choice. They extra healing for your team, comboed with the Undying's Soul Rip shenanigans, the save that he has. All you need to do this game is keep Arteezy alive.
Absolutely. And I like that Arteezy is going for a Daedalus. He had a Pike queued up where I think Pike is maybe a little too defensive. And when we consider all the defensive tools you already have,
Saberlight is so fast. Luckily enough, they have a save of their own on the side of Aster. But my God, that instant.
Honestly, I think Saberlight even caught Crit off guard there. Like, if Crit knows that this might happen, get the blast off, like, off in time. I mean, even if this kill doesn't happen, this is a very nice play to see. And if you're Sumail, I'm going to second guess. Like, next time I want to jump in, I'm going to second guess myself. Because he is on the mark with these blink calls.
He's very, very fast. I couldn't even register that he was zipping in yet. And he was just immediately, okay, catch.
Oh, it's pretty sick. As Shopify probably know this is happening, right? They even drawing like on mid. No one defended the base from Aster when this wave pushed in, so it's gonna be
He's gonna get
about
caught.
to break out.
No BKB for Axe. Going all the way around. Smoke breaks. They
Good
have
high
traps
ground ward.
there, and they know.
Shopify are playing this nicely. They're trying to bait him into their own high ground ward that they have down here on this high ground.
Yeah, luckily enough, they have Monet that can run the front line. He also has Dap Shroud now, so second
that's
save.
a big deal. I guess both teams have like some really dumb saves as
Oh,
Sumail.
quick
Blink
catch
call
onto
again.
Sumail again. The stun comes out. Do they have the damage taken down? On the side, they will actually lose 2 supports immediately to Arteezy. BKB going ham. Doesn't even have any mobility spells and still catches out both the Pugna and the Sky instantly.
I feel very impressed with Shopify in this game. Like the fact that they didn't hold the upper high ground but the lower one, because they know the smoke is coming. They can go around and place the ward. As looks Saberlight is looking for Monet. He's hiding behind the trees.
Gets a catch. He tries to disengage. Can he get out of there? Crit jumps forward a little bit too slow, and they will get out on the side of Aster.
Okay, gonna force him to TP out, as we can now also see a lot of Abed's impact. I mean, it's not like he's not been doing anything, but he gets to Remnant in, BKB, go on the 2 supports in the backline, and sure, you save Sumail with the Death Shroud, but your supports now are, I mean, just fully opened in the back. And now, next Roche is up, and I mean, Shopify, they're just gonna get this for free. I don't really see how Aster can contest this one at this point. Daedal is completed for Arteezy. And a DD, of course. My favorite rune.
Too many times when it's necessary. Luckily enough, it's
Yeah.
not the classic Roche has spawned DD in front of the pit anymore.
Yeah,
It's a
that
bit
is
more of
true.
a sprint.
That it is slightly better nowadays. Unlike there's also the classic, like, I don't know, you're down 20,000 gold, you're Yatoro, you're going for a smoke, you pick up the DD, and 5 seconds later you get to take the fight. We still see that every now and then, but
We
it's been
still
a
saw
while
that
at least.
yesterday, I think, with who was that again?
Oh, you're right. Who
Juggernaut.
was it? Yeah,
That
it was the
Arteezy.
Arteezy Jug, right?
Yeah, Arteezy Jug.
Actually, it was
where he
Arteezy.
He got the DD, ran towards the team fight, got Wolf Bite, Omni Slash, killed everyone.
Fun times.
Well, not for their opponents.
Definitely not for their opponents. I mean, I'm just getting to watch it nowadays. I don't have to play against it anymore.
Yeah, then
I'm
it
just here
doesn't feel so
vibing.
well, it still feels painful.
Yeah.
Yeah, it still feels painful.
That's okay. I'm just an Arteezy fanboy. So he picks up a DD, gets a Rampage. I feel good.
Yeah, Gaben's also an Arteezy fanboy.
Surely he is. It's gotta be. I mean, who isn't an Arteezy fan at this point?
That is very true. Nonetheless, they're looking to knock on the high ground. They still have that Aegis for another 4 minutes. And, I mean, Arteezy is only level 19, which is... the game is still so very early days. I'm at this point expecting like level 25s to come up with how the game has been feeling.
Okay, I kind of see what you mean. As Blink, another
Call,
Blink call.
Drag back XXS. That tombstone is the biggest nuisance ever.
Yeah, I mean, there's literally this.
What?
There's like this too. What do you do now?
Like?
I mean, they're just having fun.
I mean, you gotta be
Up
careful
there,
because
they're
they
baiting.
use it. It's back up again. Grab ally is that short of a cooldown? Okay, no.
I think it's like 4 seconds as Execration is getting sucked by his teammate, now silenced.
Okay, that is very surprising. I didn't expect it to be that. Stop with the grab ally!
It's not okay.
This
not
is
okay.
very annoying.
I'm telling you, it's not okay. This chart is not okay, dude.
Oh, that was so dumb. They have multiple catches for him, and it doesn't matter. Like, okay, so next time you just wait until he uses Tombstone, and then just go when it's on cooldown, because it's like 4 seconds to get him out or something, and it's 3 seconds where they can't leave, and then what? 1 second after they can go back in.
I'm not sure what I'm gonna double check the cooldown. I think the cooldown is like 4 seconds, and they can stay longer than 3, but they need to stay at least 3 seconds. It's something like that. Okay, he's got the Vindicator's Axe as well, a sick neutral item. I feel like this one might be a little too good, but I'm honestly a big fan of the concept. And yeah, I mean, if you're Aster again, you need to kind of come up with something, because they're gonna go high ground. The TA is gonna hit the tower. They're gonna drop a tombstone. And you're gonna want to cry, because you can't do anything.
Does keep the tower alive for a very long time with the halberd move. Saberlight with the call onto XXS. Ooh, and Arteezy goes for the backline. 8K, the Pugna annihilates him quickly. While Monet is farming somewhere across the map.
He's trying his best. He did get to cut the next wave. So, okay, another blink call
on
buyback.
XXS, but another disarm on the like his disarms are pretty on point with the halberd to keep Arteezy occupied. But there's a tombstone right behind him. That's going to be on cooldown now. This is a go time for a duel.
Here it is. Time is it's go time, baby.
Comes up on top. They lose that first life. He still has a second, but the Pugna needs to be careful because that could be dieback. Samil needs to zip out of there. Disarm onto the TA. Coming again. BKB was popped, half the duration has been used for it, but the backline chase is there for Abed. Still has the cheese available. Gets the jump just barely. He doesn't even eat the cheese. That's how chatty he is. Finally, he does use it. And he is ready to go back in, but doesn't have any fire remnants available. Crit with the three-man stun. Keep them occupied. XXS is going to be able to put the blast onto Arteezy, but in response, the mines from Crit do damage. Abed's going to be hunted here. Baboka, there's no mana left on the Aster heroes. Fly's is man-fighting everyone, but Monet will be able to chunk away at your essences. How has he not gotten any permanent essence steal on Slark? Is this bugged?
Actually, it's not bugged, huh? Because I guess most of the time people are dying to... Yeah, what are they dying to? I know it's dual.
Undying there. How does he not get at least, like, the I'm close proximity smashing away at my opponent stuff?
Yeah, he has 20 stacks. And I guess maybe he turned away a little bit or, like, pounced. I don't know what happened, but... actually, a pretty good hold for Aster, as Shopify went for a crucial mistake. The Tombstone had expired. As next time around, we're going to have some more dual saves once again. So, nice job by Aster to play around that properly. Get some kills in the game.
I think Fly needs to make up his mind and just go for Refresh Orb. Double
I like it. My brain was telling me the same thing.
I'm just like, then you jump out of one, and then he drops the second, pulls you in, and the second. That must be hell.
You just like ping pong between the two. I'm down to see it.
3-card Monty, where it's like,
sounds good to me.
Where's the queen? Where's the queen? Then he also gets his level 20 talent, and then just runs in to die. Has 3 tombstones down.
Then you get a third
one.
Then you can actually do some magic tricks. I like it. I feel like Fly could pull it off as it's scary days to be an Aster support hero because Abed is about to finish his Aghanims. I think he stole the gem, like when he was diving around the tier 4 tower in the last fight. I think he picked up the gem and then got out with the super low HP BKB cheese play. So, you know, kind of being some illegal criminal in the enemy base and still getting away with it. And now he has an Axe completed, so this Ember is very, very scary.
Yeah, Ags, BKB, Kaya Sands, Maelstrom, got the gem. He's building up into the bots next as well, so he'll be with the Ags and the bots. He's going to be able to be anywhere on the map at any time.
Yeah, he's got the shard already as well. I don't. He got it from the Tormentor, the one that was just killed. Wow. Okay. Yeah. This Ember is super scary.
He needs to buy his crit.
They might also just wait with how many Tormentors they're getting, but you're right. I mean, the Techie shard is so freaking good.
Are they gonna go for a Tormentor themselves?
Oh, the best shard in the game.
Extra armor, yeah!
Shield of the Scion. Honestly, the best thing about the shard is the name, I think. Because what it gives you is... I mean, honestly, it's kept me alive once or twice when I've played Skyrift, because you get, like... I don't know how much armor you get.
Insane.
It does stack up, like, pretty nicely.
If you get
so
like
it can definitely save you.
Flare, you get insane amounts of armor.
Yeah, so it can work, but generally speaking, the shard is not as good as some of the others. So okay, terrible. You're right. I was trying to be nice. But
I mean, it's armor, but you're playing a Skywrath. You're a glass cannon. That's literally your entire goal. Like your entire spells kit is just glass cannon go.
Yeah, and it only really works if you get to drop your ult on people too, which you don't always have the setup for it, or like if they jump you.
Just walking in, they find the duel on the fly. That's the big one. No save coming out. Monet from behind as well. They get the catch, they get the kill. He buys back immediately. They get disarmed by the techies, but they will find the tech deck. 2 kills secured. Both supports dead. Nice call coming out onto Samil. Fly with the tombstone at the ready, just in time to save anyone. But they're actually running away from the tombstone. They will lose the Sky, who does not have a buyback. Axe call comes in. The tombstone's about to drop, but the heal comes through, and they get a double kill secured in favor of Shopify. Both supports bought back, and guess what? Roche is one of the fastest timers as well, coming towards the Dire side. That's the refresher. That's the double tombstone.
Oh, plays a TA trap or mine. It's okay. They're gonna know, and it is up in 5 seconds. I liked how Aster approached his fight in the start. Right, they came around, they placed a great high ground ward, and they kill Fly first, which is by far the best target in the entire game. But yeah, the 2 buybacks, Abed being able to go on the backline. Nice call by Saberlight again. And yeah, at this point, I'm convinced. Saberlight is telling them, just don't make it as hard for me as possible to get the dunk off, because we're slaying these noobs too hard, as he's still sitting on just one single dunk here on Mr. Axe.
I mean, okay, there's 2 permanent Agi stolen now on Monet. Roche is up. They know
We're
that
getting
Roche
there.
is up because the mine exploded. But Monet's up in 25. Will they be able to contest this on the side of Aster?
I think they can't. Okay, so the fastest way for Monet to get there is he could respawn, TP bottom, and use the twin gate. So that's like 20 seconds from now. If they want to do this, they need to smoke up these 4 heroes right now, and it looks like they're not holding a smoke, so I assume they're perhaps out of it. And yeah, it's Undying TA. It looks like this might just fall too quickly.
Yeah, they won't be able to respond. That's a refresher shard. The question, you probably give it to the Ember.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, if you didn't have Ember, you'd definitely give it to Fly. Give him the double tomb. As they are smoking, actually, on Aster. I don't know if they want to... I mean, they're obviously too late, but maybe they want to, like, wait around for, like, a bystander or hope that Shopify, like, split in a way. But they may have seen the smoke with this trap that they're all on. I didn't quite catch the moment.
I mean, the supports are dieback territory if they get caught.
Yeah, if you get Fly, that's a super big deal.
They do have to definitely be a little bit careful, and considering Fly's positioning, he's trying to be as careful as possible. It does also mean that if they flank around, he will definitely be caught, so it's a trade-off of scary positions.
He's buying a Lincoln's on Undying. I mean, I think it's a good item choice. You can't get dueled by XXS, which is kind of like the only way you're dying.
Oh,
Saberlight trying to be very cheeky.
Baiting out the call, knowing that Saberlight's
Yeah.
too fast normally. And also getting vision on the back line at the same time.
Does have Ags now on the Storm. So Lincolns and whatever won't work against that. Can AoE pull, that's great. As RTZ, big fan of his item build with the Nullifier. So now you don't necessarily have to jump the people on the backline or kill the Pugner. You can just nullify the person that you axe call. He gets nullified and probably just gonna die unless when they can save us as a duel.
Comes out. They quickly get the kill. Tombstone doesn't
Quick
get dropped, but
kill.
it comes out a little bit too late. First life is gone. Fly puts himself in the Tombstone. Will get himself out of there. And they're looking for more
New
XXS
axe
on
call.
the run. The Nullifier gets thrown out. XXS is going to get taken down by Arteezy, but his team is on the other side. Monet gets the kill onto Fly. Fly falls down. Abed is on the high ground. He still has the cheese. The Gouda can pop the BKB and disengage. Monet is very elusive, very hard to control. And they'll back off on the side of Shopify. They pop the Aegis. They still have the cheese because Abed is just loving his Gouda.
Yeah, you can just tell that on some of these heroes, Abed just knows his limits in and out. Like, he is not going to waste a single spell if he doesn't have to. Aster had a great initiation, right? They find the Aegis for free. Tombstone was not quite in time. The Axe Call was pretty quick, but by the time Arteezy had already died. But then it's just like Abed is just a Super Saiyan in the back. He's like using 4 Remnants, getting a kill, Remnanting out, and just being annoying to the support once again. So, you know, Aster do hold, but I don't think Shopify are too sad about what happened. 2 kills, a buyback, some more map control, and levels on Ember, because he's getting closer and closer towards 25.
Yeah, that double slide to fist charges, adds damage. He's going for his own nullifier, so you'll have 2 available on the side of Shopify against the Pugna, who's still very annoying, and also the Sky, who's got the Ghost Scepter, Glimmer Cape. I think the Heavens Halberd is just doing so much work this game from XXS. It's disrupting Arteezy so much.
No, it's really strong. Like, and Arteezy is like all of the damage as Monet is in a good position. He is on a ward and a trap. So at least Shopify do know about this. Yeah, at least he should. They have a gem on Boboka. It's just a bit annoying for Monet to try and take it because he's kind of running out of slots. So Shopify are looking for a smoke now. They do have an aggressive trap in this triangle, which might give them some vision of the heroes from Aster.
I'm surprised Monet doesn't have a harpoon yet. Oh, Boboka called. Trying to farm Ancients.
The dunk? Nope, impossible.
Sky, that's
a Sky Rep.
Yeah, that's not really what what you should be doing. Oh,
yeah.
4
Oh,
bounties.
that's a... Wait, what happened? There's a gem on the ground.
Wait,
oh, it was Boboka's gem that he had dropped behind for someone to pick up. Is that what happened? Maybe that's why he lingered around the Ancients. I think someone may have dropped the gem. He was like, yo, bros, someone take that. Well, either way, Shopify gonna be happy about that, because now they took it away from Aster. Gem against TA is super important. Like, these TA traps are so obnoxious on the map.
He's also got the moon shard now done on RTZ, 6 slotted. Doesn't have like a swift blink, which I think that's the only thing that like you can eat the moon shard and add in a swift blink.
Yeah,
He
that's
doesn't
gonna be like
have
his next
any
items.
movement speed.
Yeah, he's probably gonna be doing that next, right? The swift blink and then eat the Aghanims, as Aster are picking out Arteezy as he was farming their Ancients on top of an Observer Ward, but looks like he's gonna be a-okay, as he's also getting closer towards... there's some strong 25 talents in this game. Like Slark with the Essence Shift duration, you have TA with the more Refraction instances, Sumail with his 25, Ember 25, and they're all getting quite close to it.
Slark's one is okay. It's not like superb. It can be pretty nice. Depending on which one, of course, you choose, but I would assume Essence Shift duration?
Yeah, I think just like in the later stages, the longer you can prolong some of your timings, like maybe you take a fight, you get off a few pounces, and then there's buybacks, you back off, and by the time you smoke, that talent could just be the whole difference maker why you like still have 20, 25, 30 stacks for some incoming fight, as they're going for a big smoke. They are showing XXS to try and make it not too obvious about what's happening. I mean, there is no Roche to be had, but looks like they just want to get out on the map a little bit.
Yeah, Shopify, they're just waiting for next Roche, which will be another Dire spawn Roche, so that's going to be a Refresher Shard to boot.
Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty big one.
Unless you get really lucky on Aster and it spawns Radiant, but then it has to like spawn within a minute.
Yeah, you've got to kill it like
instantly. Actually,
it's gotta spawn within instant and with you killing it.
Yeah.
This is some like world-class record if you get it killed on daytime.
I remember an Arc Warden.
That is true, the insta-gib, as I like what Saberlight has going on here with the item build. So he has the Octarine, of course, it's great, lower cooldown on all your stuff, Axe Call Blink. Still one of the few initiators where your Axe Call actually has lower cooldown than the Blink Dagger. It's 8 seconds with the Octarine. And then with the Aghanims, it's going to be even lower, and it applies Battle Hunger to your opponent. So it's a really, really nice Axe, and I want to see an Arcane Blink from Saberlight later in the game. I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but we've been having many long games. I just love when Axe is like zooming around on some 5-second cooldown Blink Dagger with Octarine Arcane Blink.
Yeah, then they'll all get the Battle Hunger damage on them, which, you know, with that extra 2 armor, doesn't really do
Blink
much.
Call.
Axe Call onto Samil. Not chasing
baiting.
for more. Samil doesn't actually even have a BKB. Going for the
hello,
big
Samil.
zip. But there's RTZ lying in wait. The silence comes out.
Nice
They're
blast
gonna
off.
jump in for XXS. Mines all over the place, and they even have the Tombstone to save in case
Saberlight.
the dunk comes out. Double buyback is available on the Radiant side, but they're going up the high ground. RTZ chasing for more. Nullifier gets used. Monet starting to find
double
the fray
buyback
as well. Zip in from Samil, gets a 3-man
Nice
catch.
pull.
Duel comes out. They blow up Saberlight. They find RTZ as a second into the Tombstone. They go to try and keep them alive for a little bit longer. Crit's gonna try and disengage, but Fly will be
No
finished
remnants.
off on the side most certainly.
Oh
and
shit!
it's going to be Abed's jump to safety. Actually, towards Samil, who was waiting underneath the fire remnant. Abed is pretty fast, should be able to get the TP away. And no bounce at the ready. And they'll make it a 2-for-3 trade, but 3-for-3 with double buyback cubes.
Well, important buybacks for Aster. Sure, they did use 2 buybacks. This is pretty big for them. Like, let's say, so Roche does spawn in 30 seconds. If they can be there early on, especially now with Slark, he did take the talent with the Essence Shift. He has 31 available, 6k gold as well. He can get rid of the Midas, perhaps buy this Abyssal Blade. This could be a very big turning point in this game. They dealt so much damage. Sumail had some great pulls in that fight.
15 seconds until Roche respawns. Someone needs to be in the pit to keep an eye on it. There's also a couple of proximity mines actually still lying about towards the top side. Samil's also getting close to level 25, and that's a big timing coming out. Storm's 25 is pretty much when the hero scales back to being a late game core.
Yeah. And there's the Roche. Mystic Flares pop, 200 dual damage on XXS. Yeah, this was huge. Like, Sure, some buybacks, but Monet was fed a lot of levels, Sumail was fed a lot of levels and gold as well. Now there's an Aegis, you can probably counteract one of the buybacks that you did use, and you get a refresher shard. I don't know who's going to be taking this one. Looks like it is going to be Monet, just for some double ult, double Death Shroud. I mean, it kind of checks out, right? I don't think you really need boots. I mean, he's running at 520 move speed, and he's going to have 4 ults, double, has like 4 pounces. Yeah, this is huge turnaround for Aster.
And he's going to get the Harpoon later as well. I'm a little bit sad that we don't get to see the Diffusal upgrade as much, the Disperser, because at the start of the patch, it looked so scary on Slarks, but no one, honestly, no one builds it anymore.
The Disperser is pretty good, yeah. I have not seen it too much. It's, I saw Yatoro had a really interesting idea with it. It was in one of the Dream League games where he bought Disperser instead of Manta or Satanic because it actually dispels you. So I think the item is still a little, like, it hasn't been fully figured out yet, as it is one of the newer items, but I would agree with you.
Now let's see, Tormentor. You also have level 25 on Arteezy, and he can very easily 3-shot the Tormentor. Crit finally gets his shard. The absolutely amazing reactive taser. 47 minutes into the game.
That's not usual. You get to see your second support pick up the shard this late in the game. Well, I guess a lot of the Tormentors just went to your other bros, as now, I mean, Aster are in a good spot in this game as well, right? They've got the Aegis. They're looking around. Sumail very close to 25, as we did touch on.
He's got his scythe now done as well on Sumail, so more lockdown for the back line, even though he's already doing a ton of work with those Vortex catches.
I'm trying to think right now how they want to continue. So we've got a gem again on Baboka. Of course, very important. As quick call
Comes out.
He's dead.
Very
That's the
quickly
Aegis.
dunks him down. First life's gone. Monet tries to force them back. Tombstone gets dropped. Sunil's
Another call.
Stunned up again. Can they blow him up in one fell swoop? The save from Monet comes out, and that should keep Sunil out of trouble. Now the rest of the team needs to disengage. Axe Call is going to miss the mark. X-Success might be left behind. There's not too many saves that they have
There's
left.
another
Save
X.
again, barely missing the call.
This Aghanims is already coming into play. Like, this second call on the respawn would not have happened without the Octarine Axe on Saberlight here. So he's putting in a lot of work. Monet was forced to use the Refresher Shard and then use the Death Shroud to actually save Sumail, because his first Death Shroud, it just came in too late. Like Shopify, they just get these kills so quickly. There's so much burst through the TA, the Axe, and crit on the techies.
That's a very unfortunate loss of the first of the Aegis, because of course Storm does not have a buyback available, and neither does X-Success, so Aster has to be very careful in how they further approach any fights from now on. Sumail does have his level 25, so he does have the overload attack bounce. They probably should kill off their own Tormentor, because the only ones that need a shard are the Pugna and the Storm, so it could be a 50-50, and both of them are pretty nice. Sumail actually buying up the shard right now, so the only one that is going to be able to get picked up is going to be the Pugnas.
Yeah. What are we taking here? Yeah. Berserker's Call AoE for Saberlight. That's a pretty big talent, right? Especially with the item build he is going for. That's why I guess Sumail just wants to buy the shard, like in case a fight breaks out, like right now. You just don't really want to play it up to, oh, we need to kill the Tormentor first and then do some 50-50. Because Shopify, they just walking down mid right now. They want to look for a quick pickup with the Axe Blink once again. I mean, Saberlight's been on point, and he's going to get another great call in this next fight. Ooh, they're looking to go through bottom.
Well, they do, of course, have the tower taken down, so with the smoke, you can get very deep inside the Radiant's base, and indeed, they get the jump.
There it is.
Nullifier comes out onto Baboka, but the save from Monet in response, they're going to go in, but the
grab ally, baby.
gets dropped by Fly, and he comes back out with an immediate
Two-man
call.
call.
Two for Saberlight. He can go back in into the tombstone. Bye-bye. Can he get himself out of there? He's going to get dueled up. The Yules comes in, keeps him going for a bit longer. X-Success actually is the one that dies. Saberlight will respond with a death coming through. But my god, this tombstone is stupid.
He calls them, gets put in a tombstone. By the time he comes out, he has a new Berserker's Call, and not only is he like forcing them to hit them, he's gaining so much armor from every single axe call that he just stays alive, gets put there again, and I mean this trade is big because Saberlight still has buyback for this potential play now, whereas XXS, they know that this is a dieback, he cannot be back in the game. So if Aster commit here, Saberlight can buyback travels into the fight.
Well, they are going to go in, backline jump, and 3-man catch by Samil, pretty nice, but Arteezy is going to be the main target. He does not have the save from the tombstone this time around, but a good call. Comes out to hold in place. Monet jump through crit, trying to get the damage through. Monet's just trying to still find some targets. He's got that shot in 9 seconds, but Arteezy's got the damage. The dunk comes through, and they find the big kill. They will be able to buy back on the Slark, and the rest of Shopify are backing off. Abed bought back into that fight, but so did Monet.
Going
a
for
lot
a
of buybacks used.
They want to really use this timing. Both teams, there's some really high skill shit happening in these team fights. But this next hold is super crucial for Aster. Sumail cannot afford to get axe call and die. As Saberlight, he's fishing again. That's
and
Baboka.
He does manage to get a catch. It's going to be Baboka again with the save from Monet. They're using Depth Shroud to counteract the catch. It's a great Abed pull with the Mystic Flare on top. Sumail, can he get the damage in? They're dropping so very much, and the heal from the backline keeping the Slark alive. His ulti is about to end. Sablelight's gonna be a dieback if he falls, but Monet needs to be careful himself. Abed's going for the backline chase onto Samil, and they do manage to get the kill onto Saberlight with the Slark surviving through everything. This is huge for Aster. They keep the ball going.
Well, actually, some random arcane bolt I think followed Saberlight and got him killed. This is well. We're back to Aster having a big timing in this fight, as we see Baboka got himself 4,500 XP since Saberlight ran away and then ended up dying to the Soul Arcane Bolt. Well, that's pretty sick, but he's dead for 90 seconds. How many stacks do we have on Monet? He's 26 Essence Shift stacks, and as we touched on earlier, they're going to last quite a while with this 25 talent, so maybe he can look to turn this into a little bit more with Saberlight being dead for 80 seconds.
Yeah, Saberlight gone for a while. Roche, I mean, there's a more chance now that it could be a Radiant spawn. I just want to see free Aghanim Scepters come into play. That's the one thing that I'm really missing at the moment. The Refresher Shards are okay, but they're, I mean, unless Storm gets it, they're kind of boring.
Yeah, yeah, I guess like Slark. I mean, Slark Shard is good, but it's not like something woo amazing. Whereas, yeah, if Sumail can get it,
so he doesn't.
Yeah, he's getting it himself. Soon. Yeah, he knows it's good. But Sumail, he's been getting, honestly, a lot of these team fights heavily have been reliant on Saberlight's calls and Sumail's pulls. Apart with some crazy grab allies. Yeah,
he gets Ravages. He just gets Ravages every time. The entire time.
Yeah, he's just like waiting. Crit has been pretty impressive in these last fights with his Wind Waker, saving people. But Sumail's just patient, and he keeps finding these 2-3-man pulls in the backline. And now, okay, this is at least one Rax for free.
Oh, very long Roche respawn.
Yep, 2.5 minutes, so that won't spawn anytime soon. Aster are gonna have to fall back to defend their base for now. We're 6 minutes away from our tier 5 items as Arteezy has a Rapier queued up. Very interesting. Did finish up the full Aghanims as well.
Kezu, there's no shadow of a doubt anymore that we are getting the longest games of this this tournament.
I mean, yeah. At this point, I already know it. I'm prepared for a long game. This is, I think, 3 days in a row where I'm talking about there could be tier 5 items in the games, and not just in one.
And it's still competitive. Like they've been at 20k net worth advantage for the longest time on Shopify. Does it matter? No, because one good duel, one save from Monet's Depth Shroud, everything can very quickly change. Speaking of which, top side, they have the cat save behind it.
It's nighttime, Slark Vision.
They're going in onto the TA. The save is there. They don't want to use it just yet. Again,
nice pull again.
He gets the catch onto 3. They cannot save everyone. Fly's going to get taken down, but the Hex onto the Storm will lose his life. Has a buyback available at the ready. XXS gets the disarm off onto
There's
Arteezy.
2 tombstones.
Needs to run away, but there's too many targets nearby. They're even going to diversify and look for more. In the meantime, while Saberlight stays alive, they fall back. Baboka's still even being chased by a couple of zombies, but that was, again, a fly save. Absolute beast saves coming in from this Undying. He also had the tombstone on death, so he had 2 tombstones at the ready for multiple saves.
I mean, rightfully so. Saberlight throwing him the tip. Every single hero on this Shopify draft is doing so much in these fights right now, alone from the Tombstone save, Saberlight with some really good calls and continuously like running them into Arteezy so that he can get the damage off, whereas Abed, he just zips into the back line, kind of cosplaying that he's Storm, getting a couple kills, getting out again. I mean, he's got a refresher orb now, and this hero in the later stages of the game, which we're in right now, Abed on Ember is so scary to play against.
I swear in that fight, I saw 3 heroes die instantly back to back to back. And it's just 2 got saved by Tombstone. That's just insane. That you can save 2 of them at the same time with the Tombstone after you die. Flies too. I mean,
Sumail had like a sick pull again, right? Like the pull with the overload on everyone, so everyone's kind of dying. But yeah, when Fly dies first and he gets another tomb, he just instantly gets to save his teammates. But okay, we've got another Roche that Arteezy just gets to trap back into the pit. But Aster aren't
give the Aegis to Fly. Because of course he doesn't have reincarnation anymore. So if he Tombstone attacks to destroy +6. So now with an Aegis, all he would have to do is drop Tombstone, run on the high ground, get killed, lose his first life, drop a Tombstone with it, and then just die again. Have triple Tombstones, I believe. They give it to Arteezy. Lame.
It's good for the memes. You'd get a Reddit thread at least if they did do that. You just have some I'm dying running into the tier 4s, kind of having to kill himself. Because I can assure you, Aster would not be touching them at all. Like, Aster would be like, nope, screw you, Fly. I ain't touching you at all. But Boca did pick up a Wind Waker. So that could be very crucial as long as Arteezy doesn't get the Nullifier on the target. Because then, of course, Wind Waker just ain't gonna do shit.
Yeah, that's the big problem as well, because Fly now has a Aeon Disc, and they have no nullifiers on Aster side, which is a very big problem, especially considering you want to have, like, you duel someone, they get Wind Wakered. You try to jump the Undying, his Aeon Disc procs. They have no ways of dealing with all these pesky tools. The Reactive Taser is a pain, the Glimmer Caves, everything is just making it impossible for them to really get a quick kill. Backline zip, okay, just to scout it out.
Yeah, Astra need to play a lot on, I think, poking and prodding a little bit. Like, you go in, you get a pull off, you bait a Tombstone or some BKBs, you go back out. One thing I do like right now, they have this ward place at their tier 3, which sadly does get sniped out by Arteezy. Yeah, look at this HP.
Axe Skull
there's a
from
nice
Saberlight comes in, Mystic Flare as well. Jump in, but Saberlight, he's got his Berserker Skull again. It's a 6-second cooldown on us.
There's another one with
catch.
Refresher.
The Refresher gets used, trying to drag him out of this cloud, and will be able to do so, but the Refresher has been used because of it. They need to disengage. But again, Saberlight with the catch onto XXS. They're trying to heal him up, but the Hex makes sure no heals will continue for more. They're disengaging as much as they possibly can. Siamese Cat still in trouble. Babbitt, stop jumping around. It's screwing up my particles.
There's just so much stuff happening. Yeah, so Monet keeps saving each other, right? Keeps saving all of his teammates with the Death Shroud Refresher, doing it again. Then you have Saberlight is trying to do the same thing aggressively with the Refresher, trying to call Sumail multiple times, but then Monet counter refreshes and saves him. And then in the meantime, Abed is just, again, turning into a Super Saiyan, flying around. I'm pretty sure he used his Refresher in that fight, right? But how many times he was bing-bonging around?
So he had like 10 Remnant jumps.
Yeah. That's what it looked like. And with that, no one died from either side.
Yeah, the...
Tier 5 items, though. 20 seconds for the Tier 5s. Let's go, bros.
Which ones are we going to get? Do they have all the shards on the Dire side yet? Yeah, they do. So they're going to get some money from the Tormentor at least. 280 gold each. Nice moolah.
Easy money. That's okay. It's time to get out of the base, my bros. It is tier 5 item time. Saberlight farming enemy ancients. There's one. Let's see what crit is going to get.
Force boost
for
okay,
Arteezy.
Yep.
That looks
Doesn't
good.
care about any nullifiers that aren't there yet either. Ex Machina. Here, stone on techies. Oh no.
That's pretty damn good. Some cast range. Some scan on a 1-minute cooldown as well. Looks great to me.
It's pretty okay. Blast off, you know, from your spawn to theirs.
Okay, what else do we have? So Arteezy already got the force boots. think the Arcanus armor once again would be great for kind of both teams if they can get their hands on it. Ex Machina. Desolator for XXS. I mean, LC is going to hurt as well. Like, if this game is going to drag, which, you know, it very likely might. He's already got 250 bonus damage, now with a Deso.
Honestly, I would have expected it to be a bit more at this stage. But he is getting close to his level 25. Press the attack grants 1.5 second T-buff immunity, which is... He actually doesn't have the AoE press the attack talent. That's surprising.
Let me see. Yeah, he wants to... Yeah, I guess he just wants to have more procs on to really help him stay alive, fight, and maybe win duels. I guess I can kind of see it. The problem is just that there's Tombstone. It's making it hard for him to win a duel. Sumail in the back.
Keeps the techies going. It's keeping them distracted. The duel comes out onto the TA. They lose RTZ.
Okay, they got RTZ once.
And Sumail is still man-fighting on the other end. Has the BKB going. Can they get the catch? Abed with the jump onto the Pugna. Knows exactly who he needs to kill. And that is Siamese Cat gone. Monet has the refresh in a second. He still has the depth shroud available as well. Nice call from Sableye, but the smoke. The depth shroud is doing too much work in this process. Monet refreshing gets used, pops his ulti again, going for Arteezy. This time, does he have a way out of there? Is the question. He's being slowed down. The chase for more Hex onto the
They're all dying.
It's the kill coming in. Arteezy's dead. They're all dropping right now. Fly doesn't have tombstones coming out. He finally gets taken down, but he's the last one dying, so he doesn't get that tombstone drop.
That's okay. 1 more minute for Fly to have buyback. Look at the damage from Sumail in this fight. 83. He was just chatting it up in the backline. What felt like an eternity, where he's just hitting them. Then later he gets the overload on all of his allies, and they're just zooming. Bro, Monet has 66 Essence Shift stacks right now, and this shit ain't stopping anytime soon with a pirate hat.
264 stolen Agi.
Well, Sark is online. He got the pirate hat. Oh my god, he is shredding these buildings.
Okay, he's also almost level 30, so he gets the Shadow Dance duration as well.
If they don't burst him, Monet is gonna kill everyone over the time of the fight. Look at XXS as well with the Desolator.
Yeah, they also do still have the tier 2 tower top, so they can't
Dude, the
actually
Sark
get
is
Vegas.
so scary.
So they're going for the finish attempt.
There's no glyph. They're gonna have to start doing something soon.
Yeah, it's dropping pretty quickly, but a great catch
Okay,
from
nice
Sumail again
pull.
onto 2, and they immediately get a double dieback going on. Abed and RTC, the last 2 standing, they're just fishing off the Ancient. Why would you focus the enemy heroes when you can just
They
fish
actually
off?
did it. Oh my
XXS
goodness.
is doing it, and it's Aster with the turnaround. What is this game? How did they... 1 minute. That was all it took for 20k net worth advantage from Shopify to dwindle, get annihilated, and it to be an Aster catch.
I mean, late game doesn't care about your net worth or how much is like happening in the game, especially when at this moment everyone gets their tier 5 items. This pirate head on Monet and the Stygian Desolator on XXS, it did so much for them to just win this last fight, then turn it into this push where Monet has 66 stolen agility on top of the pirate hat, which gives you like 150 attack speed. He's just murdering everything. In the meantime, XXS is putting the minus armor on buildings, and then the moment you're watching the game again, lost.
Yeah, that was, I mean, Sumail played out of his mind. Again, that last
Such
fight,
a sick
he
game.
just keeps 3 heroes occupied, actually 4, because Abed was still there for the most part, while his entire team is badgering away at Arteezy. Then they have to use all their saves to keep Arteezy alive. Tombstone's on cooldown. They also ignore Fly, which is super crucial in that last fight. Make sure no one touches the Undying until last so that he doesn't have another Tombstone to save someone else again.
Honestly, the way that Aster played these last fights, Sumail had like by far the highest damage dealt in his team, which isn't too surprising. On top of that, he had so many great lockdowns. Monet with the saves from his shard. I think Shopify just got outplayed in some of these later stages of the fights where there's just too much stuff happening. There's saves here, someone's getting dueled, Sumail's manning up on your backline. And honestly, they just took the opportunity instantly with the items, one fight, and they just walk it down mid and end the game.
It was, honestly, this was a game of top tier. Like, it was so many saves, so quick as well. I mean, Sableye played out of his mind on the Axe. Had some struggles later in the game, but that was 10 million tools against it. Like, Depth Shroud, Refresher, Depth Shroud. nothing you can do with an axe call at that stage. I think that refresher pickup from Monet was the game changer.
It was
That
crucial,
decided
game winning.
everything.
It's
The double
just
stage
such a
is-
good item in the late game. It's crazy.
Yeah, Team Aster, big props to them. Of course, this is a very important match because both these teams are pretty much middle of the pack. Coming back from that deficit after a 60-minute game, you get your neutral items. Everything becomes a lot more interesting and fun to witness. But that was game number 1. Again, a lengthy one, but we'll be towards game number 2 in a bit. Of course, this tournament would not be possible without some of our partners. Trade now on BitGet. Better trading, better life indeed. Kazu, we're going towards a break, and we'll see the players and, of course, the fans in a bit after these messages.
See ya soon.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Kayak di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini, Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini, seru. Mau gitu, seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai Biznet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Welcome back, ladies and gents. That was game number 1, and it was kind of a wild one, Kazu. A lot of saves from
It
both
was a
sides.
crazy one, actually. No cap. This was one of the crazier games I've seen. Man, the amount of times we get to talk about tier 5 items right now is more than I've ever got tier 5 items in like my last 2 years of playing the goddamn game.
Unfortunately, we didn't even really get the chance to talk about them because
That's
they got
true.
a couple. They started the fight. Not everyone even had their tier 5s at that stage. And then the game was over very quickly, like 2-3 minutes after the tier 5s came into play. It was just gone. Game done, finished, secure.
Yeah, I don't even remember half the nudes. So one guy had an Ex Machina. I think Monet had the Pirate Hat. There was the Desolator on LC, and I think Saberlight had a Fallen Sky. That's all I remember. Like, that's only half of the tier 5 items that were probably in the game, because, yeah, like you said, there's just this one fight. Then the game just exploded, because Monet stole everyone and their whole family's agility.
Yeah, at the end, 66 stacks, 200 blah, blah, something IG stolen. It was really hard to deal with him. He jumps on the back line to keep them occupied. Then you've got XXS with the Stygian Desolator and his 292 bonus damage is hitting away at the Ancient. They really, they blasted them completely. But Samil is the one that kept them. He's the one that kept them going the entire time with the constant backline catches. I'm surprised he only died 5 times with how incredibly aggressive he was playing.
No, he played a sick game. This was perhaps one of the best games I've seen from him in like recent memory. I mean, he has a lot of damn good games, but this was definitely one of his better ones. Like, just the way he was team fighting, how much he was manning up, knowing when to jump and when to chill, using his buyback. Like, the fact that they held onto this game so long, sure, I think Shopify could have like played better in the mid game, maybe close out the game, but Aster made it so hard for them to do that, you know, they're just kind of forcing these mistakes out of Shopify. And then, we've said it a few times, but it just took one fight to blow open the game, and I've seen this a lot more in these last days where one team holds on, they just win one crucial fight into like a Roche or even just a game-ending play, and you just lose on the spot.
It was remarkable, especially considering at 15 minutes, 30 minutes in the game, Shopify were already at 15k net worth advantage. And they, I mean, it increased a little bit, but it was kind of like stagnating that until it got till 50 minutes or something, where they were 15, 18k net worth advantage. They didn't increase, they didn't drop down, but it's remarkable that they just cannot close out these games. The TA was also the only one that could really hit the high ground, but they did have the Undying behind them for the most part. But yeah, it's just really tough when your opponents have those scary catches on their side as well, even with the 15 tombstone saves.
Yeah, the classic grab. This was one of the most impressive tombstone saves I've seen in a while, as well. You did play into some sick heroes that hate to play into that, like LC, Storm, Skyraft. But these games, we've talked about it before, they're very important for these two teams. Shopify need to get themselves another couple wins, because teams like Team Spirit and IG, they're, you know, kind of right below them. You don't want to be dropping these games, especially the ones where you are ahead and you feel like it's your game to win.
Yeah, it's also IG just tied their series against the Liquid, so they're now tied in spot with Shopify as well. With this win, Aster would put them at 4, so they would also be tied in terms of points with Shopify. It's getting very rough for them at this stage. I think there's still one. Execration versus Blacklist is going on. If Execration win that 2-0, they won game number 1, then that could also... The Execration would all of a sudden be tied up with Shopify, which is a scary prospect considering everyone is closing in on each other in Group A. But of course, New game, new chances, new heroes especially. Or do we get to see new heroes is the question. We'll head in towards the draft, ladies and gents, to see what heroes will be secured. And it starts off with the old classic Morphling first pick for RTZ.
The Water Boy. He made it through the draft as Shopify forced to ban out Storm. That is, I think that just like speaks for itself. When you make this team ban Storm in the first phase, you just either dismantled their Storm or you just had a Storm performance of your life, which, yeah, Sumail did have. But here, let's see how Aster want to respond to this. I've seen plenty of different openings. It feels like every team has like a different approach. We've seen Broodmother +1 openings into Morphling. We've seen the Anti-Mage +1 openings into Morphling. I've seen Tidehunter +1 from teams like Bedboom. It looks like Aster are going to do something completely different with some Visage. You do pressure Morph in the lane, you're annoying with the bird stuns, and you can build auras. So I guess maybe that's more so the route that they want to take here.
I'm actually pretty happy with the Visage pick because most teams that I've seen have banned it, and I just haven't had the chance to see it really. Always strong against the Morphling in the lane because, of course, the blast hurts insanely hard. With the Rubik, I mean, the question is, of course, is if it's a Rubik 4 or 5 these days. But with the Rubik, it doesn't really seem like the strongest lane.
Yeah, I would assume that Rubik is probably the 5. I mean, Visage Rubik is like it's like an okay lane, right? You have like 2 ranged heroes, but I don't think you really like you pressure in like a very obvious way. You know, it's not like you have some sick stun coming out from the fog where they're gonna surprise you. So I feel like it's a type of lane where it's more of, yeah, maybe they're gonna out CS you a little bit, but they're never really gonna like threaten a kill on you. Where Shopify closed the phase with Tide, I do like that pick. I think Morph Tide work well together. Tide has always been great against Visage. You're very tanky. Ravage is well, incredibly annoying for you to play into. But yeah, I would kind of be open for Aster to perhaps pick a different 4 for the lane with the Visage here.
I mean, personally, my favorite would always be Earth Spirit, but no one plays Earth Spirit anymore. I'm missing the good old Jarek's Earth Spirit days. Those were the days.
The golden days of the best Earth Spirit in the world. I mean, you have probably the next best, or perhaps the currently best Earth Spirit in this game, which is Crit. But yeah, Earth Spirit Tidehunter sounds like an illegal lane to me that Shopify most likely will not go for. I'm very sad to give you the sad news.
It is also interesting. I mean, Tide is really good against Visage, first of all, because you can just not care about the birds whatsoever. You also are an aura builder sometimes, not always, but most of the time you just go Guardian Greaves and such to build up the Tide. But you picked a Tide into a Rubik, and that is very scary.
Oh, Saberlight's got to be fast on his fingers. Don't give the man the little Ravage, because Rubik Ravage, some scary stuff. I mean, Tide is already good against Morph, right? So if you can steal Ravage on Rubik, obviously it's going to be super annoying for Morphling as well. But I would assume Saberlight, he's going to be fast on his fingers. We'll see. I mean, some Rubik players make it incredibly hard, like for you not to give it away. But if you're on point, you should usually be fine.
Yeah, it is pretty hard because, of course, Tide's cast animations are slightly slower than, let's say, a Mars, where you can kind of instant cast your spells afterwards. Tide still has like slow turn rate and animation shenanigans. So Ravage is most of the time a pretty easy steal. Morphling's S attribute shift is also very solid to pick up for the Rubik, so that you become just, you know, walking around with 250 HP.
I mean, if you're
500.
Yeah, like if you're the Tide in this matchup, you just need to make sure that you don't do some random anchor smash into then ravaging. You need to like blink ravage anchor smash. You need to be fast, because if you have to rely on gushing someone, like maybe they're too far away or the guy you ravage instantly dies, you don't get to press it. That's generally how you may give away ravage. It's more if it's like a more random-ish fight, but if you can set up your fight, you should be a-okay. As Aster, do go for the clock. Yeah, I would say I'm somewhat of a fan of it. It could be played with Visage in the off, or like it's a bit open right now, but you could also put it in the safe lane with another hero, as it can be kind of annoying against the Tide. And they did ban out a lot of the annoying post 4 heroes.
Yeah, it's Baboko does play both, so it wouldn't be surprising if they flex between it. Snapfire pickup from Shopify. Okay, I know Crit plays it. Does Abed also play it?
I'm sure he can, but it doesn't seem like the most Abed-ish hero to me. I think Abed is more like Abed to me strikes me more as the mid hero player that can make a lot of moves, which of course Snap can. But Abed is really good on these elusive heroes, right? Like when you think about him, I think of like Puck, Storm, Ember, maybe Void Spirit, obviously Meepo, but he doesn't really play that. So I feel like this is 90% or more just a crit Snapfire.
Yeah, if this is a Clockwork 5, Tide is terrible again to try and break down the cogs as well. Because, well, his attack speed is just really slow, so you always have the cookie to get him out of there. It does make sense that you make that your offlane do it. It also is very aggressive because you can just cookie him on top of whoever the safe laner is. Then he throws out an anchor, smash, gush, and the slows plus stun control is hard to deal with, especially if you get early mana boots.
It's a very scary lane. Like Snap, Tide have a lot of spells in between the both of them. So here, if you're Shopify, you probably want to look at your 5. I feel like Shopify is the type of team that really likes strong laning 5s to set up RTs and maybe give you some team fights. So maybe there's like, maybe you want some Lich for Fly as there's no one dying, there's no ENG. Oh, they go for the SB actually. Okay, it's like the type of meat shield, frontliner for you in the game. Solid. I don't know if I love it, but I think generally SB is nice in the game and he frontlines for morph, so he kind of fits some of the criteria that you were looking for.
If it's a Clockwork 5, it becomes a lot rougher for the Spirit Breaker to try and bully anything out in that lane, especially because Visage is his lane partner. You start to harass each other a little bit. He gets some big nasty blasts to push you back. Fly does play a decent amount of 5 Spirit Breaker. So at least he is very well versed on there. That is a hero I have not seen in a long time, but it is a Morphling counter, it's a TB counter, it's anything that has high base agi counter, and it's like late game you get to a point where you can 2-shot a Morphling if he doesn't pay attention.
It's honestly a pretty good pick. Shopify, like you have some heroes that can get on top of you. Like, I mean, I wouldn't say it's the best ones. It's currently a support Spirit Breaker who has to try to get on top of you through a Bird Stun, Rubik Lift, and Clockwork. So you have pretty good protection. Tidehunter, sure, yeah, like the Gust as well. Tide has to like super commit on you with some Blink. So you also have Visage Drow. That stuff is very good. You also have Visage who's going to build a lot of auras for your Drow Ranger. I mean, one of the things that hurt Drow a lot is that she lost the Shard, the Hypothermia. You have like the Glacier now, which it's still okay later in the game, but she lost quite a bit of her farming capabilities. But out of all the Drow games I've seen lately, which quite frank, there have not been many, this is one of the few ones where I can really understand the pick and see the logic behind it.
It also lanes really nicely against Tide if you have Clockwork with you. Like, you should be able to win that lane. I'm actually liking it a lot. I'm surprised that we haven't seen it being picked up more to counter out the Morphling in this batch.
Yeah, I would say there's a lot of heroes that Drow does struggle against. I mean, generally what you don't want to play into are heroes that overwhelm you, which is generally zoo heroes like Brood, Lycan, make your game unplayable, and then the mid heroes that can get on top of you. So for Aster, it's important that you have to ban out mids that have an easy time to get on you, help the morph just so he can't just like waveform in, hit you, and get you killed. So Shopify will have to look at some of these options because, of course, Aster, they will ban some of those out. Storm is already out. They're now banning the Ember. There's maybe like some Puck type heroes as well that you could look to take out because Shopify, they will need that.
Shopify banned out the TA. They were afraid of a Drow TA core duo. I mean, if they managed to pull it off and not lose in the laning stage, they would be insane with the Drow buff, of course, but
yeah,
it is like that's the most risky possible mid laner you can go for at this stage.
I could kind of see it. I think because this Shopify draft takes, they like the type of damage, if you look, it's kind of slow. Like it's you need to Ravage, you need to snap. Old Spirit Breaker 5 doesn't do a lot of damage. You have to do it like through refraction and like some auras, especially if the TA were to have a good lane, which against a lot of the heroes that Shopify could want. Yeah, I can kind of see it. Like Pango would have been pretty solid. I don't know if you want Puck here. I feel like it fits, but he doesn't do too well in most of these lanes. There's a way where you could think about going for Kunkka here, which I would not like a lot. I think Tide Kunkka have a lot of overlaps, so I hope Shopify can find a better pick than what I have in mind right now.
There's always the Void Spirit or something along those lines himself. They're gonna go Zeus. Okay.
Okay.
That's normally gets picked up as like a last pick counter to Morphling, but in this case they're gonna go for the Zeus themselves. And yeah, that's I mean, it is very much an Abed hero, and with the Tide Ravage, Snapfire Kisses, and Zeus ulti, you have all the damage in the mid game to kill anybody you see.
It has generally been a counter to Drow, as she's a low HP hero and she hates being seen, so you can like pop your ult and like get a lot of burst damage into her. But the only thing is it's all about whether Shopify later on in the game can go in and get on top of these enemy heroes. So they're kind of reliant on Saberlight to have a good game, because he's going to be the one that has to drive that forward. But yeah, if Shopify get there, they have some very long-range non-committal damage that heroes like Drow and Rubik hate playing into.
There are some pretty nice steals though. Wind Ranger. Okay, so wait, Wind Ranger.
Mid, yeah.
That, I mean, you still take a lot of magic from the Zeus. I don't necessarily see, does it, because he's not going to right-click you unless he goes for the weird shard build, I think it is, but very doubtful on that one. So why did he choose Wind Ranger mid?
He must feel like it's a good lane, and perhaps it looks like they want to play fast, kind of abuse the Shopify draft that is a little slower, where you have the Drow aura, your universal, you can run around. Maybe he wants to like build a BKB and then stick on top of heroes and kill them. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say it was not the first hero I thought of, but I've seen Sumail play it. I can kind of see the idea, but I must say I'm vibing with the Zeus last pick. I was not able to find a good pick for them. I think they did. So I think we're in for a good game, but I like Aster's draft a bit more for themselves than what I did last game. But then again, they won last game, so who really knows?
Yeah. They actually came back pretty heavily last game. This time as well, high ground defense with the Drow is very possible. You also have the threat of Wind Ranger being able to one-shot most of the time during the game, which is kind of scary. The downside is, of course, Wind Ranger is universal, and it's going to build a lot of stats because you want to get like the Rod of Atos into the Gleipnir build, which means Morphling, if he gets his Ags, he steals 40% of your stats. Wind Ranger gets completely destroyed because of that, that was kind of why I was a little bit curious as to the Morphling pick. But on the other hand, if you get mid-game where you got like a Chrysalis shackle shot on him, you hit him with the focus fire, you can one-shot a Morphling very easily.
There's potentially also the idea that they wanted to make sure that they have more than one core. So if Morph like turns into one of them, at least, then the other one is still very good. And if he does turn into the Wind Ranger, then the Drow will still give him the aura to kind of make up for it a little bit. As Aster going for a smoke again, level 1, to get out the high ground ward. So let's see if anyone is going to be biting it, but I don't think so. I think Shopify know that they're there because they had the Watcher. Aster, they went in, channeled it for a bit, so not too much should be happening.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like this game could also be, if they win the laning stage on Aster, that this game could be over in 20 minutes. With Visage behind them, Wind Ranger and the Drow, like they've got triple heavy push.
I mean, they're gonna, like, if they get off to good lanes on Aster, with then auras being picked up by XXS, honestly, they could really, like, ramp up all these outer towers. Sure, you have Zeus, so Abed is gonna definitely help with that as well, but Shopify need to, like, they need to get a couple item timings. Their draft is definitely, like, a bit slower. The way that they're gonna make moves is, you get some Snap ult, you have Zeus ult, you maybe get some random charge, Ravage, get 1-2 kills, go back to farming, whereas Aster, they don't have any downtime. They want to go together, get some core items, take some towers, take Roche, move forward. Every time Ravage is down, just keep going.
I'm really curious on the mid matchup, if who's going to be able to win that. Of course, Emil had Abed's number last game. at least laning stage-wise, but this is a more unconventional matchup, especially in this patch, because we don't really see that much use. And honestly, Wind Ranger has also fallen off after the pretty heavy nerfs.
Yeah, it looks like you're also out damaged a little bit, as there's a lot of pressure. I mean, Visage in the early stages of the lane just deals so much damage, especially to any hero, but Morphling is such a low base HP hero that the Soul Assumption can... I've seen people get caught off guard. I don't think you should die to a Visage as Morph, but if you're not really paying attention or they make some nice play, you can die. As Pichu down bottom also taking... I mean, both of these side lanes have a lot of pressure between them.
It feels like the side lanes should be able to run their opponents down. I mean, Fly has to hide behind the Morphling at this stage as a spear breaker, which is not really where you want to be. That's just the threat of the Clockwork bullying you out. There's also superb spell steals this game for the Rubik.
That's true. He's pretty happy with a lot of the steals, I think, in this game. Maybe some of the bigger ones later are not as easy to find. There's a little charge and some more pressure coming up from Arteezy, but there's a Soul Assumption. I mean, Visage nowadays, it's a bit different. I think Morph used to dumpster Visage. Maybe you still do if you have a very good support with you. But Visage being universal, the hero has a lot more damage than it used to. And basically the strength of Morph in the lane is for him to out-CS you. So I guess Visage does a lot better in this lane nowadays. Easy bash for Fly.
Because Gaben's nice, but Fly taking some damage in response from Baboka. Nice job there from Arteezy. Make sure that you do not get the Soul Assumption Blast, or does it? Fly is going to get first blooded. Baboka gets that kill secured. Yeah, Clockwork is... It is actually a pretty annoying hero. I'm hoping to see the quick Ags kind of game, because the triple Mystic Flare is very good, especially against Zeus dies so quickly in the mid game. You can catch out the Morphling unsuspecting with a triple Rocket Flare.
Well, hopefully for him, Baboka needs to either have a very good game or get the Philosopher's Stone, because I mean Ags is just a sick item on clock. Just takes a bit to get there, but it's probably gonna be one of. Let's see. Yeah, if the game drags a bit, or you can have it really fast, I think the Axe is great. Otherwise, maybe they want some more slower-ish items. But I think Baboka is, gonna be equipped for a good early game, right? It has a sick lane. It's down bottom. Pichu gets the Lotus. It's gonna have to TP out.
Both off lanes are able to get themselves the nice little Lotus. They want to go in onto the Rubik, but he does keep them off of his back. Otherwise, it would... I mean, that's the problem with Rubik. It's not the strongest laner to keep you alive, considering your spells have such a long cooldown.
Yeah. I mean, they're doing very well so far, at least in the out-CSing department. 14-6 against the Civilites 11-1. Cogs again on Fly. He's just dead.
That top lane is going horribly. XXS, there's a reason most teams have banned the Visage in the tournament, because it is nasty to lane against. There's very little you can actually do against the Visage, because you kind of can't harass him. If you do, he just gets Soul Assumption stacks, and you'll be able to do more damage than you can do to him as a response, because level 1, it does 210 damage if you get 3 stacks.
I mean, the thing is, playing meat shields or meat shield type heroes against Visage, I don't think is very good, because Visage can burst through that. You want to play killing heroes as Fly coming in with the charge.
Crit as well, TP through, Cookie Stun comes out, but the Cogs block it. And that is going to be a pretty big rotation thrown out by Crit, meaning bottom lane, Saberlight's all alone. He's getting perma-slowed by the Drow's Frost Arrows, will be bullied all the way back. He's going for the Meteor Hammer, so he'll have a good farming tool regardless.
Yeah, this is going to hurt his game a little bit, though. I understand that you can be here on your own, but sure, Drow doesn't deal a lot of damage to you, but okay, hold on, SRTZ should be fine, right?
Mid, Charge comes out, got Crit as well there. They're going to go in for the Wind Ranger, gets a Shackle shot, trying to run away. They have a Cookie Stun. And Samil's not getting any support, will be left behind. Fly is bashing left, right, and center.
That's a sick play from Shopify to be able to combine your supports and get a kill. As here comes Baboka. Some easy battery assault.
Away. Doesn't need to be careful because he's got a creep army chasing it after him. And will be taken down as a response by Baboka. Who's a pretty happy Clockwork, level 4 already.
Yeah, very happy. Like 4.5 already. Also, again, he had the blood grenade there, which actually allowed him to end up getting the kill. Saber Lights, 2 levels in Kraken Shell.
We have the damage. One more right
Oh,
click.
what a big kill.
Indeed. And the TP's on cooldown now as well.
Like, the point I wanted to make was, sure, Drow doesn't deal the most damage to you. Like, it's like 20, 30 damage per hit maybe. But if he gets to hit you like for 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds because you've no hero with you, it's obviously going to stack up. So Saberlight losing some HP, they end up getting the kill on him. And now he has no TP either, so it's not the early game he's looking for.
Yeah, Monet is not being punished at all in the lane.
Nice
which is
block.
Big. Top side, XXS trying to run away. There is a Morphling with almost no mana left. Can they keep him alive? In comes Baboka. He's got them brown boots. He's very fast, and Fly is caught inside the cogs. In response, will drop dead. You cannot disengage from that catch. And Baboka on a killing spree. Clockwork God in the game. Yeah,
I mean,
he's the same net worth as Arteezy.
Shopify are regretting this SB pick, as Monet might be regretting being here, as in a lot of trouble.
Baboka
hits
coming
here.
in. Does not have the battery assault, so won't be able to keep them off. But with the Zeus ulti coming in, Monet will drop dead. They're still continuing for more, or at least they were pumping up to try and make more happen.
So we have a charge on Baboka. Don't think it will lead into too much. Like the move from Abed, comes down bottom, gets to use the Zeus ult as well. No,
How is
he's rushing the phylactery. This poor. I guess he's got to be getting out CS, right? There's a lot of plays happening up top.
I mean,
honestly,
Visage
Visage
has
has
a lot of CS, a decent amount of CS at least. 26 CS. Did he buy a bunch of? He must have bought so much regen then.
definitely consumables. He's got. I would assume that this is his first raindrop and not his second one, but there's a chance that this is his second raindrop already on the morph as well. So yeah, because he's struggling, but I think it's just the nature of this SB in this top lane. Honestly, Fly, he's just dead weight, or he was dead weight in this entire laning stage.
We'll need to turn it around. There is currently, okay, Boots coming in for the Wind Ranger. Samil, they're going in towards mid on Siamese Cat. Cookie goes the wrong direction because Abed sees a shield rune and he says, I'm going to refill my bottle. I don't care about some pesky boss 5 Rubik kills.
Yeah. Well, shield rune is great. Basically, Abed is just, he's incapable of dying right now, I think, unless they bust like 20 heroes on him. So they're looking to smoke top. They want to just delay this early game from Aster so they don't take all these towers and snowball. I think that's a very good idea to have in this game, as let's see if this one's going to work out. Solar Crest completed. Charge.
In trouble, does have the familiars. Is going to send them to the other side because he just summoned them and doesn't want to risk losing them in the process.
That's
so
very good.
A nice kill coming out. And he does, I think, have his phylactery to be delivered soon.
Not only is like the kill good against XXS and to help Arteezy, but also the fact that now Crit got to take the mid lane. He got some gold, some more XP, so he's going to be level 6 early in this game. And you touched on the phylactery. I really like this item on Zeus. It's going to give you like so much more poke and range damage that a lot of these heroes don't like playing into. Like if I'm Wind Ranger, you get Q'd once and you lose like what, 300 health? That is super annoying.
And also you get the pretty heavy slow on you, which is double so annoying. Even if you wind run away, you'll still be locked in position. Then in comes the kisses from the Snapfire or the Spirit Breaker charging after you, and they'll be able to get a catch. Speaking of which, Fly just chilling in mid at
Poke
the ready,
shot.
but Boca's already level 6. Charge comes out, shock shot's not going to connect. Fly very close to dropping and will be cookied out of there, so does manage to just barely survive. Baboka in the meantime did go for an Urn of Shadow, so might go for a Spirit Vessel rush, which of course against the Morphling, considering he's going for a Falcon Blade, would be a pretty amazing pickup. His Manta's going to take a little bit longer.
Yeah, there was a really nice sidestep also by Abed in this fight just now. After Fly got to charge out, that Shackle would have definitely connected on him and Abed, but he quickly sidestepped to the left, so Fly gets to charge out. Abed gets himself a Regen Rune. Oh, down bottom.
Arteezy got mini stunned by Roshan, but Monet is going to get big stunned by Fly. Baboka's trying to run in, but doesn't have the hook shot and needs to fall back. And another kill coming in onto Monet. They're keeping the Drow Ranger down, and that is the key factor here, because Drow needs
I love this.
quite a couple of items.
Yeah, I love this move from Arteezy. The top lane was pushed in all the way, so you can kind of use this downtime to go bottom, go through the gate. Without him having gone through the gate, this kill would not have happened. And now, instead of just losing your safe lane tower, you get to at least trade it, get yourself some gold bonus kills. Remember just 2 minutes ago we were talking about, oh, how is Arteezy so underfarmed? Look at the net worth now.
Arteezy is
up
creeping
top,
up on the
XXS again.
charts. XXS. Can they lock him down? Monet's here as well. That might be a little bit of a more surprise. Saberlight's got the Ravage plus Meteor at the ready. Fly, one more tap. Soul Assumption comes in. Fly does drop. There is no level 6 yet on the Rubik, so the Ravage Steel will not come into play. But with the Visage Familiars, you can hunt in the tree lines and keep an eye on Saberlight. He's actually being blocked in by the Familiars.
No boots. He's just gonna die.
It's slowed down as well. In comes Samil on the side. Hook shot onto Crit, pushed back by the Cogs. And now Crit has a cookie, but he can't even use it because of the cast animation against the battery assault. And it's going to be a huge triple kill coming out for Aster with a 5-man rotation.
Damn. I understand the idea that you want to shut down the Visage again, but I feel like you've already done it once or twice. They could have been happy with that because... So you just killed the Drow Ranger bottom, and you're taking his bot tower. Where's he going to want to go? He's going to want to go top. So XXS, he steps back, good bird stuns, they get to reinforce, they get a couple kills and the tower now. So Aster, that was honestly pretty big for them, because looking at Arteezy, he's gonna take off in this game. Like, he literally went from middle to the pack to top of the pack now. That's Phylactery. So like thinking about the Ravage.
Smell on the run. Hey, we have attribute shift stolen. Go full strength.
Gonna get some good HP pull here on Rubik. Never go full agi, my bro. He's gonna go strength instead. As of course makes a lot of sense.
His armor is horrible, but you know, who cares about armor? It's all about just not being blasted by Abed.
Yeah, like armor's literally only. Oh, Saberlight again in a very deep position. He's just dead.
What? Why did he? Okay. I was looking away for a second because I was like looking at Arteezy, and then I come back and he's just on the high ground there somehow.
He probably thought that Aster were like giving up the tower and like walking out to side lanes to farm or something, but they were lingering. And second tower down at 30 minutes, 3k gold lead. You're getting into some Monka territory. Like the hero you need on Shopify to... Sure, I mean, Arteezy and Abed can carry the game, but in order for you to get there nicely, I think Saberlight is the key hero to have a good game so you can hold the map, defend towers, and take these fights. Because if you don't have his frontline or his initiation, I think the Shopify draft is gonna absolutely crumble in this mid-game.
Yeah, especially if Aster start pushing their advantage. Morphling is strong as a hero, but does have some build-up as well. And Drow with, of course, the Agi buff that he gives with the marksmanship onto a Visage, which is universal these days. And, of course, the Wind Ranger, which is also universal. So they do manage to get the big damage buffs on top of the fact that they also get the attack speed plus armor buffs from the being close to the Drow, which, honestly, that's probably one of the more huge additions for the universal heroes with Drow.
I mean, Wind Ranger Drow is... this combo has to be like twice as good as it used to be. Now, Wind Ranger without her ult actually deals a shit ton of damage. He's hitting for 150 at 14 minutes with these items. Now you give him some attack speed from the Drow. Like, suddenly, Sumail isn't only about his ult anymore. Like, he's actually gonna hurt. He's gonna have high attack speed. Also, XXS, he has a Solar Crest. He's working on the pipe. This Aster draft is gonna be super scary. Like, they can look to take Roche in, like, the next, I don't know, 1, 2, 3 minutes. He's going to make his way to top soon, as it's going to be nighttime. So, ooh, yeah. If you're Shopify, they need to find a way to get through these next couple minutes without bleeding too much on this map.
I'm liking where they're going right now. I mean, it makes a lot of sense now that after the drafting phase, you think about Universal Heroes and the Drow buff. Because it used to only give you... well, not damage at all, and Wind Ranger with extra damage also is a big plus, but that also if Morphling gets Ags, those are the stats that he can't steal.
Yeah. It's actually... I mean, I guess we haven't seen many Drow Rangers in this patch, right? So it's... like, now it's one of the first times we, like, really see it in action with some of these Universal Heroes, because, yeah, this is It's gonna be a big deal. I actually can't wait to see it, as Crit is quite deep down here, giving away Scatter Blast for now.
Drag back towards Monet. The silence comes out. Another strike being used to keep them occupied. Crit's dropping low. Fly on the run. Shackle shot doesn't connect, but the hook shot does. And Fly will sacrifice his life to keep Crit going. I mean, he is a Spirit Breaker, so it's not too surprising. He can die quite a decent amount to keep them distracted.
Yeah, he kind of gave his life for Crit there, as Crit has a Pavis. I like that pickup a lot. If he, if he went for any different item in this game, he would have just died in that situation. So good item choices do keep you alive sometimes. As Arteezy is going to have to go for... Yeah, he's working on his Manta, so very likely his item is just going to be Manta Ags. But I think until he has both those items complete, he's not going to feel too good about fighting on the map. Looks like Aster just going to prepare the Roche for now, which they'll take very quickly with this draft.
I actually find it kind of funny. Okay, so Baboka's being charged, but I find it kind of funny that the build on Drow Ranger is kind of the same as it was in the previous batch. But instead of going for the shard, now you just go for the Ags because it gives you the frost arrows, hypothermia again.
That's
Did
interesting,
it make it
actually.
stronger at least?
It has to be stronger because I think it has more stacks, and it should be. I think the regen reduction might be a little higher than the last one. So interesting. I have not seen... I mean, we haven't seen many Drows. The last times I did see it, I think I saw Yotoro play it once. He did not go for the Aghanims. He went... I think he skipped it until way later, but... I mean, it does make a lot of sense against Morph.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he did. I don't remember.
Regen reduction per stack, 10%. You get 9 stacks on him, that's 90% regen reduction on a Morphling. It speaks... It pretty much says that I am the ultimate counter to Morphling, except for Ancient Apparition, but I'm as close as the ultimate counter to Morphling.
Yeah, it's honestly really... Like, this is going to be a good Drow game, especially with these auras around him.
Yeah, they've already got the pipe, so that nullifies a bunch of Abed's damage. Luckily enough, Wraithback's not a thing anymore, otherwise it would be GG.
Oh, thank God that item got it got the ban hammer pretty quickly. As well, Aster are gonna have to look to speed up this game, which they are trying to do already down bottom here by potentially pushing another tier 1 tower with the Aegis.
Yeah, if they do manage to also take the tier 2, linger out a bit, they might steal the nice little Tormentor once it spawns. There's also double damage in the river, which is a big addition if the Drow can secure it, or the Wind Ranger for that matter, considering he's got his Gleipnir now done. So you're looking at Sumail with one-shot possibilities.
I mean, Sumail's gonna... We touched on it earlier. He's gonna be incredibly strong in this game. But Aster, they're gonna go for a tier 2 tower now. Saberlight did get to finish up his Blink Dagger, but fighting into the Aegis is really hard, so... I wonder how Aster are going to go about this. If they want to like poke up this high ground, do they want to fall back and push out the other 2 lanes? Because I think you could just force back Shopify into the base. I mean, they have Zeus to depush, so that might be a bit annoying, but you can like pop the pipe, try to get a few hits off, force the glyph, maybe get 1 or 2 more heroes.
Actually knocking on high ground right now. There's another fortification, of course. Tier 2 did drop, but with the pipe added in, Abed doesn't really do a lot of damage on towards familiars. And they're tanking all this damage while Monet's just pushing for more. Fly gets spotted by Sumail. In comes the ulti, shackle shot, and a quick Spirit Breaker kill secured. Does have a buyback though.
I mean, Monet he's just getting to hit from high range. It's not actually that easy for Abed to nuke out all the time. Like, let's say he comes too close, there's a potential hook shot into cogs, maybe before the cookie connects with a gust as well. So I like that Aster are just, speeding up the game right now. Good deny from Crit.
Of the tier 3 tower. Okay. Going further is problematic because it forces you to stand on the high ground, though. And Abed's got his Octarine now done, so you got the big cooldown reductions.
I think his item build is really, really good on Abed. I love the fact that he has this Phylactery into the Octarine. It's just going to help him like spam up more, but... I mean, for Shopify, they are getting closer towards the timing that they need. Like, both teams are kind of playing very nicely in terms of what they want to do. Arteezy is closing in on his Ags. Well, speaking of, he's got it completed now.
Right now.
Yeah.
Which is a nice timing. Still And no, it's just a really good timing. Samil's trying to get his own Ags. If he gets his Ags and then you steal pretty much Sumil, that's going to be big. Sablelight's going to get caught by Sumil and will try and run away. No, Baboka is scarier than Sumil at this stage, and he's just trying to keep them occupied as much as possible. But on the other side,
Baboka's kill steals
are clearing out the area as well. But yeah, Baboka, of course, he's kill steal. He's 504. He's a carry right now.
Yeah, he's got to get his next couple items. It's just funny to see. He's got a 4-staff now. Okay, checks out. You want to make sure to keep your boys alive. And I love that the king, Mr. Sumail, when you're ahead this far and you can push a lot, I think a lot of teams fall victim to just moving as 5 all the time, and they make it so easy for the enemy team to just farm. He's like, no, he sees the kill up top. He TP's there. They kill Saberlightus. They need to be a little... Jesus. Man, these guys have some big balls, man.
The fact that they didn't stop is
at all
wild to me.
They didn't even they didn't even move. They were like, yeah, we either get this or we die.
Would have been hilarious if they both died though. But Rubik's got the free shard, one of the prime free shards as well to gain. Crit on the opposing side. He can now one-shot creep waves with that fire snap cookie. But yeah, the Rubik's shard, it's a good saving tool. Are there any, additions that make it strong with any spells? I mean, if he steals cookie, obviously. Yeah, no, that's about it.
No, I feel like that's kind of about it. Or there's nothing. I think there's nothing too special. Whereas now for Aster, you're up for a gold. Sure, you did lose the Aegis, but I would like for them to continue to play very aggressive. I think they've played a very, very solid game so far. But they're still so strong. Sure, the net worth lead says 4K, but I think if they can fight properly, they're so strong still. As Shopify, they're going for a smoke, and honestly, Aster are very split. They should be reading this on the map. I think looks like both Monet and Sumail, judging from their movement, they kind of know something is coming. So the rest may back off too.
Yeah, they're all spreading out so that they can't get blink ravaged. It's fanning out completely different directions, and they all seem to be able to get out as well so far. The chase is actually going a little bit deeper to try and get a catch charge onto XXS. Do they expect more? Yeah, no, the charge is going to get cancelled. Monet's got his Ags now delivered, so you got the hypothermia coming into play. And it's an Ags versus hypothermia situation right now between Arteezy and Monet.
Oh, Susold to see XXS.
XXS, he's got the shard.
He's got
so
the shard.
He's actually going to be able to stay alive with the Gravekeeper's cloak.
Okay.
And hook shot. On the familiars, but still gets the catch onto Saberlight. He will not be able to right-click his way through the power cogs. While
Sumail killed Crit.
Where the hell did he... Oh, but Crit was still lingering behind. Okay.
This game is, crumbling for Shopify. I honestly must say I've been super impressed with Aster in this game. Like the fact that they fully dodged this smoke. I mean, this is why I don't really like 5-man smoke so much. I think you should try to show one guy, push in a lane, try to make it less obvious for the enemy. But Aster with a perfect back off. They put in XXS. He has the shard. He baits. He drops down. Kind of baits them in all the way. Now they get 2 kills. The game goes from a 5k lead to an 8k lead. Now they're going to get more map control. It's starting to look very scary for Shopify to even try and fight back in this game.
I actually do really, really love the fact that he went for such an early shard on the Visage. It's
great.
It can be game winning if you can they throw a Ravage or something, the kiss is on you, and you just pop the Gravekeeper's cloak and you barely survive while all of their spells are on cooldown. It is team fight winning.
I mean, it shouldn't be that hard for him to get off his bird stun, I think. Like, he can always dodge the breaker charge. It's more like he needs to get ravaged into like a cookie or SB stun with all the follow-up damage. Then maybe he can get bursted. So shard pickup is great. That's a 10k lead. Arteezy does have the Manta completed, so he has like the items that he really wants, but I don't know if his team is strong enough to fight right now. They need to find a really creative way to take this fight. Maybe smoke around, find a Ravage into Meteor Hammer, kill both the supports. Then have Arteezy turn into... I guess you turn into the Wind Ranger, right? There's so many stats. You get the Wind Run
now, so you get the Wind Run, Ags, and Viz yourself, which is very big. He's universal. You steal 40% of his stats.
It has to be like your only saving grace. I mean, what's Abed been up to? Obviously, he had the phylactery into the Octarine earlier. I feel like his game slowed down a little bit. He's looking to go for the travels. Has a Vambrace. I mean, he's not got the best heroes to play with, right? Like, ideally, when you play Zeus, you want to play aggressive or get pickoffs on the side lanes. You only have one real hero who loves setting up pickoffs for you. But that's a post-5 Spur Breaker who had an abysmal game because it's a super hard Spur Breaker game.
And Saberlight hasn't... I don't think he's used a single Ravage this game.
Huh. You are... Has there been one or 0?
I think there's been 0.
Yeah,
Because every single time he got caught by the battery assault in the cogs by Baboka. And they haven't really gone for a single fight. But this might be a nice catch from behind.
Can't give Ravage if you don't use it, as this is a very nice smoke. Sumail is far below them.
Zeus ulti, they charge him. Glimmer, Dust gets used.
Glimmer.
The kisses
Good
as well,
lift back.
but the lift up, drag back, Hurricane Pike, he is long gone. And XXS scouting in the trees with the familiars. They have
Shopify
that vision gain as well on the side. XXS is just going in. He doesn't care.
So
His
tanky.
team's
He
not
knows.
even ready. He's just going on the side. Sumail. The hookshot comes out onto crit. They're going to go for the Snapfire first. XXS, not the target you want to try and nuke because he's got his own little save at the ready. Lift up on the Morphling. Keep him away from the rest of the fight, and they lose crit first.
I don't know if Shopify can take this fight anymore. Okay.
Saberlight caught by Boka again.
Good Glimmer. Solar.
Make sure no Ravage gets set up. XS is still just frontlining on that Visage. Look at Gravekeeper's Cloak is doing so much work. Shackle shot onto the Morphling. In comes Hypothermia.
Look at the Hypothermia.
Up. The Morphling needs to disengage.
Oh, if this guy dies.
He does run. The Ravage gets blown. Saberlight with the
Ravage is stolen.
as well. Gets a 2-match catch, but indeed the Ravage got stolen. The Morphling needs to disengage. And honestly, you can't go for another fight. Well, the hook shot on the backline. Baboka catches out Abed, who's trying to leap out of there with the heavenly jump. In comes Sumail, sprinting as fast as humanly possible to get the catch onto Abed. Shackle shot. Baboka is even going to drop. Baboka, the hero on the clockwork. My man is a genius. He has done everything this game.
Wow, this teamfight is just... It's like Sumail just comes in on the back, uses his Gleipnir, gets off a good shackle. XXS keeps going like in and out, making it very easy for Monet to play on high range. The supports again with some perfect spell usage. Ravage is stolen, sick hookshot, and I think for Shopify they're hesitating. You're not gonna win this fight if you don't commit all your stuff at the start. You use the Zeus ult, you get the Spur Breaker charge on Monet, but you don't commit the Ravage. Like I think you either commit there and you hope for the best, or you are just leaving the fight straight up because you're not going to get off another initiation. You need that Zeus ult. So the moment that Pichu gets that lift back onto Monet, this fight is just over. And now there's an Ags on Baboka. Triple Rocket Flare, 17k gold lead, Solar Crest Pipe. You can't ask for anything more if you're Aster. They're playing sick in this game right now.
Baboka, yeah, look. I'm going to scout everything on the map. Thank you very much. Triple rocket flares. Also flexing that he's got that Ags done. Saberlight in the trees is going to get spotted. They're going to go for XXS. Meteor Hammer about to drop. Do they have the stun lock? Ravage gets blown, but XXS, he's going to go stone for him while Fly is dead. The silence onto the Morphling. Has used the Manta already, so he needs to run away quickly. Cannot attribute shift. He's actually trying to go back in onto Monet, but they will control the tide on the side. And indeed, the tide will be
What the hell's an attack range?
Will he?
Jesus.
Nice cookie. Crit, not a chance that he's going to be able to disengage.
Just some classic Enchanted Quiver. Suddenly Drow has like some attack range over 1k for one little hit. As now we've got a 20k gold lead, Stolen Ravage helping out in the fight. They're going to go up in the high ground, and I don't see what Shopify can do here. Like, they can try to delay it, but Baboka's going to keep using rockets in the backline, making it super hard for them to come close. And I mean, they don't have Ravage either for Saberlight. 10 seconds. Okay, they're gonna smoke up, but you don't. Okay, Artesia has Morph in 5. Did buy a double Wraith Band as well, just to max out all the stats here for what could just be one of the last fights of the game.
They're still on only 4 kills on Shopify's side, and Artesia's got 2 of them.
420, baby.
Yeah, they're...
It's a hard game.
The XXS also has the full AC now done, so you get the extra armor coming in.
His item build is perfect. Even the Dragon Scale from the neutrals, all the bonus auras for your team, Pipe to keep them alive, AC Solar Crest for your Drow. They've got all the Ag Scepters, Blink, Glimmer Cape on the Rubik. Yeah, if you're Shopify, you need buybacks and a miraculous fight where you smoke around. Like, Sableye is going to have to come up clutch with a Ravage. I don't think that's an easy task against an Aegis, a Cheese, and another tanky core.
Oh, the Hypothermia proccing onto Abed on the side, the triple Rocket Flare spam. They have so much harass from so far away.
I mean, one thing I can see, or one thing I remember from Aster, even at the last TI, when they were ahead and they would push the enemy base, they were one of the best teams at doing that in like such a nice way. Like Monet on Sniper or even Drow Ranger back then. They know exactly how to push a high ground in like with very high discipline. They're not going to overplay as for now. It's taking a lot of damage, but they did get the tier 3 for free.
No
That's
fly.
nice lift back. That's just a freebie.
He
That's
thought
buyback.
he thinks he can be sneaky, but look at the positioning. Baboka to the left, Samil all the way in the back to make sure that Morphling doesn't turn into him.
Oh, it's beautiful. Pass him the good old cheese. Now Monet's just going to go for round 2. Yeah, look, as you said, they spoke up the back line. They have perfect positioning. Only Monet and XXS are hitting. And what do you do here if you're Shopify? Like, an opportunity is not just going to come out of thin air.
You can't blink from the triple Rocket Flares either, so the Blink Ravage play is not there.
They have to smoke around. There's no way. Someone just is drawing the line now. They do realize there's no way if you go from the front that you are going to win this fight.
Smil still smoked, lying in wait for any smoke flanks.
Oh, I like that. Sick positioning from him. Okay, they force in Monet.
Going for Monet. Crit gets charged from behind. Ravage gets thrown out.
He's got the Ravage.
Is going to get nuked down. He does drop. Monet loses his Aegis as well. And from side, Samil going for the man fight up against the Morphling. Will he be able to
the
block
stolen
him out?
Ravage.
Stolen Ravage coming out. And is it going to be enough damage? No, the Drow wasn't alive just yet. Saberlight will die. Has buyback available at the ready. Nice E-Blade save from Abed. Keeps Arteezy alive. And Abed with the saving grace coming right in the nick of time. My lord,
god,
that
man.
E-Blade.
How does Abed just always have like a miraculous performance no matter how his team is performing? Like, no matter what they're doing, he's just such a solid rock for this team. He always has good items. He barely ever feeds. He makes good aggressive plays. That is honestly quite a sick hold from Shopify, sure. Did use one buyback on Saberlight, but you got to hold the game. You get to prolong and fight for another fight.
Well, Monet is going for the shard next, so he's going to get that Glacier. Just still a very...
They're smoking. There's no Ravage.
Interesting build. Jump in, Samil. He's the one turned into. Hookshot comes out. Does he manage to get the catch? Yet Fly is very quickly dead. They actually save Samil with that liftoff. Keep him away from the Morphling while the disengaging. Monet is trying to manfight Saberlight, but Saberlight staying close range. Abed's the big target though, and he's going to get blasted by XXS on the Visage. Now they don't have the damage to nuke down the Visage anymore. Shackle Shot connects. The Morphling will drop low. Meteor Hammer not even going to be able to drop down just yet, and Arteezy is a goner. They even stole the kisses on the Rubik. He stole everything this game that was needed, and Aster just did better.
This was perhaps the best game I've seen Aster play in like the last months from watching this team. From the laning stage to how they drafted, how they moved around their map, their itemization, knowing when to go together, when to split up, Sumail feeling the freedom that he can go around, get some pickoffs, nice itemization, nice team fighting. I still think that Monet is one of the best range carry players in all of the two. When this guy has a sick game on his Drow Rangers, his Snipers, like maybe you can throw a TB Medusa in there, this guy is just so phenomenal on these range heroes.
That was really freaking good. I mean, we've finally seen another counter to the Morphling come into play. Drow Ranger, Wind Ranger, Visage. Just win the game before he gets really, really fat.
You just need you need all the Rangers apparently, and now we also see the Visage first phase, right? Like now we see why it's always banned. You just build these auras, you have a good lane, you can speed up the game. Kind of checks out. I think Boboka and Pichu also on the supports, they played phenomenal.
I must say, damage on a clockwork?
Yeah, I mean, once you get the eggs, right, he's kind of
But that
stat
was the
padding.
last,
But I feel
like
like
5 minutes of the game. Or
I know, that's what I mean. Like, until then, it's crazy how much he did in this entire game. I think Shopify's draft is just very... it's quite slow. Like, sure, you have Morph Tide. You're eventually going to have a good team fight, but then you have a SB. They're going to have to rethink and reevaluate, I think, moving forward. Sure, game 1, they kind of threw it away a little bit, but that loss hurts. Now, this loss doesn't feel good either because you feel like you didn't even have a chance. So, Shopify not in the best position.
I mean, the big plus here is that Aster played a weird draft, which, I mean, it was a very strange draft. And Shopify probably haven't had that much practice against Drow Rangers in this batch. They probably haven't played that much against, especially this combination of heroes. They didn't even kill off the supports a single time. Baboka and Pichu were the only ones this game that did not die. That is a very impressive statistic for support of all things.
Yeah, I mean, I think Aster played phenomenal. I'm still not really sold on the Spellbreaker pick. Like, picking it in, I'm pretty sure it was picked into like Rubik and Clock. So, with like a pretty passive dual core of Morph Tide, I feel like you want something more aggressive around it. But, you know, either way, that's kind of their problem. I think Aster capitalized perfectly on it, just knowing what they want to do, how to move around the map, and they were just ready for this first pick Morphling.
Yeah, they counted it phenomenally. They let the Visage, of course. You know, you have to make a trade-off at that point. They banned something else.
Yeah.
You pick the Visage. You're in a very comfortable spot because XXS played it nice. They got the shard early. Distract them significantly with that. But of course, that does conclude this series, and in a very problematic fashion for Shopify, considering they lost 2-0 to one of their biggest competitors right now, Aster, who are now 5-5. Shopify is 4-8, and that is definitely a scary prospect for the rest of the group stages. However, we still have one more series for you, ladies and gentlemen, on this stream. It's going to be the team that has struggled so much this tournament. Evil Geniuses are going to have to take on the scariest of the bunch, Quest Esports. It's the bottom versus the top. We'll see you after the break, but first, before we go, we want to give a huge thank you to our official monitor partner in Bali 2023, Acer Predator. Great monitors, don't forget to check them out. My name was Nika Truman. I was joined by Kazu, and we'll be back after the break.
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality. Get in the game. Make it count.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Biznet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven.
ladies and gents. That was an exhilarating series, Kazu, but we are on for the last of the day. My name is Digatrun, and as mentioned, I am joined by Kazu for one final showdown against the bottom of the board, against the top. Who's going to be able to be victorious? That is the big question.
I have my little cat here.
Oh, cat.
No,
Sorry.
it's a cat. She's getting green screened, I think, a little bit. There she is. Yeah. Okay, so what do we have? We have Quest, who are looking like they're gonna destroy everyone, against EG, who are currently not doing too well. So, I mean, I'm still hoping that EG can, you know, show a better, just like show themselves and everyone else that they are better than what their score suggests, which is 1-8. I know they've been struggling a little bit with their performance and like Matthew being sick and so on. So yeah, I know it's still like the top playing against the bottom, but it's not like EG have 0% chance of winning. Like these guys are good. It's just something is going on right now, and it's hard to sometimes to just like fix it on the spot.
Yeah, maybe now he feels a bit better and recuperated. Quickly checking, did they play this morning? Yes, they did. They lost 2-0 against 9 Pandas. Not really exactly what they want, but indeed, as you mentioned, they've had some struggles. They are qualified for TI, so that's at least like the big plus. Whereas Quest, they if they win the major, they probably qualify for TI. I actually don't know.
I think they do. No, like if they win, there's at least a chance, I think, or like that's like the only way that they can, through points, of course, because there will be qualifiers. But yeah, they're looking, honestly, they're looking phenomenal. Like they're playing a whole bunch of wacky stuff. Like they had some last pick Slark yesterday. I'm not talking carry Slark. I'm talking offlane Slark. Last pick that where like they just absolutely destroyed. They're one of the few teams that will like play Mars, and all of the players have some standout performances. I mean, overall, no, I'm just happy to see a new team on the block and just like, you know, have some fun and destroy these other people who are like, well, I've played pro for 8 years. Well, screw you, idiot. I'm a Mar the F, and I'm gonna destroy you right now.
It's the fact that all these players like TA2K played in Water Rune Doors, I think. Noob played in Spider Pigs back in the day and stuff.
Yeah,
like Ori had multiple. They all it kind of feels like another Tundra where there are multiple players that did not reach the top at their previous teams. They come together and all of a sudden they're looking absolutely insane. But of course, they do have opponents, and that is Evil Geniuses, a team that has been looking incredible this year round. Might also be that right now they're getting the slump. In combination with, of course, Matthew being sick and whatnot, but having to constantly travel all over the place, you get the slump that you talked about previously. That might be hurting them a bit more than they would like. However, the draft is already starting, so we'll be jumping in immediately to see the heroes that are being secured. And it starts off with a Pugna, and I see Storm is still available.
Yeah, these teams at least played a little less. I mean, any mid player nowadays, it can play Storm, right? If you really want to. I mean, EG did play it. Looks like they played it only once in this tournament. They played it in their last game. But Quest, they don't really strike me as a big Storm team, so I wouldn't be too surprised if they let it go through. Instead, what they do, they're just picking heroes that are good against Pugna, but also if you pick Storm here, I don't think you feel too great about it. Like some Snapfire, Silencer opening. Snap is great against Pugna. You can kill through the Decrep. You have a whole bunch of magic damage. Silencer, of course, global against Pugna, and against most of the Pugna combos is great. So I like the approach here from Quest.
Yeah, of course, one big important part of Quest's arsenal compared to their opponents is the fact that they play a lot of Snapfire mid, and some other teams are doing that a little bit more as well, but Noob is an expert on the hero. They pick a Dusa, late game he turns into a Dusa himself. I mean, who doesn't like to get yourself Swift Blink, 4 Rapiers, and a Silver Edge, because that's exactly how Noob's willing to play if it's needed.
Yeah, Noob he's the best mid Snapfire in the world right now. And I think it's great when you are a new team that you can play your style and make it work. Because it's really hard when you're new, but you also have to copy other people. So I think it's great that Quest kind of have like their own identity, and they do stick to it. Because I don't think they have like necessarily the biggest hero pool, but you don't have to if what you're doing is working out. So I like their opening. EG also, it's good of them to adapt and not just be like, oh well, Pagna Storm is open, herb derp, therefore we just pick the Storm. Like there's no need to do that. So they pick up the Medusa, which I would say Medusa really does not care about Silencer. He always pushes out the waves, he never does anything to you. You're gonna build Manta. Snapfire matchup, I don't know how much you care about it early on. I think it's going to depend more about the two cores that Quest will be able to pick themselves up. So yeah, I think you're going to have to look at, of course, the anti-mage ban. You ban out Mars against Amar, but I wonder what Amar has in store for us against Medusa. Because I feel like this guy he's had many different ideas and they've always worked out against this hero.
Yeah, his Slark offlane, his anti-mage offlane. There are multiple tools at his disposal. One plus, of course, that you have with the Snapfire against the Dusa early game, not a big mana pool. So if you get level 6 quickly, you can go for those early rotations to shut down the Dusa, which is pretty neat, especially if you can combo it with some kind of 4 position that jumps in, or an Amar like Mars, for instance, which...
oh, they didn't... Well, it just occurs to me that...
Yeah.
They could pick Broodmother if they wanted. Generally, when I see Medusa being played, you kind of want to ban that hero out. So I'm interested to see if EG have like a cool answer for it, if they did let them have it on purpose, or if Quest just want to go for something different. Because actually, from what I can see, they did play it in literally the game they played just now.
Well, there is Brood Mama coming in, as you mentioned.
Mother comes.
Yeah, she gonna hunt. Pugna can't really do much against Brood. It's also a possible early nullifier builder, which is huge in a game against Pugna. And it's Amar. Like he's he doesn't want to build 15 auras. He wants to go in. He wants to get damage, maybe an Orchid quickly, stuff like that, and just hunt.
Yeah, and that works out perfectly because Brood is universal nowadays. So you actually own if you just go for right clicks. As EG, they go for the cow. I do think SB is very good against Brood. Not necessarily in the lane. I mean, it's okay, because I don't think Brood has the strongest right clicks like level 1 and 2. But just later on in the game, you're good against the spiders. You can charge her. But similarly to the last game that we just casted, SB is going to need people to play with. So it's likely it's going to have to be Chris Luck on the mid lane that they can play through with the Pugna SB. Otherwise, I think this Spirit Breaker may not feel too happy in the game.
That would be a little bit more problematic if he has such a bad start like Fly did. It should be a little bit
better
it should
definitely
this time
be better.
around.
Yeah, for sure.
Unless Clockwork comes in and then... Well, then the the Deuce doesn't care that much. Another Tide coming into play. I see some similarities from the previous game, but Tide doesn't care about Brood. Doesn't really care that much about Silence either, because you like building Octarine, Snapfire. It needs to build a Silver Edge to break the Tide. I really like the choice.
I think it's a very good pick for EG. It's a bit similar, like the last game as you mentioned. It could be a little bit slow, but Tide is gonna give you an insane team fight. Just as frontline anchor. Don't care about the global, so as long as they can get through the lanes where he has a Pugna, they should feel pretty good. So if you're Quest, I think you want to be looking at a core that is going to lane okay into this and has 2 good core matchups in the game against Medusa Tide. Heroes that come to mind is maybe like some Monkey King, Slark. I was thinking of one more, maybe like some Faceless Void. I think both Void and Slark don't do as well in the lane as Monkey King does, but any of these heroes I feel like would be pretty chill. I mean, or I guess you can pick your 4, but the only
Rubik
4 that I
is
would
nice
feel really
4.
good about... Rubik is nice. Yeah, actually, that's a good call. The other one I was thinking about is SD, but that hero is, of course, banned out even already in the first stage.
Yeah, because it's a Quest hero.
Yeah, absolutely it is.
Other hero, I mean, it's TA2K. You might just decide, I want to play my name, and just go for the TA as well.
Like it a little less than the others, but if there's anyone who can make it work, it's him. I think Tia Medusa, you have to play really fast, which, well, you could. You have Brood. Let's see what they go for. A little Eng. It looks like this looks very similar to a draft they literally just played.
Enchantress is good against Tide because you got the impetus, good against Spirit Breaker because you got the slow, good against Pugna because you got a count to the Decrepify. It's all round just great.
Yeah, you have double purge with the enchant, right, against bulldoze, the crep. I think ENG, from what I've seen, this hero, I feel like when games get to like 30, 35, 40 minutes, ENG starts creeping up as like another carry in a way, like another core. And in this game, for EG's heroes, it's not that easy to actually kill an ENG, right? Like SB is not the most damage, Tide is not the most damage, Dusa, I mean, it's not like you have a bunch of attack speed to just kill her, so if this ENG is going to be played as a 4 by Omar, which I think it will be, you know, if he can just get some chill Dragonlance, a Pike, some smaller items, like ENG does a surprising amount of damage in this mid game when this hero gets to hit, and for now, I don't really see anything stopping it.
It's currently looking like a rough affair if the ENG gets a good lane. It's also the fact that Broodmother at one point can kind of solo the lane, and then you can just send the ENG to the jungle so that you have a semi-core added in for the quest side.
Like that's like something else too, because they most likely have a mid snap. It's a very strong hero to play through. So if you're C Smile now, you need to take a mid hero that your heroes can play through. Because similarly to last game, Medusa Tide, they're not gonna do shit. They're gonna AFK on their side lanes because, well, these heroes don't gank. So you need a hero that allow your Spellbreaker and Pugna to play through you. And ideally, you don't just get owned when this Enchantress, which will happen, that he's coming mid with the Snapfire. So it's, I think, not the easiest task for C Smile here, but he's gonna have to try and find the best one. You're also playing into Global, which a lot of mid heroes absolutely hate.
C Smile loves playing Kunkka, and it's good against Brood. But again, with the Tide, it's a lot of overlap. It is a heavy defense tool against to keep Dusa alive, though. Like, they throw everything on a 4 protect 1, and considering Pakaz is their safe laner, that wouldn't be the wildest.
Yeah, I would say Kunkka is probably one of their better picks. I still think that Kunkka is hard to make work right now, generally, just because, well, it's just a hard hero to execute. Like, he lacks a lot of things, and as you mentioned, there is some overlap, but I wouldn't be too surprised seeing them go for it. Let's see if I'm missing anything else. I mean, because the thing is, when you play against Silencer, it's very nice to have mid heroes that are just tanky by nature, so that when you get global, you don't just, well, you're like, okay, well, I'm dead, I can't Remnant out, and stuff like that, but sometimes you just kind of have to suck it up and deal with it, and like, you're gonna die to 1-2 globals, but if your lineup really needs this type of hero, then that's just how it is.
Normally, I'd say Ember is a good choice, but we've seen it a couple of times before. If Snapfire gets 6 before Ember, Ember's dead.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do.
It's just with, I feel like they might need something more, like a slightly more commit. Like if you have slide chains into charge and then Pugna, it doesn't sound like that strong to me. Kunkka, yeah, okay. You have more damage. Maybe that works. It's gonna be Primal. Okay, yeah, I think I forgot about that hero. That's my bad. It's a very good Primal Beast game.
You said it yesterday. You always forget about the hero. It's just, it's one of those things. Like Marcy, you know.
It's same with Marcy. Yeah, like, it's like, oh yeah, you still exist. This is for sure this is a very good pick. Like if you get on top of ENG, you just kind of kill her. Same with Silencer. If you charge in and you pop your trample, global doesn't really matter against you either. You're good against Brood because you're very evasive on the map. Okay, that is a very nice last pick from EG. Because I think this pick was very hard for them.
Yeah, no quest. They need a safe laner that survives. I mean, Terrorblade is okay, but the problem, and it will lay nicely against, or decently against Tide. It's the fact that Primal early game destroys Terrorblade. He's got too much magic damage coming out on that hero.
I think that's another reason why Primal Beast feels so nice right now. A lot of these cores that you play on these side lanes, like Brood, TB, or a lot of the carries and cores in general, they just feed to Primal Beast if he gets on top of you. And the map is so big, it feels nice when you're so elusive and like movable in a way on the map. So yeah, TA2000 is gonna have to be careful, but I feel like, to me, TA2000, he's like the European Monet in terms of how well he plays ranged heroes. When this guy plays ranged heroes, he's a different beast. I count TB as a ranged hero, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, only a very brief amount of his time, but
yeah,
it is
when it matters.
The biggest problem I see this game is the fact that they have Omar's Ench slow. They've got Snapfire Cookie.
Yeah.
And that's the only way to keep the Primal Beast off the TB. They've got no other tools to keep the TB alive, or the Broodmother, or anyone else that gets trampled. Like, if he tramples, and especially if he gets a BKB, it's over. You're dead. There's no way to get out of that damage.
The one good thing for them is that TB, with the items he buys, he actually gets a decent HP pool at, like, not like minute 0 to 15, but like after, once you start building towards Skadi, and there isn't too much follow-up damage to the Primal Beast. So I think the early game, C-Smile could just pop off and really ruin the TB's game. But if he can dodge like maybe 1-2 ganks, or maybe he only receives 1 death, after the 20-minute mark, I feel like it kind of stops where they're able to burst the TB. Or at least that's something I'm scared for when it comes to how EG's lineup will play out at that point.
That's one downside, of course, of Primal. It is a snowball hero. If it
absolutely
doesn't snowball, the hero becomes really weak. And as you mentioned, 20 minutes in the game, 25 minutes, the hero does significantly get reduced in its damage output. And then you get Skadi against him. You also build like multiple force staffs, most likely on the side of Quest, to get out of his range. And then until he hits level 25, where actually, no, he doesn't have the. Never mind. I was still thinking he had the pulverized pierces. Oh, pierces. It does just.
It always does now. It's so good. Yeah, it just goes for BKB now. It's another reason why this hero is like just really strong.
The hero being played.
Yeah.
Okay, no, then it's really strong even at the late stage, because pulverize is such a good short cooldown
I wouldn't
spell.
say that Primal necessarily falls off as Whisper in a lot of trouble. Blood Grenade, more slows, meta.
Oh, Noob, can you get that first blood? Actually, TA2K gets it. The charge in response, so C-Smile will at least get that catch. But TA2K needs to be careful. If he dies, he doesn't have a meta either. Matthew in response will die as well. Double kill for TA2K. The bounty to be secured, but C-Smile gets a double as well.
A double kill at minute 0. I've never seen that before. That's hilarious.
They're actually going to go into harass C-Smile a little bit with that impetus. But let's see. Bounty runes was all 4 bounty runes picked up for Quest.
That is, no one cares about the kills anymore. If you get 4 bounties, that is, that shit is broken at like 0 minute mark. So that's a very good start for them. So TA2000 has like the most gold I've ever seen at minute 0. He's got a double kill into 4 runes, sitting at a 1400 net worth at like 40 seconds into the game. And one last thing about Primal Beast, I feel like the hero actually scales okay. Like the fact that you go through BKB, you can build the Ags, but a lot of the times like heroes just need like a +1, and there isn't like the most follow-up damage overall. But yeah, we'll have to see. His early game needs to be crisp. There's Kaori.
Well, Kaori goes for the man fight up against Matthew. Matthew will be able to get the kill. Also has a fairy fight to stay alive, but he's just gonna walk it off, it seems. Another kill coming in for the side of EG. They're looking to make this an aggressive game between these two teams. I mean, it is.
I hope they can keep up the average of 5 kills per every minute. Let's go, guys. It's time to fight.
Especially once the rotations of the mid laners will come into play. You're going to have a lot of fun. It's just making sure they have constant skirmishes going. C-Smile's actually really struggling against Noob in terms of last hitting.
Kaori? He just TP'd in.
Oh.
A little bit of an oopsie-doopsie. That hurts.
Yeah, now TA2K is all alone. Luckily enough, he does have full HP, full mana, 9 magic wand charges.
Yeah.
Not really a hero that tends to... I mean, their opponents are low in terms of mana and HP, so he should be just fine for now.
Yeah, he should be okay. And you were mentioning mid. Yeah, Noob is... He is destroying C-Smile right now. 13 and 7. It's just not a kill trade down bottom. They're trying to keep up with the kills.
Yeah, Omar does a lot of damage with the impetus. They're constantly brawling all over the map. It's surprising that mid's the one that are not trying to kill each other. But to be fair, Noob doesn't have to do that if he is just absolutely crushing C-Smile's Primal.
Yeah, 15 and 7 at 2.5 minutes. That is some sick CS. I mean, that's the reason why we call him the best Snapfire like in the world. He's probably very accustomed to like the animation, the damage. As we have a bit more pressure coming out down bottom. His Panda charges in. Does end up tanking the tower though, so a lot of pressure on him.
And an impetus is ready for Omar.
Yeah, on
Just
the next
needs to
one.
gain the vision. Is it going to be enough? One more right click from the melee creep enchanted. Oh, that's the poorest way to die.
He had
gets
to
10
step
bonus
back.
damage.
Yeah, that's so funny. He had to step back from the impetus and then gets killed by the creep. Also, I wasn't fully sure, but now I just saw the interaction. So ENG took the creep, and then they glyphed, and it actually glyphed that creep. I don't think it will ever really come into play, but maybe just a fun fact to know for any ENG players out there. If you're diving some noobs with some creep, apparently you can glyph your creep because you take it over. So that's funny. So Mars charged up.
Well, C-Smile in mid just continues to struggle fast. Luckily enough, does have a bottle refill from Matthew. So he'll be able to recover a little bit more because of it. Does mean that top side, Whisper is going to be there solo. Does a Tide really care at this stage? No, he's not going to die.
Yeah, he honestly doesn't care at all. Kaori is on the rune. Did not quite get to steal it, but he's dealing a lot of pressure to C-Smile.
Yeah, bottle refill, tries to grab the bounty, but that one is already yoinked. So he's a little bit sad. Well, Pakaz gets killed off bottom, and Mars looking for more. They also have the Centaur chasing. Another impetus to be blasted. Panda's actually charging towards him.
This lane is a disaster. Oh no. You play against Brood ENG and you're struggling this much early. Here comes C-Smile.
Gets a kill. Amar's just gonna man fight up against C-Smile. Can he get the kill with that heal?
Give him the bottle.
Longer? Not gonna be the case, but C-Smile is getting a bottle refill, which is at least neat.
Oh, we have a
so
new
he
man
can go
fight.
back to mid. Oh yeah, Corey and Matthew really despise each other. It's a constant hunt between
he
the
got him.
Silencer and the Pugna.
Yeah, it's hilarious how many kills we have in this game. I must say, though, I'm a little afraid for EG safe lane about to come up. They're already losing to Brood ENG, and there's a mid Snapfire. Noob. Like, when you play this Queen mid or Snapfire mid, you love when your side lanes are pressuring a lot, because it makes it so easy for you to, like TP over, blink, ult, or TP over with Snap, or even walk over, just ulti these two clowns, get them killed, and suddenly Brood just easily takes the tower. So EG are going to have to be very aware of these early moves, because I mean, Noob CS is out of this world at 5 minutes. This is some illegal stat.
And the most
about
fun
to
part
20
is the
denies.
fact that because of that early game from
they got
TA2K,
him.
he's at the same spot. C-Smile's going to die in mid. Noob just got level 6. TA2K is also level 6. Like,
Yeah,
TB is keeping up in
insane.
terms of experience with his mid lane, in terms of net worth with his mid laner.
I love the fact that Kaori is not top anymore. Like, because he doesn't need to be, right? He doesn't really do anything to Tide. It's not like Tide pressures the TB, and the more levels TA2000 gets, the faster he can farm the jungle and just go back and forth. Because like you're saying, this TB is level 6 at 6 minutes. It's like he's playing mid. Kaori, haste, cookie.
Charge in response,
Got
but
him.
it's a hasted silencer that you're trying to catch up to. That's not going to be so much fun.
And
As this
every
game doesn't
time-
think to be the case for
Like-
EG either.
They're gonna have to try to get a couple kills or try to withstand the pressure coming in from Quest, because every time Noob has ult, they are so good at coordinating exactly what they want to do. We saw it yesterday, we're already seeing it now. He hit 6 to get the kill. Tier 2000, how much can they pressure him? Does not have Sunder, 26 and a Lotus. It's gonna walk it off.
Yeah, he can always just easily go towards the jungle. They also, because he's level 6, don't know if he has Sunder. So it's the threat of the counterpart
Wisdom rune.
potential coming
If
in.
he gets Kaori
Matthew
round
as well.
25.
He's gonna die. One more right click, Ori.
Oh man.
Luckily enough,
Kaori
doesn't have
is
Blades of
swagging.
Wisdom. Can't go for the TP out. He's just gonna juke and keep them occupied. C-Smile still levels, just barely level 6 as well. They really need this primal to start making plays, because Omar is bullying Bakaz away from the bottom side of the map on the edge.
Yeah, this whole map is a whole dumpster fire, I think, and it's only gonna get worse in the next couple minutes. Like, let's look at it. Brood is gonna take over the bottom tier 1 and like the area. If Medusa stays around, Omar can pressure him, but he's not gonna decide to go top. Noob is super strong mid, and TA2000 is level 7. Okay, they're here. Whisper
is going to be able to get
Sorry,
caught.
Robot,
Has a
you're
ravage.
dead.
He's going to throw it just to stay alive. And will he? Nope. That is going to be a very slow death on the tide. It's a bit of anti-synergy coming in right there. But nonetheless, the kill does get secured. TA2K looking like he's going to take the tier 1 tower towards top as well. And yeah, Quest is looking like the big team coming up right now.
It's like I'm watching OpenAI actually in these 8 minutes. Like no one needed to be with the TB anymore, so Silencer moves away. Snap hits 6, you go mid, you get the kill. Brew takes bot tower, you leave as C-Smile cliffs Coyote. Keep moving. Yes.
He's slowly gonna get taken down. Does eventually drop while
TA 2000 gets cookied out.
Yeah. In the meantime, Amar is just farming away at the bottom side of the map. He's going for the Echo Saber. So, yep, he's not going to build some pesky, stupid auras for his team. He's going to be a core. He wants to get himself that harpoon as well.
Yeah, he knows. Amar is a carry. He's always... I mean, to be fair, it just checks out. Like, he's like, oh, I don't really play Brood. It gets turned universal. He's like, okay, I can play Brood. I can go carry as... Yeah, so if you're EG, you need to... I mean, Pakaz is just going to have to farm. If this whole game is going to just be on C-Smile. He has to stop the Brood, get kills on the map, because TA2000, I don't know how much they're going to stop him. Like, again, it's only C-Smile. He's the only hero that can answer any of these moves on in this game.
It's also Dragonlance now done, so TA2K not going for like a Manta style rush. He knows that he is very susceptible to dying to C-Smile, so he went for a Falcon Blade into the Dragonlance, and that's just a lot of stats to keep you alive, which is honestly the best choice that you can go at this stage.
Tower down. Atos completed on Noob as well.
He does 131 right-click damage right now, 10 minutes into the game. Sure.
Seems fine. Everything
balanced.
normal here. As Matthew. Still level 5 with like the Wisdom Rune that was stolen from them. Yeah, he needs to get level 6 because C-Smile, both C-Smile and Panda on the SB, they need help.
C-Smile, he immediately gets hit by the Rod of Atos. The Cookie Stun comes out as well. Omar on the run, doesn't have any heals available, but should be able to fall back. And Noob has the Kisses in case they walk out of line. But they don't have the big lockdown with this Rod on cooldown.
Well, there's another answer to the Primal Beast. It's the Rod of Atos. We don't see it all the time, but it hurts the hero quite a lot as well.
Yeah, he needs that BKB quickly so that he can just trample to victory. Let's see. Amar, his Echo is pretty much done. Whisper even TPing bottom to defend the tier 1 tower, tier 2 tower, because otherwise it's gonna just melt from these spiders.
They kind of have to, but this is also like a problem. Like when Brood is at this stage of the game, you need to send one guy here to defend the lane at the tower. But then he's like, oh, okay, I'm just going to farm everything as Pakaz. He's just dead.
TA2K with a solo kill coming in. He's building into the defusal as well. More counters for the Dusa to come through.
Yeah, they're just going to speed up the game. This map is rough. Okay, Amar is charged. Let's see how far he gets to whittle away before it connects. Very far.
He's gone. They do lose a lot of the spiders to Whisper's Anchor Smash. That's a little bit sad.
They're coming to intercept with Snap behind though, or like they're watching at least. Omar and Noob.
Corey's almost level 6, so then you get the global silence.
Yeah, that's the other problem, right? If you make moves, like you commit, you come out of a smoke. If Coyote is, he can just press R, and then that whole fight kind of breaks down too. So C-Smile's gonna have to slowly work towards his BKB. Pakaz is on the bottom of all the cores. They're gonna have to help him get to this Manta style.
Yeah, right now he is still very squishy and easy to kill as well, so he cannot go for more aggressive farms. I mean, we saw TA2K just solo him. Topside, now that he's got the defusal pretty much done, he needs 150 gold, and honestly, it's probably go time to just melt out the entire map. Oh, charge forward by C-Smile, going to the low ground. Kari does have the global silence, is going to get taken down. Will they be able to get the catch onto C-Smile? Oh my lord, that damage with the Echo and the Impetus. Omar's got now level 4 Impetus ready. So will not stop chunking spears at his opponents whatsoever. They have the Kisses still available. This is I mean, the net worth-wise, it's not looking, like, amazing in favor of Quest, but they're just playing so dominantly on the map.
Yeah, like the map control, I think it's going to continue to go this way. Yeah, I would even say that EG have done an okay job at, like, these last couple of minutes, as Omar even, like, blocking a hard camp with the Centaur, being super annoying. Now, TA2000 has the defusal completed as charge, Meteor Hammer.
Omar doesn't cookie out to the low ground. That's a little bit of an unfortunate cookie coming in. Matthew drains him. Matthew's got the Aether Lens as well, so you gotta... The Pugna is already fight ready. It's the only item the hero needs.
Yeah, he just has to play off of, like, the charge in and whatnot, so... Okay, the Global is still on cooldown, so they could look for something, as that is a pretty big tool for Quest. But they're all so farmed on these cores. 8.2k net worth on Brood, 9k on TA2000. They're just controlling everything.
What is EG's goal? Just try and farm, make Deuce of the tankiest, and then team fight? Or do they have a specific timing that they're looking for?
Yeah, I think that Medusa needs to get this farm up. How is he looking in terms of the Manta? He's getting it right now. Honestly, he caught up pretty nicely in these last couple minutes. I mean, when you just get to sit around this triangle with double Ancients and the wave pushes into you, they need to let Pakaz get kind of his next item while they move around as like this kill trio as like 3-4 and try to keep the game in this state. Like if the net worth doesn't go further up for Quest, then that's very impressive from EG and they need to be happy with that.
Medusa's Axe doesn't one-shot illusions anymore, does it?
That is correct, it does not.
Okay, yeah, because that used to be a thing, where it was able to clean out like TB illusions. Kisses from downtown towards Whisper. They're long on the flight, so they don't actually connect whatsoever. And the save coming out from Matthew, they keep Whisper alive, while Panda still gets caught out, trying to interrupt the Kisses, it seems.
Yep, forced out a couple of TPs, didn't quite get to
Amar.
As Amar
Gets decrepified. He actually gets
a lot of damage.
Drained, but the Global Silence comes out. Meteor Hammer in response from Whisper tried to get the catch onto Amar. Ravage gets thrown, but they don't have damage behind it. Whisper's going to be another one down. Noob gets a killing spree. Matthew left behind. TP got cancelled, and that is a very dead Pugna. Yeah. I mean, I like the attempt because they had the high ground ward, so they spotted out the Brood Mother to try and get the kill, but it just there's no damage onto this very tanky Brood.
You just get globaled, and then Amar pops his insatiable hunger with the Echo. He just keeps healing up so much. And also, during this like 20 seconds, Quest dewarded 2 high ground wards in this Radiant jungle from EG, so EG are also running out of vision. Now more map control going Quest's way. They're up 7k gold, 8k gold now. And yeah, it's really hard for EG to find a footing like in this game. And it's not just the network, it's also the XP as well. Like they're starved on levels.
Well, there's definitely a struggle as well, considering you're playing against a TV and a Brood, aka backdoor potential is always a thing. You're going to have to pretty much station someone bottom at all times, and their lineup is, I mean, it's only Panda on the position 5 Spirit Breaker that can deal with the split push. They don't have bots builders.
Yeah. Oh, Halberd pickup from Amar, I'm a huge fan. He just bought the entire Halberd. Getting the HP again. I legit think Amar may just not die in this game. He's going to be able to take long team fights. He's 2200 HP without strength treads. He can disarm the Medusa. Status resistance global as down bottom. Atos. They force the BKB.
Pops the BKB. Needs to be careful that he doesn't die during the BKB. Because, yeah, Amar, as you mentioned, universal hero. Heaven's Halberd still gives him a lot of damage.
Yeah, it makes you tanky. It's owns the Medusa, it makes you stronger, and I like the adjustment from EG at least, as Noob is playing so aggressive.
Yeah, he wants some kills, he wants some blood, catches out the Matthew Pugna. Has the kisses, close range, does manage to finish him off. Actually, Omar is the one that gets the kill.
Sneaking in a little impetus, why not? As so Whisper is changing up his item build. He currently has an Axe queued up as we're running into Panda here in the triangle. It's gonna easily TP out, so Hold up, C-Smile. He has no BKB. They forced it earlier. See ya.
Still on cooldown for 35 seconds, and the tier 2 tower mid seems to be their next target. Amar's just zoning with the spider army, and Quest going for the tier 2 tower mid.
I mean, they're just getting weaved out everywhere. And like, look at these items that are coming out from Quest. You have the Halberd on the Brood. You have an S and Y completed on TB. TA2000 is so strong, and they're just building items so that they can't get bursted. Because the damage from EG is it's very low. As up top now, more TPs, Atos. They have no space.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do to try and stay alive from that one. Nubon dominating
Meta
Suki,
pop
also has
straight into
bots
Roche.
now. Yeah, with the meta used. I love, like, the biggest plus that I love about Noob's Snapfire is that he pretty much always goes second item bots. So he's always there when his team needs him. Every single fight.
Yeah. This build looks so strong. The Atos, it gives you all the damage, it gives you the catch, which you kind of lack a snap. Now you're kind of putting the map in a good state where you're ahead, you have map control, the enemies are running away from you. Therefore bots feel great because you can farm but also connect to kills. The more I see the Snapfire, I really think that more teams need to pick up this hero. It just
Somnus has also started playing it. Nothing to say from LGD used to play it a lot, and there's definitely mid laners that love to play it. The storms all over the place are getting dull. I want to see a hero that once he's really strong mid game because of his early game laning stage because of his toolkit, mid game because of his item build, late game because the fact the hero just gets a one shot on the entire enemy team with little shred of multi shot and uses attack damage. It just at every state of the game the hero is strong.
Yeah, you have multiple options, and I think that's so great when you have that on heroes, where you can decide, okay, I want to be building it this way, and it feels like you can always find reasons and like logical items that feel good in the game. Where so Whispers, I was touching on the Ags before, but he still has level 1 Gush. I do like the idea of going Ags to like stall out the game with the AoE spit and like get the minus armor and slow down the game and make it harder, but he's gonna need a couple of levels on the Gush to like make up for it. But overall, I'm a fan of the idea, because EG, they're like, okay, we need to stall out this game and then pray to God.
They still have a Dusa, which is obviously a really powerful hero. He's got the butterfly now done, so gets the extra evasion, which is a must-need item. Terrorblade, of course, with reflections, pretty neat against Dusa. If Dusa's Manta has been used, because the Own Illusion will do a lot of work for Quest. But Dusa is still a scary one, especially if you get like a good Ravage play going in behind it, and they all get Stone Gaze stunned. There is definitely possibilities in this game, 100%. Because is still knocking on the top spot, but the problem is, if you go ultra late, then it becomes really rough.
Yeah, because there's a lot of scaling on Quest. I feel Medusa, to me, it feels like this hero really owns like some minutes 20 to like 40-ish. But then you start being full slotted, you start getting kited, other people get a lot more damage with, well, all the item slots and gold that they have available. So EG are probably going to have to look for, okay, we're going to delay this a bit more, and then maybe around the second Roche time is where they should look to play aggressive, have a fight once. Maybe by the time C-Smile has like an Aghanims of his own to deal more damage. Because for now, they just don't have any aggressive tools at all. It's all about the farm.
Yeah, C-Smile, what can he really do at this stage to get the damage in? You also almost have the Amar Lincolns done, so you can't even pulverize him at that stage. You can't charge him as Panda either across the map, which is mainly the reason why he gets the Lincolns. That charge is hella annoying. And Omar's got the Hurricane, so Omar will be able to pretty much nuke down anyone he sees.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good shot. For the first time, it's a good shot on the Pugna, because he can one-shot the TB illusions.
Yeah, he'll have to. I mean, okay, he doesn't have Manta, right? Because he went for the SY. It's pretty nice if he can get it off. It just might be global or some Snapfire ult, but it's one of the better times for him to get the shard at least, since there is an illusion here in the game. So it's gonna be a 10k lead. Kaori barely gets off the stick and runs it off.
I love the fact that there are so many people that are just like standing there for the longest time. They don't. His cores don't need him to stay there for so long.
They can just finish it off themselves. And he's like, no, I'll stick around. I just want to toy with fate.
They're just Giga Chads, bro. Just don't want to accept that you just run it off. As Amar got casual half HP on the tower, forces Whisper to come back, who does not have the Aghanims completed. I mean, Amar, he is so hard to be killed. It's incredible.
You know what's actually fun is Enchantress got the shard, which is normally terrible, but you got a Broodmother on your side. You can have some fun stuff with the massive movement speed buff and attack speed buff from little friends. On the very rare occasions where it could be useful. Tide does need to first die though before anything happens, and they are currently sieging for more. There we have the Matthew, a life drain being a little bit of a nuisance. Okay, charging from Panda right towards his death, not really the place you want to be. They have the Whisper Ravage at the ready. He also has Ags, so at least kill off any spiders coming his direction, and the minus armor plus slow is also not too.
Like that Quest are pushing forward here with this Aegis and the ulti that they do have. And he has Pike and TB with the SNY.
Meta is about to end. They need to back off, and they know it. See Smile charging in, has the BKB at the ready. He's trying to get a catch, but Amar's just finishing him off with right clicks here. He's on the run right now. They still have the Ravage available. Has to blow it. Dusa ulti comes in with the Stone Gaze. Can they get the stun control? Global Silence in response. Noob is dropping low. They find the Snapfire. They still have nasty team fight cooldowns. J2K, no Sunder available, is going to get pushed back. Force Staff onto the high ground he goes. Double Force Staff. The Mystic Snake is not going to kill him, but Panda, is he going to be able to get there? No, he gets slowed down, Omar, and will not be able to do so. Gets disarmed as well. They lose 3 on the side of EG because they're chasing after the T-beat, but Amar is the real carry, going for the backline chase. They buy back onto Matthew, and this is... like, it looked so good at the start of that fight for the side of EG, but Amar is just picking apart the entire backline.
18,000 damage dealt in this fight for EG. But there was so much lifestealing going on as well from Amar, who got 6k damage off himself with 3 Insatiable Hungers. The fact that they saved TE2000 was actually insane. I thought he was dead for sure, but he gets to pike over, and then I think Omar throws his pike on him as well. Then they slow the SB and barely bail him out. But important kills for C Smile. He needs like more net worth and more levels, because I think he's gonna have to carry some of these next team fights on his Primal Beast.
It's actually kind of funny that they show how many Insatiable Hungers he had instead of his ulti, considering the other ones all have their ulti. It's just, I think Gavin forgot that they swapped those two ages ago.
Yeah, I guess, but it does actually check out, because this Insatiable Hunger, I'm surprised he doesn't have the shard yet. He's probably gonna look for it soon on the Brute, because that shard is incredible. Like, this Insatiable Hunger is an insane spell nowadays.
Yeah, then you just get a stupidly high damage buff. Plus, the extra 2 seconds is always nice. And he's the carry right now. He's got the Harpoon at the ready as well. So he'll be able to get the quick catch on the back line, going for the Manta. And look at looking on mid. He's melting away a Tide Hunter.
Nice cookie.
That's just ridiculous how much damage he does. Oh my lord, Dragon Back Kisses come in. Whisper needs to be saved by Matthew here, and Amar turns his attention to Matthew, or at least forces him back. He's hunting for blood and everything to catch them. Even smoking is Matthew trying to disengage.
Yeah, his damage on his Brood is quite crazy. I mean, Whisper doesn't have the most tanky items, but still. The fact that he just melts like that to a Brood is insane. A C-Smile going in a little bit. Might be forced to...
So the Ags, which is, I guess...
Uproar, rather.
What's Uproar?
I was just using the new Ags.
Yeah, I know. They're going in. Amar, like, what does he fear? He pops Insatiable Hunger. He can lifesteal for days. They can lose Panda. Drags back C-Smile, who still hasn't used his BKB, by the way. But they need the Ravage play. He doesn't have Blink Dagger. He could sell a couple of items to get the Blink Dagger just for the Blink Ravage reveal. Charge in. C-Smile gets the charge going. Big damage onto the Sulu supports and the backline catch. The Global Science came in a little bit too soon. TA2K, he wants to get the Sunder up.
Oh,
Do
he
they have
didn't
the
get the
stun
Sunder.
lock? No,
Oh,
he
he didn't.
Sunders Whisper in the nick of time. Still trying to man fight. Matthew's going to be finished off because Medusa still half mana as we speak. But Amar is the carry in the process of cleaning up house. Triple kill secured. And they should at least get the quad. C-Smile still nearby. Might be able to get the Rampage. Amar gets an Ultra. There's C-Smile. Gets rotted up. Rooted up. Give the kill. Give the Rampage to Amar. The champion comes a-clutching on the Broodmother offlane. Absolutely carry game. Yeah, like, I don't ever know you want to put him in the safe lane, considering he just gives you an extra safe laner in the off lane.
550 damage with the ult.
C-Smile trying to delay it. Oh yeah, he even bought the... Wait, he bought the Deso and then just sold it again.
Yeah. Look at the damage, man.
C-Smile is just melting. Taken down. Whisper, can he save C-Smile? Reflection comes in. TA2K. Don't fountain dive. That's still a way you can die.
They just don't have the damage against these heroes. Like, Amar has 3,300 health with the Insatiable Hunger, where he constantly life steals. TA2000 has 4,000 health and a Satanic. Like, there's a Thunder you have to get through, there's a Satanic you have to get through. Like, the heroes have like 5, 6, 7k effective HP against these Radiant heroes who... It is so, like, their stun lock has to be superb. Even with an insane charge from C-Smile in the last fight, with like 3 heroes with a good Pulverize, it's not good enough.
You know, it's kind of insane that Insatiable Hunger gives you, first of all, 100% lifesteal, which is ridiculous. But second of all, base attack damage bonus on a universal hero in this batch. 70% base attack damage bonus.
It's incredible. Brood has been a hero that comes back every now and then. I feel like it was dead for a bit and it got turned universal, like got buffed. Now it's back, and I think this hero is gonna be heavily looked at very soon, because this does not look very okay.
He's hunting for more. Global Silence comes out. The Deuce is going to be the target. Manta is on cooldown as well. C-Smile trying to trample away at Oma. Oma doesn't care. He's healing more than the trample can do. They lose because they lose Panda as well. C-Smile going for the TP out will be able to get himself away, but there's no buyback available in the Deuce, so there's nothing really stopping them from clearing out this game number 1. Quest just look like they own this patch. They know exactly what they need to play. Universal heroes, and it works.
Hey, they're just playing so well around the map, around each other. They know their timings, their item builds too. Like in some of the heroes that they're playing as C-Smile, he just gets dropped. Good Ravage. But who cares?
What does it really realistically do? It doesn't save your ally. You're even going to die afterwards. GG gets called, and EG's turmoil continues. Amar doesn't even die to the fountain. He's just going to dip out of there. Bye-bye.
The quests just look phenomenal. I love the way that this team is playing. Like how they're using their Snapfire, how they're drafting around as well. I think EG made a pretty crucial mistake that leaving in the Brood and not really having a good answer. I would also go as far as to say I'm not a fan of playing a slow carry with Tide and having SB in it. I feel like all these heroes are out of place, but the quest, I don't know if it even matters to this team what they play against. Because every time I see them play, I'm just impressed with what they do. Items, gameplay, draft. This team is looking very scary.
They got Dispatch in the bag. They know exactly how to run it. And even like the playstyle between them is very impressive. They let Amar get all the farm because they know that he can be the carry. As you can see, 12-1 and 12 on the Broodmother. 30. Look how close anyone else in his team is to Amar's damage. 37k hero damage dealt. The closest in his own team is 15k from Noob.
Yeah, I mean, it's just insane. Like, when you play against Brood, like this Brood right now, if you cannot stop the hero from running in and hitting you for free, you're in so much trouble. And they did not have that at all. He was melting a Medusa like Medusa is paper. Like, he made Medusa look like he didn't have mana shield on. Like, which obviously, you know, is impossible. But he just literally just killing her just like that.
and they can't push him off. Like, you need a nullifier to get rid of his insatiable hunger buff, because he's just gonna keep right-clicking away, and at that point he had, as you mentioned, 3.5k HP. His auto attacks did 600 damage, pretty much, well, 500 damage-ish. Well, 100% lifesteal on 500 damage is a lot of healing constantly that keeps
that
him
spell
going.
is... Like, even if they get a nullifier, you can't even dispel it. I don't know what the answer is to this hero. Like, you need to have a hero who can man-fight it and, like, stop Brute from hitting.
It's not dispellable?
No. I mean, the spell would be pretty bad if it was dispellable.
I mean, it would be... No, it would be normal. If you could purge it.
You should just lower the stats of it, I think. If it was dispellable, it would be a little
cannot
too
be.
easy.
I mean, the numbers need to change, or it needs to be dispellable. The fact that it can't be dispelled is ridiculous. But okay, yeah, then that is a ban that is 100% needed. On the other hand, I also think the Snapfire is just one of the biggest clutch factors they have behind them. He doesn't lose his lane. It's insane, especially with the rotations of their supports every single time. They know exactly when they need to pounce together. Just don't give them comfort. Yes, you'll let an Undying through or something, but just don't give them their most comfortable heroes. But yeah, that was EG struggling even further, and their opponent's Quest just looking like they were beasts. Speaking of beasts, we would also like to thank one of our official travel partners. Create your special memories over moments, and hashtag start traveling now with AirPass, our official travel partner. My name was DK Truman. I was joined by Kazu. We'll be going towards a short little break before game number 2 starts. We'll see you then.
Paling seru. Mau gini, seru. Mau gitu, seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru on the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BizNet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukro Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sukro Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We're on for the last match of the day here over on the C stream. My name is Dika Truman. I'm joined once again by Kezu. And well, we are looking at the bottom versus the top. And honestly, the way the game one went, it kind of felt that way.
I mean, the fact that, like, what Quest are doing, I feel like they would make a lot of teams actually look like this, which is quite impressive. The 2 times I've watched them play now and like 1 or 2 replays I went through, they look very dominant in like a lot of these games. Like their drafts are solid, the way they're playing is solid, and for EG, yeah, sadly it's looking the exact other way around. I don't know if they can try and bring it back in the second game. I feel like the nature of South American teams is that they want to fight. Like I want to see like their mojo, their identity, and like bring the fight to their opponents, and I've not been seeing that lately.
Yeah, the downside is, of course, that you are playing against Quest, which is a team that does that as well. One of the more aggressive European teams. Most Western European teams, like let's say Tundra, for instance, they don't really like fighting in the early game. They most of the time like let their supports die on the side, are behind in terms of kills, but 5k ahead of their opponents. That's how Tundra plays. Quest, not so much. They've got Amar, they've got Omar, they've got Noob, super aggressive players and just constantly looking to take fights. Corey as well, like we saw against Matthew, he was constantly hunting him in the trees and through the jungle at level 1 and level 2, just trying to man fight up against their opponents. Like, they came to play, not to farm.
Yeah, but that's exactly why I think you need to fight them. Like, if you take a passive approach against Quest, I think you just lose. You're gonna lose your whole map. It doesn't matter if you have 5 late game heroes. I think you need to match them by having heroes that also want to fight. I don't want to go into the next game if I'm EG, pick Medusa, pick Tide, or pick Medusa and Enigma and be like, well, sorry guys, I need 5 items. Because by the time you have 5 items, Amar is hitting your tier 4 tower with a Desolator.
I would have expected the Primal also to have more impact. Like the lane went obviously horrible, but that was kind of the nice bow around their draft. He's their early game together with Spirit Breaker, and like they go run it down. But that just didn't happen. It never came through. It struggled too late. BKB came later than he would have liked. And at that stage, they just run away when he gets on top. The damage wasn't there. It just never really got off on the right foot for Evil Geniuses.
He had to do so much. Like, if we compare the mid laners, first of all, Noob won the lane, but it was a lot easier for him when the lane was over to make plays on the map, right? Your Brood and Ench, they're already naturally pressuring, like pushing into the tower, making their HP lower of the enemy cores, whereas if you're C-Smile, you have to like go somewhere on your own and kind of kill them from full to zero. You don't have any good setup. Offlane Tide is hard to gank for. Carry Medusa is not easy to gank for, so I mean, I think he could have done a little better, but I don't know, I wouldn't really want to be in his position either. I feel like the whole game just lies on my back. I need to have some godlike performance, and well, ideally Dota is should be a little easier than that.
Yeah, it's not the case where you have a scenario that a Terrorblade, which is normally not when his metamorphosis is on cooldown, the hero is pretty weak during the laning stage.
Yeah.
But then he goes into a 1v1 against Tide, and they both just farm next to each other. Well, Terrorblade's going to be really happy with that. That just can't happen. It's the free. And then on the other side, Omar on the Enchantress bullies the Deuce out of the lane. And then both side lanes are lost. Mid lane starts to become lost. Where are you going to recover at that point? They just could not make it happen. Unfortunately for EG in game number 1, but they still have a game number 2 to play against Quest. The draft is starting right now. Any surprise picks / bans? Well, I'm seeing some bans that might have been required here. Now they're going to pick it themselves.
There's the switch up at least. Well, if you don't have space to ban it, you can pick it. I mean, what's good for EG is that it's not like a steal where it's like they don't have to feel bad about stealing the hero. They're very good with Snapfire. Whisper is a godlike offlane snap. I've seen Matthew play it. I think even C-Smile may have played it once or twice during Dream League. So they know Snapfire nearly as well as Quest. So I like this adjustment from them.
They're not looking too shabby in that pickup. The question is, Quest, are they going to go for the Brood? Techies plus? What's it going to be?
They sometimes open 2 subs, actually, from what I've seen. They've done Techies SD. Of course, SD is out. They've done Snap Eng. Have they done Techies with any of these? No. I mean, there's a chance that they would pick the Brood if they want to run it back. I think Techies Brood is already a pretty good lane, or if they want to do some Techies Eng, perhaps. Just do Techies Silencer. All right.
It's a good counter to the Snapfire Kisses already with the Global Silence and any other potential heroes. Like there's not going to be an Enigma or something coming into this game. So they have a pretty good counter hero, plus Gory played it very nicely. We even saw, remember, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago, where Gory had that ridiculous early game on the Silencer.
He kind of did in the last game too. Yeah, like this guy on Silence, like Silencer and Phoenix is what I really know him for. He is sick on these heroes, and yeah, he's gonna kind of make it work. I think Global against Snap is kind of chill. I think it's still like, if you're Snap, you're okay with it. You still have like, usually there's like 3, 4, 5 globs in the air by the time you get global, but overall, I think Quest are very happy with this opening for themselves.
EG doesn't mind it either. They got their Beastmaster Snapfire. If that's their lane combo, you can honestly, like Silencer Techies, Silencer doesn't really do much against them, especially if you get hit by a cookie stun into some wild axes. It is a pretty painful lane for most safe laners to deal with.
Yeah, Snappies are just very solid. If that it were to be their lane, because you have so many nukes between yourselves, wild axes you can always push. Of course, also these 2 supports from Quest don't really do too much to the Zoo heroes, so I think EG have a good setup in terms of when it comes to the draft. Snappies also can both help you take Roche, help you take objectives. So as long as EG are gonna make sure that the other heroes can follow up in terms of tempo and like play with the Beast when he's strong between like minute 15 and 20, I think they can have some very good timings in this game, especially against these 2 supports from Quest.
And now it's time for EG to ban out all the Amar heroes. No Mars, no... I mean, Brood still there. I'd be fearful of it regardless.
Yeah. I mean, especially if you're not picking a hero in your next 2 picks that is gonna be happy to lane against Brood, you have to ban it. Like because it can't be some random stuff like, oh yeah, I wanna pick like some weird range hero, and then it's like, oh, but we didn't ban Brood, and you kind of just lose on the spot. So it's good from EG to realize that. To do ban out the Brood.
And another Amar hero that, of course, well, I mean, why wouldn't you just stop there? Ban all of the Amar heroes at this stage. Luckily enough, they banned the Timbersaw themselves, so that is not a problem that EG has to deal with.
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
You always have to be a bit careful, of course, because Noob does play stuff like Tinker mid. Granted, Beastmaster is very solid against it because of the vision game, but it mustn't be in the back of your mind.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point. So if your Quest, generally when you open 2 supports like this, and the enemy team closes their first phase with a core, Quest should be looking to I mean, there's generally, I think there's two ways how you then open your next phase. You pick a mid that is very hard to be countered, or you just take the carry matchup. Like, because you see the enemy offlaner in Beast, so you can maybe talk about it already. Okay, TA 2000, what do you want? What do we need to ban for you? You see at least half of your lane matchup, if not the entire one, and then it just makes your drafting, I think, most fluid. So I would expect a carry hero to come out for Quest.
Yeah, the last ban necessary. I mean, there's so many safe laners that are still left in the pool. You always have that TA 2K TA in the back of your pocket if need be. Pakaz also could play it very easily if they see a nice offlane handle for them to deal with.
Yeah, I'm looking at, because we have silence for 5 on Quest. You oftentimes want to try to have like very strong carries with it. I think I mean TA could work, I'm pretty sure. It's just there's some new 4 EG can pick where they feel good. Medusa was a very good ban. I think there's a high chance Quest would have loved to have that hero in their draft. Let's see.
The Faceless Void is always a hero that you can spring to mind in case it's needed. I think he played it previously as well.
Yeah, he plays a very good Faceless Void.
You hate the boars from Beastmaster, but at one point when he goes for like high stacks of wild axes, being able to leap off the damage is always a plus.
I'm trying to think, they banned Naga themselves. Okay. I guess it makes sense. The 2 supports are pretty bad at dealing with that, having to play the map against Beast Naga with these 2 supports and maybe one more core that doesn't like it. So let's check out.
It's a okay hero. Doom the Snapfire if it's a mid Snapfire most of the time. You eat the Beastmaster minions if he goes for the Helm of the Overlord, because you get, I think, a level 15 talent where you can even eat Ancients at that stage. So it's also very strong with the techies. If the techie's slow with the nice burning coming out from the Doom, you can dominate most safe lanes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just a solid lane, and they may think that it's just not that easy to be counterpicked. I do think Beastmaster drafts can be very good against Doom. Like, sure, he can like eat your creep, but Doom is kind of a slow hero in nature, whereas Beast loves to play fast games. So I think if you can make use of that as EG in this draft, where you kind of speed it up, then I don't think you mind this matchup too much.
Evil Geniuses. What heroes do they have left in the tank that do not care about being doomed that often? Because the thing is, if you go for like let's say Ember Spirit, he's going to be the doom target every single time. You're going to need to buy a super fast Lincolns to be able to survive that game.
Yeah, this looks more like you take some strength mid hero again that can play through a potential
DK?
Like Doom or Global. I could actually see DK +1, like some Tinies, DKs,
the Kunkka?
Kunkkas, but there's even a chance here you take some carry. Okay, Sky. They have played this as a 5 quite a lot in Dream League, actually. They made it work pretty nicely with like blood grenades and the concussive shot with kind of aggressive carry, so I'm not too opposed to it.
10 seconds remaining.
Question is, of course, which aggressive carry. When you say aggressive, I always think Bloodseeker or Slark are top-notch in that regard. That can also... Well, Slark's actually not that bad. It can struggle a little bit in the lane, but if you also have a saving tool later against the Doom for anyone on your team that gets doomed.
It's Pakaz. I think... Monkey. I would kind of like Monkey King. I think that's the hero. Something in this regard, I think, is what I would want to go for. You have some Beast Aura. You have some slow setup. Oh, this is decent because it can flex between safe and mid. I think this also plays very well with Beast drafts. I know that Ceasefire loves this mid. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this pick.
It does make it a lot more tougher for any mid laner for Quest, considering there's only probably, what, Quap that's solid against Shadow Fiend and Lina, and the rest of the heroes have struggles against SF.
Yeah, a lot of the melees are not big fans. I mean, sometimes you can play melees mid against SF if they can, like if you have rotatable supports. I mean, you do have techies who could make like an appearance in the mid lane, of course, to try and help you out there. But don't know how much I would love to have some of these mid picks, because then I think they just shove the SF to mid, and I think they're pretty happy. Like playing a SF mid with a Beastmaster in your offlane just makes for a pretty solid draft. Yeah, they just go for
yeah,
the
that
TA.
one's actually also good against SF because you have the refraction charges to dodge any shadow rays coming in. But then again, you can just put the SF safe lane and then he'll still be fine.
Very annoying for the supports once again. I mean, I guess I feel like that's just always the case. Playing against TA, you hate being on vision, you hate being silenced, you hate being bursted by minus armor. But so far, I think EG have a pretty decent draft, at least when it comes to tempo. For Quest, it gives them an option to potentially contest one of the Roches later or go and take it themselves with some Deso. You're going to have traps available to see when EG do go for the Roche. But yeah, I really like this SF pick from EG in the second draft. I think it makes their draft a lot nicer now also to round it out.
If EG pick up a Monkey at this stage, they have a flex for mid with the Shadow Fiend and Monkey, and both of them are also good against the Doom. Because the TA, obviously TA 2K wants to play the TA, but considering you pick it in against the Shadow Fiend, very decent, possible mid laner as well.
Yeah, I would still be down for... I think whatever this last pick is, it needs to give you some form of aggression in a way, or like some semi-lockdown, so that it's not just some Beastmaster roar that you have to rely on. That's why I think like an aggressive carry like Monkey King could still work, or just an aggressive hero like MK. As you said, they can flex it around. They play pretty well together, like their item timings come online between like minute 15 and 20, which is where Quest may still have to farm on a couple of the heroes, so... I think anything that fits this bill, that allows you to play quick, that's just what EG should be aiming for, I feel.
It can still be a Snapfire mid, though. Like, see, Small also plays the Snapfire mid. And if it's against a TA, it's actually not the worst. It's also not necessarily the best, but the moment you get kisses, TA's dead.
I mean, but then, yeah, you'd have to look for a 4 or 5 that I feel like helps you get in fights. I don't know if it's that easy to get.
A Clockwork, something along those lines again. Matthew also likes playing Tusk and such, or they're gonna go for the Lycan pick, and that is okay, this is super aggressive from EG. They've got all the early game in the world. They've got Shadow Fiend, of course. Once he gets his level 15, he also gets the minus armor on buildings. You got a Beastmaster, you got a Lycan, you got a Snapfire with more armor reduction. You take Roche quickly, you take buildings quickly, you take any enemy that stands out very quickly. I love this pick, even though you are laning against the Doom.
Yeah, this Lycan pick is sick. I think you can out-CS Doom. The minus armor is incredible as well. Lycan SF, the Howl, Aura. You have all these auras also coming in from the Beast. You're universal, and most importantly, it amplifies and speeds up your game so much more, and Silencer and Techies, they hate playing into these heroes. I want to see what this... It's a tiny. Okay, so it helps you a little bit in like the fight and so on, and I think it allows your techies to play through mid against the SF, who is, well, most likely going mid, but I'm a big fan of this EG draft. Like when I think of EG and South American teams, especially them, like this is the type of draft that I see in my head.
This is aggro. Both the supports as well. They've got, the moment they hit level 6, it's kill, kill, kill. Mystic Flare, kisses coming out, hard to deal with. Silencer, as you mentioned, the moment Lycan gets on top of him, he's dead. It's just, you're instantly dead. Nothing you can do about it. They're playing Tiny on Quest, which is a hero that honestly, has it even been picked? It's been like completely ignored this tournament.
It's definitely been banned a few times. I don't know if it's been picked or how well it's been doing. I know it's, some people think about it, but it's not always the hero that it's too easy to make work. And when you play against Lycan and Beast, or when you play against heroes that want to run you over and run into the fight, you generally counter them by having a draft that at some point you can stand your ground and fight back. I don't actually think that Quest have that. Their best answer when Lycan shapeshifts and they run in with SF Lycan, it's an avalanche. And I think it kind of stops there. TA doesn't put a stop to this at all. Doom doesn't really either. He also hates being overran. So I would heavily prefer to play the EG draft, but so far in terms of performance, Quests have done better, so maybe there's some outplay potential. I'm not sure, but if there's a game for EG to win, it's gotta be this one.
Yeah, they got a nice lineup that's supposed to win them the game in about 20 minutes. And even if you go past that, TA is not necessarily that great against the entire army of creeps that's going to run your direction. So even if you go towards the later portions, I guess maybe once you get to the point where Tiny gets like Aghanim Scepter and he can tree volley everything down in 2 hits, you might be able to recover. But late game, it's not looking easy either against the Lycan Beastmaster, and especially a nice level 30 Shadow Fiend for C-Smile that's going to be able to 3-shot his opponents in late game as well.
Something has to happen in this early game, I think, where Quest try to offset some of these timings. Maybe Amar does really well bottom, and then Omar can move to mid and like try to get a kill with Noob on this SF, because SF has always... He's very susceptible to early movements. So maybe they can do something there, or Kyori can leave the top lane, give a lot of levels to TA2000 again on his TA. I think that's stuff they have to play for. Otherwise, yeah, there is a train about to hit you in this mid game, and I think it's about to ram you over.
There's very little you can do to stop them. If you have like a Mars or something, you can keep them away, but Doom blinks in. You Doom a Lycan that shapeshift shit does nothing. You Doom a Beastmaster, it's pretty annoying, not really the most effective. You Doom, probably SF is your best bets, and that's just to interrupt his ulti.
Yeah. Like, you're gonna have to eventually get towards your items, try and get fat, or maybe you get some Crimson Guard on Doom when you try to fight at minute 20. Honestly, I'm not sure, but overall I think Quest need to do very well in their lanes. But let's see how it goes. 2 for 2 bounty trade so far, so nothing too crazy, at least for now. And well, haven't seen too many Tinies lately, but I think his laning stage should be fine. With high damage, you can always protect yourself with Avalanche, and you out-CS the SF early on. That's Kyori in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, they were lying in wait. They also still have another Blood Grenade at the ready if need be, but Panda even has 2 Blood Grenades at the ready. That's how much he favors the item.
Matthew with a big first blood. It gets himself a magic wand, not a blood grenade. And yeah, like I was saying, they've played the Sky 5 before, and he just plays very aggressive with blood grenades, go for some trading, so not too weird to see him have another 2. So we see a very nice deny from Noob. I mean, this is just where you can do very well with Tiny in the early levels, as SF has like pretty garbage level damage.
I love that Pakaz hasn't shown his summoned wolves. He hasn't leveled anything at level 1, and neither has Amar. They're both waiting for the other one to flinch first.
I mean, I don't even mind, like, if you just take... like, if he ended up skilling Feral Impulse, I think that would have been fine. But now, after the score sheriff, he can probably just get the wolves, so heads up play from both of them. Should be a pretty farm-intensive lane, I think, for both. There's gonna be some pressure, but both cores should be very happy in this bottom lane.
Pakaz taking some nasty damage here. Of course, with the creeps joining in, it's a bit rougher, but he does have Feral Impulse, so extra bonus HP regen's always a neat little addition on the hero. While Matthew gets taken down top lane, Whisper's trying to find Kaori, but will be silenced in response. And okay, TA2K, we've seen him before play a TA pretty successfully. Don't want to give him a free lane.
When I see other teams play Silencer, I feel like they struggle, but when this team plays Silencer, they somehow always get kills in their lane. I don't know what it is that they're doing. They must be really good at trading and like using their spells properly, manning up together with some blood grenades, but I mean, their safe lane with Silencer is on another level compared to other teams.
Not too many teams that also love spamming the Silencer as much as Quest do. One thing that is also scary is the blocks with the Lycan Wolves soon enough. Speaking of which, Omar in the trees. He can level blast off if he wants. Is he going to be able to use it? Is he not going to be able to get himself out of there? One more right click needed, and no, he's just going to die. Didn't level it, just fell. That's kind of surprising.
I thought he would level one of the spells and like help yourself with Taser or with the blast off. He was probably like debating, and then he was like, "Oh shit, now it's too late." So yeah,
I mean, a little bit of the two would have kept him alive.
Yes.
You're gonna have to level one of the two anyway, so. I mean, maybe he
little
was a bit
mistake.
afraid of the Ancient Seal from the Skywrath. I think that's the main one, that he would get silenced, because he did have Ancient Seal at the ready if he tried to leap out of there.
Probably, yeah.
So are there specific timings this game that both teams are looking at? Or specific items that they need to start snowballing?
I think the one-way quest can look to snowball from their side or like speed up their game to try and offset EG's tempo a bit. Some of these mid moves into noob, but I don't think there's any crazy item timings for them. Whereas for EG, I think whenever they get levels, like on Whisper and also on Pakaz down bottom, as we have a little kill on Matthew there. Like basically EG, they want to start ramping up the game from like the 6-minute mark. Try and play around the SF, go to Whisper's lane, maybe stack some cams, push forward. Whereas for Quest, it's more about nullifying the speed of the game.
I am happy about one thing though. Finally! It's taken a while, but finally I get a Beastmaster in the games I'm casting that's actually trying to build the Drums of Slom. God, that's taken way too long.
The item is really freaking good. But if Pakaz doesn't build Vlad's, I think one of the two need a Vlad's. So we'll have to wait and see. I know that the Slom is really good, but when you're playing some timing lineup with SF Icon, would have kind of liked that. We'll see if he fully commits.
Dropping low as well in the bottom lane. Will be able to get himself underneath the tower, while topside Matthew almost getting taken down a third time there. This lane is very rough for them, a lot tougher than I would have expected with the first kill on Matthew and the fact that they have a nasty damage lane. They're going to go in onto Kaori. Whisper, nice 2-man wild axes. Needs to be careful though, because in response TA2K is looking for blood. Nice magic wand usage to make sure that TA gets baited in. And actually needs to be careful himself right now after being bullied back.
It's a very nice play. They get the kill, they have to stick charges, they get to live. Very, very much needed gold and
toss
XP
back
boost here.
In mid, Omar wants to get the blast off. See Smiles trying to kill off Omar, but he just in the nick of time gets the blast off connection. And see Smile drops while TA2K loses life topside.
Really nice moves from both teams. Like the fact that Omar does get to go mid because I guess Omar is kind of chilling bottom, right? He's got the Vanguard completed, so there's no real pressure there. Frees up the Tekis to go mid to get the kill, but Whisper and Matthew kind of chatting it up in this top lane. Getting both these kills, very big deal, especially around the siege timing. Forced to use the glyph, a lot of gold wasted for TA2000 as well. It's great.
Refraction gets quickly cleaned
Panda's
up with
here
a
on the
little
respawn.
shredder coming in from behind indeed. Panda joining the fun. TA is still alive and running away. Is it going to be enough to kill him off? No, he will survive healing self and he's going to be just fine. A nice rotation turns disastrous for EG.
Yeah, damn. The idea behind it is like so good, but no, Panda has no HP, no mana. They lose Matthew as well. They lose Whisper as well, excuse me. So Matthew gets himself a little Lotus.
Gory just forcing everyone back or attempting to. Does still need to be a little bit careful because he is a silencer with only 2 iron branches, so he doesn't have a lot to work with. Look at the courier flying out to him as well.
Like this bottom lane, Amar is pressuring so much. As Kaori looking for some more wisdom rune stuff. Let's see Smile is down here, perhaps for a little move onto this Vanguard Doom. But he does have the speed aura and boost.
He's just going to TP out.
Oh,
no ulti available.
Well, it's at least still very good. Pakaz needs this little bit of space. Like getting closer to the level up, so you get more levels in your wolves, your feral impulse, you can start jungling, get some neutral items to help you stay on the map. Because yeah, Amar was about to boot Pakaz out of the lane.
Amar was almost level 6. He'd have his Doom available. He'd just be running down Pakaz and getting that quick kill. Very good Crimson Guard game as well. He's going for the Hand of Midas because multiple ways to clear out any creeps that they would summon. Luckily enough for EG, they're not doing any creep summoning this game, but Pakaz is in trouble. Omar with another good catch. Making plays on the map. Amar is now level 6. Has the Doom at the ready. And will they run down Panda? The problem with running down Skywrath is that movement speed is insane. But topside Noob with a quick catch. Matthew is gonna lose his life again. Whisper with the TP out. Because Avalanche was just used, but they're making plays on quests all over the place. And they're looking very
Damn.
confident in their approach.
Yeah, Quest doing really good job in this early game. Like right now, I think EG would like to be the ones to pressure, right? But Quest, they kill Pakad's bottom, down mid. Now C-Smile in so much trouble.
C-Smile cannot get anything off. Did level the Requiem of Souls, but it is not going to be able to get used. And he needs the supports coming in, but because Matthew died, he just TP'd towards top, so he could not help out his mid laner. Sky, he's got a silence. That's all he does at this stage. It's pretty much everyone playing solo until they get their items.
Yeah, this is one of the big strengths of TA. When this hero does well in the lane, it's really hard to boot her out, because then there's traps, there's refraction. You can easily sit here. Like they have to like dive you and run through traps. It makes it super easy for Noob to TP here. So you just get to hold the tower. And when you're playing Beast and you don't get to take the enemy safe lane tower before like 11, 12 minutes, you feel horrible. And honestly, Quest are doing a sick job in this game where Amar is pressuring bottom. He's very farmed. TA2000 is out-farming the Beast top, and now Tiny is even out-farming the SF mid. And now they're going for a smoke. Amar bottom, he's like, whatever, they can't really kill me. So let's smoke up top and get more kills there.
He's also going for a first item blink, so he knows he wants to make some plays together with Omar behind him. Noob, a little bit distracted, walking up the high ground, was looking in a different direction it seems, but they will at least get Panda. Toss forward, and the Skywrath Mage will be found out. Global Silence was even used so that there was no counterplay potential, and he will immediately go towards bottom, actually, to possibly get a catch here onto Pakaz. Oh, he's going to toss up the Doom, possibly? No, I was thinking maybe he's going to yeet an Amar on top of the Lycan to get the quick Doom, but he doesn't actually have Doom leveled.
Yeah, I mean, probably during the toss, he would just get the shapeshift up as well. And it is Amar. I mean, he does have a point now if he...
Gets silenced up. C-Smile, triple raise. Can he get the damage in to kill off the Tiny? Last hit needed. Matthew coming in from the side, has the cookie stun. It's not going to connect on Noob either, because he sidesteps it neatly, and they will keep Noob alive. While Kaori is just being a pain in the keister at the moment on that silencer.
They need Matthew or Panda need to get 6, and they need to go to one of these silence and get a kill. I think like you need to try to reinforce Whisper up top, take this tower, and like try to speed up the game of how it's played for you right now on EG. Because this farming trade should not be favoring you. I don't think they shouldn't feel too good about this at the moment. Maybe it feels hard to make some moves on the map, but give the mid lane to Matthew or let him leech some XP with his Beastmaster so that you can get 6 on both your supports. Go for a smoke, and yeah, you have to go kill someone. Take the mid tier 1 or try to take the top tier 1.
They're also stacking the triangle, or at least attempting to. There's still Sentry Ward that I think has nullified 2 stacks for the side of EG, but they're giving the farm to Whisper so he can get his Ags faster. And he's very close to finishing up the Ags, which is a very big timing, because it's a lot of healing and a lot of AoE damage that he can pump out in a surprising fashion in these team fights. They also don't
they'll have to play around Whisper. Like if they're slowing down the game right now to give him the Ags, I'm okay with it, but then the moment he gets that, play around him, because he's going to be the big boss of the game. Like if they can protect him, Whisper definitely has a chance of going ham. I do think Quest, once they get like some Deso and they pair it up with the Global and the Tiny Blink, wherever they go, they will find someone and that person is going to die. It's up top, Kaori.
Boop. They'll find a quick silencer kill, give it to Whisper, so that he gets closer towards his 500 gold away. It's not like it's the best drums game, because is it still that if you get stunned, it stops drumming?
No, it doesn't stop.
Okay,
they changed that.
Okay, nice. Because the old one was where if you get stunned or silenced, it stops. And that was kind of really terrible.
Yeah, it made the item unplayable. Or like, like in Orchid or in Atos, like items would even counter you. So luckily that isn't the fact anymore. So at least he has that going for him. I think he has to do a lot with his Ags, because personally I would have preferred him to go auras and play around his cores. But if he gets his Ags, he's going to have to put it to great use. And he's about to pick it up, right? Yeah, it's going to fly out.
That's such an aggressive TP from Matthew. My lord, there's no chance you're going to survive that. 0.
I guess he didn't. Yeah, that was not their ward. I guess he didn't see that Omar was on the right side planting mines already. But yeah, I don't think he had any business TPing in so so deep. Like, you're a snap fire, you can just chill in the back as there's another jump from Noob.
Yeah, Noob's got
Not a
that
+1.
blink. Reveal
Never
coming
mind,
out.
not a
Noob's actually
+1.
going to get taken down. Got jebaited on
Easy
the wrong
bait.
side, and with the Lycan shapeshift, he's got the Echo Saber. He's close to finishing up the Harpoon as well. Omar onto the high ground. Is he going to chase? Yeah, half duration. Shapeshift still left, but Omar will TP back to safety.
Well, can they do anything on the mid-tier one with this, maybe? As Whisper did get to take the top tier one, as, of course, there's sort of space being made around mid, so he gets to freely take that. Does have his axe now completed. TA2000 is working on his Desolator. So, yeah, Whisper's going to have to just try and tank up some more, as that synergizes beautifully with your ags.
Are scanning.
And C-Smile needs to catch up in terms of... Well, he's still the same net with his Noob. But he turns into pretty much a right-click core at one point, so you need to get to that stage. It's actually fun if you get like super late game and then Pagaz would possibly bite him. And then you got a very quick Shadow Fiend melee wolf running after you. Or maybe the drums on the Beastmaster. Like you bite the Beastmaster and he charges at the enemies with the drums and his minions.
Yeah, sure. I've never seen that. It's either really good or really bad, but I'm down to see it and have him just get a rampage. Honestly, most wolf bites are way stronger than you first think it is.
Because it gives them shapeshift properties, which means that also his boars would get the movement speed buff. Right?
Yeah,
yes,
but I don't think the
that's
boars
what
are that good later.
Yeah, I know, but that was back in the day. There was like the Chen with Lycan combination, where you bit the Chen and his entire army of creeps just charged forward. And boars also give you
the whole
drums.
family running at you.
Drums charges.
Yeah.
OC Smile, Raccoon back. He does get his ulti off. And Noob is going to die. C Smile's got nasty dots on him though and will fall in suit. Omar leaps him forward. Nice kisses onto TA2K. Pagaz as well. He's chasing in. The TA does not have anything to deal with. Pagaz actually gets out of the meld, which is kind of surprising considering there was no detection on Pagaz available. Amar gets roared up in the process.
Nice
the drums go wild and Amar tries to get the Doom off, but it does not really. Actually, dooming anything wouldn't have done anything there. He instead goes for the Devourer to get extra cash, and now it's EG to take the tier 1 tower. This Lycan is already, like, Harpoon done. How are you going to stop him?
That was a disaster for Quest. I don't think they need to make these aggressive moves right now. They're kind of handing it to EG. I mean, EG are going to be super happy if you jump them so deep. C-Smile will gladly give his life away to give his team a good fight, take some towers in the process, because like you're saying, Pagaz on this Lycan, he is online. Whisper is online too. Because Noob needs to be a bit careful, because you can see it in his net worth. It's reflecting there. He's having these aggressive jumps, and I mean, he's kind of just dying on the back of it, because he's not getting out. There's too many slows. There's too much damage.
Pagaz should just buy dust though, just for the TA. Because right there, like, TA2K died, but if he just stayed in the meld for a couple of seconds longer, Pagaz would have ran circles. Not knowing exactly what to do. They're going to go Roche, and that is exactly what their lineup does. The plus is especially the fact that you steal it away from the TA.
Yeah. Pagaz will probably look to have a dust in one of the next fights, especially if, not sure if the silencer or anything. No, they're not looking. They are looking for a glimmer on the techies as well, so they're gonna need cores to carry some detection as well. Gonna give the Aegis to SF, of course, as Lycan is just a pretty garbage Aegis carrier, so that makes sense.
And C-Smile's the one getting jumped every single time. Pagaz also going Manta, because universal heroes are a thing.
Yep, just gives you damage, you're chilling, you get some move speed, you get the Illus. You can take off the disarm from techies, which is great. You can take off global, which, meh, you know, is not like too crazy, but perhaps there's some like TA trap
going. Then it can be annoying to try and get your shapeshift off. Yeah. He's actually going to pop it right now because he sees Scurry trying to get some counter warding going, and Silencer's got nothing against a Lycan. Yep, drag him back, harpoon catch, easy money. Doesn't even want to let his wolves in on that kill. It's all me, all day.
Just easy kill, easy bonus gold for Mr. Pagaz. T2000 gonna back off. I mean, yeah, Quest are just gonna be farming for quite a while. I don't think they have any They have no business fighting at the moment. Amar also has an Octarine core fully finished up, so he's just printing money with his Devour and the Octarine. Changed up his item build as well. He had Crimson queued up for a moment, now going for the BKB, so they're just going to play for the bigger and later stages of this game.
Matthew's actually really farmed. He's close to Noob in terms of net worth, and as you mentioned, Noob, this is the one big downside of Tiny when you get a first item blink. It's a hero that has pretty good farming potential, but because you get early blink, you're looking for catches the entire time. And considering you have a TI on your side who doesn't want to go early, as you mentioned, Amar is, well, it's Amar the carry. So he doesn't want to get any early fights going in. And yeah, then it's just a blink dagger for show.
Oh,
He's even going to get spotted by the wolves. And now he's in trouble. Noob. Chased by Pakaz. The cripple coming now. Global silence used to keep Noob alive. But that's global on cooldown now to keep their Tiny alive while they lose the tier 2 bottom.
Yeah, I think if they can bail out Noob, they should be pretty happy. Since they're not really fighting anyway, might as well try to use your global for something useful. Because EG, yeah, they're just going to try to wrap up the next couple of towers. C-Smile getting closer to his level 15 talent as well, where the aura is going to work on buildings. Has a BKB flying out, and yeah, as we said before, Quest are happy to just drag out this game for now. Let Omar get some more farm, let people get some items. Snoop has a blink available.
Snapfire also going for drums, so that's the auras that you were talking about. Drums is superb with a minion army and the attack speed that they require. If he gets it upgraded as well, you get the movement speed buff where you can't be slowed. Always a nice addition with the boots of bearing.
Drums very good this game. Lycan, SF, Beast Aura as Rainbow TP's mid, as there's a free kill on Panda. Easy Desel stack for tier 2000.
Everyone TP'd mid.
Oh, looks like they may want to look to turn it into more.
Don't have vision in the area. There's a trap nearby. Seasma still has the Aegis and also a 9-second BKB available. Noob blocking up the high ground with the Invis Room. Oh, Requiem of Souls bump fake. They're going to go for Whisper. Can they kill him off is the question. Drag back. The Doom gets thrown now. Requiem of Souls from Seasma is trying to keep Whisper alive, but TA2K does a lot of damage. And even hunting in for more, C-Smile gets cookied back out of range. And Quest, they still, at all this time, have the top 2 net worths of the game. Obviously, Doom is a little bit skewed because Animite plus Devour, but TA2K has just been farming like crazy.
Yeah, his net worth is ridiculous. 14k at 20 minutes? Like, look at the other heroes in the game. He's out farming a Midas Octarine Doom who free farmed the lane. That's actually pretty sickening, as Noob they're eyeing if they want to go for more, but they decide against it.
And Noob's building a BKB first, queued up that he wanted to go for the Echo, but instead BKB is going to be the answer in this case. Pakaz got his Manta done. He's going for his own BKB. Do we get any? Yeah, okay, Whisper's also going BKB. They're just building BKBs on everyone on EG side. And it's nice, but Doom still pierces BKB, and Global is also a little bit of a nuisance regardless.
Yeah, I think this game is falling a little bit out of the hands of EG at this point. They're down 5k gold. They're getting majorly outplayed on the map by Quest at the moment. They might look for like some more small plays, maybe involve Pakaz in like the next fight with some shapeshift into Hawkwish and try to find someone. But I'm usually very impressed with Whisper's item build, but I'm not sure if this one is it. Like, even if he gets the BKB, TA is just gonna destroy him. Yes, might get a free kill no more.
Well, they at least find something for their troubles. They're on top side. They're going to go for the tier 2 tower. They know timing is of the essence in this game because there's also an Octarine on Amar, so he's going to get super huge very quickly.
And he's going to be... I mean, the fact that him and TA are at the top of the network, and I think they're going to stay there, presumably until the end of the game. As let's see, EG. Do we want to force them back at least, or do we want to force all the way? What's the dealio? Want to at least force them back.
TA now. Yeah, this TA Lincoln's blink on Amar, jumping from Noob, tries to get the catch, does get the catch. Global Science plus Doom gets used. They find the quick kill onto Whisper. Make sure no Roar shenanigans come in. He actually did go for the... he's going for the Crimson Guard next on Whisper. He has the mech as well. Realize he needs some more armor. Matthew just getting caught by Amar.
Well.
And Corey gets himself 4 permanently stolen in. Woohoo!
Let's go. Gets smarter by the minute. His first stolen int of the game, as they are starting to get these items that they need that just make it so much easier to fight. Noob goes in, they global, he BKBs, he barely gets off the toss back. Matthew was very close to get the cookie off, but it was slightly too slow. And then they toss back, Doom, they have all this damage coming out from the TA. And I don't know if you're EG, like what can they wait for in order to fight easier? I don't think the fights are going to get any easier.
Whisper fully built the Guardian Greaves, so that's now done for them, going for the Crimson Guard afterwards. But the Guardian Greaves is huge because it is a way to at least get rid of the global silence. The problem is doesn't do... well, it helps a bit against Doom, at least, but it also, like, you kind of can't use it. The aura is very nice, though. The extra... lots of armor that you gain for, like, 8 armor, 14.5 health regen.
Whisper is gonna be the... Whisper is gonna be the best Doom target in this game. Like, especially with this build, like if they can continue to do this, where some tossback into Doom, especially on the Beast, I think they should be super happy. You can't pop the Greaves, you can't pop the Crimson, or if you do, the Doom will dispel it. I think this when these heroes lose Beastmaster in this game, I think their whole lineup crumbles.
And TA2K is going for the Silver Edge, so he's going to be a bit more elusive. You're always going to need to carry some invis detection. They do have, of course, Lycan, so that's a perfect target to give a gem towards, for instance. But also the crit, that's the important one. You get Psyblade hits off with the crits, you can very quickly shred through your opponents.
Yeah. Do get a tier 2 tower down in mid. 6k gold lead for the Dire. Matthew looking to finish up the good old bongo boots.
Roche is up.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, Roche is... It has to be what both teams are thinking about right now.
Oh, Amar. Yeah, the bomb scout's exactly where Pakaz is, so Amar's just going to dip out. That's shapeshift on cooldown. Panda's going to get caught out. And C-Small plus Matthew need to disengage, but Noob gets the catch. Tossback attempted, actually yeets back Omar. The Doom, however, thrown onto C-Small. And there's a very dead Shadow Fiend. No response possible because, of course, there is no shapeshift, and the Lycans on the other side of the map not wanting to fight. They could take Roshan themselves now. Aegis plus cheese, because it's looking very rough for EG. Their snowball effect has significantly been reduced.
Yeah, this is a baby snowball at this point, as TA2000 has, like... He has a lot of stacks on his Deso as well. It's not like he was lacking damage at any point at all. He has the Dispel talent now. Roche is on the menu for them. Solar Crest as well on Amar to buff up TA2000 even more. And they're getting some big-ass items. Amar has the BKB working on a Shiva's. Aegis Jesus.
Oh yeah, this is rough. They can still overwhelm the TA at this point with like a Lycan shapeshift surrounding him and kill him off a second time. So it is not looking easier. Pakaz is building up a nullifier, which I definitely like in this game against techies with all the little buffs that he adds in. They've got force staffs and such to keep their heroes alive. Lycan shapeshift coming through from Pakaz. He's hunting. Can he get any catches is the question. The answer seems to be no, because Quest is already gone, except for Corey, who walks underneath Hawk Vision. It will be
bro has no TP. It's a sad death.
Yep. Well, he's also got the
gem, actually. Yeah, it's actually a big death, giving away the gem. So shapeshift does turn out to be quite effective. Yeah, Nullify is going to be big. Like, you need to find ways on EG to try and kill heroes. Because at this point, the cores have so much gold. It's not easy to kill Amar. Like, let's be real. You have to roar him and then chain hit him with SF and Lycan without the Doom's team doing anything. So you're probably best off just trying to kill the techies, kill the silencer, and then take the fight from there.
And Matthew, he's getting close to the Boots of Bearing. It's a nice tool, especially if someone gets doomed on your team and slowed down. You can quickly try and sprint out. Whisper is in a bit of trouble. There's an observer ward nearby. He just walks into it, but Noob blinks to the other side because he spots Matthew first. Will be able to find the Snapfire. Well, Lamar's getting some extra cash going in his direction. He is so gigantic on this Doom.
Yeah, they've got the two most fat heroes in this game. I feel like TA2000 is like cosplaying Alchemist at this point. And so he's just running in with the Solar Crest. They can't really touch him. Look at Pakaz.
He's just
One more
getting
blade?
cleaned
That
up
was
almost
close.
by the side blades hits.
And also some sick blades. I mean, my bro has the hero name in his own name. You expect him to have some insane skill on this hero.
Very confident in his approach, just pushing up the high ground, has that Aegis. They don't really have like low committal spells on the side of EG. If they want to go for TA, they have to roar, and he's got Lincolns. They have to like use a bunch of very heavy investment spells.
Yeah, it's similar to the Shopify game from earlier. If you try to stop this push from the front, or like fight from the front, I don't think it will really work.
Doom gets thrown out onto Whisper. Raccoon comes out. He does manage to get a catch. Quick kill onto Corey. The rest of the team is on the run. Can Pakaz get any more catches is the question. They're just so incredibly fast. They've got that constant Amar speed aura. He's never let go of the speed aura. It's also still level 1, so he could always upgrade it by eating a level 2 creep. But Amar just from the laning stage on kept on speed aura. Avatar's back play. Whisper doesn't have a BKB at the ready. Does get the roar off. He's healing up nicely thanks to the Aghanim Scepter. Will try to disengage, and without any shapeshift on Pakaz, the stun comes out from Omar. The control is there. Pakaz trying to turn his attention around. C-Smile, he's just out of range. TA2K loses his first life, but they're all grouped up there, hugging each other on the side of EG, hands to hands. Everything will be thrown in their direction. C-Smile with the TP attempt. Does he manage to get the TP?
They got the TP
Wait,
cancel.
no, Amar hits him with the Inferno Blade. It's all onto Panda, and that's going to be a full team wipe. Nothing Panda can do in response. Amar gets a double kill, dominating streak. Bottom lane's pushing in so they can, and mid lane as well, so they can immediately clean up the EG base. But if Shapeshift is on cooldown, Lycan's not a hero.
Yeah, I feel like this whole game in the last 20 minutes has just been an outplay from Quest side. The way that they back off, they kite you in with the shapeshift, it starts cooling down, they turn around, they jump in with Noob, and they just have all the items they need. They have an AC on Noob, a Shiva on Amar, TA2000 just gets to stand his ground with all these auras, himself being so strong, the Aegis, the Solar, the EG just, they miss their timing big time in this game. And at this point, they don't stand a chance.
Yeah, no, it's too far gone. We're not actually technically in the late game, but because TA2K and the guys are that farmed, I would definitely say that they're late. I mean, TA's 6 slotted. He's close to being done. That's how fat he is. Another catch onto Whisper. It's the Doom target they need. Jump back, C-Small, double force F keeps him alive for a little bit longer, but in response, can he get anything done? It's Pakaz charging in from behind, he's trying to man fight up against Amar. The BKB keeps him alive for a little bit longer. Amar is still not dead. Force F to the high ground. Dodge and weave, baby. Dodge and weave. And that is just perfect communication coming out from Quest as well. Omar most certainly just at the last second said, look, high ground, and they dipped together. It's the little things that Quest does to make the big things happen.
Just get a little bit of the classic Amar all chat, as he's being called ATM by Pakaz. Probably in the Ingo spirit, but my god, these guys, the fact that, like, the scariest teams to me are the teams that no matter the draft, no matter how their early game goes, they know what to do, they know what timings to play for, and they will push back. Like, they know exactly what they need, they know how to approach the game. It's like, okay, we want to farm like 10-15 minutes, have Noob make some plays. Once we have the core items ready on Doom TA, we go together and we take the fight. Because I would prefer to play the EG draft, and the scariest teams are the ones that can win with no matter what, that always know what to do. Quest, my god. These guys look insane.
There were even moments where Noob was struggling in the early mid game. He had some catches that tended out to turn kind of horrible. After that, he just went to farming. Their entire team went to farming. They ignored EG completely, and when they wanted to go, they went, and they went hard. Like, he had so many clutch catches on the Tiny. Then Amar comes in with the Doom instantly on Whisper to make sure the Roar doesn't get thrown out. TA just, two-shotting every single support that he encounters the entire game. It's just, they have this patch down to a T on Quest, and the new kids on the block are the scariest of the bunch.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see that they're confident. You know, they're riding the wave. They're confident. They understand what they need to do. I hope that EG can use this tournament kind of like what happened to Liquid in Dream League. They did really badly there. Then they're like, okay, we need to learn from this and this. And now they're showing up again. I think for EG in the future, like moving into Riyadh and TI, that I hope that this tournament doesn't destroy them, because they look disorganized. And I know it's hard when you're losing a lot. I don't know what their score is now, like 1-11 perhaps. It feels rough, but they need to just make sure that they can learn from these games, because there is a lot to learn from them.
Yeah, it's well, it's definitely the end for EG. I mean, technically speaking, they would still, I think, have a possibility here if they win. They've probably got like 2 more series to play. I'm quickly checking. They actually have 3 more series to play. Or, oh no, wait, 2 more series, because the quest is not counted on Liquipedia just yet. So they have 2 more series to play that could put them at 5. Yeah, then they need to hope that 9 Pandas, LGD, and Nouns don't win a single game. That's not going to happen. So
Yeah,
pretty much
impossible.
EG are eliminated.
Yeah, it's it's just hard. That's why I just hope that they can really like use this and move forward, because sometimes tournaments like this can kind of destroy teams, like, or some of the confidence. So they'll just have to make sure that they can stay afloat. They have a good support staff. They have a great coach. I'm sure they can, need to help each other to build it back up. But yeah, I'll just continue to talk about Quest, because these guys, I knew they were good, but I didn't expect them to just like kind of ruffle stomp their entire way through everyone.
Yeah, they went kind of ham. And the question is, of course, can they keep that up in the playoffs? Because that's where the scary part really does continue. Group stages are nice, but playoffs is where you win prizes. And that's where they need to be, because they need to make it towards CI. This is their chance to make it towards CI, and it's going to be definitely not the easiest approach further. Of course, to get to that point, we do have the schedules for tomorrow to quickly check out how it is going to stack up. First of all, Lyrical and Trent will be taking the morning shift. Aster versus Blacklist, then they'll take Nouns versus Gaming Gladiators. Ooh, Nouns have a tough challenge ahead. But then we come back in, Kezu, to cover Aster versus Execration. So we get some more Samil action coming stream, and Bleed versus Bet Boom to finish off the day. Those are some juicy games, and it's getting to the closing stages of the group stage, so every match counts.
Yeah, Aster and Execration, they both need these wins. I'm also hyped for Bet Boom. This team was sick at Dream League. I want to see more of them now that it's, it's a new tournament. It's a LAN environment. Seems like they're still doing pretty good at the moment. 6-2. Go up against Bleed, and this Group B, they're still very close towards each other. So, yeah, just looking forward to those matches. Want to expect some good Dota and some different Dota, because I love watching Bet Boom. Their laning is honestly illegal. I feel like destroy everyone in the laning stage every single time.
Oh, yeah, but that's just because they got a superstar team put together, which, honestly, in almost every esports, Go, Dota, whatever, a superstar team crashes and burns. It's just you get too many big personalities. Like, you get one of the best mid laners, Toronto Tokyo, as a 5. Egos tend to always be there a lot. But in this case, they made one swap, Pure to the off lane, and...
they're making it work right now.
Yeah, it's just up, and it works perfectly, because Pure is playing the offlane better, and their safe lane's also going better than it previously went, and the combination is just perfect for the team. However, there is nothing left for us to stream today. It means that we are done, Kezu. Of course, to bring out a big shout out to one of our sponsors making the entire tournament possible. Sucro is the best coated peanuts that has become the pride of Indonesia, bringing happiness and joy to everyone. So don't forget to get some Sucro coated peanuts, always delicious. My name is Dika Truman, and I was joined by Kezu. Have a wonderful day, ladies and gents. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Bye.